My roommates and I were welcoming the college freshmen. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. I looked up and realized it was actually a stunning beauty with a killer figure. And surprisingly, she looked somewhat familiar. Who is this beauty? Could she be a senior from our department? I do not recall our school having a beauty of this caliber. Stop guessing blindly. This is our college's new counselor, Tang Yuxin. You guys have no chance. My roommate, Zhang Bo, immediately nudged my shoulder. Brother Xiao, if you are bold enough, you can send the pretty counselor on maternity leave. He gave me a knowing look. Suddenly, I remembered. It was actually her. Was not she the one from a year ago when I went back to my hometown, attended a friend's birthday party and accidentally drank too much? The beauty I ran into at the bar entrance. My alcohol tolerance was not very good back then. I had not drank much before I started feeling dizzy. So, I used the restroom as an excuse to head home early and sleep. But who would have thought, just as I was about to leave the bar, I ran into a similarly dead drunk beauty at the entrance. I do not really remember what happened after that. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Yuxin. From now on, I will be the counselor for the freshman finance department. I hope everyone will cooperate with my work in the future. As soon as Tang Yuxin finished speaking, the students present broke into applause. The male students, in particular, clapped incredibly hard. Welcome, Miss Tang. We will definitely cooperate well with your work. Facing the students' enthusiastic response, Tang Yuxin just nodded indifferently and prepared to turn and leave. But just as she was about to depart, the group of girls dispersed, revealing my chiseled face right in front of her. She froze instantly, her calm expression rippled with emotion. Just like that night a year ago, she stared at me blankly with wide eyes. I was looking back at Tang Yuxin as well. When I saw Tang Yuxin's face clearly, memories of her flooded my mind instantly. We stared at each other in mutual shock. We even forgot that there were so many students watching us. At this moment, everyone present stood frozen, looking at us in surprise. What is going on? Does Miss Tang know our senior? My roommate Zhang Bo suddenly got anxious. Brother Xiao, I was just joking with you. I did not expect you to actually be bold enough to stare at the beautiful counselor. Noticing the students' strange looks, Tang Yuxin coughed twice to compose herself. Pretending not to know me, Tang Yuxin said calmly, "Why you guys should not just stand here. Grab your luggage and quickly follow the seniors. Go find your dorms." After speaking, she gave me a meaningful glance, then turned and left. I understood perfectly and nodded. After all the freshmen had left, I quietly walked in the direction Tang Yuxin had gone. We walked out of the school, one behind the other, without saying a word. We arrived at a secluded street, and finally stopped. Eyes met. We both felt a bit awkward, and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. After all, we had not seen each other for a year. We never had much interaction before either, except for that own night. Have you been well? Tang Yuxin was the first to break the dead silence. Yeah, pretty good. I did not act overly sentimental and replied calmly. What about you? How has this past year been for you? Such a simple question, but it somehow struck a sensitive nerve in Tang Yuxin. She broke down instantly, her eyes turning red. She whimpered, and then tears streamed down her face. Beautiful women look gorgeous even when they are sobbing. Seeing Tang Yuxin suddenly burst into tears sent me into an instant panic. I did not know how to comfort her, so I just pulled out some tissues while asking, "What is wrong? Please do not cry." Tang Yuxin took the tissues and wiped the tears from her face. Then she looked up and said with utmost seriousness, "I gave birth to 3 kids. They're all yours." 3 kids? Her words struck like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky, hitting me hard. I looked at Tang Yuxin in sheer disbelief. Is this some kind of sick joke? Having 3 kids? Did that own encounter a year ago directly result in triplets? I felt this whole thing was utterly absurd. You do not believe me? Seeing the expression on my face, Tang Yuxin seemed to have expected it. She clenched her fists tightly and said somewhat shyly, "I got pregnant right after that time." I stood rooted to the spot, still finding it hard to believe. After all, this news was just too mind-blowing. Even short dramas would not dare plot something like this. I could not quite accept it, becoming a father out of nowhere. It is better to be cautious. I definitely could not let myself get played and raise someone else's children, right? If they really are my kids, I will definitely take responsibility. Tang Yuxin knew I would not believe her based on her words alone. So, she hailed a taxi and motioned for me to follow her. I did not know what Tang Yuxin was planning, but to figure out whether I was really a father, I still got into the car. Half an hour later, we arrived at a residential complex in the suburbs. The place where Tang Yuxin lived was 20 kilometers away from the school. Normally, a round trip to school took over an hour just on the road. To save money, she had to wake up early every day and transfer between 3 subway lines just to get to school. She had no complaints about this whatsoever. She even seemed to enjoy it. We're here. Tang Yuxin led me to the bottom of a dilapidated residential building. We climbed the stairs all the way to a rented apartment on the 3rd floor. As soon as I entered the living room, I looked around. The apartment was not big, but the layout was nice, a simple 2-bedroom, own living room unit. The furniture and decor were very minimalist. Just a wooden sofa, a few chairs, and 2 beds. There was not even a TV. At the same time, I also noticed that the coffee table in the living room was piled high with diapers and milk powder cans of all sizes. The bed was piled high with diapers and milk powder cans of all sizes. Just as I was observing, the bedroom door opened. A middle-aged woman around 40 walked out of the room. "Miss Tang, you're back. I just finished changing the baby's diapers, and they are all asleep." Tang Yuxin nodded, then looked at me. She introduced her. "This is Aunt Wang, the maternity matron I hired." "Hello," I greeted politely. Aunt Wang looked me up and down. She suddenly realized something, nodded and smiled. "You two chat then. I will go out to buy some groceries first." After saying that, she tactfully left the living room. Then, Tang Yuxin led me into the bedroom. Upon entering, I was shocked by the scene before my eyes. On a large double bed lay 3 chubby, fair-skinned babies. They were lying there neatly, fast asleep. The 3 little darlings looked exceptionally cute, like carved jade. Especially the little boy in the middle. He looked like a little meatball. It made me want to reach out and gently touch him. Seeing this sight, I was completely dumbfounded. I asked in astonishment, "Are these all my children?" Tang Yuxin nodded gently. Right at that moment, a mechanical voice rang out in my mind. "Father's love is like a mountain system officially activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully meeting your children. Reward, 500,000 in cash. The funds have been legally transferred to the host's bank account." The system, as a web novel writer, I could not be more familiar with the concept of a system. I just never expected that after writing web novels for so long, it was finally my turn to bind with a system. This system is the father's love is like a mountain system. As long as the host takes good care of the children, you will receive various rewards. The system will also issue various tasks at any time. Upon completing the tasks, you will receive even richer rewards. After listening to the system's explanation, I generally understood the functions of this system. As long as I take good care of the children, I get rewards. And completing tasks yields even richer rewards. Novice Dad Task 1 issued, "Please feed the babies." Reward, stock market trend chart. Possessing this function allows you to obtain the detailed trend of any stock for the next 7 days. A stock market trend chart, now that is a good item. The stock market has been so hot lately. Everyone is bragging that a bull market has arrived. With this function, making money in the stock market would be as easy as flipping my hand. Thinking this, I slowly walked over to the bed. I leaned down and used a gentle gaze to look at the 3 babies on the bed. They all looked so adorable. Round heads, pink cheeks, like little meatballs that made me want to plant a kiss on them. I do not know why. Seeing them sleeping so sweetly on the bed, a feeling of blood connection instantly surged from the bottom of my heart, making me feel incredibly happy. At this time, Tang Yuxin walked over. She stood by the bed and introduced, "The 3 of them are triplets. The one on the far left is the eldest, a boy. The one in the middle is the second, and the one on the right is the youngest. They're both girls. What are their names?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Tang Yuxin lowered her head and did not answer the question. The babies were born not long ago, and she was busy with work. Furthermore, she did not even know where their father was. She naturally did not have the mind to name the children yet. "Can I hold them?" asked next. Whether they sensed their father's arrival or not, the babies who were sound asleep opened their eyes own by own and stared fixedly at me. "Yes, just be careful." Tang Yuxin could tell that I genuinely liked the babies, so she agreed to let me hold them. She first picked up the eldest and placed him in my arms. "Raise your arm a bit higher. Right, support his head like this," Tang Yuxin patiently explained to me. I learned very quickly too. In no time, I learned how to hold a baby. Although this was my first time holding a baby, I held him very securely. The eldest did not cry or fuss. He just looked eagerly at the man in front of him who looked somewhat similar to himself. Looking at the eldest in my arms, I felt an indescribable excitement. This was my own child. Yeah. as if the eldest knew the man in front of him was his dad. He suddenly started babbling. Seeing this, I could not help but gently tap his nose, a doting smile appearing on my face. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Tang Yuxin, standing to the side, instantly got teary-eyed. Carrying them for 10 months, she went through so much to give birth to these 3 babies. She originally thought they would grow up in a childhood devoid of fatherly love. Now, through a twist of fate, she had met him again. It seemed this was all arranged by heaven. I carefully placed the eldest back on the bed. Then I picked up the second child. Next, as I was preparing to pick up the youngest, the youngest is very shy around strangers. Except for me, even if Aunt Wang holds her, she will. Before Tang Yuxin could finish her sentence, I had already picked up the youngest. I turned around and looked at Tang Yuxin in confusion. She will what? And nothing. Tang Yuxin frowned, looking at the youngest giggling joyfully in my arms. She was instantly left speechless. How come this little girl suddenly was not shy around strangers anymore? Clearly, no one but her could hold her before. Even if Aunt Wang just hugged her briefly, she would cry terribly. Is this what they call the bond of blood? I lowered my head to look at the youngest in my arms, looking a bit smug. Of course, just look at whose kid she is. Seeing me sitting on the edge of the bed, having a blast playing with the 3 babies, Tang Yuxin seemed to think of something embarrassing. She bit her lip lightly and walked over. Could you lend me some money? Saying this, Tang Yuxin's pretty face immediately turned bright red. My salary for this month has not been paid yet. Rent is due tomorrow, and I am still short a few $100, so. I put down the youngest, stood up, and looked at Tang Yuxin. What is your EarthChat ID? I will add you. Tang Yuxin did not act coy. She directly took out her phone. She opened her EarthChat and added me as a friend. Not long after, Tang Yuxin saw that I had transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Before she even had time to be surprised, several more transfers followed immediately. Without exception, they were all large transfers of 50,000 yuan. A total of 4 transfers, adding up to 200,000. EarthChat's daily transfer limit is exactly 200,000. I will give you this much for today. When you run out in a while, I will give you more. When I met the kids earlier, the system rewarded me with 500,000. Taking out 200,000 to give to Tang Yuxin now did not hurt me one bit. Besides, this money is also for the children. Raising 3 kids costs quite a bit every day. Thank you. Looking at the EarthChat transfer screen, Tang Yuxin was so moved that she could not speak for a moment. But soon she remembered something. She asked with some confusion, when I met you at school today, you should be a student at Jiaodong University too, right? How do you have so much money? I earned it myself, I said with absolute confidence. Earned it yourself? How did you earn it? Tang Yuxin did not quite believe it. Stock trading. The stock market is really hot right now, I explained with a smile. I could not just tell Tang Yuxin that this money was a system reward, could I? After all, I did not plan on telling anyone about having a system. Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin did not press the matter further. Even though she did not trade stocks, she had heard from others how booming the recent stock market was. It seemed like as long as you invested money, you could make a massive profit. Her family did not have much money. Her father was an employee at a state-owned enterprise, and her mother was a housewife. Their monthly household income was less than 10,000 yuan. So after she got pregnant, she did not dare tell her family. She could only rely on herself, silently making money, to give birth to and raise 3 kids. As a result, she had now run into the children's father. Unexpectedly, he was also very good at making money. However, Tang Yuxin also knew that stock trading carries significant risks. Therefore, she kindly reminded me, there are risks in the stock market. It is best if you quit while you are ahead. I nodded. I know, do not worry. Although I can't compare to Warren Buffett, I have studied the stock market very thoroughly. Speaking of stock trading, I suddenly remembered the task the system had just issued. As long as I fed the babies, I could get a own week stock market trend chart. With this thing, even if Warren Buffett came, he could not outtrade me. Thinking of this reward, I suddenly said, Yuxin, how about this? I am a junior now and do not have many classes. Starting tomorrow, I will ask for leave to come take care of the kids. You can focus on your work with peace of mind. We can also save the money used for hiring the maternity matron. Please do not. Tang Yuxin shook her head and refused. Your studies are more important. I can just work a little harder and save up for the maternity matron's fee. Seeing this, I did not insist. Some things can't be rushed. They must be done slowly. I could see that Tang Yuxin still had her guard up around me a little bit. Alright, but as the children's father, I also need to learn how to take care of them. Could you teach me how to feed them? Of course. Tang Yuxin nodded. She even seemed a bit happy. Then, under her guidance, I quickly prepared the formula for the babies. The babies were not picky either, gulping it right down. Watching the 3 babies feeding, I felt my heart melting from the cuteness. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward obtained, stock market trend chart. Novice Dad Task 2 issued. Please change the diapers for all 3 babies. Completion reward 1 million in cash. This time's task reward is actually a full 1 million in cash. This is too awesome. Hearing the system's prompt in my mind, the corners of my mouth subconsciously curled up. Seeing the smile on my face, Tang Yuxin thought it was because I was looking at the babies. She asked, "They are really cute, right?" "Yeah, my children are naturally adorable," I said proudly, looking down at the youngest who was drinking her milk. I looked up at Tang Yuxin again and added, "Besides, their mom is so beautiful. Is not it perfectly normal for the kids to be cute?" Tang Yuxin glared at me shyly. At this moment, she felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Before meeting me, Tang Yuxin had not felt this kind of happiness for a long time. "By the way, let me rent an apartment near the school for you tomorrow. You live so far away right now. It is inconvenient to go to school to teach. Commuting back and forth is quite exhausting." Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin felt a warmth in her heart. However, she still shook her head and said, "Let us forget about it. You're still in school. We should save wherever we can." As for the 200,000 I gave her, she decided to save it and plan carefully, ensuring all of it would be spent on the children. Working a little harder herself did not matter to her. Seeing her refuse, I did not say anything more. When the time comes, I will just rent the apartment myself. Once it is settled, she won't be able to refuse even if she wants to. After feeding the children, Tang Yuxin checked the time and saw it was getting late. So she said, "You guys have classes in the afternoon. Why do not you head back first? In such a hurry to kick me out?" Just as she spaced out for a moment, I suddenly reached out and tightly grasped her soft, jade-like hand. Tang Yuxin did not speak. Faced with this sudden happiness, she seemed a bit at a loss for what to do. She tried to pull her hand back, but I held onto it firmly and would not let her slip away no matter what. "I know you might think that I am only treating you well because of the babies, but little do you know, ever since that time, I have actually never forgotten you. Over the past year, several girls have taken the initiative to confess to me, but I rejected all of them, because I have always been hoping that maybe one day I could meet you again, and the day I have been waiting for has finally arrived." I looked at Tang Yuxin affectionately. Hearing this confession, Tang Yuxin's face turned slightly red. A ripple formed deep within her heart, and her heartbeat started to accelerate. I had to admit, I was indeed very outstanding. Not only was I handsome, but I was also very responsible. Although I did not really want to leave, it was obvious that Tang Yuxin did not want me to stay here any longer. I could only helplessly get up and leave. Tang Yuxin walked me to the door, only after my figure disappeared down the stairwell did she sigh and return to the bedroom. But the next day, something she never expected happened. My roommate joked with me, saying that as long as I was bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant would go on maternity leave. I never expected that the beautiful Tang Yuxin had actually given birth to my triplets. To ensure the children's mother and the babies could live comfortably, I immediately spent 5,000 yuan to rent a 3-bedroom apartment. I took out my phone and hurriedly told Tang Yuxin, "Hello, Yuxin. Where are you right now?" "1. I am eating at the staff cafeteria." Tang Yuxin's voice seemed a bit flustered. "I see," I said with some regret. "I was planning to invite you out to eat with me." "No need. The food at the staff cafeteria is pretty good, and it is cheap too." Tang Yuxin hurriedly declined. Own had to realize she now had to raise 3 babies. She needed to save money wherever she could. "All right," I nodded and said, "I just rented an apartment near the school. If you do not have classes this afternoon, let us go back and move your things together." Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin said in surprise, "Why did you rent an apartment? Did not I tell you? There is no need to rent an apartment for me, that is too wasteful." I said forcefully, "What is wasteful about it? The place you live in now is so far from the school. You waste hours commuting to school every day. If you move near the school, it will be much easier for me to help take care of the babies too." But my firm attitude left Tang Yuxin with no choice but to compromise. Soon it was 4 p.m. Tang Yuxin gave me a call, saying she had finished her classes for the day. We agreed to meet at the snack street outside the school. Not long after, Tang Yuxin appeared in my line of sight. I smiled and went up to greet her. I asked softly, "How was it? How did your first day of class feel? Those junior students did not give you a hard time, Did they? It was okay. Tang Yuxin lifted her head, lowered her eyes and asked, was the apartment you rented expensive? I shook my head and said, not expensive at all, just live there with peace of mind. I rented a suite in a regular residential complex. It is only 2 kilometers away from the school. It is a 3-bedroom, own living room apartment, so there are plenty of rooms. Hearing that it was so close to the school, Tang Yuxin's expression also showed some joy. After all, being closer meant that after class, she could see the babies earlier. She gave me a gentle look and said softly, thank you. Why are you being so polite with me? Let us go, I will take you to move. To save money, Tang Yuxin originally wanted to take the subway back. But I did not give her a chance at all, reaching out and hailing a taxi right away. Half an hour later, the two of us arrived back at Tang Yuxin's apartment. As soon as we entered, we saw Aunt Wang coaxing the 3 children in the living room. Miss Tang, Mr. Xiao, you're back. Aunt Wang came out to welcome us enthusiastically. Yesterday, after I left, Aunt Wang specially pulled Tang Yuxin aside for a chat. She quickly learned that I was the father of the children who had never shown up, although she did not know much about the situation. Seeing that I had given Tang Yuxin a large sum of money right upon meeting, her opinion of me, this supposedly irresponsible father, instantly changed for the better. After all, to take care of the 3 babies recently, she understood better than anyone just how hard Tang Yuxin had been working. Now that she saw the children's father finally appear, Aunt Wang was genuinely happy for Tang Yuxin from the bottom of her heart. By the way, Aunt Wang, while Aunt Wang was lost in thought, I suddenly spoke up. Thank you so much for taking care of our Yuxin recently. Hearing me call her that, Tang Yuxin looked at me in surprise, her pretty face instantly flushing red. After all, Aunt Wang was still here. Being called like that inevitably made her shy. Oh, what are you thanking me for? Seeing me walk over, Aunt Wang handed the youngest baby from her arms to me and smiled even brighter. It is all part of my job. The thing is, Aunt Wang, Yuxin and I rented an apartment near Modu Jiaodong University. It is much bigger than this own, and the neighborhood environment is great too. Do you think you could go over there to help us take care of the children? Aunt Wang smiled slightly. Of course, no problem. Actually, to be honest, me going to Modu Jiaodong University, it is closer than commuting here. Hearing Aunt Wang say this, I immediately made the decision. Alright then, let us move over there right now. Aunt Wang, you should come along too. We will have to trouble you to take care of Yuxin and the babies from now on, to celebrate moving into our new home. From now on, Aunt Wang, your salary will be increased by 50% from your original pay. Hearing this, Aunt Wang grinned from ear to ear. The workplace was now closer to her home, and her salary had increased. Who would not be happy about that? Tang Yuxin had no objections to this either, because Aunt Wang had indeed taken great care of her recently. A raise was well deserved. The 3 of them immediately started packing. I called a moving company, then took Tang Yuxin and Aunt Wang to the Rose Garden residential complex near the school. Entering the living room and looking at the spacious apartment, Tang Yuxin could not hide her amazement. She watched me bustling about at the door, moving the luggage, and suddenly heard Aunt Wang say from behind, Miss Tang, you have great taste. Mr. Xiao is a good man. Now that your family is finally reunited, your days ahead will definitely get better and better. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Tang Yuxin's pretty face blushed slightly. Thank you, Aunt Wang. At this moment, her heart was filled to the brim with happiness. 20 minutes later, I finished unpacking everything we brought. Right at that moment, the second baby in Aunt Wang's arms suddenly started crying loudly. Oh my little darling, did you make a stinky? Saying so, Aunt Wang prepared to carry the second baby to go find a clean diaper. I suddenly remembered the task issued by the system yesterday. So I hurriedly stopped her and said, Aunt Wang, let me do it. Teach me how to change the baby's diaper. After all, I need to learn how to take care of the babies too. Hearing this, Aunt Wang was even more delighted, because very few first-time dads are willing to take the initiative to change diapers. Alright, go get a diaper, and I will teach you how to change it. Under Aunt Wang's patient guidance, I quickly learned how to change a diaper. In just a few minutes, I had successfully changed the second baby's diaper. Right then, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice dad task. Reward 1 million in cash. The host has become a qualified novice dad. Special rewards, advanced culinary skills and own marrow cleansing pill. The advanced culinary skills rival the craftsmanship of a state banquet chef. Marrow cleansing pill, after taking this pill, the host will undergo a baptism from the inside out, gaining powerful physical strength while also enhancing your physical appearance. Just as the system finished speaking, I felt a bottle-shaped object appear in my pocket. At the same time, a massive amount of culinary knowledge flooded my mind. I felt like even if I went to a 5-star hotel right now, to apply for their executive chef position, it probably would not be a problem at all. Having acquired a new skill, I naturally wanted to show it off. I looked at Tang Yuxin and said, "Yuxin, there is a wet market nearby. I will go buy some groceries now and cook dinner for us tonight." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin turned her head in surprise. "You know how to cook? You have to realize, very few college students nowadays actually know how to cook. What kind of treasure boy is this?" Of course, I raised my eyebrows and said proudly, "What do you guys want to eat tonight? I can make anything for you." "Anything is fine with me," Tang Yuxin said with a smile. Actually, hearing that I was going to cook sparked a little anticipation in her heart. She wondered how good the children's father's cooking was. So, under their expectant gazes, I left the house humming a little tune, heading to the market to buy groceries. After I left, Aunt Wang could not help but turn around and say to Tang Yuxin, "Miss Tang, it looks like you have really found a good husband." Not at all. Teased by Aunt Wang like this, Tang Yuxin blushed shyly. Although she did not know what to say, her heart felt incredibly sweet. "Look at my old man. Let alone cooking for the kids. We have been married for so many years, and I have barely seen him step foot in the kitchen." Once this topic was brought up, it was like opening a chatterbox for Aunt Wang. She complained endlessly about her own husband in front of Tang Yuxin, while also not forgetting to sing my praises. Faced with Aunt Wang's praises, Tang Yuxin appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already blooming with joy. After all, how could she not be happy having such an outstanding man? Soon, I came back from grocery shopping. I carried big bags and small bags in my hands, filled with a complete variety of ingredients. Seeing this, both Aunt Wang and Tang Yuxin were a bit dumbfounded. "Are you going to cook all these? Can we finish this much? And do you even know how to make this many dishes?" I smiled, looking at Tang Yuxin. "Do not worry, just leave it to your man." Then I carried the ingredients into the kitchen and started getting busy. Out of curiosity, Tang Yuxin put on her slippers and quietly sneaked over to the kitchen door, wanting to see exactly how good my cooking skills were. As a result, she was completely shocked by what she saw. She saw me in the kitchen holding a kitchen knife, chopping and slicing with incredibly skillful techniques. In just a few minutes, I had prepped several meat dishes. Then I picked up a radish from the side, placed it neatly on the cutting board, and started slicing it. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board rang out, looking somewhat like a scene straight out of a chef movie. All those prepped ingredients were neatly arranged on plates by me. Following that, I heated oil in the wok and tossed the ingredients in. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuxin was completely mesmerized. She never expected that I would be so good at cooking. On the other side, Aunt Wang, who was taking care of the babies in the living room, also caught a whiff of the rich aroma. Gulp. She could not help but swallow her saliva. Then she put down the youngest baby in her arms and walked toward the kitchen. When she saw me showing off my skills in the kitchen, Aunt Wang was also instantly stunned. "This young man is truly amazing." She could not help but exclaim. If ordinary people cook merely to fill their stomachs, then the me in front of them was clearly turning cooking into an art form. Every movement I made was pleasing to the eye. Why are you guys standing at the door?" Noticing someone behind me, I glanced back. Tang Yuxin opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "How are you so amazing at cooking? Watching your movements just now, it felt like I was watching a movie." "No, even movies are not this exaggerated." Aunt Wang, standing to the side, could not help but nod repeatedly. Regarding the culinary skills I displayed, she expressed that she had never seen anything like it in her entire life. "It is nothing, just practice makes perfect." I joked with a smile. Although I already knew how to cook, after receiving the system's reward, my culinary skills had advanced by leaps and bounds. I was even better than a 3-star Michelin chef. Seeing the confident smile on my face, Tang Yuxin's long dormant heart felt like it had been struck by something. Meeting my gaze again, she felt entirely flustered and wanted to run away in embarrassment. Before long, 8 dishes perfectly balanced in color, aroma, and taste were freshly served. Tang Yuxin and Aunt Wang walked into the kitchen and carried the dishes to the dining table own by own. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the delicious feast in front of her, Tang Yuxin's appetite was thoroughly whetted. She could not wait to pick up her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth. So delicious." Tang Yuxin praised it while nodding as she ate. The ribs were crispy on the outside, and the sauce was sweet but not cloying. The meat was incredibly tender, leaving a lingering aftertaste. seeing Tang Yuxin enjoying the food so much. I felt very satisfied in my heart. Do not just focus on the ribs. Have some fish head soup. I picked up the soup spoon and served Tang Yuxin a large, full bowl of fish head and tofu soup. Seeing this scene, Aunt Wang across the table looked at us with a face full of envy. Miss Tang, Mr. Xiao is so good to you. This fish head soup is perfect for women who have just had babies. Tang Yuxin cast a gentle glance at me beside her. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This phrase applies just as well to women. After eating the meal I cooked, Tang Yuxin felt like everything she had eaten before was practically pig slop. Oh no, she had fallen in love with this man's food. Right at this moment, the 3 babies in their cribs suddenly started babbling. I was taken aback for a second, then realized their little tummies must be hungry too. You guys keep eating. I will go make some formula for the kids. Saying that, I put down my chopsticks and walked toward the living room. Seeing my practiced movements as I prepared the formula, Tang Yuxin felt as if her heart had been filled with something. A happy smile appeared on her face. After dinner, it was about time for Aunt Wang to go home. Just as Aunt Wang picked up her bag, ready to leave the apartment, I suddenly called out to her. Then I took out a thick envelope and handed it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, this is your salary for last month. Be careful on your way back. Aunt Wang took the envelope and gave it a quick feel. A joyful smile broke out on her face. She hurriedly thanked me. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I will be heading back now. I closed the door and returned to the bedroom. I happened to see Tang Yuxin changing the youngest baby's diaper. Did she make a stinky again? Tang Yuxin skillfully finished changing the diaper. Then she said to me, I need to wash the babies later. Can you help me out? Of course. I walked over, leaned in close to Tang Yuxin, and said seriously, from now on, you are not allowed to be so polite when talking to me, understand? We are family, there is no need to treat me like an outsider. Tang Yuxin lowered her head shyly. Then she quickly changed the subject. The babies are still young, so they do not need a full bath every day. Washing them twice a week is about right, but they do need to be cleaned daily. I nodded, half understanding. But, alright, I will help you. Teach me what to do. As a qualified dad, I definitely needed to know how to do these things. Tang Yuxin, while wiping the eldest baby's bottom, explained the things I needed to pay attention to. She radiated a maternal glow. Although the process had a few hiccups, I ultimately succeeded in helping Tang Yuxin complete the task of cleaning the babies. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of cleaning the babies for the first time. Reward, own Land Rover Defender. Bonus reward, a 100,000 yuan gas card. Note, the vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of the host's residential complex. All relevant documents and vehicle registration have been placed inside the car. Please go and check it at your convenience. Hearing the system's voice, I froze for a second before getting excited. Just casually washing the baby's bottoms. And I get to drive such a luxury car. This is too awesome. This is a Land Rover Defender worth 1,000,000 yuan. Thinking of this, I could not help but plant a big kiss on the youngest baby's cheek. Then I grinned at Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin, standing nearby, froze, and her face instantly turned red. Is the children's father going to kiss me too? My roommate joked with me that as long as I was bold enough, the beautiful teaching assistant would go on maternity leave. I never expected that the beautiful Tang Yuxin really gave birth to triplets for me. After I finished washing the babies, I received the Land Rover rewarded by the system. At this moment, inside the apartment, Tang Yuxin was on the sofa looking after the 3 babies. But she quickly noticed the set of car keys clutched in my hand. Xiaofei, did you buy a car? I walked over to Tang Yuxin and placed the car keys on the table. I made some money trading stocks a while ago, so I ordered a car at the dealership. They delivered it today. Tang Yuxin looked at me in shock. You bought a car while still in college. What kind of car is it? Tang Yuxin picked up the keys and took a look. She did not recognize the Land Rover logo. In fact, for most girls, besides BBA, they generally do not recognize many other car brands. I smiled faintly at Tang Yuxin. It is a Land Rover Defender, 7-seater version. It costs around 1,000,000. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin was even more shocked. 1,000,000? Just how much money did you make trading stocks? Tang Yuxin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. I really enjoyed this expression on Tang Yuxin's face. I reached out, pinched Tang Yuxin's cheek, and said with a smile, not that much. But as your man, supporting you and the children won't be a problem at all. Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned red. She slapped my hand away, and said in a huff, What nonsense are you sprouting? I am not spouting nonsense. We already have kids together. Am I not your man? I looked at Tang Yuxin and teased. Although what I said was a fact. Tang Yuxin still felt a bit embarrassed. She shyly lowered her head. Seeing her charming appearance, my heart skipped a beat. However, I also knew that some things could not be rushed. Tang Yuxin had not truly accepted me yet, so I changed the subject. Wifey, do you think this apartment is pretty big? What are you trying to do? Tang Yuxin suddenly took a step back, getting goosebumps all over. She stared at me, a little scared but also a bit shy. I pointed to the 3 bedrooms in the apartment. Look, I purposely rented a bigger place. It has 3 bedrooms. So what, does he want to sleep here tonight? Not knowing what she had imagined, Tang Yuxin suddenly panicked. She was not prepared right now to live together with me. And no, Tang Yuxin subconsciously wanted to refuse. But before she could finish, she paused. Although we had only been reunited for less than 2 days, my performance had completely exceeded Tang Yuxin's expectations. It could almost be said to be perfect. Tang Yuxin could also tell that I was genuine towards both her and the babies. So, now she hesitated, seeing Tang Yuxin looking like she wanted to say something but stopping. I walked over and said softly, "Do not overthink it. I am staying to help you take care of the babies. The babies are still young. You taking care of all 3 of them by yourself, having to teach during the day and feed them at night. It is impossible for you to get proper rest. So I want to stay and help you take care of them at night, so you can get a full night's sleep." At this point, I leaned in close to Tang Yuxin and gently stroked her hair. Tang Yuxin's face instantly turned red, and even her breathing became ragged. For a moment, she did not know what to say. "Look at you, you have got dark circles from staying up late. How can you take good care of the babies if you do not rest well? It is decided then." I did not give Tang Yuxin a chance to refuse, learning that I was staying just to help her take care of the babies. Tang Yuxin felt a wave of sweetness in her heart, but soon she felt it was a bit inappropriate. She waved her hand and said, "No, you're still a student. You juniors still have classes tomorrow." Speaking of this, Tang Yuxin seemed to remember something, and her brows furrowed. "Tell me, you are not thinking of abandoning your degree, just because you made some money trading stocks, are you? I am warning you, I am a counselor. I will absolutely not allow you to skip classes." Seeing Tang Yuxin's serious expression, I laughed and teased, "Oh, now you remember you are a counselor. You are also the mother of our children." Tang Yuxin was incredibly embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at me fiercely and scolded, "I am not joking with you. Alright. Seeing this, I immediately surrendered. "I promise you, I definitely won't let my studies fall behind. If I fail even one subject in the final exams, I will immediately move back to school and study hard." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin finally nodded in satisfaction. "You said it. If you let your studies fall behind because of taking care of the babies, then you must move back to school immediately and study hard. You must get your diploma." I could hear from Tang Yuxin's words that she still cared about me a lot. After all, I am the father of her children. "No problem, wifey. I definitely won't make you worry. Who is your wifey? Do not talk nonsense." Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head away in a panic. "You will be soon," I muttered under my breath. Then I said, "Enough talk, I am going back to the dorm to get my luggage." Then I grabbed my car keys and left the apartment. After leaving the house, I went straight to the garage. I drove the Land Rover Defender rewarded by the system back to school. Even though the complex was very close to the school, I still chose to drive for the convenience of moving my stuff. However, just as I was about to enter the school, I was stopped by the security guard at the gate. I rolled down the window and showed the guard my student ID. The guard then let me through, while silently grumbling in his heart, wondering which rich kid this was, actually driving such a luxury car to school. "Oh my God, is not that Brother Xiao?" Just as I rolled up the window and was about to drive in, a sudden exclamation came from not far away. I turned my head and saw that it was actually my 3 dorm mates. "Oh, my dear sons, are you surprised to see your daddy?" Seeing me sitting in the Land Rover Defender, Zhang Bo's jaw almost dropped to the floor. "Brother Xiao, is this your car?" Wu Zitao walked right up, stroking the tough exterior of the Land Rover Defender. He said excitedly, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a Land Rover Defender, right? This is a luxury car worth $1 million. Lu Chao, my roommate from the Northeast, had just circled the car once, and was about to say something, when the security guard walked over, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hurry up and move the car. Do not block the gate. Alright, you guys get in. I will drive you back to the dorm." I first called out to the guard, then waved to my 3 good sons. As soon as they got into the car, The three guys were like country bumpkins entering a grand estate, looking left and right, touching everything. They were practically drooling. Taozi, you just said Brother Zhao's car costs $1 million. Who would have thought our Brother Xiao is actually a hidden rich kid? Zhang Bo could not help but tease. I rolled my eyes at the three of them, and said speechlessly, if I were a rich kid, I would have driven a luxury car here when I first started college. Would I have waited until now? So you are saying you bought this car yourself? Zhang Bo could not help but swallow hard. My God, I never imagined writing web novels could be so lucrative. Before long, the Land Rover Defender arrived downstairs at the dorm. After parking the car, the four of us quickly ran back up to the dorm and started packing. I did not have many things. Own suitcase was enough to fit everything. Finally, packing my laptop into my bag, I was all set. I dragged my suitcase and left the dorm, looking at my departing back. Zhang Bo could not help but sigh. I suddenly feel like gaming is not that fun anymore. Look at Brother Xiao, he is already driving a Land Rover. We should probably start thinking about our post-graduation plans too. I put my luggage in the car. I was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, I went to a maternity and baby product store to buy some baby strollers for the kids, plus 3 child safety car seats. Oh, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? As soon as I entered the store, a sweet-looking salesgirl came up to greet me. Seeing me, her eyes immediately lit up. Although I was dressed a bit ordinarily, I was handsome and dashing, exuding an elegant aura. I looked exactly like a Prince Charming. The salesgirl had already started fantasizing in her mind, thinking about how wonderful it would be. If she could be with me, she would have so much face in front of her best friends. Do you sell baby strollers here? While the salesgirl was spacing out, I asked straightforwardly, I want to buy a stroller for my kids. Hearing this, the girl's face instantly showed disappointment. Why do all the high-quality handsome guys get married so early? And he even has kids already. Although she felt a bit disappointed in her heart, the girl still enthusiastically led me inside. Sir, over here is our stroller display area. You can take your pick. Looking at the strollers before me, I frowned. My children are triplets, so do you have those multi-seat strollers here? Triplets? The salesgirl looked at me in astonishment. She did not expect this handsome guy to not only look good, but also be so capable to have triplets in own go. That is truly amazing. I'm sorry, sir. Our store only has twin strollers at most. After all, twins are already rare, so we do not stock triplet strollers. Then I will take own twin stroller and own single stroller. Also, give me 3 child safety seats, the kind you install in a car. The salesgirl nodded and smiled sweetly. All right, sir. Please wait a moment, I will go get the items for you. The salesgirl quickly gathered the things I wanted and packed them all up. After paying the bill, I carried a few large boxes out of the store. I put the strollers in the trunk and installed the safety seats directly. Then I drove back to the Rose Garden complex. Inside the apartment, seeing me come home carrying so many bags and boxes, Tang Yuxin hurried over to greet me, taking the things from my hands. You bought strollers? Yeah, I nodded. The babies are already 2 months old. We can take them out properly now. To get some sun and get close to nature. Tang Yuxin smiled, nodding and said, I know. But the strollers' sunshades and seat cushions need to be washed with water. I will take them in to wash them right now. Saying so, Tang Yuxin took the sunshades off both strollers and removed all the seat cushions inside, taking them to the bathroom to wash. I carried my suitcase and laptop and put them in my own bedroom. Then I returned to the living room and started playing with the 3 little angels. Eldest, it is Daddy, hurry up and call me Daddy. Second, you little cutie, give me a kiss. Youngest, you little lazy pig, still sleeping in. While I was playing with the 3 babies, Tang Yuxin had already finished washing the sunshades and cushions and hung them up on the balcony to dry. When she returned to the living room and saw me playing with the children, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. She really hoped these kinds of days could last forever. Let the babies sleep in my room tonight. Just then, I suddenly looked up at Tang Yuxin. From now on, I will take care of the babies at night. You rest well and replenish your energy so you won't be sleepy during class. Can you handle it by yourself? Tang Yuxin was still a little worried. After all, I had just started interacting with the babies and did not have much experience. No problem, do not worry, I said confidently. I can handle it on my own. You have to believe in your man, right? Thank you. Seeing my resolute attitude, Tang Yuxin could only let me have my way. Hearing the words, your man, Tang Yuxin's cheeks still flushed unconsciously. Hearing her, thank you, I frowned. I stood up, walked over to Tang Yuxin, and pulled her into my arms. Tang Yuxin tensed up instantly, her soft body suddenly turning stiff. Her breathing quickened as well. What are you doing? I looked down at Tang Yuxin and said, did not I tell you? There is no need for the words, thank you, between us. These are all things I should be doing. Since I said I would give you and the babies a happy life, then I definitely will do it. With that, I kissed Tang Yuxin's red lips. Tang Yuxin trembled all over. An unprecedented flutter instantly spread through her entire body. Tang Yuxin could not help but let out a soft moan, wanting to push me away. But I held her firmly, unable to move. In the end, I kissed her passionately a few times, before slowly letting her go. Seeing Tang Yuxin's shy demeanor, I felt incredibly smug. Tang Yuxin's pretty face was blushing bright red as she glared at me fiercely. Tang Yuxin said in a low voice, her face flushed, why you are really too bad. From now on, you are not allowed to kiss me without my permission. I did not expect my surprise attack to actually succeed. Yes, wifey, I replied, pretending to be respectful. Who is your wifey? Hearing this, Tang Yuxin's face turned slightly red. Although I had called her that more than once, every time she heard it, an indescribable joy blossomed in her heart. I chuckled and continued to tease, whoever just spoke is my wifey. Tang Yuxin glared at me, puffing her cheeks in anger. However, seeing my harmless expression, Tang Yuxin could not bring herself to hit me and could only pinch me. When we are at school, can you not act like this? I naturally knew what Tang Yuxin wanted to say. Before she could finish, I said, do not worry. I know your concerns. I will be mindful of the boundaries, but at home you are my wifey. Tang Yuxin murmured, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Then she turned away shyly and ran into the bedroom. Tang Yuxin was very moved in her heart. The children's father was very understanding of her. I never expected that Tang Yuxin would actually agree this time. It seems it is about time to push our relationship forward a bit. That night, Tang Yuxin lay with her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Various thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she could not hold on any longer, and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, I covered the babies with their blankets, and then placed the diapers and baby bottles by the bed. After all the preparations were complete, I took a medicine bottle out of my pocket. Inside was none other than the marrow cleansing pill. I took out the pill and swallowed it directly. As the marrow cleansing pill entered my stomach, a warm current surged through my limbs and bones. The feeling was absolutely incredible. I closed my eyes and focused, feeling the medicinal effects of the marrow cleansing pill. A layer of black impurities slowly oozed out onto my body. I knew this meant the marrow cleansing pill had started working. About 5 minutes later, I rushed to the bathroom and took a quick shower. After washing off the grime on my body, I stood in front of the mirror and examined myself. I found that my figure had become taller and more robust. My muscles were also much firmer. My skin was fairer, and even my facial features had become more defined. My overall physical appearance had reached a whole new level. I clenched my fists, feeling an endless amount of power within my body. I picked up a mouthwash cup. With just a gentle squeeze, I crushed the cup into pieces. The effect of this marrow cleansing pill was even stronger than I had imagined. I just wondered if the children's mother would be completely mesmerized by me when she saw this change. I thought to myself that I need to find an opportunity to push our relationship further. Early the next morning, I heard a knock on the door. I subconsciously said, come in. I looked at Tang Yuxin as she walked into the room. My gaze fell on her exquisite, graceful figure, and I could not help but stare blankly for a moment. Tang Yuxin looked exceptionally beautiful today. A pair of long, fair and beautiful legs, coupled with her unmistakable curves, made me steal a few more glances. Seeing me, Tang Yuxin also froze. This man seemed to have become even more handsome and charming. He even seemed to have abs now. How is it not bad, right? I grinned and chuckled. Tang Yuxin stared blankly, and subconsciously nodded, but soon she felt that her response was a bit too intimate. She hurriedly shook her head, and a charming blush instantly flooded her pretty face, making her look extraordinarily captivating. Seeing Tang Yuxin like this, I suddenly stepped forward and pulled her by the waist. Then I lowered my voice and said, what do you think? It is still early, do we want to? You hooligan. Feeling the changes in my body, Tang Yuxin felt both shy and indignant. She pushed me away and fled back to her own room. Shutting the door behind her, Tang Yuxin touched her cheeks. They were burning hot. Her heart was also pounding wildly. This guy, Xiaofei, is really too shameless. They had only known each other for less than 2 days, and he already wanted to take advantage of her. But how did Xiaofei suddenly become so handsome after just one night? He was breathtakingly handsome. Even those popular young male idols, compared to him, would pale in comparison, and that physique of his Is that something a college student should have? No, I must maintain my composure. I can't let him think that I am an easy woman. Tang Yuxin patted her cheeks, trying to clear her head, but all that filled her mind was my masculine and handsome face from just now, along with the robust feeling she felt when I held her. Oh no, what am I thinking? Wawa just then. Crying sounds from the room pulled Tang Yuxin back to reality. She hurriedly opened the door and ran to my bedroom. At this time, I had already gone to wash up, leaving only the 3 babies lying in the crib. 2 of the little ones were still sound asleep. Only the youngest had her mouth wide open, crying loudly. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin hurriedly picked up the youngest. First, she checked her diaper. She did not make a stinky. It seems she must be hungry. At this moment, I returned to the bedroom after washing up. Seeing the youngest crying pitifully, I did not continue teasing Tang Yuxin. Instead, I picked up a baby bottle and started preparing formula. Holding the youngest, Tang Yuxin could not help but steal glances at me. What kind of magic does this man possess? Why am I falling for him so quickly? Tang Yuxin felt that her maiden heart was gradually being captivated by the man in front of her. Help, Tang Yuxin kept telling herself internally not to let her imagination run wild. I quickly finished preparing the formula. I handed the bottle to Tang Yuxin and said with a smile, "You feed the baby first. I will go make breakfast for you." Tang Yuxin blushed and nodded. Watching my departing figure, Tang Yuxin's heart beat even faster. She almost dropped the baby bottle in her hand. I am so embarrassing. In the kitchen, I was showing off my skills, making breakfast for Tang Yuxin. Not long after, a rich aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Smelling the aroma, Tang Yuxin walked curiously to the kitchen door. Seeing me busy inside, she said softly, "Breakfast does not need to be so lavish. It is not just breakfast." I turned around, revealing a warm smile. "Eating at the cafeteria every noon, how can you keep up your nutrition? This is the lunch I prepared for you." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin suddenly understood. It turned out Xiao Fei had not just cooked breakfast for her, he had even prepared lunch. Tang Yuxin was incredibly moved, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. She bit her lip, stepped forward uncharacteristically, and hugged me tightly from behind. Then she whispered in my ear, "Thank you. Why are you being so polite with me?" I smiled and tapped the tip of her nose. Gradually, I noticed something a little odd. Tang Yuxin seemed to be examining my pectoral muscles. I smiled. "Wifey, you can do it openly." It seemed the marrow cleansing pills effect was even more potent than I imagined. It was incredibly attractive to Tang Yuxin. Hearing her thoughts exposed by me, Tang Yuxin's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She hastily pulled her hands away and fled the kitchen in a panic. I smiled helplessly, and my hands moved even faster. Before long, an exquisite lunch was carefully packed by me. Before heading out, I handed the bento box to Tang Yuxin. Seeing that Tang Yuxin did not seem to be wearing any makeup, I felt a twinge of guilt. How could my woman live so plainly? It seemed that not only did I need to buy things for the babies, but I should also buy some daily necessities for their mother. After Tang Yuxin left, I also arrived at the campus. I had an international finance class this morning. I had promised Tang Yuxin that my studies would not fall behind, so naturally, I would not skip class without a reason. Walking on campus, I pondered over my future plans. The system had rewarded me with 1.5 million in total. I took out 200,000 to give to Tang Yuxin for living expenses. Now, I had less than 1.3 million left. Although this sum seemed like a lot, it definitely was not enough to raise 3 children. Not to mention I was now in the Magic City and would need to buy a house in the future. So, I had to find a way to make more money. Relying solely on the money I had on hand was certainly not enough. But fortunately, I had the stock market trend chart rewarded by the system. Using this 1.3 million as capital and utilizing the stock market trend chart, making tens of millions in the share market should still be very easy. I believed it would not be long before I made enough money to buy a house. Approaching noon in the teacher's office, Jiang Yu, the female teacher sitting across from Tang Yuxin, suddenly stood up. She raised her arms and cheered, "Off work, off work. Miss Tang, this noon, let us go out together and treat ourselves to a good meal." Tang Yuxin, who was grading homework, smiled wryly upon hearing this. "No thanks, I brought my own lunch today." "You brought lunch?" Female teacher Jiang Yu looked surprised. Since the semester started, Tang Yuxin had been eating at the staff cafeteria every day. Why did she suddenly bring her own lunch today? "Did you make it yourself?" "No," Tang Yuxin smiled sweetly. "The children's father made it." "Your husband?" Jiang Yu's mouth fell open. "Wow, Miss Tang, your husband even made you a bento made with love." I'm so jealous, so jealous. My deadbeat at home. When I came to work, he was still sleeping in. Comparisons really do kill. As soon as she said this, all the teachers in the office looked over. They all knew Tang Yuxin had children, but they had never seen or heard her mention her husband. So everyone assumed she was divorced and raising the kids alone. But now, she actually brought a bento made with love to work. This was quite a shock. Facing everyone's envious gazes, Tang Yuxin quietly took out the bento box and opened the lid. The aroma of the food instantly filled the entire office. Jiang Yu, who was closest to Tang Yuxin, suddenly shot up from her chair. She stared eagerly at the bento box in Tang Yuxin's hands. This smells incredibly good. It is actually braised chicken, my favorite. Miss Tang, can I have a taste? Just like Tang Yuxin, Jiang Yu was also a newly hired female teacher at Jiaodong University. Coupled with the fact that they were similar in age, they quickly became close friends who talked about everything. Tang Yuxin knew Jiang Yu was a foodie, so she directly picked up a spoon, scooped up a piece of chicken, and handed it to Jiang Yu. Miss Jiang, have a taste. Jiang Yu did not hold back either. She ate the chicken piece in one bite. The rich sauce flavor, the tender chicken, combined with the vegetable aroma of green peppers and potatoes. It was absolutely divine. Jiang Yu's eyes widened instantly. She hastily praised, the taste is top-notch. It is 10,000 times better than the ones made in restaurants outside. She was starting to get a little jealous now. Then, Jiang Yu looked at another thermos container. She could not help but ask, Miss Tang, what is in that container? Tang Yuxin smiled and opened the other container. The aroma instantly spilled out. Inside was a large bowl filled to the brim of collagen-rich mom's trotter soup. Gulp. Tang Yuxin could almost hear the sound of Jiang Yu secretly swallowing her saliva. Tang Yuxin suggested, how about you do not go out to eat and we eat together? He prepared a very generous portion for me. It is absolutely no problem for two people to eat. I certainly would not let my own wifey go hungry. Is that really okay? Although Jiang Yu said this, she had already sat down. Just like that, the two began to eat. There is no harm without comparison. Compared to the usual takeout they ordered, the food I cooked was practically a royal delicacy. As Jiang Yu ate, she felt like she was about to ascend to heaven. Words of praise kept pouring from her lips. After finishing my morning classes, I did not rush home. Instead, I found a cool spot to sit down and opened the stock trading app on my phone. Check the time. There was still more than half an hour until the market closed for the noon break. I wanted to use this time to carefully study the stock market. To make enough money to buy a house in a short period, I had to rely on the stock market trend chart. To make a huge profit in the stock market, opening the stock trading app, I filled in my basic information. Then I communicated with an account manager. Before long, I successfully opened an account with a brokerage. The stock market trend chart acted like a passive skill. As long as I possessed this function, for every stock I looked at, its yield curve for the next 7 days would appear right before my eyes. When various stocks popped up on my phone screen, I found that next to these stocks, there was a line of small text that only I could see. Seeing these small prompt texts, I could not suppress the corners of my mouth from turning up. This is just too freaking awesome. With these prompts, is not it basically an open book exam? If I still lose money trading stocks like this, then I could only say I was completely blind. I clicked on one of the stocks. Soon, the line of small text next to it disappeared, and was immediately followed by the trend chart for this stock over the next week. This trend chart even considerately marked out which point was best to buy the dip, and which point to sell for the highest profit. With a cheat like this, it would be hard not to make money. However, I was in urgent need of money right now. The million or so I had on me would basically be gone after paying the down payment for a house. So I must make quick money now. The more money I could make in a short time, the better. I started scanning the overall stock market, looking for the stock with the most volatile curve over the next few days. I quickly found my target stock and invested all 1 million into it. If I bought this stock now, it would reach its peak in 2 days. But soon after, it would plummet back to the bottom. And what I needed to do was to clear out this stock right before it plummeted, investing 1 million now. When the time comes, I could make at least several million in profit. After buying the stock, I whistled and walked towards the school gate. When I got home, I happened to hear the babies crying inside. I hurriedly changed into my slippers and walked into the bedroom. Who is crying? I leaned in closer. Aunt Wang was coaxing the baby. Seeing me return, she said in surprise, Mr. Xiao, you are off work so early. Yeah, I nodded. I did not explain that I was actually still a student. Instead, I reached out and took the baby from Aunt Wang's arms. I was thinking about the children, so I came back early to see them. Mr. Xiao, you are truly a good father. Fathers who keep their children in their hearts like this are rare nowadays. Aunt Wang praised me generously. I smiled but did not say anything. Instead, I looked down at the baby, and found that it was indeed the second child crying. Among the 3 babies, the second one loved to cry the most. I just fed the baby formula, and checked the diaper too. I just do not know why the second one is crying. Aunt Wang explained softly from the side. When the second baby saw that her daddy had arrived, she instantly stopped crying. Then she widened her big eyes, and looked at me pitifully. It seemed she was complaining to me, why are you only coming back now? There, second baby, do not cry. I stroked her soft, pink cheeks. At this time, seeing me back, the eldest and the youngest also stretched out their chubby little hands and waved at me. I put the second baby back on the bed, then picked up the eldest and the youngest, leaving a kiss on their faces. I finally went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Before long, an aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Aunt Wang, who was looking after the children, could not help but swallow her saliva. She thought to herself, Mr. Zhao's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Aunt Wang, let us eat together. Mr. Xiao, I would feel bad. Aunt Wang said that, but her body honestly walked over. Originally, she had planned to just make some instant noodles to make do. But my cooking skills were simply too incredible. Anyone who tasted my cooking would be unable to resist the allure of the food. After lunch, I returned to my room. I took out my laptop and started studying the stock market situation. The afternoon passed by very quickly. At 5 p.m. sharp, Tang Yuxin returned home on time. Baby's mommy's home. As soon as she entered, Tang Yuxin called out into the apartment. She did not notice at all that I was sitting on the living room sofa right then, holding a baby and smiling at her. Yuxin, you are back. Seeing this heartwarming scene, a long-lost smile appeared on Tang Yuxin's face. Seeing me, Tang Yuxin's pretty face felt a bit hot. She quickly changed into her slippers and walked inside. She picked up the eldest, who was the only one not being held. Everyone has someone holding them, except for my eldest. Come, let mommy hold you. Held in Tang Yuxin's arms, the eldest tightly grasped her clothes with his little hands, making babbling sounds. This action made Tang Yuxin blush crimson. After all, I was still sitting right there. Are you hungry, little one? Saying so, Tang Yuxin put the eldest down to go prepare formula for him. Check the time. It was almost time for dinner, so I got up and went into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of clattering pots and pans rang out from the kitchen. Tang Yuxin, who was feeding the eldest formula, saw me busy in the kitchen, and subconsciously remembered what happened at noon today. The corners of her mouth could not help but turn up, revealing a sweet smile. Miss Tang, what happy thing did you think of? Aunt Wang asked with a face full of curiosity. Oh, just lunch today. Tang Yuxin briefly recounted what happened at noon to Aunt Wang. She mimicked Jiang Yu's exaggerated expression while eating vividly, making Aunt Wang laugh continuously. Mr. Zhao's cooking is indeed excellent. Even I could not resist eating a few extra bowls of rice at noon today. Miss Tang, your husband is truly outstanding. Husband, I guess so. Tang Yuxin glanced at me in the kitchen, not knowing what she was thinking about. Her cheeks flushed red instantly. After dinner, Tang Yuxin was washing dishes in the kitchen. I took the opportunity to walk in and said to her, Wifey, how about I wash them? Hearing the word wifey, Tang Yuxin's body stiffened. She almost dropped the dishes in her hands onto the floor. And no need, Tang Yuxin was a little flustered. Very good. She actually did not reject being called wifey. It seems I can take things a step further. I gently hugged Tang Yuxin's waist from behind. Wifey, my deep voice sounded by Tang Yuxin's ear. Tang Yuxin's body trembled. She felt as if her entire heart was about to leap out of her throat. What does this guy want to do now? Then I whispered, when we have time some other day, let us go together and get the baby's birth certificate sorted out. Tang Yuxin nodded obediently. She did not expect that I hugged her, just to talk about this. However, the baby's birth certificates indeed needed to be sorted out promptly. Right now, the babies only had temporary medical certificates. She had not gotten around to applying for their formal birth certificates. Originally, Tang Yuxin was still worrying about this matter, although she could go and apply for the birth certificates by herself. Tang Yuxin did not want the father's column on the children's birth certificates to be blank. Originally, she had already given up hope, prepared to raise the 3 babies alone. But my appearance had given her a glimmer of hope again. Seeing Tang Yuxin agree, I continued, besides the birth certificates, there is also the matter of registering the baby's household registration. Planned it. Tell my parents about us in a couple of days. What about you? Hearing me mention household registration, Tang Yuxin's brows immediately furrowed. Her relationship with me was simply too bizarre. 1. Tang Yuxin looked a bit worried. Could Xiao Fei's parents accept her? Furthermore, regarding her own parents, Tang Yuxin had fallen out with them a long time ago. Do not worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. They have been wanting me to get married and have a grandson or granddaughter for them to look after. But what about on your end? Are my father-in-law and mother-in-law easy to talk to? Hearing this, Tang Yuxin lowered her head. She did not know how to tell me. She did not really want to bring up matters concerning her parents. Seeing this, I could more or less guess a few things. Tang Yuxin must have had a falling out with her parents over something. Otherwise, having just given birth to children, how could she be living alone in a rented apartment? A year ago, when they found out I was unexpectedly pregnant, my parents fell out with me. I ran away from home and gave birth to the 3 babies. As she spoke, Tang Yuxin's tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this made my heart ache. I hugged Tang Yuxin tightly, then used my hand to wipe away her tears. I am sorry, I made you suffer. But do not worry with me here. No matter how dissatisfied my parents-in-law are with me, I will resolve it. When there is a problem, we will face it together. From now on, you are no longer alone. Tang Yuxin shook her head and said, no, you can't be blamed for this matter. You did not know at the time. I was the one who insisted on having the babies. Hearing this, I felt a little strange. Normally, if a woman has an encounter with a strange man and unexpectedly gets pregnant, should not her first thought be to get an abortion? Perhaps sensing my confusion, Tang Yuxin spoke slowly. At the time, after finding out I was pregnant, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told me that my body is special and it is difficult for me to conceive. If I had an abortion, I might never be able to get pregnant again in the future. So, listening to Tang Yuxin's explanation, I suddenly understood. I turned my head and gently kissed Tang Yuxin's red lips. I said softly, wifey, you have worked so hard. After saying that, I felt a bit smug again. But come to think of it, I am pretty amazing too. Wifey, it is hard for you to conceive, yet I managed to let you have 3 at once. You smelly hooligan. Tang Yuxin was both shy and annoyed as she pinched me hard. I was just feeling sad. Interrupted by me like this, Tang Yuxin could not stay sad anymore. The 2 of us quickly finished washing the dishes. Then we returned to the living room and gathered around the 3 babies. Wifey, it is still early right now. How about we take the babies for a stroll in the nearby park? I glanced out the window. The sun had not completely set yet. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the city sky, radiating colorful rays of light. Facing my proposal, Tang Yuxin nodded in agreement. The babies were already 2 months old. It was perfectly fine to take them out to get some fresh air. Coming downstairs and seeing the brand new Land Rover Defender before her, Tang Yuxin was surprised. Is this the new car you bought? Although she knew I had bought a luxury car, seeing it with her own eyes still made her feel a bit shocked. I placed the 3 babies into their safety seats, then folded the strollers and put them in the trunk. Then I turned around, hugged Tang Yuxin, and said with a smile, this car is not just mine, it is yours too. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin's pretty face turned slightly red. Looking at the gentle gaze in my eyes, Tang Yuxin felt incredibly happy. Just then, someone walked over from not far away. Tang Yuxin subconsciously pushed me away and hurriedly said, let us get in the car quickly. I smiled and did not say anything more. The 2 of us then got into the car. I started the car and slowly stepped on the gas pedal. Because there were 3 babies in the car, I drove especially carefully. Tang Yuxin, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head to look at the babies. She found that they were perfectly fine. They even seemed to enjoy the car ride. Only then did she turn her head and look at me, who was concentrating on driving. This man is really getting more and more handsome. After interacting for the past few days, Tang Yuxin had completely let go of the grudge in her heart. Now she truly liked me. If I had not appeared, she would still have to transfer subways 3 times every day to go to work, raising 3 kids all by herself, living in a dirty, messy, and poor rented apartment. But because of my arrival, her and the baby's living environment had undergone earth-shattering changes. Tang Yuxin felt very lucky to be able to have such an outstanding man. Thank you. I turned my head and asked in confusion. Hearing the sudden thank you, I was a bit baffled for a moment, and nothing. Tang Yuxin hurriedly waved her hand. Her cheeks flushed red. Who knew what she was thinking about? Right at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking your wife and children on an outing for the first time. Reward, a 280 square meter luxury flat in Jinyu Huafu. Relevant paperwork, property certificates, and keys have all been placed in the vehicle's storage compartment. The house is fully furnished and decorated, with a great environment, ready to move in at any time. Bonus reward, 2 parking spaces plus 5 years of property management fees. A 280 square meter luxury flat in Jinyu Huafu, and it comes with 2 parking spaces and 5 years of property management fees. My God, system, you are way too generous. You have to realize, Jinyu Huafu is a famous residential complex in the Magic City. The price per square meter goes up to 80,000 yuan. Converting this luxury flat into cash, that is a whole 20-something million. System, I truly love you to death. Xiao Fei, what are you giggling about? Seeing me gripping the steering wheel and giggling foolishly, Tang Yuxin could not help but ask curiously, and nothing. Just then, the red light at the intersection turned green. I turned the steering wheel and drove directly towards another road. Hey, you took the wrong way. Were not we supposed to go straight to the park? Tang Yuxin hurriedly reminded me. It is not wrong, this is the right way. I smiled and said mysteriously, I bought a gift for you. I am taking you to see it now. A gift? What gift? Tang Yuxin asked with some curiosity. Hearing the word gift, she also felt a faint anticipation in her heart. Whether the gift was expensive or not, it was still Xiao Fei's sentiment towards her. I did not speak, just gave her a mysterious smile. Looking at my expression, it was obvious I wanted to give her a surprise. What exactly is it, acting so mysterious? Tang Yuxin muttered softly. She did not continue pressing the matter. You will know when we get there. I smiled and continued driving forward. I drove for about half an hour, before bringing the family to the gates of Jinyu Huafu. Because the vehicle was not registered, the security guard naturally would not let us in. Wifey, there is a document file in the glove compartment on your side. Take it out and give it to me. Tang Yuxin opened the glove compartment, and sure enough, she saw a craft paper envelope inside. She took out the craft envelope and handed it to me. I took the envelope and tore it open. Inside were the property ownership certificate, the housing purchase contract, keys, access cards, and everything else. I took out an access card and handed it to the security guard to check. Upon seeing the access card, the security guard immediately gave me a respectful salute. Welcome home, sir. Immediately after, the barrier slowly rose. I drove the Land Rover Defender, carrying Tang Yuxin and the 3 babies, into the complex. Hearing the security guard's words just now, Tang Yuxin was instantly stunned. She looked at me beside her in disbelief. Her lips trembled as she asked. The security guard just said, "Welcome home." What does that mean? I smiled at her. It means exactly what you are thinking. I handed the craft envelope in my hand over. See for yourself. Tang Yuxin took the envelope and saw a property ownership certificate inside. She opened it and found that the certificate prominently bore the name Xiao Fei. Moreover, the area of this apartment was actually over 280 square meters. Seeing this, she was even more shocked into silence. One must know, this is a residential complex by the Huangpu River. Every square meter costs at least 80,000 yuan. How much did you spend to buy this apartment? Tang Yuxin swallowed hard. Her eyes widened as she looked at me. The children's father is a bit too amazing, is not he? Having an apartment over 280 square meters in this kind of location. Could he be a rich second generation? This apartment, I smiled. I really wanted to say that I did not spend a single dime. But Tang Yuxin definitely would not believe it. So I smiled and said, not much, just over 20 million. Over 20 million? You call that not much? Even though she had already guessed in her heart that this apartment was valuable. When Tang Yuxin heard me say this number with her own ears, she was still incredibly shocked. After all, this is over 20 million. As a university teacher, she was considered upper middle class in society. But even so, her monthly salary was less than 20,000, calculated at over 200,000 a year. Even if she did not eat or drink, it would take her 100 years to buy this apartment. Thinking of this, Tang Yuxin's gaze towards me became full of curiosity. Xiao Fei, tell me honestly, what exactly does your family do? You are not a legendary rich second generation out here to experience life, are you? After saying that, Tang Yuxin looked at me in disbelief. Hearing this question, I paused for a moment. I thought about it and felt there was no need to hide anything. After all, we were going to meet the parents soon. Letting Tang Yuxin understand, my family's situation in advance was also a good thing. My family is quite ordinary. My dad is a state-owned enterprise employee, and my mom is a housewife. I bought this apartment through my own hard work. It has nothing to do with my parents. bought it through your own hard work. Tang Yuxin's gaze towards me filled with admiration. But soon, she seemed to think of something else, and her brows furrowed tightly. An apartment worth over 20 million. How much must the mortgage be? Xiao Fei, you must be under a lot of pressure by yourself, right? Xiao Fei, how about we return the apartment? We still have 3 babies to raise. Seeing Tang Yuxin's worried expression, I smiled helplessly and said, this apartment, I bought it in full. There's no mortgage. An apartment worth over 20 million, and you bought it in full directly. Tang Yuxin looked at me as if she were looking at an immortal. However, the property ownership certificate was right in front of her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe it. Xiao Fei, you must not do anything foolish. It does not matter if the babies and I have to endure a little hardship. To be able to afford an apartment worth over 20 million, Tang Yuxin was still feeling anxious. She did not want me to take on huge debts because of her. I parked the car, turned around, and held Tang Yuxin's hands tightly. Wifey, do not worry, I have not done anything foolish. At first, I made over 100,000 by writing novels. Then I took this money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating an initial capital fund. At this point I paused, then said jokingly, it was so hard to save up 20 million. And after buying this apartment, my pockets are completely clean. So wifey, from now on, you will have to support me. Seeing my goofy expression, Tang Yuxin could not help but laugh out loud. Stop being a glib talker. I'm being serious. Alright, just live here with peace of mind. After we meet our parents, I will add your name to the deed too. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin was incredibly moved. She did not care whether her name was written on the property certificate or not. The fact that I brought it up on my own initiative meant that I had her in my heart. Thank you, Xiao Fei. Thank you for being so good to me. Right now, I feel like I am lucky to have met you. I gave a wicked smile, then leaned into Tang Yuxin's ear, and whispered, wifey, then how do you plan to thank me tonight? Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin's face instantly flushed crimson. I hate you, you are never serious. Tang Yuxin playfully rolled her eyes at me. Then she opened the car door and stepped out first with her long, beautiful legs. Looking at Tang Yuxin's graceful and charming back figure, a meaningful smile appeared on my face. I thought to myself, tonight, I must find a way to conquer her. At this moment, I was leading Tang Yuxin, who was pushing the stroller, to apartment 808 in Jinyu Huafu. Standing at the door, I extended my thumb and pressed it on the fingerprint scanner. In the next second, the door opened. I was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, I walked up to Tang Yuxin and took her hand. Come, let me help you register your fingerprint. The system had already registered mine, but not Tang Yuxin's. Tang Yuxin blushed and smiled, letting me hold her hand and register her fingerprint into the access control system. After registering the fingerprint, I stepped sideways to make way and then made a welcoming gesture towards Tang Yuxin. Wifey, please come in and take a look at our cozy little nest for the future. Tang Yuxin pursed her lips, a smile on her face, and said sweetly, "Hey hubby." With an excited heart, Tang Yuxin pushed the stroller and walked in first. That hubby from Tang Yuxin made my heart bloom with joy. Having such a beautiful wife felt like a dream. Wow, just as she stepped through the door, Tang Yuxin let out a gasp of amazement. This apartment was decorated extremely luxuriously, comparable to a 5-star hotel. In the massive living room sat a curved screen TV over 100 inches in size. It is really so beautiful. Tang Yuxin felt as if she had stepped into a dream. She could not believe all of this was real. I smiled and said, "How is it, wifey, do you like it?" The system was also very considerate, knowing I had 3 babies. It directly gave me a 4-bedroom apartment. I love it. Tang Yuxin nodded vigorously like a pestle pounding garlic. This was a scene she would not have dared to even imagine before. She never thought it would actually come true now. Filled with curiosity, Tang Yuxin walked into the master bedroom. Wow, there is even a bathtub. Seeing that there was actually a huge, circular bathtub in the master bathroom, Tang Yuxin could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Fei, this is too amazing. What did you say?" Hearing this, I immediately put on a stern face. I stepped close to her and directly pinned Tang Yuxin against the bathtub. "You just called me hubby, and now you are calling me by my name again." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin blinked, looking a bit embarrassed. Feeling my hot breath, Tang Yuxin's pretty face instantly turned red, and her delicate body trembled slightly. This man is too bad, seizing every opportunity to bully me. Hubby, Tang Yuxin said shyly. "Good girl." The corners of my mouth curled up. I leaned down and kissed Tang Yuxin's lips. Tang Yuxin's mind instantly went blank. For a moment, she did not know what to do. Right at this moment, The baby in the living room suddenly cried out. Tang Yuxin instantly regained her senses, pushed me away and ran out. Little darling, what is wrong? Are you hungry? In the living room, the eldest baby lay in the stroller, constantly squirming his body. He probably pooped. I followed her to the living room and said softly. Then I squatted down and picked up the eldest. Upon close inspection, he had indeed made a stinky. After changing the eldest's diaper, Tang Yuxin and I stood on the balcony, overlooking the sunset view of the magic city. So beautiful. Looking at the lights, illuminating the Huangpu River owned by own, Tang Yuxin subconsciously linked her arm through mine, and her body slowly leaned towards me. Although Tang Yuxin and I had been intimate before and even had children, between us, it felt just like a first love. Wifey, let us move over here tomorrow. From now on, I will drive you to school in the morning. It is perfect since I have classes to attend too. Tang Yuxin nodded sweetly, but she quickly thought of something and suddenly said, then what about the children? If we move tomorrow, Aunt Wang will have to change locations again. This place is quite far from Aunt Wang's home. She would not mind moving here with me, but Aunt Wang could not possibly travel from far away every single day, just to take care of the babies, right? It is fine. I stroked Tang Yuxin's beautiful hair, and said with a smile, the babies are still young, and we have so many rooms here. We can totally have Aunt Wang move in with us. In the future, the babies can even sleep with Aunt Wang at night, and we won't be disturbed. We need to have our own private space for the two of us, do not we? Hearing this, who knows what Tang Yuxin thought of, her pretty face blushing slightly. Alright then, Tang Yuxin agreed. Just then her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and looked, and her expression instantly changed. She realized the caller ID actually said Mom. Hubby, what should I do? My mom is calling, Tang Yuxin said in a panic. She probably had not realized that when she encountered problems now, she had already habitually started to rely on me. I held her trembling hand, and said with a firm gaze, it is okay. Answer it. I am here for everything. Tang Yuxin nodded. Then she turned on the speakerphone and pressed the answer button. After the call connected, Tang Yuxin spoke somewhat nervously. Yuxin, where are you right now? Tang's mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. 1. I am in the magic city. What is wrong, Mum? Is something the matter? Tang Yuxin answered without thinking. I know that. I am asking where you are living right now. I have already arrived at the Magic City airport. I am preparing to head to where you live now. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin's eyes widened sharply. She began to feel a little flustered. Her mother had come to the Magic City. I was also quite surprised. I did not expect my mother-in-law to come to the Magic City so abruptly without a sound. Seeing this, I took her hand and mouthed to her, tell your mom to come over here. Then I gave Tang Yuxin a reassuring look. Seeing my gaze, Tang Yuxin seemed to calm down considerably. She hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and spoke into the phone. Mom, I am at the Jinyu Huafu area right now. Alright, I will call a car to go there now. From the airport to the Huangpu River area, it takes over an hour. If she runs into a traffic jam, it will take even longer. Therefore, I also dispelled the idea of taking Tang Yuxin along to pick up my mother-in-law. After all, we still had 3 babies to look after. How have you been recently? How are the children? Right then, Tang's mother on the other end of the line asked again. I am doing very well, and the children are well too. They are already 2 months old. They are triplets. Hearing the question, Tang Yuxin replied without even thinking. Triplets. Hearing this, Tang's mother was completely stunned. You child. Why did not you say so earlier? Your dad was angry back then and scolded you a few times. But giving birth to triplets is such a huge matter. Why did not you tell Mom? Tang's mother's tone revealed a deep sense of self-blame. 1. Tang Yuxin wanted to explain, but suddenly choked up. She wiped the tears from her face, forced a smile and said, Mom, do not worry. I am living very well now. The children's father is very good to us. We are very happy now. Saying this, Tang Yuxin cast a shy glance at me. You found the children's father. Did not you say you did not know who the children's father was? Tang's mother said in surprise. Mom, this matter can't be explained clearly in a short while. I will tell you when you get here. The children's father is also here, Tang Yuxin said into the phone. Okay, I am coming right now. With that, Tang's mother hung up the phone. Her heart was also filled with curiosity about this father of the children. Just who was this man who had abandoned her daughter? An hour later, the two of us, sitting in the living room watching TV, while playing with the babies, suddenly heard Tang Yuxin's phone on the table ring again. Yuxin, I have arrived at this Jinyu Huafu place. Do you really live here? This place looks like it is not cheap. Tang's mother's tone on the phone was clearly full of surprise. This is it. I will come down and get you right now. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuxin quickly gave me a peck, put on her shoes, and went clattering down the stairs. Along the way, as she got closer and closer to the complex entrance, Tang Yuxin's mood became increasingly nervous and anxious. She remembered a year ago, when her parents found out she was unexpectedly pregnant. They told her to get an abortion, and even slapped her. She still could not forget the events of that night. Finally, after hurrying, Tang Yuxin arrived at the complex entrance, and saw that familiar figure. Tang Yuxin called out. Not far away, a dignified woman turned around, and saw Tang Yuxin. Because of Tang Yuxin's appearance, Tang Yuxin's mother was also allowed in by the security guards. She walked quickly over to Tang Yuxin, and examined her carefully, seeing that her complexion was rosy and she was full of energy, not looking like she had suffered at all. A relieved smile finally appeared on Tang's mother's face. Looking at her mother in front of her, Tang Yuxin could not help but throw herself forward, hugging her mother tightly, and crying loudly in her arms. There, do not cry. Tang's mother gently patted her daughter's shoulder, comforting her. It is Mom's fault. Mom should not have said such harsh words to you, and I should not have ignored you after you ran away from home. Mom is so sorry. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin cried even harder. Mom, it is not your fault, it is me. I was wrong, boo-hoo, Tang Yuxin said amidst her sobs. It took a good while before she slowly calmed down. Then, looking a bit shy, she held her mother's hand, and walked in the direction of our home. On the way back, Tang's mother could not help but ask, Yuxin, what exactly is your situation now? What is going on between you and the children's father? Tang Yuxin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, Did not I tell you before, that I was in a bad mood at the time, and ran to a bar to drink? Then I unexpectedly had an encounter with a man. Tang Yuxin paused, then continued explaining, You and Dad both knew about this. Later, I fell out with you guys. I ran to the magic city by myself, and gave birth to the 3 babies. In order to support the babies, I found a job as a teaching assistant at Jiaodong University in the magic city. And then I unexpectedly met Xiao Fei, who is the children's father. Saying this, Tang Yuxin specifically glanced at her mother, and found that she did not look repulsed. Only then did she continue, I know you guys are all angry at me, but Xiao Fei did not abandon me on purpose. He did not know I was unexpectedly pregnant, and that day he was just as drunk as I was. Ever since we reunited, he has taken great care of me and the babies. Moreover, for me and the children, he even took out all his savings, and spent over 20 million to buy an apartment here. Along the way, Tang Yuxin told her mother many things about me. When Tang's mother heard that I had actually taken out 20 million to buy an apartment here, the shock in her eyes intensified. She began to become somewhat hesitant. Yuxin, how old is the children's father? To be able to take out so much money to buy an apartment here, he definitely can't be young, right? She certainly did not want her daughter marrying some terrible old man. Xiao Fei, he is very young, even a few years younger than me. Saying this, Tang Yuxin even felt a little embarrassed. Not only is he a few years younger, but he is also her own student. Hearing Tang Yuxin's words, Tang's mother's brows furrowed even tighter. Younger than you, where did he get so much money? What does his family do? Tang's mother continued to press. After all, regarding the messed up affairs of rich families, Tang's mother had heard far too much. Would her daughter suffer any disadvantage being with him? Tang Yuxin did not notice her mother's abnormality, and happily introduced, his family is quite ordinary. Just like us, they are from Sichuan and Chongqing. His dad is a state-owned enterprise employee, and his mom is a housewife. The money he used to buy the apartment was all earned by himself. To buy this apartment, he spent all of his savings. Towards the end, Tang Yuxin even felt a little guilty. If it were not for her, I would not have spent so much money to buy an apartment here. But on second thought, now that they had their own home, they would not have to move all the time in the future. This was also a good thing for the baby's growth. Hearing her daughter's introduction, Tang's mother finally felt relieved. This Xiao Fei seemed pretty decent. He was responsible and capable himself. However, as for the specifics, Tang's mother planned to evaluate him after they met. If she found anything amiss, she would absolutely not agree to her daughter being with me. After all, he had to truly treat her daughter well. There are plenty of rich people out there. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, I was trembling with fear. Although I acted calm in front of Tang Yuxin, this was, after all, the first time facing my mother-in-law. What if she disagreed and wanted to break my legs? At this moment, the sound of the door opening echoed. I knew that what was meant to come had finally arrived. At this moment I was sitting on the sofa, trembling with fear, terrified that my mother-in-law would break my legs if I said the wrong thing. We are back. In front of her mother, Tang Yuxin was too embarrassed to call me hubby. In the living room, I was playing with the 3 babies. Hearing Tang Yuxin's voice, I immediately stood up and straightened my clothes. Then I walked to the door and opened it. I maintained a smile, trying my best to suppress my inner nervousness. Yuxin, you are back. I saw a middle-aged woman standing next to Tang Yuxin at the door. This middle-aged woman was around 50 years old. She had fair skin and elegant, dignified features. She looked quite like an aristocratic lady. This must be Auntie, right? Hello, Auntie. My name is Xiao Fei. I am Yuxin's boyfriend, and also the father of the children. I went up to them and greeted her politely. Looking at me in front of her, a flash of amazement crossed Tang's mother's eyes. What a handsome young man. And he looks so young too. Before meeting me, Tang's mother had wondered what kind of person I would be, but she absolutely never expected that I would be this handsome, even compared to those male celebrities. He would not pale in comparison. However, a man just having good looks is of no use. Tang's mother raised her head and sized me up with a scrutinizing gaze. She noticed my robust physique and masculine appearance, and that I seemed very composed and principled in my demeanor. First impression, perfect score. Tang's mother nodded slowly and said, "Hello, Xiao Fei. I am Yuxin's mother. My name is Qin Yue. Hello, Auntie. Let us go inside to talk. No need to take off your shoes. Yuxin and I just came over to look at this apartment today too. We are planning to move in tomorrow, so we have not had time to clean it yet. A newly bought apartment." Hearing this, Tang's mother became even more curious. She followed Tang Yuxin and me into the apartment. Looking at the bright living room, the luxurious decor, and the gorgeous river view outside, Tang's mother felt entirely dazzled. But soon she shifted her attention to the 3 babies not far away. She saw the 3 babies sitting on the sofa, playing happily. Looking at Tang's mother walking over, the 3 babies seemed a little scared. Tang Yuxin and I hurriedly walked over. Seeing their mommy and daddy, the 3 babies quickly waved their chubby little hands. Are these 3 all my grandchildren? So adorable. Seeing the 3 babies, Tang's mother's heart practically melted. Tang Yuxin sat on the sofa and began to introduce them own by own. The biggest own here is the eldest, he is a boy. The own in the middle is the second, and the own next to her is the youngest. They are both girls. Tang Yuxin picked up the eldest. Seeing that he was not resisting, she gently placed him into Tang's mother's arms. Tang's mother carefully took the eldest baby, a kind and loving smile appearing on her face. Eldest baby, I am your grandma. Hurry, call me grandma. The eldest baby opened his dark, round eyes and looked at Tang's mother curiously. Then, his little mouth opened slightly, and he started giggling. The eldest is laughing. So well behaved. Hearing the eldest baby's laughter, the smile on Tang's mother's face grew even wider. After playing with the eldest for a while, Tang's mother tried to hold the second and third babies, but those 2 were not as fond of strangers as the eldest. Before she could even pick them up, they started crying loudly. Tang's mother had no choice but to give up. Then she asked, "What are the children's names?" "We have not named them yet." I stepped forward and said, "Auntie, do you have any good ideas?" Tang's mother thought for a few seconds, then shook her head and said, "What to name the children? You 2 can decide that yourselves. By the way, Xiao Fei, where do you work?" Hearing this question, Tang Yuxin suddenly grew nervous. She cast a pleading look at me. I smiled at her, then held her hand and gave her a comforting look. "I am here for everything. What is wrong?" Seeing our strange behavior, Tang's mother had a bad feeling. Could Xiao Fei be doing some shady line of work? Thinking carefully about it, without relying on his family, just by himself, managing to save 20 million at such a young age, and even taking it all out to buy a luxury flat in a high-end residential complex. Seeing the expression on Tang's mother's face, I hurriedly explained, "Auntie, I do not have a job yet. I am a student at Modu Jiaodong University." Tang's mother's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "You're still a student?" "Yes, I am a junior at Modu Jiaodong University. Yuxin is a teacher at our school." It was exactly because of this that we bumped into each other at the school gate. A teacher and a student. Hearing this, Tang's mother was incredibly shocked. However, she quickly regained her composure. Times are different now, and they are both adults, and have reached the legal age for marriage. Although she felt a bit awkward about it in her heart, Tang's mother still reluctantly accepted the fact that I was still a student. Soon, a question rose from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Fei, since you are still a student, how did you make that money? I had anticipated that Tang's mother would ask this question, just as I had told Tang Yuxin before. I repeated the same story. When I started college, I started writing novels online and made over 100,000 yuan. Then I took this money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating an initial capital fund. Later, I slowly snowballed it, making money from money. It did not take long before I earned over 20 million. After meeting Yuxin and learning that we had children, I used this money to buy a car and this apartment. Now I do not have much money left on me. I shrugged my hands and continued, but do not worry, auntie. Since I could make 20 million, I can definitely make even more money. In the future, I absolutely won't let Yuxin and the 3 babies suffer any drop in their quality of life. Hearing this, Tang's mother was dumbfounded. She knew that the stock market seemed quite easy to make money in lately, but for a young man in his early 20s, who was still in college, to actually rely on a principal of 100,000 yuan over just a few years, to make over 20 million, this was just a bit too shocking to hear. Xiao Fei, you are truly amazing. Although Tang's mother was somewhat skeptical of my words, such a huge apartment was right in front of her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe it. However, Xiao Fei, stock trading carries risks. After you graduate, it is better to find a stable job. Unknowingly, Tang's mother had already adopted the posture of a mother-in-law to lecture me. Hearing this, I nodded repeatedly to show that I would not act recklessly. As for taking the civil service exam, I had never even considered it. Now that I have the system by my side, coupled with the assistance of the stock market trend chart, if I did not enter the stock market and reap a massive harvest, would not I be letting down the system's trust? By the way, Yuxin and I previously rented an apartment near the school. We originally planned to move over here tomorrow, but since you are here today, why do not we just move in tonight? There are no spare rooms over there for you to rest, auntie. I suddenly proposed. All right, Tang's mother nodded without objection. Immediately, I drove Tang Yuxin back to the Rose Garden complex. Tang's mother stayed behind at Jinyu Huafu to look after the 3 babies. Without having to take care of the children, Tang Yuxin and I moved extremely fast, because we had just moved yesterday. A lot of luggage had not even been unpacked yet. It was very convenient to pack up. In less than half an hour, we had all the luggage packed up. When we both returned to the new home, Tang Yuxin could not help but sigh. I never imagined that we would actually move twice in just 2 short days. Move twice? Tang's mother, who came out to help carry the luggage, asked curiously. I hurriedly explained, Andy, it is like this. Before I reunited with Yuxin, she was renting a small 30 square meter apartment alone in the suburbs. After I found out about this, I immediately rented a 3-bedroom apartment for her near the school. Later, feeling that renting was not convenient enough, I just bought an apartment. Hearing this, a gratified smile appeared on Tang's mother's face. Xiao Fei, you are very thoughtful. I chuckled and said, it is nothing. It is all things I should do. By the way, auntie, you probably have not had dinner yet, right? I will go cook for you. Just now when we came to look at the apartment, I opened the refrigerator at home and took a look. I found that it was actually stuffed with all kinds of fresh ingredients. It seems the system is very considerate indeed. Xiao Fei, you know how to cook too? Tang's mother asked in surprise. Before I could speak, Tang Yuxin chimed in first. Mom, you have no idea. Xiao Fei's cooking is incredibly delicious. It is even better than what the hotel chefs make outside. Hearing that I was going to cook, Tang Yuxin's eyes lit up. After that, I went into the kitchen, hearing the clattering sounds of pots and pans. They knew I had started getting busy. Tang Yuxin and Tang's mother sat in the living room, looking toward the kitchen from time to time. The dazzling display left them both repeatedly amazed. With 2 spectators, my cooking techniques also became extra flashy. The hand holding the kitchen knife looked as if it was dancing. The movements were graceful and agile, pleasing to the eye. In less than half an hour, 5 fragrant and delicious dishes were served on the table. To please Tang's mother, I used everything I had learned in my life to make these 4 dishes and own soup. After Tang's mother tasted these dishes, she could not help but praise. Xiao Fei, your craftsmanship is truly fantastic. If you open a restaurant after graduation, you could definitely make a fortune. Auntie, you flatter me, I said with a grin. Compared to those real executive chefs, I still lack a bit. Xiao Fei, you are too modest. Right at that moment, Tang Yuxin stuffed food into her mouth. While chiming in, chewing with her cheeks bulging out, she looked extremely adorable. I never expected my own wifey to have such an adorably silly side. looking at her cute appearance. I could not help but laugh. After dinner, Tang's mother pulled Tang Yuxin into the bedroom. She left the door ajar, then held Tang Yuxin's hand, and said tenderly, "Yuxin, it has been hard on you all this time." It is fine." Tang Yuxin held her mother's hand in return, comforting her. "I consider this the sweet coming after the bitter. Being with Xiao Fei, I am very happy and very blessed. As long as you are happy." Tang's mother took out a bank card from her pocket and pressed it into Tang Yuxin's hand. "There is 200,000 in here. Your dad gave it to me before I left. The password is your birthday. Do not blame your dad. He is just someone who cares too much about his pride. Actually, he forgave you a long time ago, and he misses you very much. He deeply regrets slapping you back then." Tang Yuxin took the bank card, and her eyes immediately turned red. How could she not miss her father? "Yuxin, do not worry. After I go back, I will do some ideological work on that old stubborn guy. Wait until he lets go of his pride, then you guys can go back. By the way, that Xiao Fei, do you really think he is reliable?" Tang Yuxin nodded and said firmly, "Xiao Fei is very good to me. He is also very attentive to the babies. He is a responsible man." Hearing this, Tang's mother did not know what else to say. She could only nod and say, "All right, just pay more attention in the future." Although from his performance just now, Xiao Fei seems like a very good person. Men are often fickle, loving the new and discarding the old. After being together for a long time, their true nature will be exposed. If you encounter anything unhappy in the future, remember to tell Mom. Mom is here to back you up. If he dares to fool around, I will be the first to not let him off. Tang Yuxin pursed her lips, then said, "I know. After interacting with him this past period, I believe Xiao Fei is not that kind of person." Tang's mother sighed. "These next few days, Mom will stay and help you take care of the babies. And at the same time, evaluate Xiao Fei. I will go back only when Mom is at ease." Tang Yuxin nodded vigorously. After all, they had not seen each other for so long. She also could not bear to let her mother go back so soon. At the same time, she also believed in me, certain that I could definitely pass her mother's test. In the living room, taking advantage of Tang Yuxin and her mother having a heart-to-heart in the bedroom, I took out my phone and called Aunt Wang. I told her about our move, learning that I bought an apartment over at Jinyu Huafu, and wanted her to move over to take care of the babies. Aunt Wang hesitated at first, but quickly agreed. After all, being a maternity matron was her job to begin with, and the salary I offered was much higher than the market rate. Even live and care for the babies was a very normal thing. After finishing the call with Aunt Wang, I returned to the sofa and played with the 3 babies for a while. Then I took out my laptop and opened Bilibili, preparing to see if there were any new anime releases recently. "What are you watching?" Right at this moment, Tang Yuxin and Tang's mother walked out of the bedroom. Seeing that I was watching anime, Tang Yuxin leaned over curiously and teased, "You're all grown up and you still watch anime." I shrugged and said helplessly, "Who says anime is only for kids? There are plenty of anime meant for adults, alright." Tang Yuxin smiled and did not say anything more. Although she did not like watching anime, she was incredibly passionate about Korean dramas. Tang Yuxin simply picked up the remote control, pulled her mother to sit on the sofa, and started watching the latest Korean drama. I chased my anime on the side, occasionally teasing the 3 children. The whole family was happy and harmonious. After finishing breakfast, "Aunt Wang, Auntie, I will leave the babies in your care. I'm going to drop Yuxin off at work." Tang Yuxin kept holding onto my arm, rubbing against it from time to time, which could not help but make my imagination run wild. "Why are you in such a good mood today?" I grinned at Tang Yuxin. He, of course. Tang Yuxin smiled playfully, learning that her father had already forgiven her. Tang Yuxin's mood had not been bad since. Looking at this beautiful woman in front of me, I suddenly remembered something. Then I said, "I only have own class this Friday, so I do not have any classes in the afternoon. What about you?" I happen to have no classes that day either. "What is up?" Tang Yuxin looked up at me and asked with some confusion. "Since that is the case, let us go get the baby's birth certificate sorted out." "Okay," Tang Yuxin nodded without hesitation. Just then I stopped walking. I looked down at Tang Yuxin affectionately and said, "After getting the baby's birth certificates, let us find some time to visit my parents, and then go get our marriage certificate. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Tang Yuxin's body suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened, and she looked at me with an astonished expression, saying, "Are you serious?" "Of course." I smiled and nodded. If it were not to get the babies registered on the household register, I was thinking of waiting until after we held a wedding ceremony to get the certificate with you. But right now, for the sake of the babies, we can only get the certificate first and marry later. After all, getting the babies registered is more important. Although Tang Yuxin was very happy in her heart, she said verbally, "Who said I am going to marry you? There has not even been a proposal ceremony." I just smiled and did not speak. How could there not be something as important as a proposal ceremony? Just wait for it. Seeing that I did not continue speaking, Tang Yuxin felt a slight sense of disappointment in her heart. But soon, she calmed her emotions. It was just a ceremony, nothing more. Xiao Fei had already sacrificed enough for this family. She could not extravagantly ask for anything else. Seeing the bento box I was holding in my hand, Tang Yuxin smiled again. She was already very happy now. There was no need to force anything else. Unknowingly, the two of us arrived at the gate of Modu Jiaodong University. Seeing that the car was about to drive into the campus, Tang Yuxin spoke up with some hesitation. "Hubby, could you drop me off here?" "Why?" I asked with a puzzled look on my face. "I am worried about being seen." After saying that, seemingly afraid that I might misunderstand, Tang Yuxin added, "You are still a student. If people find out you are with me, it might have a bad impact on you. I do not care. You are the wife I am about to marry, and the mother of my children. What do I have to be afraid of? Let others say whatever they want. I do not care anyway." I paused, then continued, "On the contrary, you are a teacher at the school. If others find out we are together, the impact on you will actually be greater. So I agree with your approach." Saying this, I stepped on the brake and parked the car by the side of the road. However, Tang Yuxin did not get out of the car. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at me, and said seriously, "Hubby, since you are not afraid, then what am I afraid of? Just drive straight in. If we get discovered, then we will just admit it. It is not the olden days anymore anyway." Hearing this, I laughed out loud and said, "All right, I will listen to you, wifey." Then I stepped on the gas pedal and drove directly into the school parking lot. Although Tang Yuxin said that verbally, before getting out of the car, she still looked around left and right. Only after confirming that there was no one in the parking lot did she push open the car door and quickly slip out. Friday arrived quickly. I only had own class in the morning. After class, the moment the teacher left, I was the first to dash out of the classroom. Looking at me acting so hastily, Zhang Bo's brows furrowed. Brother Xiao is acting a bit strange lately. Even though he rented an apartment outside, there's no need to run off the second class ends every day, right? Wu Zitao stroked his chin, putting on the appearance of a detective, and said, "I think Brother Xiao must be in a relationship." In a relationship? Hearing this, Lu Chao immediately became interested. He chimed in, "Hearing you guys say that, it really is a possibility. Otherwise, why is he in such a hurry to leave class every day? He can't possibly be going home just to play games. Playing games alone is not nearly as fun as all of us playing together." Right at this moment, the class monitor, Lu Yu, passed by. Hearing the three of them discussing, she immediately leaned in and asked gossipily, "What are you guys talking about? Does Xiao Fei have a girlfriend? I was originally very handsome to begin with, coupled with taking the marrow cleansing pill. My current physique and looks had both reached peak levels. When I attended public lectures, many girls who were not from our school would run over to attend class, just to catch a glimpse of my radiance. Some bold ones even confessed to me publicly in front of everyone. However, they were all ruthlessly rejected by me." "Yeah?" Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhang Bo hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao has moved out to live by himself now. I reckon there is an 80% chance he has got a girlfriend." "Are you saying he is living with someone?" Lu Yu said with some disbelief. Although college students living together was not a rare occurrence, I was the dream idol of all the girls in the school, let alone the girls in the finance department, holding the principle of not letting the good stuff fall into outsiders' hands. Who knows how many girls were coveting a handsome guy like me? The class monitor, Lu Yu, was one of them. Unfortunately, Lu Yu knew her own standing. Although she had a great figure, she lost out because her looks were not outstanding. However, she was warm-hearted and often helped classmates solve their problems, especially those male students who loved to look for her, the class monitor, whether they had a real issue or not. Many people secretly liked her, but what they did not know was that the object of their affection had long been liking someone else. This guy got taken down so quickly. Hearing Zhang Bo's words, Lu Yu pursed her lips in displeasure, feeling sour in her heart. While my roommates were discussing, I had already left the classroom and arrived at the school parking lot. Getting into the car, I was not in a hurry to start the engine. Instead, I opened the stock trading app on my phone. According to the prompts from the stock market trend chart, the stock I purchased would reach its highest point this noon. I timed it perfectly and sold it all off. I bought it for 1 million and sold it at the highest point for a price of 6.2 million. In just 2 short days, I made a net profit of over 5 million. This feeling was absolutely incredible. Of course, this amount of money was nothing. My current principal was too small. If I had enough capital, making tens of millions would be as easy as turning my hand over. After selling the stock, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of earning milk powder money for the babies. Reward, 5 million in cash. Hearing the system's voice, I could not help but laugh out loud. I had just earned 5 million, and now the system rewarded me with another 5 million. System, you are truly amazing. Looking at that string of numbers lying in my bank account, my mood could not be any more relaxed. In less than a few days, I went from a poor student to a multi-millionaire, living in a huge apartment, driving a luxury car, with tens of millions in my bank account. Even in a place like the Magic City, where rich people are as common as dogs, I could be considered to have a decent amount of assets. Looking at the phone screen, I counted carefully. Right now, in my bank account, I had a total of over 10,050-something thousand in savings. I thought about it and decided to take out 10 million to invest in the stock market. I would keep the remaining 500,000 as a reserve. Having earned so much money, it was also time to buy something for my wife. I always remembered the image of Tang Yuxin going out without any makeup, and in the wardrobe of her room, always hanging those same few clothes worn over and over again. Although Tang Yuxin was naturally beautiful, and even without dressing up much, it was hard to conceal her noble and elegant temperament. But as my wife, how could she live such a meager life? I must let her wear the most beautiful clothes, put on the most stunning makeup, and be the most dazzling woman. While driving home, I kept thinking about what to buy for Tang Yuxin, but the top priority was still to go get the baby's birth certificates first. It did not take long before I arrived home. Tang Yuxin did not have classes today, so she did not go to school. Opening the door, I saw Tang Yuxin sitting on the sofa watching TV with her mother. Yuxin, let us go. While they have not gotten off work yet, let us go get the baby's birth certificates. Okay, hearing this, Tang Yuxin immediately stood up from the sofa and walked to my side with a smile. Seeing this, Tang's mother also put down the remote control in her hand and followed Tang Yuxin out the door. Arriving at the underground parking lot, I sat in the driver's seat. Tang Yuxin sat in the passenger seat. Tang's mother and Aunt Wang, who came along, sat in the middle row, and in the back row safety seats were the 3 little dumplings. Just like that, the whole family set off in a mighty procession, driving towards the maternal and child health hospital in the suburbs of the Magic City. I looked at the map navigation, driving carefully. Xiaofei, this car of yours is not cheap, right? How much does it cost? On the way, Tang's mother could not help but ask. It is all right, less than 1 million, I said seriously while driving without turning my head. Hearing this, Tang's mother revealed an expression of surprise. For an average family, being able to have a commuter car worth around 200,000 was already very good. But at my young age, not only did I buy a large apartment in the Magic City, but the car I drove was also in the million yuan class. Towards this prospective son-in-law, Tang's mother was becoming more and more satisfied. By the way, Yuxin, while waiting at a red light, I suddenly spoke up. My junior year courses are basically coming to an end. It does not matter if I go to classes or not now. What do you think if I just ask for leave and take care of the babies full-time at home? No, Tang Yuxin refused without even thinking. You should honestly go to school. Getting your diploma is the most secure thing to do. Tang's mother also chimed in from the side to object. Xiaofei, you are still studying now. Your studies are the most important. You do not have to worry about the children. We are here to take care of them. Hearing the conversation between the 3 of us, Aunt Wang finally realized that I was actually still a student. She looked up in surprise, wanting to say something, but eventually kept her mouth shut. After all, this was someone else's family business. Alright, I will think about it some more. Faced with the objections of both Tang Yuxin and her mother, I did not insist either. This kind of thing could not be easily resolved. In just a few words to convince them. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the maternal and child health hospital. After parking the car, I got out first and took the strollers out of the trunk. Then everyone placed the 3 babies into them respectively. Soon, everyone arrived at the hospital's front desk. Hello, we are here to process birth certificates, I said with a smile. The hospital staff, seeing that our whole family looked so good-looking, could not help but stare a few more times. They probably even thought we were some celebrities from the entertainment industry. Okay, Please may I ask if you brought your ID cards? I nodded, took out my own and Tang Yuxin's ID cards, and handed them to the hospital staff. After checking them and confirming our identities. Wow, your babies are so cute. Seeing the 3 babies in the strollers, the front desk nurse felt her heart melting. Are these triplets? I remember 2 months ago, our hospital had a set of triplets born. It was right here in our hospital, and it even caused quite a stir. You would not happen to be that couple, would you? Faced with the nurse's inquiry, Tang Yuxin smiled wryly and nodded. The nurse's words reminded Tang Yuxin of the difficult days when she gave birth alone in the hospital. Sensing the change in Tang Yuxin's mood, I leaned over and reached out to hold her shoulders. After confirming the babies' identities, the front desk nurse immediately returned to her post and began operating the computer to process the official birth certificates for the babies. By the way, what are their names? The eldest is named Xiao Xinghe. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance and said slowly. The front desk nurse looked curious. Does that have some special meaning? These 3 names were taken from a 7-character quatrain by the late Yuan dynasty poet Tang Qi. Drunk, I know not the sky is in the water. A boat filled with clear dreams presses upon the river of stars. Xinghe. These were the names Tang Yuxin and I had jointly discussed and chosen at home beforehand. After hearing this, the front desk nurse could not help but give a thumbs up and praised. I did not expect Mom and Dad to be such cultured people. She had processed birth certificates for many newborns here, and had seen all kinds of names. Someone surnamed Wu named their child Wu Sui does not matter. Someone surnamed Zhou named their child Zhou Mo Yu Kuai happy weekend. There was an even more bizarre someone surnamed Du, who named their child DeLacy Durex. As the stamp was pressed down, the 3 babies' birth certificates were finally completed. Congratulations to the host for completing a life achievement. Processing birth certificates and registering names for the babies. Received critical hit reward, 1% shares in JP Morgan Chase. Valued at $6.3 billion. The relevant equity certificates have been placed in the vehicle's storage compartment. Seeing this reward, I was stunned for a moment at first. Then I became somewhat incredulous. 1% shares in JP Morgan Chase. You must know that JP Morgan Chase is one of the most influential financial conglomerates in the United States. On second, I was still thinking about how to support my family. And the next second you hit me with such a massive gift package. Are the rewards for completing life achievements this astonishing? If I get the babies registered on the household register, send them to school, and raise them into adults, system, would not you just give me global industries? Xiaofei, what is wrong? Seeing me standing there in a daze, Tang Yuxin could not help but ask. And nothing, I said with a smile. Then I took the 3 birth certificates from the nurse's hand and led everyone back to the car. The car quickly left the hospital, driving in the direction of Jinyu Huafu. On the way, I glanced at the glove compartment on the passenger side. I had the equity certificates in hand, but dividends had not been distributed yet. I still did not have much cash on hand, unless I sold this 1% stake. Then I would immediately achieve financial freedom and live the life of a wealthy person. But I am no fool. These are shares in JP Morgan Chase. With my identity as a Chinese citizen, the difficulty of acquiring a 1% stake in a tapas financial conglomerate can be well imagined. What is more, JP Morgan Chase has infiltrated almost every industry globally. As long as it is an industry you can see, you can basically find their shadow in it. In other words, by owning 1% of JP Morgan Chase's shares, it was equivalent to indirectly holding a controlling interest in many global industries. These 3 little ones are truly my lucky stars. After lunch, I plan to take Tang Yuxin shopping, so she could experience the joy of being rich. Yuxin, let us take the babies for a stroll at the mall. To the mall, Tang Yuxin was a little surprised. What are we going to do there? I leaned in and reached out to wrap my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist. What else? Look at you, you always wear these same few clothes. And you barely have any cosmetics. Later at the mall, I will buy you some everyday items. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin looked a bit shy. She fidgeted unnaturally. You do not have to spend so much money. Let go of me first. My mom and Aunt Wang are still here. Aunt Wang, who was clearing the dishes in the dining room, acted as if she had not seen anything. And Tang's mother sat on the sofa, pretending to watch TV intently. Do not worry about wasting money. Your husband still has enough money to buy clothes. My wife is so beautiful and has such a great figure. Would not it be a pity if you did not dress up nicely? Tang's mother, sitting nearby, chimed in upon hearing this. Yuxin, it is rare for Xiaofei to be so thoughtful. Just go out and stroll around with him. Aunt Wang and I will look after the children. However, Xiaofei, do not spend too much money either. In the future, raising the children, there will be plenty of places where you will need to spend money. Okay, Auntie, I nodded in agreement. But we can also take the babies out for a stroll. They are over 2 months old now. Getting more exposure to the outside world is also good for their growth. Auntie, why do not you come out with us too? I won't go. Tang's mother shook her head and said, she definitely did not want to go out and be a third wheel. Hearing her mother say this, Tang Yuxin could not say anything more. So the two of us took the babies, drove out of the residential complex, and arrived at the largest shopping mall in the Magic City. Along the way, our handsome guy and beautiful girl duo quickly became the center of attention. Passers-by could not help but turn their heads to look. Tang Yuxin was already breathtakingly beautiful to begin with, coupled with her stunning figure. Even without any makeup, it was hard to conceal her astonishing charm. As for me, that went without saying. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, I could basically be described as a walking magnet. Whether old or young, as long as they were women, they could not help but steal glances at me. Those who did not know better might have thought I was some male celebrity, facing everyone's passionate gazes. I was already used to it. I led Tang Yuxin into a Chanel boutique. As soon as we entered, a beautiful saleswoman came up to greet us. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute. Are they triplets? Tang Yuxin smiled and nodded. Seeing the babies in the strollers, the beautiful saleswoman's heart instantly melted from the cuteness. Looking up and seeing my handsome face, a flash of amazement crossed her eyes. With such a handsome husband and 3 adorable babies, this young lady here, how much good karma did she accumulate in her past life? Help her pick out a few suitable outfits, I said to the saleswoman. Right away, sir. Hearing this, the smile on the saleswoman's face became even more pronounced. Tang Yuxin was still a bit hesitant. She knew Chanel was a luxury brand. Buying just a few pieces of clothing would easily cost tens of thousands. Xiaofei had just bought an apartment. How could he still have so much money? However, I waved my hand, signaling her not to mind. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin had no choice but to bite the bullet and start picking out clothes with the saleswoman. While they were picking, I found a place to sit down and looked after the 3 babies. The babies lay in their strollers, their little eyes rolling around, looking everywhere. They did not cry or fuss, exceptionally well behaved. At this time, passing customers saw the scene and could not help but lean in. Are these triplets? So adorable. All 3 of them are so chubby and pink. It makes me want to have a second child. As a few elegant ladies said this, they immediately glanced at their husbands. Those men shrank their necks. Tonight, another tough battle was inevitable. Not long after, Tang Yuxin finished changing. She returned to me, looking a bit shy. Hubby, does it look good? I looked up, and my eyes instantly lit up. At this moment, Tang Yuxin, having changed out of her usual plain clothes, was wearing a new outfit that accentuated her exquisite curves to the fullest. I could not help but swallow my saliva and praised generously, it looks great. My wife is always so charming, no matter what she wears. Saying this, I stood up, walked up to Tang Yuxin, and gently stroked her cheek with my hand. Tang Yuxin's face instantly turned bright red. Being too shy, Tang Yuxin could not even organize her words properly. I smiled and pulled my hand back. Then I said to the saleswoman nearby, I will take this outfit. Please pick out a few more for my wife. Right away, sir. Miss, your husband is truly so good to you. Receiving the saleswoman's praise, Tang Yuxin felt a bit dizzy and was dragged off to try on clothes again. Just like that, under the saleswoman's recommendations, in less than half an hour, Tang Yuxin had tried on over a dozen outfits. Without exception, as long as it was clothes worn by Tang Yuxin, I would directly say, this own is nice, wrap it up. Go pick some more, keep going. Other customers in the store watched in sheer dumbfoundment. You have to realize, this is a Chanel boutique. A single piece of clothing costs at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands. How come when you buy it, it looks like you are buying vegetables at a market? Is not this too extravagant? By the end of the fitting sessions, the beautiful saleswoman's legs were a bit numb. When she carried various clothes, shoes, and bags of all sizes to the checkout counter, I directly took out my bank card and handed it over. Swipe the card. Also, for these things, can you send someone to deliver them to my home? The beautiful saleswoman smiled and nodded. No problem, sir. Let alone delivering these things to his home. Even if she had to pack herself up and deliver herself there, that would be no problem either, as long as she could close this deal today. Just the commission alone would earn her tens of thousands. Sir, your total today is 238,000 yuan. We will round it down and charge you 230,000. Hearing this number, Tang Yuxin found it hard to believe. She was just about to reach out to stop it, but in the next second, the cash register spat out a white receipt, showing the payment was successful. I did not even look at it, and directly stuffed the bank card and receipt into my pocket. Then I took Tang Yuxin and left the Chanel boutique. After leaving the boutique, Tang Yuxin suddenly spoke up. Hubby, how do you still have so much money? She remembered that I told her before that after buying the apartment, I did not have much money left. I wrapped my arm around her waist, leaned into her ear, and whispered, when I said I did not have much money left, that was compared to the 20 million deposit. But taking out a few 100,000 to buy clothes for you is still no problem. Oh, Tang Yuxin nodded. Then she said with some worry, Hubby, you are so outstanding. I suddenly feel like I am a bit unworthy of you. After I bought the apartment, Tang Yuxin had started to feel this way. Her husband had to make money, and also take care of the babies. It was truly too hard on him. Who says you are unworthy? I put on a stern face and flicked Tang Yuxin's forehead. I teased, you are so beautiful. Of course you are worthy. We are a perfect match. If you do not believe me, you can ask the babies. Hearing my words, the 3 babies were very cooperative, babbling ya in agreement. Seeing the 3 babies, and me singing the same tune, Tang Yuxin could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Her smile completely mesmerized me. My gaze traveled down Tang Yuxin's charming face. Hubby, what are you doing? We are still outside. Tang Yuxin playfully patted me. Wifey, do not get the wrong idea. The corners of my mouth curled up in a smile as I said, I was just thinking, if you still need some jewelry, let us go, we will continue our shopping spree. Before Tang Yuxin could react, I pulled her along and walked into a jewelry store. Half an hour later, carrying bags big and small, I walked out of the major stores. This time, I spent nearly 500,000, giving Tang Yuxin a complete makeover from head to toe. Various jewelry, cosmetics, bags. As long as you could think of it, I bought it all. While Tang Yuxin was trying on jewelry, I also secretly sneaked over to a nearby counter and bought a proposal ring. Of course, I could not let Tang Yuxin know about this. When Tang Yuxin and I came out of the mall, it was already evening. Wifey, let us just eat out tonight. Check the time. It was already too late to go back and cook. Tang Yuxin looked at me with a puzzled face. Yeah, come to think of it, we have not even had a date outside yet. Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin chuckled again. Then she pointed at the 3 babies in the strollers and said, who goes on a date bringing babies along? Are not we? Looking at my face leaning closer, Tang Yuxin's heart started fluttering wildly again. Faced with my gentle offensive, Tang Yuxin felt like she was about to fall completely. Hubby, what do you want to eat? She shook her head, trying to clear her mind, and asked me. It is up to you. Today is my treat, my lady. I said softly. Tang Yuxin thought for a moment, then blinked her eyes playfully. How about we go eat Japanese food? I nodded and smiled. I remember there is a particularly famous Japanese restaurant in the Magic City. I think it is called Karaoke Cuisine. Let us go eat there. Karaoke Cuisine was the most expensive Japanese restaurant in the Magic City, known as the pinnacle of kaiseki cuisine. The average cost per person was as high as 3,000 yuan. Having lived in the Magic City for so long, Tang Yuxin had naturally heard of this restaurant. She had always wanted to try it out, but unfortunately, she was tight on money. Plus she had 3 babies to raise, so she never had the chance to go. Now hearing me bring it up, she immediately became interested. Immediately, I drove Tang Yuxin and the 3 babies towards the location of Karaoke Cuisine. 10 minutes later, I drove my wife and kids to the entrance of the restaurant. As soon as we entered, 2 waiters came up to greet us. They bowed to us and said, "Welcome. Are you 2 dining with us?" I nodded. I have already booked a table online in advance. All right, sir. Please follow me. The waiter smiled brightly and made a welcoming gesture towards me. Then, taking small, quick steps, he led Tang Yuxin and me into a tatami-style private room. I brought Tang Yuxin to sit down. The 3 babies were placed on the tatami mat, letting them move around freely. Right at this moment, outside the room, a beautiful young girl suddenly walked by holding a selfie stick. Good evening, viewers. Today, I have come to Karaoke Cuisine, ready to take everyone on a tasting tour. The beautiful girl spoke to the camera. While looking around, looking at her, she was probably a restaurant review streamer. Right then, her gaze fell upon the 3 babies in the tatami room. Seeing these 3 little angels, the beautiful girl could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what adorable babies." seeing someone praising her children. Tang Yuxin was in a great mood. Originally, she had planned to close the sliding door, so that passersby would not disturb the babies. But looking at the beautiful girl with the selfie stick in front of her, the babies seemed very curious, blinking their eyes constantly. So she gave up the idea of closing the door. Thank you, you are very cute too. Tang Yuxin politely replied to the beautiful girl. Hearing the praise, the beautiful girl seemed a bit embarrassed. After all, this woman in front of her, after my careful styling, exuded an aura from head to toe, like an unattainable, noble flower. Miss, you are so beautiful, the beautiful girl said subconsciously. Then she looked at me across the table, and her eyes turned into heart shapes. This handsome guy here. Are you a celebrity? I looked up and said to the beautiful girl. In the next second, my incredibly handsome face appeared on the livestream. Instantly, the netizens in the entire livestream chat exploded. Holy crap, who is this? He is way too handsome. He is even more handsome than Daniel Wu himself. Such a handsome guy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I really want to have his babies. Seeing this scene, the beautiful girl hurriedly moved her phone away. No longer filming my family. I am so sorry, I accidentally filmed you guys just now. I am really sorry. Seeing the guilty look on the beautiful girl's face, Tang Yuxin waved her hand and said, "It is fine. You did not do it on purpose." "Thank you, miss." The beautiful girl nodded gratefully, then took her phone and left. This little interlude did not disturb Tang Yuxin and me. Soon, the Japanese food we ordered was served. After taking a few bites, Tang Yuxin suddenly frowned. "What is wrong? Is it not good?" I looked at Tang Yuxin with a puzzled face. Tang Yuxin shook her head. "It is okay. But after eating the food you cook, eating these things just feels a bit too ordinary. Feel like I can make it for you at home." They ate major domestic cuisines, as well as various foreign delicacies, including Japanese, French, and Vietnamese food. I can make them all. Tang Yuxin looked at me in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with little stars of adoration. At this time, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for taking the babies out for a big meal for the first time. Reward, mastery in traditional Chinese folk music." That night, after returning home, the clothes we bought at the mall today had already been delivered. I accompanied Tang Yuxin back to her bedroom, watching her take the clothes we bought today and neatly arrange them piece by piece into the wardrobe. After organizing the clothes, Tang Yuxin turned around. "Hubby, thank you." She looked at me charmingly, her eyes filled with love. Seeing this, I naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around Tang Yuxin's waist, and leaned down to kiss her red lips. Tang Yuxin was somewhat overwhelmed. She felt as if her body had been struck by electricity, tingling and going completely soft. Just when she felt like she was about to fall completely, I finally let her go. Looking at Tang Yuxin in front of me, her pretty face flushed red from my kisses, I said, "Wifey, starting tomorrow, you won't have to go to work without makeup anymore." Thank you, hubby." Tang Yuxin's face was flushed pink right now, looking just like a tender little wife. Just now, I left the babies in the care of Tang's mother and Aunt Wang, and drove Tang Yuxin to school for a meeting. I was in the school parking lot, waiting for Tang Yuxin's meeting to end. Having nothing to do, I took out my phone and started playing Genshin Impact. Not long after I started playing, someone knocked on the car window. I looked up and saw that it was actually Wu Zitao and Lu Chao. I smiled and said, "Why is it you two guys? Do not even mention it." Lu Chao curled his lips. "That guy Zhang Bo got together with a junior girl the last 2 days. We originally agreed to go to the internet cafe to game together today. But now who knows where he is off having fun with that junior." "Oh, Bo Z got a girlfriend, that is a good thing." I did not expect that just a few days after I moved out, Zhang Bo would find a girlfriend. Let us find some time for us all to get together, and also see what his girlfriend looks like. Speaking of which, Brother Xiao, are you in a relationship too? Wu Zitao asked gossipily. "You moved out just to live with your girlfriend, right?" I nodded. "You could say that." I did not hide it. "All right then, another day our dorm will have a dinner party. Bring your girlfriend along, and we will all get together." "Oh right, which department is your girlfriend in?" Hearing this question, I froze for a moment. I thought about it and said, "I guess you could say she is also in our finance department." "What do you mean guess? Could it be she is also a freshman junior?" Lu Chao and Wu Zitao listened with confused faces. However, they did not care too much about it. Anyway, they would get to see my girlfriend when the time came. "Brother Xiao, you parking the car here? Are you waiting for your girlfriend?" Wu Zitao and Lu Chao immediately gave a wicked smile. Having been roommates for 3 years, of course I knew what they were grinning about. It seemed that if they did not see what my girlfriend looked like with their own eyes today, they would not leave. Meanwhile, in the school conference room, that is all for today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. With the principal's order, the teachers present began packing up the things on their desks. Jiang Yu, sitting next to Tang Yuxin, nudged her with her elbow. Miss Tang, why are you dressed so beautifully today? Looking at Tang Yuxin beside her, Jiang Yu's face was full of envy, because she was simply too beautiful. Usually, even without makeup, Tang Yuxin already outshone everyone else. Today, not only did she put on light makeup, but she also changed into beautiful clothes. No, I am just about the same as usual. Hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Jiang Yu's face. She pointed to the necklace around Tang Yuxin's neck, and the pendants on her ears. This is definitely not the same. Did your husband give you these? Seeing that she was seen through, Tang Yuxin had no choice but to nod. A beautiful blush appeared on her face. Your husband treats you so well. These must not have been cheap, right? They look like high-end goods. I am so incredibly jealous. Tang Yuxin smiled and did not reply. Alright, I'm going to head back first. She packed her things, stood up directly, and prepared to leave the conference room. Hey Miss Tang, wait. It is a rare day off today. Let us have dinner together tonight. Jiang Yu grabbed Tang Yuxin's hand, and several female teachers around them nodded in agreement. But Tang Yuxin shook her head. He is waiting for me in the parking lot right now. She could not let her husband wait in vain for so long. At the thought of me, the corners of Tang Yuxin's mouth subconsciously curled up, revealing a happy smile. It made Jiang Yu feel a bit sour watching her, smiling so sweetly. You must be wanting to go back early to find your husband, right? Yeah, Tang Yuxin said frankly. Teacher Yuan Tong, sitting across from Jiang Yu, chimed in. Miss Tang, you are showing off your affection a bit too blatantly. Even I, a married woman, can barely stand it. What are you making those single teachers do? Exactly, to me, a single dog. This dealt a critical hit of 100 million points. I want compensation. Jiang Yu pretended to look half dead, backing up teacher Yuan. Alright, how do you want me to compensate you? Tang Yuxin asked with a grin. Hearing this, Jiang Yu revealed a wicked smile and said, I want to go to your house to freeload a meal. Your husband's cooking is simply amazing. Just let me freeload a bit. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin instantly froze. Go to her house to freeload a meal. Would not that expose everything? Jiang Yu, like herself, only taught college freshmen. She probably did not know Xiao Fei. She should not be able to discover anything, right? Yuan Shan, who was also very good friends with Tang Yuxin, also became interested. Watching Tang Yuxin eat lunch in the office these past 2 days had already made her mouth water. Yeah, Miss Tang, just let us go to your house and freeload a meal. Oh no, if she remembered correctly, Yuan Shan taught juniors, and she happened to be Xiao Fei's teacher. It was highly likely she would recognize Xiao Fei. Tang Yuxin panicked internally, but on the surface she still pretended to be calm. Today might not be a good day. My husband. Before Tang Yuxin could finish speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking, she found it was a call from me. Left with no choice, Tang Yuxin had to step out of the office to answer the call. I saw it was about time. Have you guys finished the meeting yet? It is over. We are just about to leave. Alright then, I will wait for you in the parking lot. Also, there is one more thing. My 2 roommates are here too. Although Tang Yuxin had said before, that even if their relationship was discovered, it did not matter. But at the crucial moment, Tang Yuxin became worried again. If you still do not want to expose it, I can tell them to leave first. Hearing me say this, Tang Yuxin took a deep breath, seemingly having made up her mind. No need hubby. I will be right over. Putting down the phone, Tang Yuxin turned back and waved to Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan. Alright, let us go. But let me say this first, cooking is very hard work for my husband. You guys better restrain yourselves a bit. TSK, have not even started eating yet, and she is already starting to feel sorry for her husband. Jiang Yu could not help but make a snarky comment, then smiled, stepped forward, and left the conference room with Tang Yuxin. On the way to the parking lot, Tang Yuxin prayed silently in her heart. She hoped her husband would not be scared. Just as I hung up the phone, Wu Zitao and Lu Chao could not help but roll their eyes at me. Wow, brother Xiao, what was that about? If you do not want to expose it, I can tell them to leave first. You are the type to forget your brothers once you have a woman, are not you? What nonsense are you talking about? Sitting in the car, I shrugged helplessly. I said that because her identity is a bit special. Never mind. You guys will know what is going on when you see her later, but I am warning you guys in advance. You are not allowed to go around blabbing about this. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherhood. Blabbing about what? Lu Chao and Wu Zitao were a bit confused. Soon, not far away, 3 women with graceful figures walked towards us. The sharp-eyed Wu Zitao recognized Tang Yuxin at once. Oh my god, look, is not that goddess Tang? At the entrance of the parking lot, Tang Yuxin and Jiang Yu were walking arm in arm, with Yuan Shan following behind them. The 3 of them walked towards my direction together. Miss Tang is dressed so beautifully today, as expected of my goddess. Wu Zitao looked like he was about to drool. Right at this moment, the trio of Tang Yuxin got closer and closer to where I was parked. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao began to get a little nervous. Tang Yuxin was simply too beautiful today. After dressing up a bit, Tang Yuxin looked exceptionally sexy and charming. Miss Tang, Miss Yuan. When Tang Yuxin walked up to them, Wu Zitao immediately greeted them. So, students. Although she did not know Wu Zitao and Lu Chao, Tang Yuxin still greeted the 2 of them politely. She figured these 2 must be the roommates I mentioned. Then everyone saw Tang Yuxin wave to me inside the car and say sweetly, "Hubby, I am here." Seeing this scene, everyone collectively went numb. What exactly is going on? Seeing Tang Yuxin call me hubby, Wu Zitao and Lu Chao's brains instantly crashed. Could it be that the girlfriend brother Xiao talked about is Miss Tang? At this time, I stepped out of the car. I looked at Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan beside Tang Yuxin and greeted them politely. "Hello, Miss Jiang, Miss Yuan." Jiang Yu obviously did not know me and just greeted me back with a silly smile. But Yuan Shan on the side narrowed her eyes. She had quite an impression of me. After all, I was so handsome, even though there were hundreds of people attending the public lecture together. As a woman, memories of handsome guys tended to be more profound. However, now that I had taken the marrow cleansing pill, my overall appearance had reached a whole new level. She was a bit uncertain if the male student in front of her was the same student from her memory. "Are you also a student in the finance department? Have not I taught you before?" Miss Yuan's previous public lecture on situation and policy. "I owe much to your teaching." I admitted it very openly. My words were like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky, striking hard onto everyone's heads. "He is your husband." At this time, Jiang Yu also seemed to realize something was wrong. She turned her head and asked Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin nodded. Then she walked up to me, took my arm and slowly said, "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, and also the father of my children, Xiao Fei." "The father of your children? Miss Tang, you already have children." Jiang Yu looked at Tang Yuxin in disbelief and asked. She never expected that Tang Yuxin, whose figure was better than hers, and who, upon entering the school, was revered as a goddess teacher by all the teachers and students, actually already had babies. "Anicham, let us get in the car." "Hubby, Miss Jiang and Miss Yuan said they want to go to our house to freeload a meal." "Sure, they are welcome." I smiled and nodded. "Everyone, please get in the car first." Hearing this, Wu Zitao and Lu Chao on the side also hurriedly said, "Brother Xiao, we want to go too." I gave them a look of disdain and warned, "You can go. But when we get to my house, no smoking is allowed, understand?" All right, anything for the kids," the 2 said with cheeky smiles. Then they opened the car doors and took the initiative to sit in the back row. Fortunately, this SUV of mine was a 7-seater. Seating 6 people was absolutely no problem. However, seeing the 3 safety seats placed in the car, Jiang Yu could not sit still. She asked curiously, "Miss Tang, you have 3 children?" "Yeah, they are triplets. They are all very cute. When you see them later, you will definitely be captivated by them." Hearing that they were actually triplets, Lu Chao and Wu Zitao looked at me as if they were looking at an immortal. Not only did I take down the goddess teacher, but I also made her give birth to 3 babies in one go. "Brother Xiao, when did you and Miss Tang meet? How come we did not know anything about it?" I was driving and said without turning my head. "A year ago, when I went back to my hometown to attend a friend's birthday party, I met Yuxin." Everyone then assumed they met through a friend's introduction. After some conversation, the surprise on everyone's faces also faded considerably. After all, everyone was an adult. Things like this were often heard of in school anyway. Plus, Tang Yuxin was less than 5 years older than me. Even getting married and having kids was not anything strange. Soon, the car drove into Jinyuhuafu. "Wow, Miss Tang, you guys actually live in this residential complex," Jiang Yu said with a face full of surprise. "The housing prices here must not be cheap, right?" "Yeah, it is quite expensive." Tang Yuxin nodded and explained. "This apartment was bought by Xiao Fei. I did not know beforehand. If I had known, I definitely would not have let him buy it. The mortgage pressure must be huge, right? How much do you have to pay back every month?" Yuan Shan was more concerned about this issue. Tang Yuxin smiled and said, "There is no mortgage." Xiao Fei bought it in full, there is no mortgage. That tone was like saying cabbage was 1 yuan per jean. Everyone instantly opened their mouths wide, gasping for air. No way, brother Xiao, you are this filthy rich. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao could not help but exclaim. Not long ago he just bought a Land Rover Defender, and now he bought an apartment in the Magic City. And it is a Riverview apartment too. Writing web novels makes that much freaking money. If I had known this earlier, why would I even go to college? After parking the car, I led a large group of people back home in a mighty procession. As soon as we entered the door, we heard the second baby crying. I quickly changed my shoes and walked toward the living room. At this moment, Tang's mother was holding the second baby, coaxing her. "Auntie, let me do it." I walked over and took the second baby. Then I reached out and gently tapped the second baby's nose. The second baby, who had been crying her eyes out like pear blossoms bathed in rain, immediately stopped crying upon seeing her daddy appear. Her little hands tightly grasped my clothes. She looked at me pitifully, seeming to complain about why daddy only came back now. There, second baby, do not cry, daddy's back. I comforted the second baby while saying softly, "Auntie, what is wrong with the second baby? Why is she crying so hard?" Tang's mother waved her hand, saying helplessly, "I do not know either. After you left, she would not drink her formula or go to sleep, but as soon as you came back, she stopped crying. It looks like she must have missed her daddy." I looked down at the second baby, who had instantly fallen asleep in my arms. I secretly made a decision in my heart. After a while, when Tang's mother went back, I absolutely must ask for leave and stay home full-time to take care of the babies. At this time, seeing a whole group of people, Tang's mother asked in surprise, "Who are these people?" Something unexpected happened. The teachers and roommates were all talking about coming to my house to freeload a meal. My mother-in-law looked at the teachers and roommates walking through the door, her face full of confusion. "Who are these people?" Tang Yuxin casually introduced them. "Mom, these two are my colleagues, Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan. The other two are Xiao Fei's college roommates." "Hello, Auntie, my name is Wu Zitao." Before Tang Yuxin could say more, the two roommates very sensibly started introducing themselves. However, at this moment, the few of them were clearly shocked by this luxury apartment of mine. "How big is this apartment?" Looking at the massive living room in front of her, Jiang Yu could not help but ask. Tang Yuxin smiled and said, "About 280 square meters, nearly 300 square meters. That tone was like saying she bought a vase at a street stall. "How much did this cost?" Yuan Shan asked with a face full of surprise after hearing this. A residential complex like Jinyu Huafu, located by the Huangpu River, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, has incredibly expensive prices. Moreover, from the balcony of this apartment, you could directly see the entire Huangpu River, overlooking the most bustling night view of the entire Magic City. It belonged to the king of buildings layout type in the complex. No matter what, it must have cost tens of millions, right? Just on the way here, Tang Yuxin even said that Xiao Fei bought this in full. Is not this way too filthy rich? You guys chat, I will go cook first. Yuxin, what do you want to eat tonight? Seeing them chatting lively, I very consciously prepared to go cook. Anything is fine, Tang Yuxin said with a smile. Hey, brother Xiao, why did not you ask me? Seeing that I did not even bother to ask him a single question, Wu Zitao instantly became unhappy. You are lucky enough to be fed, stop your yapping. I gave him an annoyed glare and then walked into the kitchen. Not long after, from inside the kitchen, the clattering sounds of pots and pans rang out. Meanwhile, Tang Yuxin took Jiang Yu and the other three to start a tour around the house. The more they looked, the more surprised the expressions on the four's faces became. Brother Zhao's house is really huge, Wu Zitao exclaimed, while looking around the apartment. His eyes were full of envy. Exactly, and the key is that the location is so good. I am so incredibly jealous, Yuan Shan said with some emotion. After touring the house, the four of them went to play with the three babies for a while. Seeing these three adorable little angels, Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan were instantly captivated by them. They wished they could grab a sack and take the three cute babies back with them. Even straight-laced guys like Wu Zitao and Lu Chao showed a loving, fatherly smile on their faces. These are Brother Zhao's kids. They are way too cute. Their looks are even better than Brother Zhao's. Yeah, look at the eldest here. When he grows up, won't he captivate thousands of girls? Sigh, after seeing Brother Zhao's cubs, I do not even dare to have kids anymore. I am afraid they will inherit my fate of being a supporting character as their old man. I quickly finished cooking dinner and carried the dishes out from the kitchen, looking at the table full of incredibly lavish dishes. Jiang Yu and the others' jaws almost dropped. Their stomachs also uncooperatively began to rumble. However, Tang's mother and the other two, who were already used to my cooking, appeared very calm. Because they had eaten it so much they were numb to how good it was. Even if they wanted to praise it, they could not find good adjectives anymore. Honestly, Miss Tang, I really envy you so much. Your husband being handsome is own thing, but his cooking is this good too. How am I supposed to live? Hearing others praise her husband, Tang Yuxin's heart was filled with pride. Her little face was flushed pink, looking exceptionally beautiful. Do not just stand there in a daze, hurry up and sit down to eat. Tang Yuxin greeted everyone to sit around the dining table. Just treat it like your own home. There is no need to be polite, everyone. Seeing Tang Yuxin be the first to move her chopsticks, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and putting it in my bowl. You have worked hard, hubby, you eat first. The four of them had long been unable to hold back their desire to feast. Everyone also began to dig in and taste the food, praising it endlessly while eating. At this moment, towards Tang Yuxin showing off her affection, they were in a state of complete ignorance. It smells so good. This boiled fish is even better than Tyre's. It is absolutely divine. I have grown this big, and I have never eaten such delicious food before. I want another bowl. Let me eat until I burst tonight. Brother Xiao, it is truly a waste for you not to open a restaurant with these skills. If you opened a restaurant, I would definitely drag all my aunts and uncles over to support you. Such good cooking should be known to everyone. Facing everyone's praises, I smiled and shook my head, having been used to it long ago. Are you kidding? The meager profits from opening a restaurant. Maybe the past me would have thought it was a good choice. But now, I truly do not care for it. While everyone was gorging themselves, Tang Yuxin's hands were not idle either, constantly putting food in my bowl. You worked hard cooking so many dishes, eat more, eat more. Looking at the food piled up like a small mountain in my bowl, I gave a helpless, wry smile. However, my wifey's heavy love, I naturally had to accept it all. So, I picked up my chopsticks and buried my head in eating. During this process, Tang Yuxin acted as if she was afraid others would finish the food, and her husband would go hungry. She kept snatching food right from under other people's chopsticks, and putting it into my bowl. During the meal, she also poured me a large bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu could not help but roll her eyes. Miss Tang, do you have to do this? We are still eating here. Doing this, I am going to be full just from the dog food alone. Facing Jiang Yu's complaints, Tang Yuxin smiled and said, that is perfect, then I can eat more. If you keep talking, the food will be gone. Do not blame me for not reminding you. Miss Tang, I did not expect you to be like this. Jiang Yu clutched her chest and started acting dramatically, putting on a very hurt expression. What is wrong with feeling sorry for my own husband? Tang Yuxin said, her pretty face blushing slightly. This was her first time, in front of so many people, formally calling me hubby. Hearing this, my hand holding the chopsticks paused. A smile could not help but appear on my face. It seemed Yuxin had accepted me from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she would not have called me hubby in front of so many people. Seeing the two of us sitting together, constantly showing off our affection, radiating the sour stench of love, Tang's mother's face was full of gratification. She also sighed with emotion that her daughter had found a good home. While the others were incredibly envious and jealous, they had no choice but to turn their grief and indignation into strength, desperately grabbing food and stuffing it into their mouths. They had to fill their stomachs before the dog food was thrown at them again. After dinner, Jiang Yu and the other three stayed in the living room and played with the three babies for a while, before finally preparing to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Yu gathered her courage and said to Tang Yuxin, Miss Tang, in the future, could you ask your husband to make a bento for me too? I can pay for it. What do you think? Tang Yuxin gave her a look. The bento made with love by her own husband, of course, could only be for herself. Tang Yuxin absolutely did not want to share her husband's affection with anyone else. Alright then. But after eating the food your husband makes, I can't eat food made by anyone else anymore. If this keeps up, I'm going to go hungry. Jiang Yu pouted, looking incredibly wronged, wanting to win Tang Yuxin's sympathy. That is perfect. Are not you always talking about wanting to lose weight? Maybe you will actually slim down by accident, and you can save a lot of money on food too. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Tang Yuxin replied jokingly. Faced with Tang Yuxin's teasing, Jiang Yu hurriedly waved her hands. Forget it, I just do not have this blessing. Miss Tang, oh, and student Xiao, thank you for your hospitality today. We will be leaving now. Take care. After seeing everyone out, Tang Yuxin closed the door, turned around, and hugged me, giving me a kiss directly. Hubby, making so many dishes today. Are you tired? Not tired, not tired at all. As long as my wifey likes it, I can cook for you every day. My wifey liking it is my greatest happiness. In the living room, seeing the two of us standing at the door being all lovey-dovey, Tang's mother's desire to return home grew even stronger. She felt like she was a massive third wheel right now, and a particularly bright one at that. That night, the family sat on the sofa, happily watching TV together. Tang's mother suddenly spoke up. Yuxin, Xiaofei, seeing you two living so happily. I am relieved. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin and I turned our heads, looking a bit puzzled. We did not know why Tang's mother suddenly wanted to say this. Tang's mother continued, originally, I was worried about Yuxin, which is why I made a special trip here. But now, with you taking care of Yuxin, I am very relieved. So, I am thinking of heading back first. After all, Yuxin's dad is still at home alone. Hearing her mother say she wanted to go back. Although Tang Yuxin felt a bit reluctant, she understood. After all, it was already good enough that her mother could stay here for a few days. Her father was still at home, and she would have to go back sooner or later. But in the next second, Tang's mother suddenly asked, Xiaofei, Yuxin, when do you guys plan to go home together for a visit? Under Tang Yuxin's expectant gaze, I thought for a moment and then said, Aunt, the children are still young right now. Whether it is taking a plane or the high-speed train, neither is very suitable. So I plan to buy an RV in a while. And then I will take Yuxin back together. At the end, I added another sentence. And then go back in grand style to formally propose marriage. Hearing these words, Tang Yuxin covered her mouth, her face full of a deeply moved expression. Although she did not say much verbally, what girl does not want her marriage to have a sense of ceremony? Hearing me say this, the heavy stone in Tang's mother's heart was finally lifted. She nodded. Xiaofei, since you put it that way, then I am relieved. I will buy a plane ticket back tomorrow, and properly work on Yuxin's dad's attitude. Do not worry, Auntie. Regarding Uncle, no matter how big an issue he has with me, when the time comes I will take it all. I won't hit back if he hits me, and I won't talk back if he scolds me. It won't be that serious. Tang's mother smiled so much her eyes almost crinkled shut. That old thing just has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Actually, he forgave Yuxin a long time ago. You would not know. This time when I came over he even secretly slipped me a bank card and told me to give the money to Yuxin. He even forbade me from telling Yuxin that he gave the money. Hearing this, both Tang Yuxin and I smiled helplessly, seeing that the situation with my father-in-law was not as severe as I had thought. I hoped their father-daughter relationship would clear up soon. Before going to sleep, I quietly slipped into Tang's mother's room, looking as if I was terrified of Tang Yuxin finding out. Xiaofei, is there something you need? Seeing me come looking for her alone, Tang's mother asked in confusion. Annie, it is like this. I glanced outside the door and whispered, when is Yuxin's birthday? Hearing this, Tang's mother immediately understood. If I remember correctly, in another 3 days. I believe it is Yuxin's birthday. Finding out Tang Yuxin's birthday, my heart rejoiced. That is perfect. I plan to propose to Yuxin these next couple of days. Since her birthday is in 3 days, then I will propose to her on her birthday. Hearing that I was going to propose to her daughter, Tang's mother became even more satisfied. She really had not misjudged this son-in-law. His heart was full of her daughter. He had even thought of the proposal early on. Leaving Tang's mother's room, I returned to my own bedroom. I happened to see the 3 little darlings amusing themselves on the bed. Right at this moment, someone knocked on the door. I opened the door and found that it was actually Tang Yuxin. At this moment, she was standing outside the door, looking at me with a blushing face. Hubby, are you tired today? I'm alright, what is wrong? I hugged Tang Yuxin and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Wifey coming to look for me so late? Is something the matter? It was just... The cat in my room just did a backflip. Do you want to come and see? The more Tang Yuxin spoke, the redder her face became. Her voice got softer and softer. Hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on my face. But I still cooperatively put on a surprised expression. I have never seen a cat that can do a backflip. Saying this, I picked up Tang Yuxin and went back to her room together. When the sky was just getting bright, the system's voice suddenly echoed in my ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending a week with the babies. Reward, Martial Arts Grandmaster. Just as the system finished speaking, the muscles on my body instantly tensed up. A powerful aura surged forth from me. I snapped my eyes open, bursting with 2 rays of sharp light. Like 2 sharp swords, I felt like right now, even if I ran into boxing champion Mike Tyson, or Wudong's Zhang Sanfeng, I could beat them to the ground. After all, besides martial arts grandmaster, I had also taken the marrow cleansing pill. In terms of physical fitness, probably no one on the entire blue planet could compare to me. Having this skill, if the babies and my wife encountered danger in the future, I now had the ability to protect them. Tang's mother, who woke up early, was muttering softly in the living room. I was half asleep last night. It felt like there was an earthquake. After we finished breakfast, I drove Tang Yuxin and Tang's mother away from home. I first dropped Tang Yuxin off at school, and then turned around to take Tang's mother to the Magic City airport. Arriving at the ticket gate, I looked at Tang's mother and smiled. "Auntie, be careful on your way. Remember to let us know you are safe when you land." "Fei Xiaofei, hurry back now. I am going in to get my ticket checked. Take good care of Yuxin for me. Please do not worry, Auntie. I promise to take perfect care of Yuxin." Watching Tang's mother walk through the ticket gate, I finally turned and left the airport. I drove straight back to Jinyu. After parking the car, I was not in a hurry to go back up. Instead, I took out my phone and checked the stocks I held. Last week, the system rewarded me with 5 million, coupled with the money earned from trading stocks. I directly threw the entire principal of 10 million into the stock market. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few more days, this 10 million would appreciate to 18 million. A net profit of 8 million. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth could not help but curl up. At this time, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations to the host for becoming an investing whiz. Reward, an RV valued at 5 million. Hearing the system's voice, I froze for a moment. Asterisk system, you have been a bit active lately, have not you? Asterisk. Then, a smug smile appeared on my face. I was just thinking about whether I should go buy an RV, so I could easily take the babies to see my parents-in-law. And now the system directly rewarded me with own. This was truly offering fuel in snowy weather. Sure enough, in another parking space, I saw an RV the size of a shipping container. Taking out the keys, I walked straight inside. Seeing the interior decoration of the RV, I could not help but exclaim, "This is too luxurious." The spacious interior had no partitions in the middle. In the evening, I went to school on time to pick up Tang Yuxin. On the way back, I said mysteriously, "Wifey, I will give you a surprise later." "What surprise?" Tang Yuxin asked curiously. Originally, she was still thinking about how she could go home and see the babies soon. But hearing my words, her attention was immediately drawn away. "You will know in a bit." I kept her in suspense. "I believe you will definitely love it." Looking at Tang Yuxin's expectant gaze, I grinned. After returning home, seeing the RV parked in our parking space, Tang Yuxin was completely dumbfounded. She subconsciously covered her mouth and said, "Is this our RV? It is so big." Tang Yuxin was so excited she almost screamed. She could not wait to run over, walked a circle around the entire RV, and then said, "Hubby, hurry up and open the door, let me go in and take a look." But just like taking a little kid, I led Tang Yuxin into the vehicle and let her explore to her heart's content. Tang Yuxin looked left and right, running into the bedroom one moment and slipping into the bathroom the next. She excitedly hugged my neck. "Hubby, when did you buy this? With this vehicle, I can drive it and take you to see my parents and your parents. And then we will go get our marriage certificate. In the future, our family can go out and travel and enjoy the scenery." The expectant expression on Tang Yuxin's face grew more and more intense. She could not help but stand on her tiptoes and gently kissed me on the cheek. "Hubby, you are amazing. There are plenty more amazing things about me." Looking at this beautiful woman in front of me, I felt a stir of desire. I casually picked her up and slowly walked into the RV's bedroom. The day of Tang Yuxin's birthday arrived. At home, I prepared a dinner that even a state banquet could not compare to. "Hubby, why did you make such a lavish meal today?" Tang Yuxin had been busy with work these past few days, and had even forgotten her own birthday. "I made this specially for you. Today is a special day." "For me?" Tang Yuxin pointed at herself, looking a bit confused. However, she still felt very moved in her heart. "Thank you, hubby," Tang Yuxin said sweetly. After dinner, I took Tang Yuxin's hand, led her to the living room, and had her sit down on the sofa. Then I brought out a camera I had specially bought, mounted it on a tripod, and pressed the record button. "Hubby, what are you doing?" Tang Yuxin was a little bewildered. Why bring out a camera to record all of a sudden? What for? I gave a mysterious smile. "To give you a surprise, of course." "Another surprise?" Tang Yuxin blinked. She looked at Aunt Wang not far away, and found that she looked equally clueless. "Wait here a moment." With that, I ran into the bedroom. When I came out, both Tang Yuxin and Aunt Wang were stunned. I saw that I had changed into a white hanfu. I looked radiant and full of energy. exuding a captivating aura from head to toe. I was also holding a guqin in my arms. Looking at me in this attire, pink hearts kept popping out of Tang Yuxin's eyes. Asterisk, my husband looks way too handsome in this outfit, does not he? Meanwhile, the three babies nearby, seeing their daddy's handsome appearance, also babbled Iya. Seeing this, I brought out the guqin, sat down in front of Tang Yuxin, and began to play. Asterisk jing, jing, jing asterisk. The sound of the qin was melodious, lingering, and beautiful. Having mastery in traditional Chinese folk music, my playing level was already that of a professional grandmaster. Tang Yuxin was captivated by this beautiful melody, staring at me intently without blinking. Even without understanding music theory, Tang Yuxin could hear that the piece I was playing was filled with overflowing love. When the song ended, I gently pressed my hands on the strings. Then I stood up, walked over to Tang Yuxin, and knelt on one knee before her. Wifey, happy birthday. Tang Yuxin was so moved she choked up. With tears welling in her eyes, she could not help but hug me. Hubby, thank you. If it were not for you, I would have forgotten it was my birthday today. I gently patted Tang Yuxin's back, and said softly, do not be in a hurry, I have another gift for you. After saying that, I pulled out a delicate little box from behind me. Looking at the box in front of her, Tang Yuxin seemed to realize something. Her lips began to tremble. Asterisk, could hubby be? I gently opened the box, and a dazzling diamond ring appeared in front of Tang Yuxin. I stood there, looking at her with deep affection. Yuxin, will you marry me? My words made Tang Yuxin's heart race. In the next second, without any hesitation, Tang Yuxin said loudly, I will. At this moment, Tang Yuxin's eyes were already red from crying out of being moved. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She nodded and said between sobs, hubby, I am so happy. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. Aunt Wang, watching from the side, had a face full of a loving auntie-like smile. She could not help but wipe the corners of her eyes too. Initially, when Tang Yuxin hired her to come to her home as a maternity matron, she was still living in a small apartment less than 30 square meters. Now, seeing that her hardships had finally yielded sweetness, and she had finally obtained the happiness she deserved, Aunt Wang felt very moved in her heart as well. She silently got up and left the room, leaving the space to the young couple. In the living room, Tang Yuxin gradually stopped crying. She wiped the tears from her face, extended her left hand and said, hubby, can you put it on for me? Of course. I held Tang Yuxin's small hand, took out the ring, and slowly slid it onto Tang Yuxin's ring finger. Looking at this dazzling diamond ring, Tang Yuxin could not help but cry again. Hubby, how did you know it was my birthday today? I wiped the tears from Tang Yuxin's face, and said with a smile, I asked Aunt. No, I asked our mom. Hubby, I love you so much. By the way, hubby, what was the piece you just played? Facing this affectionate confession, I did not speak, just hugged Tang Yuxin tightly, and whispered, Feng Qiu Huang, a phoenix seeks his mate. Feng Qiu Huang. Hearing these three words, Tang Yuxin smiled foolishly. Who knows what she was thinking about? That night, right before going to sleep, I quickly edited the video, and then posted it on the account 3 Treasures at Home. I noticed that this girl Tang Yuxin was actually holding her tablet, lying in bed, continuously replaying the video I had just posted. She even let out silly laughs from time to time. Wifey, let us ask for a leave of absence tomorrow. Ask for a leave for what? Tang Yuxin asked without lifting her head, still looking at the video. Asterisk, is hubby planning to take me somewhere? Asterisk. Ask for a leave to go home. It is perfect, now that we have an RV. We can drive the babies back for a visit, meet both sets of parents, and then get our marriage certificate. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin nodded sweetly. Since she had already accepted my proposal, meeting the parents should also be put on the agenda. Then we will go to the school tomorrow to ask for leave. The babies are also almost 3 months old. We need to hurry and register them on the household register, and get them vaccinated and all that. So the wedding might have to be postponed for a bit. But do not worry, I will definitely give you an unforgettable wedding. Hubby, thank you. Thank you for letting me no longer be alone. Thank you for giving me and the babies a warm home. Tang Yuxin put down her phone and looked at me intently. I wrapped my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist, and said with a smile, are not these all things I should be doing? Is there any need to say thank you? Tang Yuxin burst out laughing with a pft. She snuggled into my arms, looked up at my face, her eyes gradually becoming misty. Hubby, you really are handsome. Not only handsome, but also so good at making money. You cook well and you can even play the qin. Hubby, you are so outstanding. I feel so much pressure. I held Tang Yuxin's hand and said softly, wifey, then you should also work hard to become outstanding. Let us become better people together, so we can set a good example for the babies. Emichim, Tang Yuxin nodded obediently. Then the two of us held each other tightly and kissed passionately. After being affectionate for quite a while, Tang Yuxin could not handle it anymore. Lying in my arms, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Tang Yuxin and I went to the school together to ask for a leave of absence. Right now, the only people in the entire school who knew about our relationship were Jiang Yu, Yuan Shan, and my 3 roommates. None of them were gossips, so they had not leaked the matter. However, Zhang Bo, who went out on a date with his girlfriend that day, learned that I actually had children with the goddess teacher, Tang Yuxin, and called me that very night. On the phone, Zhang Bo was heartbroken, and at the same time expressed strong condemnation of my concealing behavior. After getting our leave approved, the two of us returned home. We temporarily bid farewell to Aunt Wang and told her to go back and rest for a few days. After all, we were taking the babies back to our hometown to meet our parents. It would not be appropriate for Aunt Wang to live here alone. Before leaving, Aunt Wang looked at the 3 babies reluctantly, the corners of her eyes a bit moist. Having spent so much time with the children, she had long considered the 3 babies as her own grandchildren. After Aunt Wang left, Tang Yuxin and I packed our luggage and brought the 3 babies into the RV. Cheat Map is now navigating for you from Modu Jinyu Huafu to Chuanyu Yeyuan Residential Complex. Total trip, 2,186 kilometers. Estimated driving time, 20 hours and 38 minutes. For long-distance driving, please remember to rest and avoid fatigue driving. Hearing the navigation voice from the car system, Tang Yuxin, who had just settled the 3 babies, walked over and asked with concern, hubby, driving for so long, won't you be tired? It is fine. I waved my hand and joked, my stamina, do not you know it well? I smiled, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove the RV out of the underground garage. Tang Yuxin's pretty face instantly turned slightly red. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she walked to the back of the RV. Tang Yuxin sat in the lounge area, looking after the 3 babies, muttering, babies, you have to grow up healthy and fast. That way, when we go back to our hometown in the future, daddy won't have to drive. Driving for so long is very tiring for daddy. The 3 babies stared with their big round eyes, looking at Tang Yuxin curiously. Although they could not understand what she was saying, they were very happy and started waving their hands and feet. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin suddenly thought of something. She took out her phone, opened the camera, and began recording. Hello everyone, I am the 3rd baby's mom. Today, my husband is driving to take me and the babies back to our hometown. Let me show everyone the 3 adorable babies. With that, Tang Yuxin pointed the camera at the 3 cute babies. Ya woo woo. As if the babies knew a camera was filming them, they waved their little hands vigorously, muttering something. Who knows what they were saying? After filming the babies, Tang Yuxin then pointed the camera at me, who was driving. Hubby, do not drive while fatigued. If you get tired from driving, just go to a service area to rest. Okay, wifey, finger heart for you. Seeing Tang Yuxin recording a video, I also cooperated, making a finger heart toward the camera. After recording the video, Tang Yuxin opened an editing app, made some minor edits on her phone, added subtitles, and then uploaded it to Bilibili. Accumulated over 2 days, the account 3 Treasures at Home did not have many followers, probably less than 2,000. Therefore, after the video was uploaded, the views were only slightly less than a few hundred. Tang Yuxin did not mind and closed the app. At the same time, in a courtyard house in the capital, Yu Pei was in the courtyard, basking in the sun while scrolling through Bilibili. Suddenly, a video titled, Traveling 2,000 kilometers to take 3 babies back to our hometown, caught her attention. She clicked on the video and was instantly captivated. At the very beginning of the video, Tang Yuxin's noble, cold, and pretty face appeared. Seeing Tang Yuxin, Yu Pei's face was full of envy. Having given birth to 3 babies, how could her figure still be maintained so well? As for the RV, Yu Pei was not too surprised, because her family was also extremely wealthy. Just this courtyard house alone was worth several hundred million. So seeing this RV, she only felt a slight sense of amazement, nothing more. But when I appeared on screen, Yu Pei's eyes instantly widened. Wow, what a handsome guy. That is right, Yu Pei was a sucker for good looks. As long as it was a handsome guy, she liked him. The video finished playing quickly. Out of curiosity about me, Yu Pei clicked on the homepage and found another video I had posted yesterday. She hurriedly clicked it and started watching. When she saw me in the video, wearing a long white robe, appearing before her like an immortal banished from heaven. Pink hearts started popping out of Yu Pei's eyes again. But when I, holding the long chain, began to play, Yu Pei froze. The more she watched, the more surprised the expression on her face became. After finishing the entire video, she acted as if she had gone crazy. She jumped off her chair and ran towards the main hall of the courtyard house. "Grandpa, come look at this." In the main hall, a thin-faced old man heard his granddaughter's voice and turned his head curiously. "Pei, why are you in such a frantic rush?" "Grandpa, look at this young man. His phone Chiu Huang is amazing." Old Mr. Yu chuckled, shaking his head, and helplessly took the phone. This old man was a renowned traditional Chinese folk music performer in Yanxia, known as a national treasure-level grandmaster. At the same time, he was also the president of the Yanxia Folk Music Art Association. Known as High Mountains and Flowing Water Seeking a Soulmate, old Mr. Yu Gaoshan. He had previously performed on gala shows for major satellite TV stations, and had even appeared on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. He had millions of followers on Bilibili. Taking the phone from his granddaughter, Yu Gaoshan did not take her words seriously at first, thinking she just lacked experience and had not seen many grand performances. But when he saw me on the screen, Yu Gaoshan could not help but let out a gasp of amazement. What a handsome young man. Hearing Yu Gaoshan's praise, a white-haired old man sitting opposite him could not help but ask, "Old Yu, how handsome of a young man could make you exclaim like that?" "Oljong, see for yourself." Yu Gaoshan placed the phone between the two of them. Not long after, the me in the video began to play Feng Chiu Huang. As the prelude sounded, Yu Gaoshan and old Zhang, who were originally unbothered, instantly closed their eyes. At the same time, their withered hands started tapping lightly on the table. When the song ended, Yu Gaoshan opened his eyes with some reluctance. His originally somewhat cloudy eyes had now become clear and bright, as if filled with passion. He stood up abruptly, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly a formidable youth." He suddenly shouted loudly, startling Yu Pei. "Grandpa, you scared me." From her grandfather's expression, Yu Pei could tell he really liked this young man. Yu Gaoshan let out a hearty laugh. "Grandpa is just too happy. I did not expect that in our Yanxia country there would be such a young man. It seems I have a worthy successor." Saying that, Yu Gaoshan picked up the phone again and finished watching the second half of the video. After watching the whole video, Yu Gaoshan sighed with emotion again, using Feng Chiu Huang to propose. "This young man is truly interesting. Such a young man. I definitely have to meet him." Yu Gaoshan put down the phone, stroked the beard on his chin, and then said, Pei, I remember I seem to have a Bilibili account too. Help me use that account to send a message to this young man, to say, well, Grandpa wants to meet him." "Okay, Grandpa." Yu Pei nodded, then she picked up the phone, logged into her grandfather's account, and with a flurry of typing, quickly drafted the message and sent it. After sending the private message, Yu Gaoshan still felt it was not enough. He shared the 3 treasures at home proposal video, and attached a sentence, "A formidable youth indeed. It seems this old Yu can slowly step back from the front lines." Meanwhile, I, who was driving, heard the system's voice chiming constantly. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task, baby's followers exceeding 5,000. Reward, mastery in Go. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, baby's followers exceeding 10,000. Reward, mastery in painting. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, baby's followers exceeding 20,000. Reward, mastery in calligraphy." Hearing the system's voice continuously echoing in my mind, I was completely bewildered. I did not know what kind of fit the system was throwing to actually give me 3 rewards at once. Check the time. I had been driving for almost 5 hours. We were about to reach the next service area. I turned on my right turn signal and drove into the service area. "Hubby, are you tired? Lie down for a bit." Tang Yuxin thought I was tired from driving. She patted the bed, gesturing to me, asking if I wanted to lie down and rest for a while. But I sat down next to Tang Yuxin, wrapped my arm around her slim waist and asked, "Wifey, did you post a video earlier?" Tang Yuxin nodded. "It seems quite a few people like watching it. Just now, it looks like we gained quite a few followers. Hubby, Elder Yu even shared our video. Hubby, there's a private message from Elder Yu in the inbox." Right at that moment, Tang Yuxin opened her phone and saw that there was actually a message from Elder Yu in the account's inbox. I took the phone, clicked in to take a look, and found that it really was a private message sent by Yu Gaoshan himself. Little friend, your chin skills truly fill this old man with admiration. I wonder when you might be free to meet with this old man for a chat. Hubby, this elder, it seems he wants to meet you. Tang Yuxin looked at me with a face full of adoration. For such a big shot to not only take the initiative to share her husband's video, but also want to meet him, that is truly amazing. So, I took the phone and drafted a message. I thanked him for helping to share the video, but explained that I did not have time right now as I was heading back to my hometown. Once I had some free time, I would definitely contact him. Then I exited Billy. Hubby, are not you going to add his contact info? Hubby, you have been driving for so long. Do you want to rest for a bit? Norish. I hugged Tang Yuxin, leaned down, kissed her, and said, Wifey, let us take a rest now. I was driving the RV, taking my wife and children home to meet my parents. At this time, I casually gave my dad a call. Hello, you brat, what is up? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? My dad's deep voice came from the other end of the line. Nothing much. What are you doing, Dad? I just wanted to tell you that I should be arriving home around 6 p.m. tonight. Oh, I am at work. You are coming back. Hearing this, my dad was clearly a bit delighted, but soon he asked in confusion, are not you in school? It is not even a holiday right now. What are you coming back for? I hesitated for a moment, then said, you will know when I get home later. I am bringing my wife and kids back too. Tell mom to cook more food. You brat, messing with your old man again? Are not you? Obviously, my dad on the other end of the phone did not take this seriously. I did not mind. He would know once he saw the 3 babies later, after hanging up the phone. I wondered if this would be a surprise for my parents. Tang Yuxin asked with some concern. Hubby, will your parents accept me having babies before even getting married? She did not know if Xiao Fei's parents would think she was a bad girl. Why would not they accept you? I smiled and comforted her. An excellent daughter-in-law like you. Who knows how many people would love to have you? Do not worry, my parents are very easy to get along with, especially my mom. Back when I just started college, she wanted me to bring a girlfriend back. Now I am not only bringing a wife, but also 3 babies. She will definitely be thrilled to death. After my comforting words, Tang Yuxin's suspended heart finally settled down. She hoped it would truly be as I said. At 6 p.m. in the evening, just as the sun was about to set, I drove the RV off the highway. Not long after, I arrived at the gate of an ordinary residential complex in the old district. I rolled down the window and waved to the security guard uncle. Uncle Wang, could you please open the gate? Oh my, is not this Xiao Fei? Why are you back? And this car of yours is really huge. Seeing it was me, the security guard uncle immediately smiled and opened the gate for me. Thanks, uncle. I called out to the security guard uncle, and then drove to the parking spot downstairs from my home. When the car came to a steady stop, Tang Yuxin, who had already mentally prepared herself, started getting nervous again. Chubby, I'm scared. Tang Yuxin tightly grasped my arm, her voice trembling slightly. Do not be scared, I am here. My parents do not eat people. Do not worry, my Yuxin is so beautiful, and so gentle and considerate. My parents will love you too much. Tang Yuxin replied with a voice as soft as a mosquito. Her hand gripping mine tightly also loosened slightly. It seemed that having me by her side really made her feel more at ease. I opened the car door, took out the strollers, and placed the 3 babies inside. I pushed the strollers, and in no time, arrived at my doorstep. Asterisk knock, 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 asterisk I knocked on the door. Coming, the door opened, and a kind, loving face, wearing a smile, appeared in our sight. Xiaofei, you're back. Halfway through her sentence, my mom, Wang Fang, froze. She widened her eyes, looking curiously at Tang Yuxin, who was standing at the door pushing the strollers. At the same time, she looked down at the 3 babies in the strollers. This. She opened her mouth wide, too shocked to speak. I'm back. I walked in and introduced her. This is Tang Yuxin. These are the children Yuxin and I had. Hello, Annie. I am Xiao Fei's girlfriend. Tang Yuxin followed me in and greeted my mom. Seeing this scene, my mom covered her mouth, looking incredulous. After a long while, she finally ran towards the kitchen in her slippers. Old man, this is bad. Our son. What happened to our son? My dad, standing in the kitchen, looked completely bewildered. Our son brought a whole bunch of sons back. Hearing this, my dad, Xiao Jun, who was cooking in the kitchen, instantly froze. He hurriedly followed my mom out of the kitchen. At a glance, he saw Tang Yuxin and me in the living room, taking the 3 children and placing them on the sofa own by own. This is. Seeing the 3 adorably dumbfounded babies, my dad's eyes almost popped out of his head. He violently slapped his forehead and demanded loudly, you brat. What exactly is going on here? Dad, Mom, I took Tang Yuxin's hand, walked up to my parents, and introduced them. This is my girlfriend, and also my fiancé, Tang Yuxin. And these are my children, who are also your grandchildren. My parents stood there frozen, staring blankly at the three babies. The expressions on their faces were incredibly complex. My dad suddenly grabbed me, pulled me aside, and asked in a low voice, "Son, are you taking the fall for someone else?" I chuckled. "Dad, what are you saying? They are my own flesh and blood. Do you think your son looks like the type to be a fall guy? So these three are all my precious grandchildren." His eyes lit up, staring intently at the three babies on the sofa. "When did you two get together?" "Ahem, well, I will explain this to you guys slowly." I brought my father back, and sat down with Tang Yuxin opposite them. Here's what happened. Yuxin and I met unexpectedly last year, and then we had the children. I kept this a secret from you guys the whole time, seeing that I did not tell my parents the entire truth. Tang Yuxin knew I was protecting her. However, she still chose to step up. "Uncle Andy, actually it is like this. The situation between Xiaofei and me." Tang Yuxin recounted the story of how we met, explaining everything in detail. After listening, my parents were also filled with emotion. My mom, with red eyes, stood up, walked over to Tang Yuxin, and pulled her into a tight hug. "You poor girl, it must have been so hard on you, carrying them for 10 months all by yourself, and having to take care of 3 babies. It truly makes my heart ache. You went out to work not long after giving birth. You did not even do a proper postpartum confinement. Did your body suffer any lasting damage?" Seeing my mom hugging her tightly, and constantly asking about her well-being with such warmth, Tang Yuxin felt a profound warmth in her heart. Originally, she thought that telling the truth would incur the blame and scolding of Xiaofei's parents. But now, not only did they not blame her, they were treating her so well. The pressure in Tang Yuxin's heart vanished into thin air instantly. She hugged my mom tightly, and said somewhat choked up, "Xiaofei treats me very well. If this brat dares to bully you, you just tell Mom. Mom promises to teach him a lesson for you." My mom said this while giving me a fierce glare. Then my mom shooed me away. She sat down next to Tang Yuxin, took her hand, and started chatting with her. Before leaving, I even winked at Tang Yuxin, as if saying, "I told you my mom is easy to get along with, right?" Tang Yuxin returned a look, smiled and nodded. A sweet smile appeared on her face. The heavy stone in her heart had finally fallen. "My precious grandbabies, I am your grandma. Quick, call me grandma." In the living room, my mom looked at the 3 babies. While pinching the eldest baby's cheek, she touched the second baby's nose, and played with the youngest baby's ears. Her face was full of pure doting. Seeing my mom's childish actions, I could not help but complain. "Why do I feel like you are treating the babies like toys?" My mom froze for a moment, and then said seriously, "If having children is not for playing with, then what is the point of having them?" Hearing this fierce statement, Tang Yuxin and I were instantly left speechless. My mom truly had a way with astonishing words. Usually, my mom was the one who cooked at home. But if there were important guests or if I came home for the holidays, my father, Xiao Jun, would take over the kitchen. From this, it was clear that my dad's culinary skills were higher than my mom's. I walked into the kitchen and smiled slightly when I saw my dad busy inside. "Dad, let me help you prep." "Alright then, chop those carrots." Seeing that I wanted to help, my dad did not refuse. However, when I picked up the kitchen knife and displayed my knife skills, my dad was visibly startled. "You brat, not bad, you secretly went and learned how to cook, huh?" I put on a smug face. "I did not, I am completely self-taught. Your son is very smart, you know. If you put it that way, you can handle this all by yourself then. Alright, I will leave this to you. I am going to go play with my grandchildren." After saying that, my dad did not give me any time to react at all, and slipped right out. Hearing this, I smiled helplessly. This old father of mine was in his 50s, yet he still acted like a child. When I finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table, calling everyone to eat, my parents finally, with great reluctance, put down the babies, and sat at the dining table to eat. My dad brought out some beer, grinned and said, "You brat, have a couple of drinks with me." I did not refuse either. It was rare for me to come home. Having a couple of drinks with my old man was absolutely no problem. After all, being away from home all year round, the number of times I came back was getting fewer and fewer. Father and son exchanged toasts there, while my mom kept putting food in Tang Yuxin's bowl. "Yuxin, do not hold back. Just treat this as your own home. Come on. Look how thin you have become." When we were almost done eating, I suddenly said, "Mom, Dad, the main reason we came back this time is that we want to take the household register to register our marriage. That is wonderful. Hearing this, my mom nodded repeatedly. But what about your in-laws? My mom looked at me. I do not know what your in-laws' attitude is right now. Is it convenient to meet up or something? Tang Yuxin put down her chopsticks and chimed in. Xiao Fei and I plan to go back tomorrow, and then find my parents to have a good talk. Alright then. After you meet with your in-laws, our two families will find a time to go out and have a meal together. Stop talking about this, hurry up and eat. Just then my dad shamelessly said, this kid's cooking skills have improved a lot. The food is simply too delicious. If he keeps this up, he is soon going to catch up to my skills. My mom could not help but roll her eyes. Your skills are only slightly better than mine. Compared to what our son makes, you are still far behind. Faced with my mom's ruthless exposure, my dad could only lower his head and eat desperately, terrified that saying one more word would earn him another scolding from my mom. Seeing this, I smiled helplessly. Mom and dad were still the same as always. They had always loved to tear down each other's stage. But this did not affect the relationship between them as a couple at all. After dinner, my mom and Tang Yuxin were in the living room feeding the babies formula. My dad pulled me to the balcony, and then said in a deep voice, look at you kid, the mess you have made of things. You are still in school. I just asked Yuxin earlier. She is your university teacher. Tell me, you do not even have a job right now, and you have to raise 3 babies. Later, Dad will transfer 100,000 yuan to you. You first. Dad, no need, I have money. Before my dad could finish his sentence, I waved my hand and said, are you kidding? I am truly someone who does not lack money right now. What do you mean, no need? Do not tell me you plan on living off a woman. My dad glared at me fiercely, expressing his disdain for such behavior. I did not bother explaining further. I took out my phone, opened my bank account, and handed it over to my dad. Here, see for yourself whether I am lying to you or not. My dad took the phone and looked, and his eyes almost popped out. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. A full several million in savings. You brat, where did you get so much money? You did not do anything shady, did you? I took my phone back and said with a smile, ever since I finished the college entrance exam, I have been writing novels. You know about this too. I have earned quite a bit over the years. I smiled and continued, although it was not much. I took that money and made over 10 million in the stock market. Over 10 million. My dad's eyes widened, and he said with disbelief, you're not joking with me, are you? I am not joking. Let me show you something. I opened Bilibili and pulled up the 3 videos under the account. See for yourself. The apartment in the video is own I bought myself. That RV was also bought by me. It is parked downstairs in the complex right now. I bought a house, bought a car, and still have several million left in my hands. Supporting my family is absolutely no problem. Hearing my words, my dad stood on the balcony and leaned over to look down. He found that there was indeed a massive RV parked downstairs. You really bought this? Yeah, I nodded. If you do not believe me, you and Mom can come to the Magic City another day and see for yourselves. It took a long time for my dad to reluctantly accept this fact. He patted my shoulder and said with gratification, good. Worthy of being my, Xiao Jun's, son. However, the stock market carries risks. You are still studying right now. You should still focus on your academics. Strive to find a good job after graduation. That way, even if the stock market is not doing well, you will still have a stable income to support this family. Yuxin is a good girl. You must not let her down. Faced with my father's earnest advice, I did not say much. I just nodded heavily. We stayed at home for all night. The next day, after finishing our meal, I took Yuxin and the babies and set off towards my father-in-law's house. Something completely unexpected happened. Today, I came prepared to have my legs broken. I drove the car, taking Yuxin and the babies to the residential complex where my father-in-law lived. This complex was a bit newer than the one my family lived in. The various supporting facilities were also relatively complete. I parked the RV in a public parking space. I got out of the car and placed the 3 babies into their strollers. Following that, I took the various expensive gifts I had bought at the mall before coming, along with 4 bottles of milk. Only then did Tang Yuxin and I exchange a smile. Pushing the strollers, we arrived downstairs. Tang Yuxin took a deep breath, then walked forward and knocked on the door. The nervousness in her heart was no less than mine. She was afraid her father would not accept me. At this moment, in the living room, Tang Dingyuan looked as if he was burning with anxiety. He paced back and forth incessantly. Every feature on his face showed that he had something heavily weighing on his mind. Tang's mother sat on the sofa, calmly watching TV, and could not help but complain. Look at you. You were still angry yesterday, but today, knowing your daughter is coming back, you are as nervous as a monkey. I'm not. Just as Tang Yuxin was about to retort, he heard a knock on the door from outside. He immediately returned to the sofa and sat down, putting on a stern and unsmiling expression. Meanwhile, Tang's mother hurriedly got up, walked to the door and opened it. Yuxin, seeing her daughter, Tang's mother also could not quite control her emotions. Seeing her mother's figure, Tang Yuxin's eyes reddened. I am back. After a year of running away from home for so long, their daughter had finally returned home. To parents, this was undoubtedly a tremendous happiness. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin coughed lightly. Come inside quickly. What does it look like standing outside all this time? Tang's mother also snapped back to reality. She hurriedly reached out to let Yuxin and me inside. Tang Yuxin and I pushed the strollers into the house and parked them. Looking at this incredibly familiar home, Tang Yuxin's feelings were very complex, especially when she saw her father sitting on the sofa, staring intently at her. Tang Yuxin's heart inexplicably trembled. Dad, I am back. Tang Yuxin's voice choked up. So you finally know how to come back. Running away from home for so long, and you did not even know to call home. Perhaps because Tang Yuxin's voice was too loud, the babies in the strollers were frightened. Startled by his yell, all 3 babies instantly started crying. As soon as Tang Yuxin finished speaking, Tang's mother shot him a fierce glare. Look at what you have done, scaring the children like that. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin hurriedly began to soothe the babies. Their babies do not cry. He is not talking about you. Tang Yuxin realized his voice was a bit too loud just now. Having scared his grandchildren on their very first meeting, he became a little anxious. He stood up and was about to come over, but was pushed away by Tang's mother. Go away, go away. You are the one who made the children cry. What are you coming over for now? Do you want to make my precious grandchildren cry again? Tang Yuxin wanted to say something more, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. After all, it really was his fault just now. He could only stand awkwardly to the side, like a child who had done something wrong. I walked forward, smiled, and extended my right hand to Tang Yuxin. Breaking the awkwardness, I said, Hello, uncle. My name is Xiao Fei. I am Yuxin's boyfriend. Tang Yuxin shook my hand perfunctorily. His gaze was constantly fixed on the 3 babies. He desperately wanted to hold the 3 babies too. But obviously, now was not the time. Under the soothing of Tang's mother and Tang Yuxin, the babies finally stopped crying. Even the most timid second baby was currently lying in Tang's mother's arms, staring with dark, round eyes, curiously looking at her grandmother. Look, this child is smiling. So adorable. Let grandma give you a kiss. Tang's mother felt her heart melting as she watched. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuxin also wanted to hold the children, but for the sake of his pride, he could only sit dryly on the sofa, managing to tear his gaze away from the 3 babies with great difficulty. He cleared his throat and looked at Tang Yuxin and me sitting side by side in front of him. Is it all right if I call you Xiao Fei? Of course, you are the elder. It is only right for you to call me Xiao Fei. Tang Yuxin fell silent for a moment, then continued, I know everything about what happened between you and my daughter. I heard from Yuxin's mom that you bought an apartment in the Magic City. Yes, I nodded. I previously made a sum of money through stock trading. Originally, I intended to use it to continue investing. But after meeting Yuxin and the children, I used the money to buy a house. After all, money can be earned at any time. But the babies must have a home as soon as possible. I can't let Yuxin and the children suffer. Hearing this response of mine, Tang Yuxin was very satisfied. This prospective son-in-law was not bad-looking, and he also kept his daughter and the children in his heart. He nodded. I heard you are still a student. Yes, uncle. I did not hide anything either. With a firm gaze, I said, I am already a junior. There are many classes I do not have to attend. I completely have the time to take care of Yuxin and the babies. You do not need to worry about this, uncle. Up to this point, Tang Yuxin no longer had any issues with me. He then shifted his gaze to Tang Yuxin and asked, do these 3 babies have names? Seeing her father initiate a conversation with her, Tang Yuxin said happily, these 3 babies, from left to right, are the eldest, the second, and the youngest. The eldest is a boy, named Xiao Xinghe. The second and youngest are girls, named Xiao Tianshui and Xiao Qingmeng. These 3 names were actually found by Xiao Fei, from a 7-character quatrain. Drunk, I know not the sky is in the water, Tianshu. A boat filled with clear dreams presses upon the river of stars. Qingmeng/Xinghe. Tang Yuxin himself was a language and literature teacher, so he had quite a deep understanding of poetry and songs. Hearing the names of the 3 children, he nodded repeatedly in praise. Not bad, those are good names. Then he looked at the 3 babies again, seeing them babbling, with their chubby cheeks. Tang Yuan's hands started itching again. He so desperately wanted to hold his grandchildren, but because of his pride, he could only sit upright there. Seeing him act like this, Tang Yuxin and I could not help but smile. At this time, I picked up the eldest baby and sat next to him. Look, this is the eldest. He is the bravest of them all. The eldest baby stared with his big watery eyes, looking curiously at Tang Yuan, constantly blowing bubbles from his mouth. Seeing his adorably naive appearance, Tang Yuan's entire heart melted. Uncle, do you want to hold him? I had already seen through my father-in-law's desire to hold the babies. Since he was not going to break my legs, I should naturally perform well. May I? Tang Yuan said this, but his hands were already reaching out, taking the eldest baby from my arms, leaving his daddy's embrace. The eldest baby was a little scared at first, but slowly, perhaps feeling Tang Yuan's love for him, the eldest baby gradually quieted down. He even reached out his chubby little hand, wanting to grab Tang Yuan's beard. Oh my precious grandson, do not pull grandpa's beard. The eldest baby, while grabbing, suddenly stopped moving. He stared wide-eyed, sitting there blankly, with an expression that looked somewhat awkward. Tang Yuan still did not know what happened. He thought it was what he just said. That scared his precious grandson. At this moment, I hurriedly took the eldest baby back. This little guy definitely made a stinky again. Immediately, I sat on the sofa and began looking for a new diaper for the eldest baby. Meanwhile, Tang Yuxin went to the stroller and brought a wipe over. The 2 of us coordinated very tacitly. In just a few swift moves, we finished changing the eldest baby's diaper. Seeing my practiced movements, Tang Yuan and Tang's mother nodded secretly to themselves. Their daughter truly had not chosen the wrong person. It seemed Xiao Fei usually helped out a lot with taking care of the children. In the evening, I went into the kitchen and showed off my culinary skills. I made a huge table full of dishes. Tang Yuan almost swallowed his tongue while eating. He was not an unreasonable person. It was just that because his heart ached over what his daughter had gone through over the past year, coupled with not knowing anything about me, that he had been so full of hostility towards me. Now, looking at the 2 of us at the dinner table, acting so deeply in love, constantly putting food in each other's bowls, the knot in Tang Yuan's heart gradually unraveled. Uncle, Auntie, coming back this time. The main reason is that we have something we want to discuss with you. Halfway through the meal, I suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Tang Yuan put down his chopsticks and looked up at me. Although he had already guessed 70 or 80% of it in his heart, he still waited to hear me out. It is like this. Yuxin and I plan to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. This way, we can register the 3 children on the household register. As for the wedding, I plan to hold it after I graduate from university. What do you 2 think? Tang Yuan and Tang's mother exchanged a glance and both nodded. But, for the sake of the children, they indeed had to get the certificate. The 2 kids also liked each other. This might turn out to be a good marriage. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued, then in a couple of days. Let us meet your parents so we can get to know each other. The 2 of you are about to get the certificate and get married. If the in-laws have not even met yet, what would that look like? Seeing her father agree, Tang Yuxin happily held my hand. Her face was full of joy. On the way here, Tang Yuxin had been worried that her dad would disagree. She was even afraid they would get into an argument. But now, it was going smoother than expected. Hey, Uncle, and my parents also said they want to meet you. I will arrange a time another day so you can all meet. Tang's mother looked at me with a smiling face and teased, you are already preparing to get married, and you are still calling us Uncle and Auntie. I froze for a second, then immediately corrected myself. Dad, Mom, please eat the food. Do not let it get cold. All right? Tang Yuan and his wife responded happily. Everyone ate tonight's dinner exceptionally happily. I did not know if it was because my cooking was too good, or because the heavy stones in everyone's hearts had been lifted. Either way, they ate a lot. The next day, Tang Yuxin and I got up very early. Last night, we did not sleep in the same room. Here in Sichuan and Chongqing, there is a custom, or rather, many places have this custom. When a married couple returns to the wife's maiden home, they cannot sleep in the same bed. I did not quite understand what meaning this custom held, but I did not make a fuss about it. However, at the thought of going to get our certificate today, Tang Yuxin could not fall asleep last night no matter what. All night long, she had been recalling every little detail of her interactions with me recently. seeing her come out with a pair of panda eyes. I asked curiously, "Did you not sleep well last night? Do you want to sleep for a bit longer?" Tang Yuxin blushed, her eyes darting away, too embarrassed to answer. It took a long time before she said, "Maybe I am too used to sleeping in my own bed at home. Changing locations suddenly makes it a bit hard to adjust." "It is fine," Tang Yuxin waved her hand. "I will just put on some makeup in a bit and it will be fine." Before long, Tang Yuxin finished her makeup and walked out of her bedroom. Her facial features were originally very exquisite, especially her high-bridged nose and her petite lips. Under the enhancement of makeup, she looked even more charming and moving. Tang Yuxin also specially changed into the clothes I had bought for her previously. Wearing the necklace and earrings, she looked breathtakingly beautiful, like a radiant, shining star. Even for me, who saw her every day, a flash of amazement crossed my eyes at this moment. As expected of my wife, her beauty is unmatched. She looked at me shyly and timidly. Suddenly she raised an eyebrow. "Honestly, I originally wanted to dress you up too, but looking at you now, there is absolutely no need for that." At this moment, I was wearing a white dress shirt, paired with my handsome appearance. My elegant temperament was simply bursting with handsomeness. Tang Yuxin was stunned just looking at me. Before meeting me, Tang Yuxin had been very confident in her own looks. But now, compared to my face with its sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, she felt she was completely outmatched. After breakfast, we left the 3 babies in the care of Tang's father and mother. The 2 of us then took our respective household registers and left the house, because the Civil Affairs Bureau was quite close, and it was still early. Tang Yuxin and I did not drive, but chose to walk there instead. On the way, Tang Yuxin affectionately linked her arm through mine. A happy smile graced her face. The 2 of us strolling down the street caused passers-by around us to turn their heads. After all, a duo of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, no matter where they go, is an extremely eye-catching existence. Not long after, we arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today was a workday, so there were not many people here to get their certificates. Soon it was our turn. "Hello, we are here to get our marriage certificate." The staff member looked up, and their expression showed some surprise at the newlyweds in front of them. They had never seen a newlywed couple with such high good looks. "Okay, may I ask if you have brought all your documents?" I handed over both of our documents. The staff member took the documents and brought out a form. "Here, please fill out your information, and then go take a photo together." Following the staff member's instructions, Tang Yuxin and I first filled out our information, and then went to get our photo taken. The photo-taking process went very smoothly. The photographer responsible for taking our photo, looking at the finished pictures, could not stop praising. "You two are truly a match made in heaven." I smiled and said thank you. Then, after submitting all the various documents and photos, it was not long before 2 little red booklets were placed into Tang Yuxin's and my hands. Looking at the marriage certificate in her hand, Tang Yuxin suddenly felt a sense of unreality. "Hubby, I am not dreaming, am I?" I directly wrapped my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist right there on the street, and kissed her. Tang Yuxin's pretty face flushed red, but she did not refuse, because now we were legally married. Following that, she took out her phone, opened the camera function, filmed the marriage certificates in our hands, and then said to the camera, "Today is a day worth commemorating. Starting from today, my husband and I have formally become a legally married couple. For the rest of my life, please guide me well." After Tang Yuxin finished recording the video, she directly uploaded the raw footage to the 3 Treasures at Home account. This scene made countless people incredibly envious. After getting our marriage certificate, Tang Yuxin and I went to buy a diamond ring. Unexpectedly, we ran into an admirer of Tang Yuxin's. Tang Yuxin was still looking at the 2 little red booklets, immersed in the joy of getting our marriage certificate. "Hubby, where are we going now? Come on, let us go buy wedding rings." Originally, I wanted to buy a dairy ring, but there did not seem to be a store nearby, so I could only choose this Tiffany boutique nearby. "Hubby, let us forget it. This is too much of a waste of money. Besides, have not you already bought me an engagement ring?" Tang Yuxin looked a bit hesitant. "How can that be the same?" I patted her hand and said, "An engagement ring is an engagement ring. What we need to buy now are diamond wedding rings. Do not worry about wasting money. Your husband has plenty of money." With that, I took Tang Yuxin and walked into this Tiffany boutique. Seeing the 2 of us come in, a sales assistant immediately came up to greet us warmly. "Welcome. What would you 2 like to purchase?" After entering the boutique, I noticed that Tang Yuxin was already captivated by the various diamond rings in the store. I could not help but smile. Then I looked at the sales assistant and smiled. We would like to buy a pair of wedding rings. Okay, please follow me. The sales assistant had already seen the red booklets in our hands just now. Generally speaking, for this kind of newlywed couple, the success rate of purchasing diamond rings is the highest. Looking at the sparkling diamond rings inside the display cases, Tang Yuxin felt like she loved every single design. But after seeing the prices, she could not help but frown. I had been observing Tang Yuxin's reactions all along. Soon I noticed that Tang Yuxin's gaze was captivated by a particular pair of diamond rings. Take a look. That pair of diamond rings was priced at 380,000 yuan. You like this own? Seeing me pointing at the pair of diamond rings she liked, Tang Yuxin nodded, but she still felt a little conflicted in her heart. 380,000 yuan. Hello, could we try on this design? I thought to myself, as long as my wife likes it, no matter how expensive it is, I will satisfy her. After all, getting married is every girl's happiest moment. Hearing my words, the sales assistant immediately took out that pair of diamond rings and handed the women's ring to me with a beaming smile. I took off the engagement ring on Tang Yuxin's hand and slowly slid the wedding ring onto her finger. The size was just right. I then extended my own hand. Wifey, can you put mine on for me too? Tang Yuxin, with a blushing face, under the envious gaze of the sales assistant, gently put the ring on for me. Although she was a bit shy, she was still very happy in her heart. You two are so deeply in love, the sales assistant could not help but praise. This was a compliment from the bottom of her heart. Whether it was our good looks or my attitude towards Tang Yuxin, she truly envied us. Thank you, I said with a smile. Please wrap up this pair of rings for me. When buying things for my own wife, I never hesitate. Making money is meant to be spent anyway. Seeing that without even blinking an eye, I was about to buy this pair of diamond rings. The sales assistant's mouth dropped open in shock. You have to realize the consumption level in Sichuan and Chongqing is not considered high. For diamond rings worth hundreds of thousands like this, selling own pair a year is already considered very good. She never expected that she would actually run into such a major client today. The sales assistant's face immediately broke into a huge smile as she led me to the checkout. After paying the bill, we left the store hand in hand. Tang Yuxin looked at the diamond ring on her hand, her face full of a happy smile. Tang Yuxin, just then, a voice full of surprise came from not far away. Tang Yuxin, who was originally immersed in happiness and unable to extricate herself, saw the man in front of her, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. Her brows also furrowed tightly, instantly turning into an aloof, cold goddess. Sun Liang, why are you here? The man called Sun Liang looked about the same age as Tang Yuxin. He stared with wide, round eyes, looked at Tang Yuxin, and then looked at me beside her. I was just passing by. I did not expect to run into you. What, is this your boyfriend? Sun Liang looked at me, his eyes full of hostility. Not boyfriend, husband. We have already gotten our marriage certificate. Tang Yuxin extended her slender, jade-like hand and showed off the diamond ring on her finger. You guys got your certificate? Sun Liang looked at Tang Yuxin in disbelief, his lips trembling as he asked. He never imagined that his former school beauty goddess would actually get married. Wifey, this is... At this time, I asked somewhat curiously. Although I already had a few guesses in my heart, I still was not completely sure. He is my high school classmate Sun Liang. Tang Yuxin answered dismissively. Seeing him annoyed her. Back in high school, he was always chasing after Tang Yuxin relentlessly. Hello, Mr. Sun. I politely extended my right hand to Sun Liang. My name is Xiao Fei. Although Sun Liang was a bit reluctant in front of his goddess, he still managed to squeeze out a smile and shook my hand. Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Sun Liang. Congratulations to you both. School beauty Tang, you are really not acting like a good friend, getting married and not even telling us old classmates. After exchanging pleasantries with me, Sun Liang shifted his attention back to Tang Yuxin and teased her with a smile. Tang Yuxin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. This casual movement made her exude a unique charm. Although the greenness of her youth was gone, the mature temperament she displayed now was even more charming and moving. Seeing this, Sun Liang subconsciously clenched his fists. The goddess he had pursued so bitterly but failed to get back then, in the blink of an eye, had already become someone else's wife. He definitely felt terrible in his heart. I am sorry about that. Although we have gotten our certificate, we have not held a wedding ceremony yet, so we did not notify you old classmates. Tang Yuxin tightly held my arm and said without even looking up, I see. Then I hope I can drink to your wedding soon. Sun Liang said indifferently, then left with a forced smile. Since they were already married, there was no need to waste any more breath. After he walked far away, I finally asked, he seemed to be interested in you. I gave a cheeky smile, thinking to myself that this great beauty is now my wife. I have absolutely no interest in him whatsoever. Tang Yuxin seemed afraid that I would misunderstand and hurriedly explained. In high school he pursued me, but I did not accept, so that is why he… Alright, you do not need to explain. Do I look like that kind of petty person? Seeing Tang Yuxin getting a little anxious, I tapped her nose. Besides, we are already married. Wanting to snatch you away from me, that won't be so easy. I am not that stupid to just leave such a beautiful wife to be snatched away by someone else. Hearing my words, Tang Yuxin smiled foolishly again. The feeling she had right now was that meeting me was her greatest luck. The next day, Tang Yuxin and I took the babies and arrived early at the entrance of the Time Hotel. Although the two of us had not held a wedding ceremony yet, since we had already gotten our certificate, it was only right for both sets of parents to meet and have a meal together. As for inviting guests widely, that was a matter for later, and the ones to arrive first at the hotel today were my parents. Just as my dad and mom arrived at the hotel, Tang Yuxin's parents also arrived. Between them was an elderly woman with graying hair. Grandma. Seeing the elderly woman, Tang Yuxin immediately went up to greet her. When Tang Yuxin was little, she was raised by her grandparents. Her grandfather passed away from illness a few years ago, leaving only her grandmother alone. And my father-in-law is an only child. So there are only 3 people on the Tang family side. Oh, where are my great-grandchildren? Tang Yuxin's grandmother was not in very good health. Supported by my father-in-law and Tang's mother, she walked tremblingly over, looking at the 3 chubby little cuties in the strollers. The elderly woman's already wrinkled face became even more pronounced due to her smile. She looked up at her granddaughter and then looked at me. Her originally cloudy eyes slowly began to shine with a light. She held my hand tightly, praising repeatedly, "Good, good, what a handsome child." Being praised by grandma like this, I actually felt a little embarrassed. I also held grandma's hands, greeting her, "Hello, grandma. My name is Xiao Fei." "Oh, Xiang Fei, good name, good name." Tang Yuxin's grandmother was a bit hard of hearing. She could not hear very clearly and could only get the gist of it. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. At the hotel entrance, my father-in-law and my dad also started chatting. My dad handed my father-in-law a cigarette. "My in-law, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Tonight, the two of us won't go home until we are drunk." My father-in-law laughed heartily and said, "You could not tell at all that he was still angry about this matter just yesterday." After inquiring, I found out that the two of them, one is a director at a local state-owned enterprise, and the other is a language and literature teacher at a key high school in the city. Whether it was my father-in-law or my dad, they were both very satisfied with each other. On the other side, my mom was also warmly chatting with my mother-in-law. The two were similar in age and shared similar hobbies and interests, so they got along very well. It did not take long before they were calling each other sisters. The 2 large families bustled, taking the 3 babies with them, and entered the private room they had booked in advance. Before long, the waiters started serving the dishes. A table full of delicious delicacies was quickly brought out. This meal was enjoyed thoroughly by both hosts and guests, whether it was my father-in-law or my dad. Both were talking loudly and started playing drinking games. Tang Yuxin took a few bites and then hardly touched her chopsticks again. Her stomach had been spoiled by my cooking and became a bit picky. Even food made by a 5-star hotel chef tasted a bit bland to her. The meal lasted until the end, and both families had their fill of fun. Before parting, my mother-in-law even took the task of taking care of the babies upon herself. She winked at Tang Yuxin and me. "You two go have fun. Enjoy your time as a couple. We will take care of the children. It is fine even if you come back late." That look was a clear "I know what is up" expression. I looked at the beautiful, charming lady beside me and asked with a smile, "Wifey, where do you want to go to have fun?" Tang Yuxin tilted her head and started thinking. After a while, she had a flash of inspiration and said, "Hubby, how about we go watch a movie?" Having known each other for so long, she had not even watched a movie with me yet. I immediately took out my phone to buy tickets. I checked the movies currently playing, and finally chose a sci-fi romance film. After all, how can you go on a date and not watch a romance movie? Immediately, the two of us took a taxi to the cinema. Because it was not a holiday, there were not many people in the cinema. The movie the two of us chose was not a premiere either, but an imported remastered film from abroad. It told the story, set against the backdrop of the end of the world. of a newlywed couple from meeting and falling in love, to having children, and struggling to survive. The plot of this movie was very twisty and bizarre. The encounters of the male and female protagonists also made people feel deeply anxious. As she watched, Tang Yuxin's tears were about to fall. She leaned into my ear and whispered, "Hubby, what would we do if it really was the end of the world?" I held her hand tightly, and said with a serious expression, "Then even if I have to give it my all, I will make sure you and the babies survive." Tang Yuxin nodded, her heart full of emotion. Halfway through the movie screening, Tang Yuxin, having drank too much milk tea, had to go out to use the restroom. After she finished using the restroom, while standing at the sink touching up her makeup, she suddenly heard from behind her a voice exclaiming in surprise, "Ting." Hearing the voice, Tang Yuxin turned to look. She saw a tall, beautiful woman standing at the door. The other party's eyes were filled with joy and surprise. "When did you return to the country?" Seeing the other person's face clearly, Tang Yuxin was also slightly taken aback. "Xiao, why are you here?" "I've been back for a while. After graduating from high school, Tang Yuxin went abroad to study for a few years. Later, she was admitted to Peking University as a graduate student. So she graduated early, returned to the country, and studied for 2 years for her master's at Peking University." "Oh, are you here to watch a movie? With your boyfriend?" Her name is Chen Shiyao, Tang Yuxin's high school classmate. When they were in school, the two had a very good relationship. "Do it?" Tang Yuxin asked back with a smiling face. Chen Shiyao immediately nodded. Today was a rare occasion for her and her boyfriend to come here for a little date. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin revealed a somewhat smug smile. "But you guessed wrong. I'm not here with my boyfriend, but my husband." "Oh my god, you got married. Why did not you even tell me?" "Yuxin, that is not being a good friend. You kept this a secret way too well." Chen Shiyao looked a bit surprised. Tang Yuxin smiled faintly and said sweetly, "We got our certificate, but we have not held a wedding ceremony yet, so I did not tell you." Chen Shiyao shook her head, sighing, "I can't believe you are already married." "All right, after watching the movie later, my boyfriend and I are going to sing karaoke. Do you guys want to come along? A few other high school classmates will be there too." "Right now, towards your boyfriend." "Oh wait, your husband. I am very interested. You definitely have to tell him to come." Faced with Chen Shiyao's invitation, Tang Yuxin did not agree immediately but thought about it for a moment. "I have to go ask my husband about this, to see if he wants to go. If he does not want to, I can't force him." "Oh, are you already a henpecked husband?" "What?" "Oh my, back in the day, our great goddess Tang was a famous ice-cold beauty." Chen Shiyao could not help but tease. Being teased by Chen Shiyao like this, Tang Yuxin's pretty face flushed red. She playfully glared at Chen Shiyao, and then said, "What do you know, I have to go back now. If I wait any longer, my husband will get worried." Tang Yuxin took me to her class reunion, drawing envious gazes from all the men and women present. Just as we came out of the cinema, Tang Yuxin saw Chen Shiyao, who had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, beside Chen Shiyao, stood a man wearing a dress shirt, scrolling through short videos out of boredom. Tang Yuxin called out to Chen Shiyao. Chen Shiyao turned her head, and upon seeing it was Tang Yuxin, she immediately brought her boyfriend over. When she got close and saw my face clearly, a flash of amazement instantly crossed Chen Shiyao's eyes. "This is your husband, he is so handsome." "But, ahem, my boyfriend is very handsome too." Chen Shiyao's boyfriend smiled somewhat awkwardly. Regarding his own looks, he still had a lot of self-awareness. Compared to me in front of him, it was simply the difference between clouds and mud. The two of us shook hands politely. "Hello, my name is Xiao Fei." Looking at my attire, Fang Wenxiang knew that the man in front of him was absolutely no ordinary person. So he immediately took out his business card and respectfully handed it over with both hands. I took it and saw that the other party was actually a lawyer. "Sorry, I do not have a business card to give you in return." Fang Wenxiang waved his hand, indicating it did not matter. He knew that those big shots with prominent statuses would not carry business cards with them when going out. After all, they were not wage earners like them. While Chen Shiyao pulled Tang Yuxin aside to chat about something, Fang Wenxiang also started chatting with me. "Little brother, may I ask where you work?" "I just do a little investing to get by. My making big money through stock trading was certainly not something I would casually tell anyone. Otherwise, it would bring endless trouble. I am afraid it is not as simple as just getting by." Seeing that I was covered in luxury brands from head to toe, Fang Wenxiang could not help but say secretly in his heart. On the other side, upon learning that Tang Yuxin had given birth to 3 children, Chen Shiyao's eyes widened like cowbells. What, you already have kids and they are triplets? Chen Shiyao looked at Tang Yuxin in disbelief, as if looking at an immortal. Having given birth to 3 children, and your figure is still maintained so well. You are way too amazing. I am precisely afraid of my figure going out of shape. So even if I get married, I do not plan on having children. Besides, taking care of children is so troublesome. It must be exhausting normally. Hearing Chen Shiyao's words, Tang Yuxin smiled. Actually, it is all right. Usually, Xiao Fei and the maternity matron take care of the children. I still have to go to work. I am so envious. Chen Shiyao could not help but sigh with emotion. Following that, she glanced at her phone and said to Tang Yuxin, all right, it is about time. The others have all arrived. Let us go sing karaoke. Just as she finished speaking, Chen Shiyao suddenly thought of something, and said with a strange expression, I just remembered, Sun Liang is also there. You do not mind, why would I mind? Tang Yuxin looked back at me chatting with Fang Wenxiang, and then said, besides, my husband and I ran into Sun Liang yesterday. He knows I am married. Chen Shiyao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she shouted at Fang Wenxiang, big man, let us go. What are you still standing there for? She is always like this. Fang Wenxiang shrugged helplessly and said to me, when we are outside she is always so fierce to me. Hee, it shows you guys have a good relationship. The main thing is she is very cunning. In front of my mom, she is incredibly gentle to me. But outside she orders me around like a laborer. What did you say? Chen Shiyao walked up to Fang Wenxiang, staring at him angrily. Were you speaking ill of me in front of others? No, I did not say anything. Fang Wenxiang immediately chickened out, putting on a flattering look. These 2 goofballs, after they get married, he will definitely be a henpecked husband. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin and I could not help but laugh. It seemed Tang Yuxin and my way of getting along was more comfortable. At this time, inside the KTV private room, several young men and women were singing. A girl's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Chen Shiyao. After reading the message, the girl immediately raised the microphone and said loudly, Shiyao and her boyfriend are coming soon. And Tang Yuxin is coming too. Because she was holding the microphone. Even though the room was incredibly noisy, everyone still heard this news. For a moment, the originally boisterous room instantly became quiet. Tang Yuxin, was not she our class beauty? I remember she went to study abroad, after graduating from high school, right? I can't believe she is actually coming today too. Back then, out of the 10 guys in our class, 8 of them liked her. It seems the few of us are really lucky today. The male compatriots present began to discuss animatedly. But at this moment, hearing Tang Yuxin's name, Sun Liang, who had been cheerful just a moment ago, instantly became silent. The guy sitting next to him nudged his shoulder with an elbow and teased, Liang Zi, I remember back then, you pursued Tang Yuxin so bitterly. Maybe there is still hope for you too. Hearing this, Sun Liang became even more depressed. He raised his glass and took a big gulp, then shook his head and said, there is no hope. She is already married. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. They all turned their gazes over. The goddess in their hearts was actually already married. When did this happen? There was not any news about it at all. Sun Liang poured himself another glass of wine and said slowly, yesterday, I accidentally ran into Tang Yuxin and her husband on the street. I found out she has already gotten her certificate and is married. Hearing this news, the guys present all felt somewhat disappointed. Although so many years had passed, knowing the goddess they once dreamed of day and night had become someone else's wife, they inevitably felt a bit sour in their hearts. What does her husband do? Right at this moment, someone suddenly asked, what kind of exceptional abilities did he have to win the goddess's favor? Sun Liang shook his head and said absent-mindedly, I do not know. When Tang Yuxin gets here later, you can ask her yourselves. All right then, the guy sitting next to Sun Liang said with some indignation, I want to see just what kind of great figure he is to be able to marry the goddess of our class. Sun Liang did not speak anymore. He just held his glass and took 2 heavy gulps of wine. Staring into the distance, who knows what he was thinking about? Before long, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. The first to enter were Chen Shiyao and Fang Wenxiang. Everyone knew these 2. Even Fang Wenxiang had been met by everyone before. Hello, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, we are here. As soon as she entered, Chen Shiyao greeted everyone. We are not late, are we? No, you came right on time. Everyone chimed in agreement, but their eyes kept staring at the door. Seeing this, Chen Shiyao rolled her eyes. She stood at the door and said, I knew it. You guys Only have our class's goddess Tang on your minds, right? Come on now, I will let you see just what our class's goddess Tang looks like. Ta-da! As soon as Qin Shiyao finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A woman wearing a white top and a short skirt walked in gracefully from outside. A head of smooth, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, as if carved by heaven. At the very first sight of her, the male compatriots present all widened their eyes like copper bells. Expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Tang Yuxin's appearance had already brought extreme shock to everyone, but following closely behind her was an incredibly handsome man. Seeing this man, who was over 1.8 meters tall and incomparably handsome, the girls present were all mesmerized by him. Hello everyone, long time no see. Tang Yuxin held my arm, walked up to everyone and greeted them. This is my husband Xiaofei. Hello everyone. Our sudden visit is not disturbing you, is it? My eyes held a smile. Any guy my gaze swept over felt a sense of fear. Even Fong Wenxiang, who had come in with me, did not dare to look me directly in the eye. After all, having taken the marrow cleansing pill, plus the aura of a martial arts grandmaster, a dominating presence had already formed around me. The guys who had originally wanted to put me down a peg now all stood frozen in place, so shocked they could not speak. There is no comparison, absolutely no comparison. Seeing this scene, Sun Liang felt even more bitter in his heart. Compared to me, he looked simply like a clown. He clenched his fists tightly, silently poured himself a glass of wine, and then gulped it down fiercely. Brother, you are truly amazing. To actually be able to woo our class goddess. Just then, a chubby guy who looked like a businessman walked up to me and cheerfully poured me a glass of wine. Since you are here, we are all friends. Let me drink a toast with you. With this chubby guy taking the lead to break the awkward situation, everyone present poured themselves a glass of wine. Even the girls were no exception. Of course, Sun Liang hid in the corner, silently drinking away his sorrows. He could not help it. Seeing his former beloved woman, with a man 100 times better than him standing beside her, his heart took a massive hit. Come, let us all raise our glasses together to welcome Tang Yuxin and her husband. Cheers, everyone. Qin Shiyao, who was best at liven up the atmosphere, led everyone to raise their glasses and cheer. Everyone tilted their heads back and finished their drinks. The atmosphere inside the private room became lively once again. I put down my glass and observed these high school classmates of Tang Yuxin. Most of them seemed pretty decent. Even those guys, knowing she was married to me, constantly came over with their glasses to toast. But they all did so with goodwill. Only that Sun Liang, from beginning to end, was drinking alone in sorrow. It was as if only he was out of place in tonight's revelry. Come. Let us all have another drink. At this time, someone raised their glass again. Just own glass was not enough. They wanted another. Tang Yuxin was just about to raise her glass when I gently pressed it down. You just finished your postpartum confinement. Drink less. Your health is important. Switch to a glass of juice. Tang Yuxin obediently swapped the wine glass in her hand for juice, and then happily raised her glass with her classmates. On the other side, Sun Liang, seeing Tang Yuxin being so obedient to my words, and then remembering how, when facing him, she always had that distant and aloof feeling, felt incredibly bitter in his heart. Under the influence of alcohol, he stood up directly and said to me, "Come on, brother, let me have a drink with you." I politely picked up my glass, clinked it with Sun Liang's, and then downed it in own gulp. After finishing own glass, Sun Liang poured himself another. Now everyone felt that something was wrong. The man sitting next to Sun Liang wanted to step in and smooth things over. He raised his glass and said, "Liang Zi, come on, I will drink with you. This has nothing to do with you." Sun Liang did not even look at him. His gaze remained fixed on me. "Come, let us continue." I smiled, not showing the slightest bit of stage fright. Are you kidding with my current physical fitness? Drinking alcohol was just like drinking water. To drink me under the table, even 10 of him would not be enough. I picked up my glass and clinked it with Sun Liang's again. I did not hold back either, and drank all the remaining beer in my glass. After a few rounds of toasting back and forth, over a dozen bottles of beer were instantly emptied by the two of us. When drinking the 18th bottle, Sun Liang directly collapsed onto the floor with a thud, making a complete fool of himself. While I, let alone being drunk, my face was not even red. My eyes remained completely clear. If Sun Liang wanted to make a fool out of me, he picked the wrong opponent. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt an even deeper admiration for me. Having a high alcohol tolerance was own thing, but facing someone else's provocation, I still kept the bigger picture in mind. I merely drank the other party under the table without taking the opportunity to humiliate him. After a little while longer, Tang Yuxin, afraid that I had drank too much, took me and left the party early. After leaving the KTV, Tang Yuxin said with heartache, "Hubby, why did you have a drinking contest with that guy? This little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. That guy provoked me in front of so many people. That was disrespecting you. I did this to teach him a little lesson." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin was incredibly moved in her heart. "But hubby, drinking so much. Are you really okay? I was really afraid you would get so drunk I would have to carry you back. It is fine. With your husband's alcohol tolerance, I have not even reached 1/10 of my limit yet." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin looked a bit puzzled. She stared at me for a good while, and found that I indeed did not show the slightest sign of drunkenness. She said, feeling it was somewhat incredible, "I never expected you to be able to drink this much. Then back when you attended your friend's birthday party, exactly how much did you drink to get that drunk?" Hearing this, I froze for a moment. I had actually forgotten about that. At that time, I had not taken the marrow cleansing pill yet. Naturally, after a few glasses, I was already dead to the world. What if I say I was pretending to be drunk back then? I said with a wicked smile. "Oh, so you were playing mind games with me?" Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes, and her pretty face flushed crimson. Of course she knew I was joking with her, but that did not stop her from feeling shy. "All right, let us go home." Tang Yuxin humphed twice. Then she linked her arm through mine, and we walked in the direction of home. The dim yellow streetlights spilled over the two of us, looking exceptionally beautiful and romantic. I hesitated for a moment and then said, "Wifey, I want to just ask for leave and be a full-time stay-at-home dad. I have basically finished studying the remaining content. Graduating won't be a problem." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin frowned. She looked up at me and said, "Hubby, let us still have Aunt Wang take care of the children. You can't let your studies fall behind. It is fine, I can manage both. Even if I self-study the remaining courses at home, it will be absolutely no problem." I patted my chest and said solemnly, "Do you think you are in high school? Self-study." Tang Yuxin was a university teacher, after all. Of course she knew how difficult it was to rely solely on self-study for these university courses. "It is really fine, wifey." I gave her a reassuring look. "All right," Tang Yuxin sighed. "Hubby, if you insist on staying home to take care of the babies, I have no objections. But if your studies suffer, we must ask Aunt Wang to come back, and then you will go back to school to attend classes." I immediately made an okay gesture. Following that, I said, "Wifey, since I am not going to school for classes anymore, I need to buy you another commuter car. Otherwise, I will have to drive you to school every day, and there will be no one at home to watch the babies. It will be cool for my wife to drive to work too." Hearing this, Tang Yuxin subconsciously shook her head. "No need, I can take the subway to school. There is no need to waste so much money buying another car. We should still buy a car. I do not want my wife having to squeeze onto the subway to go to work every day." Seeing me so insistent, Tang Yuxin could only give in. What could she do? Her husband doted on her so much. She was afraid that if she refused again, he would be unhappy. That very afternoon, I drove the Land Rover Defender, taking my wife and children to a BMW dealership. When the two of us pushed the stroller into the dealership, a beautiful saleswoman in formal wear quickly came up to greet us. "Hello, sir and madam. Welcome to the BMW dealership. How may I help you?" Looking at the couple with their children in front of her, a trace of envy flashed through the saleswoman's eyes. The good looks of this whole family were truly outstanding, especially the father of the children. He was simply ridiculously handsome. Not only did he have high good looks and a great figure, but the aura he exuded was also incredibly elegant and composed. "Hello, I want to buy a car for my wife." I looked at the saleswoman in front of me and said calmly, "May I ask what your approximate budget is? We have many models here. If we know your budget, it will be easier to introduce them to you." I thought for a moment and then said, "Price is not an issue. Which is the best car you have here?" "All right, it is for my wife to drive." I smiled and looked at Tang Yuxin. Hearing me say this, the beautiful saleswoman's gaze towards Tang Yuxin became even more envious. A man like this, handsome, rich, and doting on his wife. Why could not she meet on herself? Although feeling a bit sour in her heart, on the surface, the saleswoman still maintained a high level of enthusiasm, leading the two of us to a sedan. This BMW 760 Luxury Edition is currently the best car in our store. The price is 2.42 million yuan. If you feel the price is a bit over your budget, we can also Before the saleswoman could finish her sentence, I turned to Tang Yuxin and said, "Wifey, what do you think of this car?" Tang Yuxin's eyes were full of liking for it, but when she thought of the price, she hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It is fine, but if it is fine, then this is the own." With a grand wave of my hand, I directly reserved this car, not giving Tang Yuxin any chance to regret it. Own must dote on own's own wife. Hearing this, the saleswoman was completely dumbfounded. A car worth over 2 million, and he did not even sit in it, or test drive it, and just directly decided to buy it. Is not this a bit too wealthy? You have to realize, this is over 2 million yuan, not over 200 yuan. Stunned for a moment, the beautiful saleswoman said with trembling lips, "Oh, okay, sir. I will go prepare the contract for you right away." Not long after, the saleswoman drafted the contract and brought it for my review. She could not suppress the excitement in her eyes no matter what. This was a huge order. The commission would be substantial. I glanced over it briefly, signed my name on the contract, and then paid in full. After completing the remaining procedures, this BMW worth over 2 million was bought by me in full, under the enthusiastic send-off of all the dealership staff. I drove this BMW 760 out of the showroom, and arrived next to the parking spot where the Land Rover was parked. I stepped out of the driver's seat, looked at Tang Yuxin and said, "Wifey, you driving own car back by yourself is no problem, right? Are you underestimating me?" Tang Yuxin gave a cold snort, and said proudly, "When I got my driver's license, you were not even an adult yet." "Ha, I was not underestimating you." I smiled and said, "In that case, you drive this BMW and follow me. The babies will ride in my car." With that, I placed the 3 babies into the Land Rover. Then I started the engine, and drove in front. All along the way, through the rearview mirror, silently observed Tang Yuxin behind me. Only after confirming that her driving was really not a problem did I relax. The next day, I prepared breakfast for Tang Yuxin as usual, and conveniently packed her lunch as well, putting it into a bento box. After breakfast, Tang Yuxin returned to the bedroom, and beautifully applied her makeup. Although it was light makeup, with Tang Yuxin's natural foundation, even without makeup, she was so beautiful Owen hardly dared to look directly at her. After dressing neatly, Tang Yuxin walked out of the room. Before leaving, she looked at the 3 babies, seeming a bit reluctant to part. The babies are so cute. Looking at them, I kind of do not want to go to work anymore. I, who was feeding the babies formula, heard this, and said with a smile, "If you miss the babies, you can video call me anytime, okay, hubby?" Tang Yuxin said sweetly. Then she stepped forward, and gave me a passionate kiss before leaving the house. Tang Yuxin arrived at the underground parking lot, and sat inside the new BMW I had just bought her. She felt a sense of unreality in her heart. After all, this was a top-tier luxury car worth over 2 million. If it were before, she absolutely would not have even dared to imagine that one day she would be able to drive a car like this. Tang Yuxin suddenly felt somewhat fortunate that she was able to meet me. Not long after, Tang Yuxin drove, and arrived at the school parking lot. After parking the car, Tang Yuxin changed the flat shoes she used for driving into high heels, and only then did she step out of the car. "Miss Tang." Just as she got out of the car, a voice of surprise came from behind her. Tang Yuxin turned to look, and found that it was actually Jiang Yu, who had just parked her electric scooter, walking over from not far away. "Morning, Miss Jiang." Tang Yuxin smiled and waved at her. Jiang Yu walked over, looked at the car beside Tang Yuxin and said, "Is this your new car?" Tang Yuxin nodded, her face full of happiness as she said, "Xiao Fei decided to stay home full-time to take care of the babies. He can't drop me off for classes anymore, so he bought me a commuter car." "You call this a commuter car?" Today, Jiang Yu truly witnessed the definition of human diversity. "Your husband is so good to you. I really want to find a husband too, who would buy me a luxury car without a second thought. By the way, Miss Tang, does your husband have any older or younger brothers? Could you introduce me to them? Even a brother from a different father and mother would do." Tang Yuxin thought for a moment, nodded and said, "He does have a younger male cousin, but he is still in high school." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly, but upon hearing the second half, she immediately deflated. "In high school, then I would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse, before I could get a marriage certificate with him." Seeing Jiang Yu's disappointed look, Tang Yuxin comforted her, saying, "Does not our school also have many outstanding teachers? Won't you consider them?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu shook her head. "Forget it. Right now, whenever I see a guy, I subconsciously compare him to your husband. After comparing, I instantly feel utterly bored. Miss Tang, it is all your fault for raising my standards for a partner so high. You have to take responsibility for me. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Tang Yuxin burst out laughing with a take responsibility? How should I take responsibility? Jiang Yu gave a cheeky smile. Miss Tang, for example, letting me be a concubine. Get out of here. Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu in annoyance. I can share other things, but when it comes to my husband and children, I will absolutely never share them with anyone. Just joking with you. Did you actually take it seriously? Jiang Yu laughed and changed the subject. Following that, she suddenly thought of something. Miss Tang, there is something I have to tell you. What is it? Seeing Jiang Yu suddenly become serious, Tang Yuxin asked with some curiosity. It is about the matter between you and your husband. Right now, in the entire school, many people know about it. But let me declare beforehand, Miss Yuan and I did not tell anyone. Jiang Yu raised her right hand as if swearing an oath. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin's brows furrowed. Although she knew, this matter probably could not be kept secret for long. She did not expect it to be discovered so quickly. Could it be her husband's roommates? But I had told Tang Yuxin that my 3 roommates had already promised to keep it a secret. In that case, there was only one possibility left. It is because of the video on Bilibili. Jiang Yu nodded. I do not know who first discovered the video you and your husband uploaded to Bilibili. Then that person reposted the video to the school forum. Soon the whole school knew about it. Jiang Yu said this while looking at Tang Yuxin with some concern. After all, she was a teacher at Modu Jiaodong University. With both of their identities laid out there, if the outside world knew about their relationship, it would definitely affect Tang Yuxin's reputation at the school. After listening to Jiang Yu, Tang Yuxin let out a heavy sigh and said calmly, if they know, they know. Anyway, my husband and I are both of marriageable age. Although our identities are a bit special, we have already gotten our marriage certificate and are officially husband and wife. Let others say whatever they want. Looking at Tang Yuxin, full of fighting spirit, ready to face the gossip, Jiang Yu had a look of admiration on her face. Miss Tang, sometimes I really envy you. After arriving at the office, Tang Yuxin found that things were exactly as Jiang Yu had said. As soon as her front foot stepped into the office, on her back foot, those teachers started casting strange looks at her. It seemed that besides Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan, the 2 teachers who already knew the inside story, all the other teachers knew as well. Right at this moment, a female teacher leaned in and asked softly, Miss Tang, are you really married to a student from our school? Looking at that female teacher who seemed to be hesitating to speak, Tang Yuxin nodded. She said openly, that is right. Is something the matter? Her tone was very cold, scaring the teacher into shrinking her neck. And nothing. I was just curious and came over to ask. At this time, Yuan Shan stepped forward, speaking up for Tang Yuxin. Do not look at the fact that Miss Tang's husband is still a student. He is more capable than the vast majority of people. He earned his own money and bought a large 300 square meter apartment by the Huangpu River. TSK. In that location. It would cost at least several tens of thousands per square meter. Jiang Yu also chimed in to support her. Exactly. Miss Tang's husband even bought her a commuter car. It was not too expensive, just a BMW worth over 2 million. Hearing this, the teachers present could not help but gasp in shock. They never expected Tang Yuxin's husband to be so wealthy. Originally, those single male teachers still wanted to come over and gossip about exactly what kind of student could manage to bag their goddess teacher. But now they all back down. So what if her husband is a student? Very few of the teachers present here could even compare to him. Hey, have you guys heard? Miss Tang is already married, and the person she married is actually a junior senior from our finance department. This news is way too explosive, is not it? My goddess, why is not the person she married me? It is more genuine than pearls. Not only are they married, they even have kids, and they are triplets. After school, Tang Yuxin packed her things to go home. With everyone finding out about our relationship today, the stone in Tang Yuxin's heart seemed to have been lifted. She also felt much more relaxed. At this moment, I was analyzing stocks. The phone placed on the table suddenly rang. I picked it up to look, and found that it was actually a call from the class monitor, Lu Yu. Lu Yu had the most cheerful personality in our class. Although her looks were not outstanding, no matter which classmate encountered difficulties, as long as she knew about it, she would help out very enthusiastically. Therefore, the classmates in our class all really liked this female bodhisattva. Her popularity in the class was also exceptionally high. During my freshman and sophomore years, I had also received a lot of help from this class monitor. My impression of Lu Yu was naturally quite good, so I smiled, picked up the phone, answered the call and said, "Hello, monitor, what is up?" "Oh my, our winner in life actually answers my calls." Lu Yu's teasing voice immediately came from the other end of the line. By now, the matter between Tang Yuxin and me was basically known to all the teachers and students in the school. "What, winner in life? I am at home taking care of babies every day." "Alright, monitor, stop joking with me. Tell me, what is the matter? You have a wife and kids. If you are not a winner in life, what are you?" "Alright, I will make a long story short. Xiaofei, I heard you bought an apartment and a car in Jinyu." "Yes, that is correct." My brows furrowed. "What is wrong, monitor? Are you running into financial difficulties?" "I see. So your financial situation is pretty good. Then I am relieved. I was originally worried that your expenses would be huge now that you are married and have kids. And I was not even going to tell you about this. It is not me. It is Zhang Xiaolei. You know her, right? Her family has run into a bit of a situation." Zhang Xiaolei, I thought for a moment and quickly remembered. This was a girl in my class. As a typical representative of relying on the college entrance exam to change her destiny, and walking out of a poverty-stricken hometown, Zhang Xiaolei's family situation was something I had heard about long ago, although I did not know the exact details. Zhang Xiaolei lived extremely frugally on an everyday basis. What happened to Zhang Xiaolei? Her dad, who is also the only strong laborer in their family, got injured while working on a construction site. The contractor over there simply does not have the money to compensate, saying something about the developer still owing him money. But now, Zhang Xiaolei's dad is in the hospital and urgently needs money for surgery. I was thinking, how about all of us? Anyone who is relatively well off financially, pitch in and help out. So that is what it is. I instantly understood. I recalled Zhang Xiaolei's figure in my mind and realized that this girl seemed to always eat the cheapest food in the cafeteria. Often, she even survived on just pickled vegetables and steamed buns. She also looked very thin and small, looking completely malnourished. It is a donation, right? I will transfer the money directly to you. I had considerable trust in Lu Yu's character, and I was not worried that directly giving the money to Lu Yu would cause any issues. "You trust me that much? Are not you afraid I will pocket it?" "Alright then, just transfer it directly to my Earth chat." "Do not do that, monitor. That limit is too small. What use would it be? You better send me your bank card number." "Do not worry, I'm not short on money right now." Would not Earth chat be fine? The limit is too small." The Lu Yu on the other side caught on. "How much do you plan to donate?" "Just do what you can within your means." Lu Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "But after I collect the money and give it to Zhang Xiaolei, I will give you a donation summary sheet. By the way, the school anniversary is coming up soon, and there will be cultural performances. Are not you planning to sign up or something?" "Big sister, I'm taking care of children. Where would I have the time to participate in cultural performances? Besides, what do I even know how to do?" "Stop pretending with me. I have seen your videos. You play the qin incredibly well. And you also know how to play the flute, do not you?" "I have watched all the videos you posted on Bilibili. I definitely did not expect that Lu Yu would bring this up." "Sigh, alright then. I will just sign up for any performance. Let us go with the guqin then." Not long after, Lu Yu sent over her card number and relevant information. She also attached a spreadsheet, showing how much the classmates who had already donated had given. I took a quick look. Most were from a few hundred to a few thousand. Occasionally, a few with good family conditions donated tens of thousands. I directly transferred a sum of money to Lu Yu's bank card. Meanwhile, inside a girls' dorm at Modu Jiaodong University, Lu Yu, who was holding her phone, suddenly heard a ding text message notification. She opened it to look, and then covered her mouth and gasped. "What are you making such a fuss about?" Another girl in the same dorm turned around and asked. Lu Yu was usually a steady girl. Since when did she make a fuss out of nothing? Lu Yu looked at the 500,000 yuan on her phone with a face full of shock. She repeatedly counted the zeros at the end to make sure there was no mistake. It was 500,000. Clutching her phone, Lu Yu's face was filled with excitement. Xiao Fei donated 500,000 to Zhang Xiaolei. For them, who were still college students, and from average family backgrounds, this was absolutely a massive sum of money. Hearing Lu Yu say this, the remaining 3 girls in the dorm were all stunned. In the next moment, they swarmed over, staring at the account fund change notification message on Lu Yu's phone. It is true, he is so rich. No wonder he could buy an apartment in the Magic City. How come we did not notice before that there was such a rich second generation in our class? What rich second generation? I heard that Xiao Fei earned all this money himself. I am so envious of Miss Tang. The girls all sighed in dismay. If they had known I was so outstanding earlier, when they first entered their freshman year, even if they had to be shameless, they would have chased after me. Lu did not care about these things. At this moment, her heart was full of joy for Zhang Xiaolei. This is great. With this money, Zhang Xiaolei's dad's surgery fees are completely covered. There might even be quite a bit left over to help them improve their lives in the future. This guy Xiaofei is a true friend. Immediately, Lu Yu updated the donation spreadsheet. After confirming there were no problems, she sent the spreadsheet into the class Earth chat group. After Lu Yu sent the list of donors to the class group, she also typed out a paragraph of text and sent it. Classmates, thank you everyone for your help towards Zhang Xiaolei. The fundraising has been completed. This is the latest donation spreadsheet. Later, I will transfer the raised funds to Zhang Xiaolei. Please supervise, everyone. Instantly, a bunch of people popped up in the class group. Oh my god, what did I just see? Xiao Fei donated 500,000 all by himself. Turns out Xiao Fei is a rich second generation. We were all fooled by his low profile before. As expected of the man who married Miss Tang and had 3 babies with her, he really is awesome. So rich and so generous. He deserves to be rich. Meanwhile, in the neighboring dorm, a frail girl wearing plain clothes and glasses, clutching a battered phone she had used for several years, looked at the messages flashing across the screen. Her face was already covered in tears. Sally, this is great. Your dad is saved. Her dorm mates obviously saw these messages as well and gathered around her. Zhang Xiaolei usually had a very low presence, but she was quite friendly to others and extremely hardworking. Ever since entering university, her yearly scholarships and various subsidies had never stopped. In her free time, she also worked part-time jobs desperately. The classmates in the class took great care of this girl, who came from a poor background, but was full of tenacity. They never looked down on her or anything. In their hearts, it was more about admiration. Looking at the 3 classmates beside her who were genuinely happy for her, Zhang Xiaolei took off her glasses and wiped her tears. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, she deeply felt the warmth from everyone towards her. A girl pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. Wipe your tears, do not cry. This should be a happy occasion. You do not need to thank us for anything. The only you really should thank is Xiao Fei. Zhang Xiaolei nodded repeatedly. This Xiao Fei. I need to thank him properly. However, just as the words left her mouth, Zhang Xiaolei froze. She had no idea where I was right now, nor did she have my phone number. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaolei could only use the class Earth chat group to find me and send me a friend request. Then, the girl waited anxiously. On the other side, I, who was at home, saw the message from Zhang Xiaolei and instantly guessed what she wanted to say. Sure enough, after I accepted the friend request, the chat window immediately showed the other party is typing. But soon, perhaps thinking that typing could not convey her sincerity, Zhang Xiaolei called me with a voice call instead. Oh, Student Xiao. It is me, Zhang Xiaolei. After answering the voice call, I asked, knowing the answer, Xiaolei, what is up? It is just, thank you. Thank you for your help. I will definitely repay that money to you. Really, thank you so much. My dad's medical fees are covered now. Zhang Xiaolei was a girl full of tenacity. Accepting favors from others for no reason was something she could not do. I did not say things like you do not need to pay it back either. I laughed and said, alright, but there is no rush to pay back the money. First, get your dad's surgery done. If there is any left over, use it to improve his life. If it is not enough, just tell me. I am not short on money. Also, about paying back the money. Wait until you graduate, have a job and a stable income. Just pay it back slowly bit by bit. Do not worry, I won't rush you. Zhang Xiaolei's voice even carried a hint of a sob. Thank you, Student Xiao. Thank you so much. Do you have time? I want to treat you to a meal. The kind with 2 big chicken drumsticks. I chuckled. I replied while reaching out to tease the eldest baby. I know you are tight on money. I accept your thanks, but there is no need to treat me to a meal. Take the money and hurry up to get your dad's surgery done. In the dorm, Zhang Xiaolei hung up the phone. She sat blankly on her chair, lost in thought. Then, she downloaded the donation spreadsheet from the Earth chat group. She saved it carefully and began to contact each person own by own, while saving their phone numbers. Zhang Xiaolei swore in her heart, once her family got through this difficult time, she would repay every single donating classmate, down to the last cent. Looking at Zhang Xiaolei saving phone numbers over there, the 3 girls in the dorm exchanged a glance and quietly went out to the hallway. To be honest, I could not do what Xiaolei is doing. Looking at her now, I am afraid she will be eating pickled vegetables and steamed buns for every meal in the future, forcing herself to save money to pay us back. How about this? Let us bring Xiaolei along whenever we eat in the future. If she is not willing, we will just buy the food at the cafeteria and bring it to her. She is such a frugal person. She would not just watch bought food be thrown away and wasted, right? As they spoke, the few girls secretly peeked at Zhang Xiaolei's back in the dorm. Although the young girl looked sallow and emaciated, and was not particularly beautiful, she had a heart of gold. At home, I just treated this matter as a minor interlude. Time quickly passed to the evening. When Tang Yuxin returned home, I told her about this matter. Hubby is so caring. Sitting on the sofa. Tang Yuxin, with her bare little feet resting on the sofa, suddenly smiled playfully and lay face up on my lap. I heard about that child's situation too. Some people in the student council were planning to raise funds for her too. But it seems that is not needed anymore now. I looked at my charming and lovely wife, pinched her nose, and then leaned down and kissed her. I got drafted for the cultural gala in a few days. Tang Yuxin's eyes lit up and she sat up abruptly. As a result, she bumped her forehead against mine. Teary-eyed, Tang Yuxin clutched her forehead, looking at me pitifully. Hubby, it hurts. Come, let me rub it for you. I placed my hand on Tang Yuxin's forehead and rubbed it gently. Wifey, is it a bit better now? Does it still hurt? Half squinting her eyes, enjoying my rubbing her forehead for a while, Tang Yuxin said with a happy face, it does not hurt much anymore. Tang Yuxin brought the babies to attend the school's cultural gala, drawing a massive crowd of students and faculty. Worse yet, some fanatical girls saw my handsome face and wanted to kidnap me in a sack. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tang Yuxin looked quite restless and uneasy. Hubby, I am nervous. What are you nervous about? I was a bit speechless. I am the one performing, not you. I'm just nervous. Tang Yuxin grabbed my arm tightly. In fact, I knew exactly what Tang Yuxin was truly worried about. Since our relationship went public, this was the first time we appeared together at school. There was no doubt it would cause a major scene. Even though many teachers and students knew our story, when it came to actually appearing before colleagues and students, publicly as a married couple, Tang Yuxin felt like a student entering the final exam hall. Do not be nervous. No matter what happens, the babies and I are right here with you. I looked back at the babies in their car seats. At 3 months old, they could be taken out more often now. Okay, let us go, hubby. Tang Yuxin took a deep breath, stiffened her face, and furrowed her brows. As if she were heading onto a battlefield, she resolutely opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong also appeared in the parking lot. Miss Tang, Student Xiao. Seeing Tang Yuxin and me, the two of them hurried over. Miss Jiang, Miss Yuan, I will have to trouble you to help watch the kids tonight. No trouble at all. I absolutely adore these 3 babies. Jiang Yu waved her hands repeatedly, then with a beaming smile, took the eldest baby from Tang Yuxin's arms. The 4 adults, carrying the 3 children, walked toward the auditorium. Along the way, students saw Tang Yuxin and me, and stopped in their tracks to stare. Some of Tang Yuxin's own students even crowded around us. Wow, Miss Tang, are these your babies? They are so cute. So you are Senior Xiao, I have heard so much about you. You are so handsome. Initially, Tang Yuxin was a bit shy, but she soon noticed something was not right. What was with these young girls? Were not they looking at the babies at first? Why were they all staring fixedly at her husband now? Noticing the way those girls were looking at her precious husband with such intense heat, Tang Yuxin's expression sharpened, and her commanding aura surged instantly. What are you all crowding around for? Are not you going to watch the show? The students who were pressing forward immediately silenced and scrambled away. She is scary, run. Jiang Yu, holding the eldest, teased the baby for a moment, then winked mischievously at Tang Yuxin. Miss Tang, do you know what you looked like just now? What? Tang Yuxin's brow twitched. She had a feeling Jiang Yu was not going to say anything nice. Like a mother hen protecting her food, Jiang Yu slapped her thigh in delight and burst into laughter, as if this were 10,000 times more entertaining than the gala. Tang Yuxin glared at Jiang Yu through gritted teeth. If they were not both holding babies, she would have given her a piece of her mind by now. How could she say that about her? A mother hen protecting food. Really now, before long, they arrived at the auditorium. Since they were faculty, Tang Yuxin and the others had special reserved seating. Along with them, I was also able to secure a seat in the faculty section. Sitting directly next to Tang Yuxin, I naturally caught the attention of nearly every staff member in the vicinity. I was perfectly composed and did not mind at all. But Tang Yuxin's face remained flushed red, seeing the strange looks from everyone. Despite her mental preparation, she still felt incredibly flustered inside. As for the three little ones besides the second baby who was shy, and kept burying her face in Tang Yuxin's arms, the eldest and the youngest kept looking around curiously, watching the brilliant lights on the stage. The youngest even waved her tiny hands in delight. "Oh, does our little own like the stage too? Are you going to be a big star in the future?" I pinched the youngest chubby, pink cheek. At that moment, a pair of attractive hosts took the stage. The gala had officially begun. I focused on the three children and Tang Yuxin the whole time. Soon, seeing that it was almost my turn, I handed the baby to Yuan Tong, then stood up and headed backstage. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin followed along with the children. Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong exchanged a look, and also stood up to go backstage. There were many students there set to perform, all busy with nervous preparations. A coordinator holding a program list was shouting, "Finance Department. Student Xiao Fei from Finance Class 2. Is Student Xiao Fei here?" "I'm here." I walked over to the girl and gave a slight smile. The girl holding the program gave a bright smile upon seeing me. "Are you the famous Student Xiao? It is almost your turn. How are the preparations?" She glanced sideways at Tang Yuxin and the others behind me. "Ready." "Where are my things? The performance is about to start. I need to know where my chin and props are." "They're all right there." The girl pointed to a corner. I saw my guqin ready and waiting, along with a set of hanfu. "Wait for me a moment," I turned and said to Tang Yuxin, then walked over, took the clothes and entered the dressing room. When I emerged again, everyone backstage who noticed me was stunned. "So handsome." A girl held her burning cheeks with both hands. "As elegant as jade. Unique in all the world." That was the only way to describe me now. Dressed in hanfu, I looked like a noble gentleman walking out of a classic painting. My eyes, seemingly filled with starlight, swept over the crowd, before finally landing on Tang Yuxin, breaking into a faint smile. That single smile from me nearly made Tang Yuxin's legs give out. Her face crimson, she could not help but swallow hard. "Puppy, please do not be like this, Tang Yuxin." Suddenly, Jiang Yu called out to her. With red eyes full of envy, Jiang Yu said, "With your husband looking like this, how am I supposed to find a boyfriend now? How am I ever going to find a husband? Yuxin, let us make a deal. Let me be the second wife. I promise not to fight for affection." "I will be very good. Get out of here." Tang Yuxin instantly grew wary, glancing at Jiang Yu, and then at the crowd of girls backstage staring at her husband, as if they were ready to bag him and take him home. Tang Yuxin bit her lip. No, her husband was too handsome, too perfect. She should just hide him away from now on. She could not give those random women outside even a single chance. I ignored everyone else. My gaze, from start to finish, was only on Tang Yuxin and the babies. With my long legs, I walked gracefully toward Tang Yuxin, my robes fluttering. "Well, do you like me looking like this?" "I love it, but I also hate it," Tang Yuxin said with a complex face. "Hubby looking like this. The women outside will go crazy trying to snatch you from me. It does not matter." I shook my head with a smile. "Only you and the babies are in my eyes and heart. No other woman is as beautiful as my wifey." Seeing me flirting with Tang Yuxin without cease, the girls backstage were sour to the core. The boys, too, were shaking their heads with bitter smiles. It was over. From now on, the difficulty of finding a girlfriend at Jiaodong University was about to skyrocket. I had just become the new gold standard for every girl's ideal partner. Senior Xiao. Seeing a girl looking at me with hearts in her eyes, Tang Yuxin noticed the movement and stepped forward, standing directly by my side. Intimidated by Tang Yuxin's aura, the girl hurriedly said, "That I am here to notify you that it is your turn to take the stage." "Thank you." I nodded at the girl expressionlessly, then turned back to Tang Yuxin with an instant smile. "I'm going out now. You and Miss Jiang should head back to your seats." Good luck, hubby." After speaking, Tang Yuxin summoned her courage and, in front of everyone, gently kissed me on the cheek. It was a clear declaration of ownership. "Do not even dream of competing with me. Next, please welcome, from the Junior Finance Department, Student Xiao Fei of Finance Class 2, performing the guqin solo, Cherry Blossoms Stained in Ink." As the host announced the act and exited, the auditorium immediately erupted into a commotion. During this past period, my name had been mentioned far too often on the campus forum. Even those who did not follow the forums at all knew more or less about the junior student, who had won the heart of the school's goddess teacher, Tang Yuxin. Is Xiao Fei really that teacher's husband? Senior Xiao is incredibly handsome. It is Senior Xiao. Amidst the din, 2 staff members quickly brought out my guqin and set it up. As the staff withdrew, the stage lights began to dim. I walked from behind the curtain to the center stage, approached the qin, flicked my robes and sat down. As the rest of the hall went completely dark, a single spotlight fell upon me. I placed my hands on the strings, my fingertips brushed them, and the music began. At first, many people were focusing on my appearance, but shortly after the first notes rang out, more and more were captivated by the music itself. Even the professors from the music department closed their eyes own by own. Their souls seemed to leave their bodies, drifting through the sky and across time, arriving in a world of blooming cherry blossoms. As the performance continued, an old music professor actually found his eyes tearing up. Though he did not know much about youth culture, he could hear in this piece the profound, bone-deep sorrow. If it affected a professor this way, the students who were already fans of act culture, especially those familiar with Gensokyo and Yuko's tragic backstory, were overcome with grief on the spot. Finally, the piece concluded. I pressed my hands against the strings, and the music came to a sudden halt. The auditorium was deathly silent. Whether it was the audience, the students watching from backstage, or even the hosts, everyone had forgotten everything for a moment. By the time the crowd snapped out of it, I had already vanished from the stage. After a moment of silence, this is the Yuko of my dreams. Senior Xiao, I love you. A cacophony of cheers and shouts nearly blew the roof off the auditorium. Some were boiling with excitement over the act. Others were inexplicably thrilled by me personally. In an instant, people were shouting all sorts of things. The principal and leaders in the front row were visibly startled. That was truly terrifying. After finishing my performance, I made a gesture to Tang Yuxin below the stage, then stood up and left the hall immediately. Seeing my signal, Tang Yuxin reacted instantly, nudging Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong awake. After leaving the auditorium, Tang Yuxin still felt her heart racing. When they all met up outside, a sudden massive roar of cheers came from the hall, startling everyone. Tang Yuxin clutched her chest in lingering fear. If we had not left early, we would probably be surrounded by those students right now. It is all your husband's fault. Yuan Tong gave Tang Yuxin a mock glare. Seriously, Miss Tang, I really envy you. Earlier, when they were behind the stage, Jiang Yu had been almost unfiltered in telling Tang Yuxin how jealous she was. Now, Yuan Tong shared the exact same sentiment. However, Yuan Tong was nearly 40, and her mindset was much more mature than the younger ones, so she did not express every single thought that was crossing her mind. Carrying the babies, everyone returned to the parking lot. I placed the 3 children into their safety seats in the back. Miss Jiang, Miss Yuan, Yuxin and I will be heading back now. What about you? Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong looked at each other, and both nodded. We are heading back too. Does not look like the rest of the show will be worth watching anyway. Just then, the system voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for taking the babies to a show for the first time. Reward, 63% equity in Shengshi Entertainment. Good grief. Even though I did not follow the entertainment industry at all, I knew that Shengshi Entertainment was the largest entertainment conglomerate in Yanxia. Its subsidiary studios and signed artists were countless. The popular dramas constantly airing on major satellite channels, as well as many big-budget domestic films. Nearly all had Shengshi Entertainment behind them as an investor, and now I directly owned a 63% stake. Hubby, what is wrong? Were you startled by what happened just now? Tang Yuxin looked at me with concern. It is nothing. I calmly turned the steering wheel. Navigating the corner ahead, I felt myself becoming somewhat numb to it all. This overwhelming wealth was simply unstoppable. Tang Yuxin and I had just driven out of the school. My phone started ringing right at that moment. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Fei? My husband is driving. Who is this? Tang Yuxin, sitting beside me, picked up the call on my behalf. To Xie Chang's surprise, the voice on the other end was an incredibly pleasant female voice. Even though the other party was not right in front of him, Xie Chang hurriedly bowed. So it is Mrs. Hello, madam. I am Xie Chang, the CEO of Shengshi Entertainment. Shengshi Entertainment. Hubby, some scammer is calling, claiming to be the CEO of Shengshi Entertainment. Xie Chang, he is not a scammer. Wifey put him on speaker. Xie Chang was increasingly shocked. Judging by the voice, the man was clearly very young. His attitude became even more respectful. It is like this, Chairman Xiao. Congratulations on becoming the largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I wanted to ask. Regarding our work, do you have any instructions or arrangements for us? Handle it yourself. Why? What kind of shows do you like to watch? Let me think. Well, as long as it is not those messy shows, starring pretty boys with zero acting skills, anything is fine. I understand. Xia-chang, did you hear that? Produce more high-quality dramas from now on. Use fewer of those idle, pretty boys, and focus on inspiring, high-quality content. Understood. Yes, of course, we will strictly follow your instructions. Xia-chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Only then did he realize. His heart was racing so fast he could barely breathe. That is all for now. I am hanging up. I will drop by the company when I have time. With that, I hung up the phone. Tang Yuxin turned her head, staring at me intently. Her husband was far too mysterious. Now he was the chairman of some major conglomerate, being stared at by my wife's big watery eyes. I pursed my lips somewhat helplessly. What is wrong? Captivated by your husband's handsome face again. Tang Yuxin burst out laughing, unable to maintain her serious expression. But after laughing, she remembered her earlier confusion. Hubby, was that man really the CEO of Shengshi Entertainment? Blinked. Probably, I said after a moment's thought. The system granted me the shares, but I have never actually met the CEO. Then why did he call you chairman? You have become the chairman of Shengshi Entertainment. Hubby, you are not the secret love child of some billionaire mogul, are you? Have not I always been playing the stock market? I bought the shares and just held on to them without selling. They accumulated bit by bit, and now I am the chairman. Do you believe me? Do you honestly think I would believe that? I am a university teacher, after all. Tang Yuxin gave me a look of pure disbelief. Alright, fine. Let me think of a better excuse to trick you. Let me see. Hubby, Tang Yuxin was instantly fuming. If I had not been driving at that moment, she definitely would have lunged at me. Seeing her expression, I turned serious and said, the truth is, I bought the shares from the previous majority shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. Go. Tang Yuxin swallowed hard. Even if she did not know exactly how much this was worth, anyone with common sense knew it was an astronomical sum. Tang Yuxin asked cautiously, Hubby, you're not smuggling arms, are you? Correct. Not only do I smuggle arms, but I also take on various odd jobs, like dusting orbital satellites, polishing nuclear warheads, and repainting aircraft carriers. Wifey, want to place an order? Tang Yuxin was both annoyed and amused. How had she never noticed her husband had such a humorous side? Seeing that I would teased my wife enough, I shook my head and said, do not worry. I have not done anything illegal. Otherwise, with this much capital moving around, your husband would have been locked up long ago. Hubby, I believe you. Tang Yuxin nodded and stopped pressing me about where such a vast amount of money came from. She knew I had secrets. Since the moment we reunited, in front of Tang Yuxin, I had behaved as if I were virtually omnipotent. Whether it was making money or taking care of the kids, or anything else, it seemed that since I reappeared in her life, all of Tang Yuxin's worries had vanished. Oh wait, there was own worry that had not disappeared. Instead, it was actually growing bigger. That was, her husband's charm was simply too terrifying. So much so that she felt she had to remain vigilant at all times. As a woman herself, Tang Yuxin knew exactly how fatally attractive a man like me would be to the women out there. But on second thought, did not this just prove how incredible her husband and the father of her children was? Hubby, will you ever abandon the babies and me own day? I will make sure to die before you do. I glanced sideways at Tang Yuxin. That way you won't suffer the grief of me leaving this world first. Now, do you still think I would abandon you? Tang Yuxin's mouth hung open. Her husband was truly something else. Did he really have to throw such a sudden, emotional straight ball? Her little heart was practically hammering in her chest. Her eyes quickly welled up with a layer of mist. Tang Yuxin parted her crimson lips, her voice turning incredibly sweet and syrupy. Hubby, I love you so much. Driving the car, I let out a small sigh of relief. Finally managed to bluff my way through. It was a good thing this girl did not dig deeper, or I would not have known how to respond. Then under the warm, comforting and reassuring glow of the bedroom lights, I finished feeding the 3 little angels their milk, and coaxed them to sleep. Only then did I turn and sit down at the computer. I was checking my recent gains in the stock market. Although the system had rewarded me with many assets, like the shares in JP Morgan Chase and Shengshi Entertainment, those were stocks and bonds. They could not possibly be liquidated into cash in a short time. Not that I would be foolish enough to liquidate them anyway. As time passed, my liquid capital had snowballed to over 20 million. I continued as I had before, picking the stocks with the most aggressive short-term growth, and then just went all in on them. When the time was right, I would just clear the whole position with own click. Just then, Tang Yuxin, fresh from her shower, emerged behind me in a cloud of warmth and fragrance. She wrapped her arms around me directly from behind. "Hubby, what are you doing?" I chuckled. "Earning some pocket money for you. If hubby does not work hard, how can I buy pretty clothes for my wife? And how will the babies have money for milk powder? Thank you, hubby. Here's a kiss as a reward." After a quick smack, Tang Yuxin asked with a smile, "How much have you made? Is 20 million enough? When the time comes, I will just let you shop till you drop. Whatever you like, just swipe the card. No need to worry about the cost." Tang Yuxin's mouth twitched slightly. Fine, she felt she should get used to the things I pulled off from time to time. Hearing such a huge sum did not shock her as much as it used to, but very quickly, she gently turned my body around to face her. "Puppy, do you like it?" My eyes gradually darkened. At this moment, Tang Yuxin was actually wearing a beautiful nightgown. "When did you buy this? I love it." Men really are all the same, but as long as her husband liked it, these clothes were not bought in vain. The next day was the weekend. After breakfast, I took Tang Yuxin and pushed the babies for a stroll around the Jinyu Huafu residential complex. Over time, many residents in the neighborhood had come to recognize this stunningly attractive couple and their 3 babies who were cute enough to melt anyone's heart. Not long after, passing by a garden, Tang Yuxin suddenly saw a little girl up ahead, skipping along while holding a kitten. "What a cute kitty," Tang Yuxin exclaimed. "Hubby, can we get a cat too?" I looked at her with amusement. "Are you sure? The babies are so small. What if they are allergic to cat hair?" As soon as she heard me say that, Tang Yuxin instantly deflated. The baby's well-being came first. Thinking of this, Tang Yuxin could only suppress the idea. Seeing my precious wife's dejected expression, I raised my hand and waved to the little girl ahead. "Hey there, could you come here for a second?" The little girl turned around when she heard my voice, then skipped over with a smile. A pair of pigtails swung back and forth behind her head, making her look quite adorable. "Uncle, big sister, is something wrong? Why am I the uncle while she is the big sister? Is our age gap really that big? How incredibly strange." Tang Yuxin, beside me, was doubled over, clutching her stomach with laughter. It seemed that in the eyes of a little girl, she was still very young. Even though she was already a mother of a few babies, the little girl stuck her tongue out. Seemingly realizing she misspoke, she quickly corrected herself. "Big brother, big sister. This kid sure is a sweet talker." I said, "It is like this, little own. This big sister wants to raise a cat. But as you can see, we have babies. Some babies are allergic to cats and dogs. So I want to borrow your cat for a little test, to see if the babies have an allergic reaction. If they do not, we will go buy a cat to raise too. Could you help us out?" Of course, the little girl nodded, and handed over the kitten in her arms. "Here you go, big brother. Little Dowdu is very good, but you still have to be careful." "Thank you, little own." I smiled and took the kitten from the little girl's hands. This was a beautiful little cat. Its white body was very cute. I carefully secured the kitten's 4 paws, and then slowly brought the cat closer to the babies in the stroller. I wanted to see if the babies would be allergic to pet fur. Seeing the small animal approaching him, the eldest baby curiously reached out to grab it. It seemed the babies really liked this cute little creature too. Otherwise, he would not have reached out. I quickly moved the kitten back a bit, after testing for a good while, and noticing no signs of sneezing from the babies. I extremely carefully let the 3 babies touch the kitten's fur. I observed for another good while, confirming that the babies did not show any redness on their skin or other symptoms. Then I returned the kitten to the little girl. "It looks like the babies won't be allergic. Thank you, little own. You are welcome, big brother and big sister. Once you get a cat, can you bring it out to show me?" The little girl stared with her big, watery eyes, and asked with a face full of anticipation. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. "Of course. Once we have a cat, we will bring it down to play with you too. Hey, it is a promise." The little girl's eyes crinkled with joy. "My name is Sun Yudua. My mommy and daddy call me Duo Duo." After saying goodbye to little Duo Duo, Tang Yuxin immediately grabbed my arm. "Puppy, we can get a cat now, right?" "Yes, we can. But it is best not to take the children to the pet shop. How about this? You do not have classes tomorrow afternoon. You stay home with the babies and I will go buy own." Tang Yuxin was so happy she stood on her tiptoes and kissed me directly. Her husband was truly so good to her. As soon as she wanted a pet cat, he could solve it immediately. My wife, Tang Yuxin, had just returned to the office after class. When she saw Jiang Yu cheering with her arms raised high. Jiang Yu, what is going on? Why are you so happy? It is the New Year's holiday. I have been ready to go out and have fun for ages now. I have even booked my flights. The school is giving us 3 days off. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Tang Yuxin's heart was also moved. A 3-day holiday. Should she go on a trip with her husband and the babies? The babies were almost 4 months old now. But 4-month-old babies still could not take an airplane. If they were to travel, Xiao Fei would have to drive the RV. Therefore, a long-distance trip was naturally out of the question. Go out on a trip. That evening, when I heard Tang Yuxin's proposal, I immediately became interested. That sounds great. Where do you want to go? I think just exploring some nearby places would be fine. If we go too far, we will waste too much time on the road. Just as she finished speaking, Tang Yuxin's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone to check, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Hello, Yanyan, what? You are back in the country. Were not you planning to build your career abroad? You are coming to see me for the New Year's holiday. Tang Yuxin looked at me hesitantly. She had originally wanted to go out with her husband and kids, but now it looked like those plans were going to fall through. I understood Tang Yuxin's helpless situation, so I gave her a reassuring look that said it was fine. Only then did Tang Yuxin speak into the phone. I am in Shanghai. You are arriving tomorrow. All right then, I will go to the airport to pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yuxin smiled and leaned in close to me. Hubby, back when I was studying abroad, my best friend, an international student who shared my dorm, is coming to visit me. All right then, I shrugged indifferently. Just focus on entertaining your friend this New Year's. You do not need to worry about your husband here. I'm sorry, hubby. I originally wanted to go on a trip with you. I just did not expect my best friend to suddenly return to the country, and even come to visit me. Tang Yuxin looked at me with a face full of guilt. You were the one who suggested going out in the first place, right? It is completely fine. Your husband gets to see you every single day. We will have plenty of opportunities. I guess that is true. Hubby, it is so good to have you. How can you be so understanding? Love you more. At 10 of the clock the next morning, I drove Tang Yuxin and our 3 babies toward the airport. On the way, Tang Yuxin looked at me. Hubby, did you know? Her full name is Su Qingyan. Back when I was studying at the University of Munich, Yan was the one taking care of me in the beginning. She is amazing and she went to study abroad before I did. When I first arrived in Munich, I was completely unfamiliar with the place. Thanks to having an upperclassman like her in the apartment, I managed to get through those initial days. Later, Yan graduated and went to New York to develop her career. She said she was going to hustle over there. I never expected that she would actually come back now. Coming back is good too. After all, our country Yanxia is currently the engine of global economic growth. If we are really talking about development prospects and job opportunities, it is far better domestically than abroad. Besides, setting everything else aside, our living environment and public safety are equally excellent compared to over there. Do not you agree? As someone who had spent time abroad, Tang Yuxin strongly agreed with what I said. Before long, the 2 of us arrived at Hongqiao Airport with the babies. Coincidentally enough, right at that moment, Tang Yuxin's phone began to ring. Hello, Yanyan, where are you? I am already at the airport. Why do not I see you? I am off the plane and heading out of the station right now. Just wait for me for a tiny bit. You will see me very soon. Did you miss me, huh? Su Qingyan even cracked a joke as she spoke. Okay, then I will wait for you at the plaza outside the airport. After saying that, Tang Yuxin hung up the phone. It had been a long time since she had seen this good friend of hers, and she was quite looking forward to the reunion. A short while later, not far away, a very fashionably dressed woman came walking over dragging a suitcase. She was wearing a light green top, along with a pair of blue jeans. She wore light foundation on her pretty face, looking sexy yet undeniably beautiful, elegant and completely natural. As expected of my wife's college roommate, her looks were definitely top tier. Upon seeing Tang Yuxin waving her arms, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up and she quickened her pace. At this moment, Su Qingyan noticed me in the driver's seat. Well, Yuxin, you actually have a boyfriend. Su Qingyan looked me up and down, admitting to herself that she was stunned. This man made even someone as experienced as her gasp in admiration. To think she found such a handsome boyfriend. He's my husband, I am married. Tang Yuxin answered with a grin. Now Su Qingyan was even more shocked. You're married? Wow, Yuxin, you did not even tell me you were getting married. Even if I could not make it back in person, I definitely would have sent a gift. Are you refusing to acknowledge me as your big sister anymore? No way, Tang Yuxin shook her head. Let us get in the car first. We can chat properly once we are inside. Su Qingyan then opened the rear car door and immediately saw the 3 babies in their car seats. She covered her mouth and gasped. Kids, you have kids? Yup, triplets, Tang Yuxin said triumphantly. In other aspects, she might not compare to Sister Yan Yan, and relying on her care was fine. But at least when it came to marriage and having children, she was way ahead of Sister Yan Yan. Because of the children, Su Qingyan carefully got into the car, staring in astonishment at the 3 little dumplings. She actually did not really like children, but right now, seeing Tang Yuxin's 3 babies, Su Qingyan felt that deep inside her heart, the softest part had been touched. At this point, I took the initiative to greet Su Qingyan. Hello, my name is Xiao Fei, Yuxin's husband. Hello, handsome. Su Qingyan looked at me with a smile and introduced herself. My name is Su Qingyan. Back when your wife was in Munich, I was her boss lady. Does that mean I have to call you boss lady too? These words actually surprised me a little. Usually, young girls do not like being called boss lady because it makes them sound old. What big sister, it is boss lady. I did not expect this Su Qingyan to have such a refreshingly straightforward personality, not acting at all pretentious like those I am only 18 types. Alright then, boss lady, tell me, who are we going to hack down today? I tactfully played along with her joke. We are going to hack those heartless capitalists to death. Su Qingyan blurted out a sentence that left both Tang Yuxin and me completely baffled. You could imagine just how much she loathed capital. On the way back home, Tang Yuxin asked curiously, Yan Yan, what did you mean by that sentence just now? Do not even mention it, Su Qingyan pouted, complaining, did not I go to New York a few years ago? Later on, I joined a bank on Wall Street. Although the income was good, well, Yuxin, it is a good thing that when I invited you to come along, you chose to return to China for your master's degree. It is truly terrible over there. A flash of anger appeared on Su Qingyan's face. What happened? Who exactly made our boss lady so angry? I might not be able to help much, but you can still tell me about it. Do not keep it bottled up inside and make yourself miserable. All kinds of discrimination, of course. Discrimination because I am from Yanxia, and on top of that because I am a woman. Good grief, that is a double layer of discrimination hitting me right off the bat. You have no idea how hard it makes the work. Which investment bank did you work at? I asked casually while driving. JPMorgan Chase. The moment Su Qingyan finished speaking, I slammed hard on the brakes. Holy smokes, it was actually JP Morgan Chase. The shares rewarded by the system were from JP Morgan Chase. Hubby, what are you doing? Suddenly hitting the brakes, you scared me to death. Thank goodness the babies are in their safety seats. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. After all this time, it turned out this Su Qingyan had been working for me. I shot a strange look through the rearview mirror, glancing at Su Qingyan in the back, looking as if I wanted to say something but held back. At this point, Su Qingyan focused her attention on me again. Handsome, what do you do for a living? To actually be able to win our Yuxin's heart. Come on, tell me, let your boss lady broaden her horizons. Me, the corner of my lips curled up slightly. I am the heartless capitalist you were just talking about. After saying that, I even laughed out loud. I wondered how she would feel if she knew I was her boss. Regarding my answer, Su Qingyan was stunned at first, then smiled carelessly. She obviously thought I was someone who had started his own company, and did not read too deeply into it. Half an hour later, we arrived back at Jinyu Huafu. As soon as we walked through the door, Su Qingyan was shocked by the sight before her. Oh my god, Yuxin, your home is way too luxurious. Just this living room alone is bigger than my entire apartment in New York. Wow, this floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the entire bund. And this kitty, what an adorable ragdoll. Led by Tang Yuxin, Su Qingyan toured the house. After a while, Su Qingyan returned to the living room, sitting on the sofa with a face full of envy. Yuxin, the life you are living right now is just too enviable. Tang Yuxin, who was keeping Su Qingyan company, pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Fei did all of this. It does not have much to do with me. I do not have that kind of ability. What is mine is yours. Why bother separating yours and mine, you silly goose? I laid the 3 babies on the bed in the master bedroom, then walked out and said with a smile, alright, you two go ahead and chat. I will go make lunch. But, boss lady, do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? Nope, handsome, cook whatever you like. Watching me walk into the kitchen, Su Qingyan grabbed Tang Yuxin's arm. Yuxin, your husband is the one who cooks at home. Yeah, Xiao Fei's cooking is incredibly delicious. He is every bit as good as a Michelin star chef. He has completely spoiled my taste buds. Now I can hardly eat anything when I go out. Are you serious? Su Qingyan suddenly slumped back weakly against the sofa. Yusin, where on earth did you find such a god-tier husband? Find one for me too, please. You have no idea what kind of men I bumped into abroad. Just the absolute worst kind of guys. Takes me out for own meal, and then actually tries to invite me back to his place, to see his cat do a backflip. By the end of her sentence, Su Qingyan was so angry she wanted to curse. Yan, what are your plans now that you are back? Will you be living in the country long term? Why do not you just stay here in China? That way we can see each other often. I have not figured it out yet. Hearing Tang Yuxin's question, Su Qingyan immediately frowned in distress. You know I studied business management. It is impossible to jump straight into those big corporations. I will probably just have to start at a small company first. Tang Yuxin shook her head. Small companies rarely hire professional management talents. Most are managed and operated by the founders themselves. As for big companies, let us talk about it later. I am just going to have fun for a while first. You definitely have to treat me well this New Year's holiday. I do not want to think about stressful things during this short break. In no time, I had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the spread before her, Su Qingyan was practically drooling. Even a royal banquet would not be much better than this. Handsome Xiao, are you a professional chef? I raised an eyebrow. I am the personal executive chef for my precious wife. Su Qingyan was instantly force-fed a massive dose of PDA. I really want to find a man and have a sweet romance too. Seeing the two of you like this, I am already full before I have even started eating. Complaints aside, Su Qingyan's hand had already begun reaching for the food. She picked up a piece of diced rabbit meat and popped it in her mouth. Delicious, this is too delicious. With that, she completely abandoned all restraint, buried her head, and started gorging herself. And it was truly gorging. Her eating speed could practically be described as a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, leaving me completely dumbfounded. Slow down, Yusin and I are not going to fight you for it. It is really too delicious. This is the best food I have ever eaten. Coming back to China this time was definitely not in vain. Yusin, you are not a good friend at all. Having such good stuff and not even knowing to share. After finishing the meal, I brought Tang Yuxin and Su Qingyan to the amusement park. Little did I expect my identity to leave Su Qingyan completely dumbfounded. Wow, there are so many people. How long will we have to queue before we can get in? Seeing the massive crowd blocking the main entrance, Tang Yuxin instantly wanted to back out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first time taking the babies to the amusement park mission. Reward obtained, 12% shares of the Walt Disney Company. The contact information of the corresponding executive has been saved to the host's phone. I raised an eyebrow and looked down at the three little angels in the stroller. Little ones, we are basically playing on our own turf today. Yusin, wait a moment, I need to make a phone call. I took out my phone and directly called the executive in charge of the Yanxia region. A few moments later, a man wearing a suit, impeccably dressed, brought along several people and arrived in front of me riding a park buggy. After getting off the vehicle, they hurried over to me. The leader immediately bowed. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Welcome to Shanghai Disneyland for your inspection. I waved my hand. I am not here for work today. I am here to have fun. Make proper arrangements. The executive nodded at once, and then called over a staff member. Today, your job is to perfectly attend to Mr. Xiao and his family. Priority access and complimentary service for all attractions. Understood, understood. The staff member nodded with a smile and bowed to me, then turned towards the dazed Tang Yuxin and Su Qingyan and bowed to them as well. After those people dispersed, Tang Yuxin asked in a low voice, Hubby, what is going on? I pointed at the staff member beside us. Have her explain it to you. Hearing this, the staff member smiled and said, Madam, Mr. Xiao is one of the top 12 major shareholders of Walt Disney. Essentially, a portion of Disneyland can be considered as the private property of Mr. Xiao and yourself. Hubby, Tang Yuxin stared at me in disbelief. Is this true? Hubby, you are way too amazing. So we are just playing in our own backyard. Just go and have fun. No queuing, no paying. You can play however you want. I gently kissed Tang Yuxin's forehead. This action force-fed Su Qingyan another mouthful of PDA, even dissipating some of her previous shock. Yuxin, who on earth is your husband? Tang Yuxin shook her head and said helplessly, I do not know either. I only know that Xiao Fei is very wealthy, but even I did not know he was a shareholder of Disney. This can't be described as just very wealthy anymore. Su Qingyan had hustled in New York for a while, So she understood the world of capital much better than Tang Yuxin. She knew exactly what being a Disney shareholder represented. Do you know, even the OWN with the lowest equity among the top 12 shareholders has assets of at least 10 billion RMB. Tang Yuxin nodded. Well, because Xiao Fei previously told me that he is the largest shareholder of Shengshi Entertainment. Su Qingyan literally spat out the milk tea in her mouth. Then she looked at Tang Yuxin with a bizarre expression, and finally sighed. You are actually a billionaire's wife. What billionaire's wife? Stop talking nonsense. Tang Yuxin blushed, and gently patted Su Qingyan's arm, but a smile lingered on the corners of her lips. She did not really care about being a billionaire's wife. I can't even. I never expected you to literally have a money tree at home. Do not deny it, you are already married. Your husband's family is filthy rich. Today, I am going to bleed this wealthy man dry. My heart is feeling so unbalanced right now. Su Qingyan grabbed Tang Yuxin's hand and started walking forward, unable to wait to find some rides to play on. I glanced at the staff member standing next to me. You do not need to follow me. Go follow my wife. I won't be going on any of the rides here. As long as they have fun, that is enough. Understood, Mr. Xiao. The staff member nodded, feeling disappointed inside. She had been hoping that through today's service, she might be able to have something happen with this Mr. Xiao, whose handsomeness made her weak in the knees. Merged with line 93 for better flow. Now it seemed she was just an ugly duckling, the kind that could never turn into a swan. During the New Year's holiday, Disneyland was practically overflowing with people. Any amusement ride you could see essentially required queuing up. But my group was an exception. With my new identity, plus the guides specially arranged by the park, Tang Yuxin and Su Qingyan, during their visit, completely did not need to be like the other guests, waiting for half an hour or an hour, just to play own ride. The people in the long queues, seeing Tang Yuxin and Su Qingyan, unexpectedly being led straight to the front by the staff, without needing to queue at all, suddenly felt unbalanced in their hearts. Mommy, why do not those two big sisters have to wait in line? A mother in the crowd, asked by her little girl, had a flash of embarrassment cross her face. After a while, Tang Yuxin and Su Qingyan came back from playing. Hubby, you have worked hard. Let me watch the babies. You go play too. Seeing me sitting alone on a chair looking after the kids, Tang Yuxin felt extremely guilty. The excitement from playing just now also instantly receded like the tide. What are you saying, silly girl? Today is all about letting you have fun. The babies and I are having a great time too. Is not that right? First treasure, second treasure, third treasure. Next to them, Su Qingyan watched this sweet scene between the couple, and shook her head. Was it time she really found a boyfriend? Although she had dated before, those relationships had all ended in nothing. Su Qingyan scoffed in her heart. Wake up, Su Qingyan. You are just envious because Yuxin's husband is so outstanding. There are hardly a few men like him in the entire world. 2 hours later, they had basically played almost every ride in the park. Fully satisfied, the two women were finally ready to retreat. After leaving Disneyland, they returned to the parking lot outside. I was pushing the stroller when I suddenly heard a roaring sound from not far away. A speeding car, moving at an unimaginably fast pace, crashed into the metal fence in the middle of the road. The metal fence, sent flying by the car's impact, coincidentally plummeted right toward our group. Su Qingyan was scared silly. She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. When had she ever seen a crazy scene like this? After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yuxin suddenly burst forth with immense courage. Tang Yuxin turned around and threw herself over the 3 babies to protect them, while screaming, "Hubby, run." However, I narrowed my eyes, looking up at the fence falling from the sky. I gritted my teeth, took a large stride to position myself in front of Tang Yuxin and the babies, then bent my knees slightly and pushed off with explosive force. My body leaped into the air. Once in midair, I used the strength of my core to twist my body, and unleashed a powerful whip kick. The fence and my leg violently collided. The massive force instantly transmitting through my leg made me let out a muffled groan. My body flew backward and crashed onto the ground. But because of my kick, the fence had its falling trajectory slightly altered. It was only at this moment that the surrounding crowd finally reacted. That scene just now, straight out of a superhero movie, left everyone present utterly astonished. So amazing, this is Kung Fu. Tang Yuxin, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, now confusedly opened her eyes. Hubby. She looked up and glanced around, a look of bewilderment on her face. So handsome, Yuxin. Your husband was just incredibly cool. Su Qingyan fiercely grabbed Tang Yuxin, chattering non-stop. He actually kicked that fence away with own foot. Hearing Su Qingyan say this, Tang Yuxin finally understood what had just happened. Looking at me across from her, Tang Yuxin panicked and ran over. Hubby, are you okay? Tang Yuxin threw herself into my arms, looking at me nervously. Hubby, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Do not scare me. I am fine. I smiled and rubbed Tang Yuxin's head. It is just that my leg hurts a bit. It might be slightly fractured. We will just go to the hospital to get it checked later. My words almost made Tang Yuxin cry. It is fractured and you still say you are fine. Her husband broke his leg to protect her and the kids. I was just about to comfort Tang Yuxin when a tremendous murderous aura suddenly erupted from my eyes. Someone was actually trying to take advantage of the chaos to secretly snatch away our baby. Bastard, stop right there, I suddenly roared in anger. This startled all the passers-by around us. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. The man who had just picked up first treasure also shuddered involuntarily, but he quickly recovered his wits and hurriedly hopped onto an e-bike nearby. Seeing this, the fury in my heart surged up like a flood. I disregarded my right leg, which seemed to have a possible fracture. Using my left leg, I pushed off the ground violently. A massive force exploded instantly. My body shot out like a cannonball. Like a bolt of lightning, I had already sprinted to the back of the e-bike. Then I grabbed the tail of the e-bike. With a violent pull from my right arm, I forcefully yanked the e-bike, which had not picked up speed yet, pulling both the bike and the man backward for a distance. The man riding it crashed straight onto the ground, and First Treasure, who was thrown into the air, was instantly caught by me. I looked at First Treasure. This little guy still thought we were playing with him. The man was subdued by me in an instant. His eyes were filled with deep fear and pleading. He hit a steel plate today. This guy actually knew Kung Fu. The crowd quickly gathered around. The series of events that had just unfolded was simply too shocking. This father kicked away a falling fence like a superhero, and then subdued a human trafficker. With all these commotions happening one after another, the Disneyland security guards only just arrived belatedly. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, the park executive was scared out of his wits upon seeing me. This was one of the 12 board directors of Walt Disney, and it just had to be that. This kind of thing happened right at the main entrance of their park. The executive felt like he was about to say goodbye to his high-paying job. He took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd surrounding me, and came before me. Mr. Xiao, I am so sorry you had to experience such a scare. We have already contacted the police and the hospital. Would you like to head over there to rest first? I stared coldly at the trafficker on the ground. I will leave this guy to you to handle. We still have things to do, so we will be leaving now. All of this happened too fast. Su Qingyan, standing nearby, finally came back to her senses. Yuxin, your husband is just too amazing. He gives off such a strong sense of security, right? Tang Yuxin also nodded in deep agreement at this moment, as expected of the man she had chosen. He was excellent and made her feel incredibly safe. It is over. How am I supposed to find a boyfriend in the future now? Your husband is so outstanding. I want to use him as the standard for choosing a partner. I guess I am going to end up alone. By the way, does your husband have any completely unrelated brothers? If he does, introduce them to me. Keep the good stuff in the family, you know. I would be satisfied if they were even a tenth as excellent as your husband. Tang Yuxin chuckled. Now that you mention it, he actually does. Just kidding. My husband is one of a kind. Because I injured myself kicking the fence away. The campus belle, Tang Yuxin, accompanied me to the hospital for a checkup. Hubby, does it hurt? Tang Yuxin looked at me with a face full of worry. It does not hurt, do not worry. I rubbed Tang Yuxin's head and said with a smile, your husband is incredibly tough. Yuxin, you did not see it. Earlier, your husband was literally like someone out of a martial arts movie. He jumped up and did a mid-air whip kick and sent a fence this big flying. Halfway through her sentence, Su Qingyan even spread her arms wide, gesturing just how big this big was. Sorry, I get it. You have already said this several times. Tang Yuxin sighed as she said this. I'm sorry, hubby. It is my fault for not keeping a closer eye on the babies just now. It is not your fault, I said softly. It was too chaotic in that situation. Anyone would have reacted the same way. Besides, the babies are safe, are not they? Tang Yuxin gently leaned her head against my chest, greedily breathing in my scent. This made Su Qingyan, who was standing to the side, roll her eyes hard. Just then, a doctor in a white coat walked over holding a medical report. Mr. Xiao, your report is out. How is it? Tang Yuxin quickly stood up and asked. Doctor, is my husband's leg okay? Well, it is not a major issue. Just a slight hairline fracture. As he said this, the doctor looked up at me with a hint of amazement. Mr. Zhao's physical condition is truly extraordinary. I can't imagine how, if you really kicked a metal barrier flying like you said, you only ended up with a minor fracture. This somewhat defies medical common sense. But it is a big world, and anything is possible. Mr. Zhao must have, in that critical moment, unleashed his hidden potential as a father and a husband, resulting in this superhuman performance. Tang Yuxin nodded, and then asked, "So does he need to be hospitalized, doctor? Will my husband be left with any lingering aftereffects?" The doctor smiled and shook his head. "Mrs. Zhao, that won't be necessary. Mr. Zhao's health is excellent. There won't be any lingering issues. Just make sure he rests well, and he will be fine before long." I, on the other hand, was unfazed. I knew my own body's condition. Even without any medical treatment, with my current physical attributes, I would fully recover in just a few days. However, to keep Tang Yuxin from worrying, I still let the doctor put my leg in a cast to immobilize it. Under Tang Yuxin's care, I got into the car. Because I was injured, Tang Yuxin was the only one who could drive. Before long, the three of us returned to Jinyu Huafu with the babies. That evening, Tang Yuxin volunteered. "Hubby, let me cook tonight. I will let you taste my cooking skills." I looked at Tang Yuxin and raised an eyebrow. "Can you handle it? Do not blow up the kitchen. Are you underestimating me?" Tang Yuxin put her hands on her hips, looking annoyed, and puffed out her cheeks. "Do not forget that before I met you, I lived all by myself." However, Su Qingyan, standing nearby, suddenly thought of something, and her expression became strange. "Yuxin, are you really going to cook? What is wrong? Do not think I am still the same as I was when we studied abroad. I know how to cook now. How dare you guys look down on me? Looks like it is time for me to show off my skills." Hearing their conversation, I sensed something was wrong. "Boss Lady Su, does Yuxin not know how to cook?" "I would not say she does not know how." Su Qingyan carefully weighed her words. Before continuing, at the very least, she can guarantee the nutritional value. Maybe. Probably. Possibly. Forget it. I will cook. Consider it my board for staying at your place these past 2 days. Since you have an open kitchen here, you would not mind if I made some Western food, right? My wife and I expressed no objections. It was rare for someone to volunteer to cook, so treating our taste buds to something new sounded pretty good. Hubby, come look, you are trending." Sitting on the sofa, Tang Yuxin looked at me with sparkling eyes. I thought for a moment and opened Bilibili. I casually typed in a few keywords, and sure enough, quite a few related videos had already been uploaded by various creators. I randomly clicked on Own to watch, and the densely packed bullet comments were entirely filled with all kinds of praise. "Is this the legendary 12 Route 10 kicks? Nonsense, that is clearly the Foshan Shadowless kick. It is over. The fact that all Yanxia people know Kung Fu can no longer be hidden." I then clicked on the account Tang Yuxin and I shared, and unsurprisingly, the number of followers had skyrocketed again. It was almost at 200,000. At this moment, Tang Yuxin's phone suddenly rang. "It is Miss Jiang." Tang Yuxin casually answered the call. Jiang Yu's voice immediately came from the other end of the line. "Miss Tang, is that your husband on the trending list? That is way too awesome. Seeing how gentle and refined Xiao Fei looks, I never expected him to be that kind of guy." "Oh, you already know. News spreads way too fast. Oh my goodness. This blew up so much, how could I not know?" On the phone, Jiang Yu excitedly chattered with Tang Yuxin for ages, before finally hanging up. Then Yuan Tong called right after. She, too, was calling to verify the video online. At the same time, I found that my class's WeChat group had also exploded. Everyone was discussing things related to me, and people were frantically tagging me. As for Tang Yuxin, she was still tirelessly scrolling through videos, reading comments from netizens. "This dad is so handsome. Why are all the cute guys like him already married with kids? He has a luxury flat and an RV. Such a rich and handsome guy. Why did he have to get married so young? You have 3 minutes. This cute girl, demand to know all of this handsome guy's information. I am going to steal him away. I just want to say, I would not mind being a stepmother to his 3 babies. I am different. I am going to go become his disciple and learn martial arts." Yes, to learn martial arts followed by a doge emoji. Tang Yuxin had a face full of question marks. What kind of logic do these people have? Do every single one of them want to steal my man? Tang Yuxin looked at me with a resentful expression. "Hubby, you are famous now. So many people want to poach you away from me. If you get stolen, our babies won't have a dad anymore." I laughed freely. "They can't poach me. I'm not a loose brick. I am a foundation driven deep by a 10,000-ton pile driver. Who could possibly dig that up? Ha. Su Qingyan clutched her stomach and laughed so hard she rolled off the sofa onto the floor. She had not realized earlier that Yusin's husband was this hilarious. That is too funny. You two are seriously. Do you really have to be like this? Starting to get all lovey-dovey while I, an outsider, am still right here. Or are you deliberately feeding me pity? Then why do not you hurry up and find someone? You can't blame me. I remember back when we were studying abroad. There were plenty of men chasing after you. Su Qingyan felt like she had taken 1,000,000 points of critical damage. She completely lost the desire to talk to these two. This was simply too much bullying, was not it? Alright honey, do not worry. This kind of internet hype will die down in a few days. Just ignore it. Next to us, Su Qingyan looked at Tang Yuxin, then at me. She suddenly felt like an absolute third wheel. Giving up, Su Qingyan stood up directly, escaped into her guest room, and shut the door. Out of sight, out of mind. That night, because of my leg cast, I had not planned on taking a bath at all. But suddenly, I saw Tang Yuxin blushing as she said, "Hubby, do you want me to wipe your back? Otherwise you will be all sweaty, and it will be uncomfortable to sleep. Since you have a cast on, you can't get it wet, so I thought I would help wipe your back." Hubby, do not get any wrong ideas. It is not like I want to look at your 8-pack abs or anything. Since it was a rare gesture of affection from my wife, I was more than happy to enjoy it. I'm fine, I can do it myself. Hubby, just let me do this for you. This girl was actually starting to act coquettish. Otherwise I will feel like a terrible wife. My husband is injured, and I can't even help take care of him. Finally, unable to bear the disappointed look in Tang Yuxin's eyes, I could only agree to let her help. Suddenly, I realized that the feeling of being taken care of was pretty nice, especially when the person doing it was the girl I loved. In the end, Tang Yuxin even tucked me into bed. Like coaxing a little child, she planted a kiss on my forehead. "Rest well like a good boy." I rolled my eyes. "Rest well. I will still have to get up tonight to keep watch over the babies. I wonder who it is that, every night lately, sleeps like a little piglet. I will definitely wake up tonight. Back when you were not here, hubby, that is what I did. You are the little piglet. Piglet hubby." After she spoke, I pulled Tang Yuxin into my arms. "Thank you, Madam Wife. Thank you for taking such gentle care of me. So annoying, why are you saying such things to me?" Although she said that, the corners of her lips were curling up higher than the recoil of an AK. Her heart was filled with sweetness. The New Year's holiday came to an end. Su Qingyan reluctantly bid farewell to Tang Yuxin. She needed to properly plan out her future life path now. Meanwhile, Tang Yuxin returned to the university to start teaching classes, and I had to prepare to return to campus for exams. After all, it was already January, and the exams for various subjects were gradually beginning. It happened to be lunchtime. Realizing I had not eaten, I smiled and headed toward Tang Yuxin's office. After arriving at Tang Yuxin's office and knocking, I opened the door. Tang Yuxin, who was just taking out her thermos lunchbox, looked up and realized it was me. The icy expression originally on her face quickly melted away, turning into a breathtaking smile. "Hubby, you are here. I came to see you. Also, I have an exam this afternoon." I walked over to Tang Yuxin, pulled up a chair and sat down next to her. "Honey, I have not had lunch yet. Let me have a bite too." Tang Yuxin opened the thermos lunchbox and took out the lunch I had prepared for her that morning. She then placed the bowl and chopsticks directly in front of me. "Hubby, you eat first. I am just teasing you. I will just have a couple of bites. After all, I made this based on your appetite. I do not want to let my beloved wife go hungry. Won't you be hungry?" Yet Tang Yuxin did not eat by herself either. Instead, she occasionally fed me bites of food. Oh my, I thought that by going out to eat, I would not have to be grossed out by your affectionate lunch. But I did not expect that after eating and coming back, I would see an even more heart-stifling scene. Jiang Yu's voice chimed in at that moment. Tang Yuxin's cheeks flushed slightly, but she continued to feed me anyway. She definitely could not let her husband go hungry. What other people thought was their own business. Yuan Tong walked in right behind Jiang Yu. Upon seeing me, she immediately gave a thumbs up. "Hello there, Hero Dad. Can I get your autograph?" "Miss Yuan, please do not use this to make fun of me. My deeds yesterday already made the news. Most of the teachers and students have probably seen it." "What do you mean, make fun of?" Yuan Tong shook her head and said seriously, "I watched the news. I never expected you to be so incredible." "Student Xiao, did you study Kung Fu before?" "I just work out regularly, so my physical fitness is good, that is all. I have never studied any Kung Fu." My words caused a flash of confusion to cross Tang Yuxin's eyes. Her husband worked out regularly. How come she had never seen it? On the other hand, Jiang Yu could not help but complain. That is beyond what good physical fitness can explain, is not it? Tell us, are you a legendary martial arts master? Where in the world would there be martial arts masters? You all need to believe in science. Believe in science. Martial arts masters do not exist. Jiang Yu blinked her eyes. You literally launched yourself into the sky with light body skills. Jiang Yu was not very old. Like Tang Yuxin, she was one of the youngest teachers. Much of the time, her lively personality made her seem like a student. I did not want to delve too much into this topic. After chatting with Tang Yuxin in the office for a while longer, I said my goodbyes and left. After exams were over, the school finally went on holiday. Tang Yuxin and I took the babies and flew back to Sichuan province. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first time taking the babies on an airplane mission. Reward obtained, omni-vehicle driving mastery, and a Gulfstream G650 private jet. I had not even had the chance to share this good news with Tang Yuxin when the plane suddenly jolted violently. The massive tremor startled all the passengers. My expression changed drastically. I quickly checked the child safety seats the flight attendant had brought earlier, making sure the 3 babies were sitting securely in them. Hubby. Tang Yuxin tightly gripped my arm, her face deathly pale. Hubby, what do we do? Do not worry, it is okay, it is okay. I comforted Tang Yuxin and looked up at the flight attendant who had almost fallen down just now. What happened? At this moment, 3 warning sirens blared through the cabin. The flight attendant hurriedly said, I am sorry. Sir, our plane has encountered severe turbulence. Before she could finish, the plane violently shook again. Now even a fool would know this could not be just severe turbulence. Something had gone wrong with the plane. The chief purser stumbled, holding onto the seats for support, while shouting for all passengers to stay in their seats and fasten their seatbelts. She struggled her way to the cockpit door. She entered the passcode, and then looked up at the monitor above the cabin door. The monitor immediately displayed the live feed from inside the cockpit. Seeing the scene on the screen, the purser's face turned completely white. Both pilots were slumped over the control console, their conditions unknown. And what was worse, there was a massive tear on the left windshield. Inside the cockpit lay the corpse of a bizarre-looking bird. The plane had suffered a bird strike. Despair instantly filled the purser's heart. The plane's flight paths were meticulously chosen. In theory, there were indeed birds capable of flying at this altitude, but they were incredibly rare. They were doomed. I, too, saw the scene on the monitor. I gritted my teeth, suddenly unbuckled my seatbelt and rushed forward. You go help me watch the kids. I staggered to the purser's side and shouted loudly. I know how to fly a plane, I yelled. At this point, I could not care less about anything else. The woman I loved and my babies were on this plane. I had to step up. You know how to fly a plane. Hearing me say this, a glimmer of hope immediately surfaced on the purser's previously despairing face. Desperate times called for desperate measures. The purser could not worry about protocol anymore. She quickly scrambled up from the floor, leaned against the cockpit door, and entered the unlock code. Sir, we are counting on you. You have to succeed. I nodded, reaching out beforehand to grip the door handle tightly, preventing the instant loss of cabin pressure from blowing the door open. Using all the strength in my body, I forcefully held the door shut. Quick, go help me watch the kids. Understood. The purser agilely crawled into my seat, fastened the seatbelt, and together with Tang Yuxin, shielded the 3 babies. Puppy. By this time, Tang Yuxin was crying her eyes out, but for a moment she did not know what to say. She knew her husband was about to do something extremely dangerous, but it was something that had to be done. I shouted back to Tang Yuxin, Honey, please believe in me. I promise I will return safely. For you and the babies, I will definitely make it. Watch out, I am opening the door. As soon as the words left my mouth, the surrounding passengers and flight attendants immediately bent over, covered their heads, and braced themselves. I violently yanked the cockpit door open. The instant pressure difference made the entire plane shake violently once again. Howling, gale force winds poured into the first-class cabin and rapidly filled the entire passenger area. Even the economy cabin in the back fell into complete chaos. The flight attendants shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to get the terrified passengers, who were screaming and wailing, to calm down as much as possible. I gritted my teeth, pushing my arm's strength to the absolute limit, controlling my body as I squeezed into the cockpit. Then, with a slam, the door shut. Only then did the cabin finally quiet down. Puppy. Tang Yuxin's face was already covered in tears. Holding the babies tightly, she began to pray silently. Inside the cockpit, I was stunned by the sight before me. That bird, which had collided with the airliner at high altitude, had smashed straight through the co-pilot's windshield. I took a quick look. The two pilots were slumped over the control panel, unconscious, and I could not even tell if they were still breathing. I fought against the wind pressure with all my might. At this moment, I could not worry about anything else. I slowly unbuckled the captain's seatbelt, swiftly sat down in the pilot's seat, and then placed my hands on the plane's control yoke. With the omni-vehicle driving mastery rewarded by the system, let alone a commercial airliner, even if you gave me a space shuttle, I could fly it flawlessly. Currently, the plane was in a rapid nosedive. Looking down, we were about to crash into a mountain ridge. I pulled back on the yoke with both hands. Pull up. Under my control, the plane's nose finally began to lift. Thank goodness, it was only the co-pilot's windshield that had shattered. All the engines were operating normally. At this moment, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plane was still functional. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, upon clearly feeling the plane begin to climb, the purser wept tears of joy. That man was telling the truth. He really knew how to fly. Everyone was saved. At the same time, at the Hubei Provincial Ground Air Traffic Management Bureau, Wu Wei, the air traffic controller who happened to be responsible for the passenger plane I was on, suddenly furrowed his brows. On the coordinate map, the plane's altitude and flight path were changing drastically. He picked up the microphone and quickly initiated contact. Zhonghong 6, Zhonghong 6, this is Hubei Ground Air Traffic Management. Please respond if you copy. The radar showed the plane's altitude was continuously dropping. Receiving no response, Wu Wei immediately realized something was wrong. Director, something terrible has happened. What is the situation? Director Ma Taijun, who was in charge on site, heard Wu Wei's voice, and immediately turned to look over. Director, Zhonghong 6 is deviating from its course. Its flight altitude is also dropping rapidly. We cannot reach the flight crew. Ma Taijun immediately frowned. Keep trying to contact them. Sure enough, seeing the plane's abnormal, rapid descent, Ma Taijun could not help but gasp. There was an emergency. On the plane, I was simultaneously fighting off the freezing wind constantly pouring in through the shattered windshield, while using all my strength to control the aircraft. The temperature at 10,000 meters was too low, if my physical constitution was not far superior to an ordinary person's. By this point I would likely have already lost consciousness due to the extreme cold and gale force winds. The howling of the wind constantly echoed in my ears. But amidst this roaring wind, I vaguely heard through the headset the calls from ground control. Given the plane's current condition, it was absolutely impossible to fly all the way to Sichuan province. I could only make an emergency landing in the capital of Hubei province nearby. But here came the problem. The plane had originally been fully fueled to fly to Sichuan. If I landed in Hubei, I would inevitably be carrying excess fuel. That meant making an overweight landing. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, I squawked the emergency code 7700. This was a declaration to all aircraft on the ground and in the air that this plane was experiencing an emergency. Almost at the exact same time, the ground control center immediately detected this situation. Upon discovering the plane had squawked the emergency code, the tension in Ma Tiejuan's heart eased slightly. The fact that they could still squawk an emergency code meant the crew was not incapacitated. Keep hailing them. Have other aircraft in the air try hailing them as well. Up in the sky, after squawking the emergency code, I still faced a massive problem. At 10,000 meters high, without the plane's instruments aiding the route display, I had no idea where I was flying. The original flight path set for Sichuan obviously could not be used anymore. If I wanted to fly to Hubei, I had to change the flight path. Report, Director. Zhonghong 6 is requesting a route change to land at the Hubei Capital Airport. Fruit. Keep hailing them. The tense expression on Ma Tiejuan's face still had not relaxed. He knew this was a critical moment and he could not let his guard down. In the sky, seeing that the route change had been approved, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the plane's other equipment was still functioning properly. This also saved me a massive amount of effort. Only at this moment did I have the spare capacity to respond to the radio calls. Because the wind was too strong, the noise severely interfered with communications. I could only shout as loudly as I possibly could. Hubei, this is Zhonghong 6. Finally, through the communicator, I faintly heard the responding ground control station. Wu Wei looked excited. Hubei reading Zhonghong 6, Go ahead. This is Zhonghong 6. Co-pilot's windshield struck a bird. The windshield is shattered. Both pilots are completely incapacitated, barely making out my voice. From the heavy static, the ground control personnel and everyone else listening in were instantly shocked. Both pilots were incapacitated. Then who is flying the plane right now? Zhonghong 6 pilot, please state your identity. This voice came through the headset. I immediately shouted at the top of my lungs, my name is. I am a passenger on this flight. Both pilots are incapacitated. I am helping to fly the plane. Passenger. Ma Tai-jun, who had originally thought it was a crew member, immediately had his expression change. How could a passenger fly a plane? Go check quickly. See if there really is a passenger like this on the flight. Very soon, the search results came back. Among the passengers on the flight, there really was detailed information about me. A junior at Jiaodong University. The entire report listed some of my background info. Looking at this file, Ma Tai-jun slapped his own forehead. It would have been fine if the guy was a student at the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, but it just had to be someone whose major had absolutely nothing to do with aviation. How could he possibly know how to fly a plane? This thing was not a car, and it certainly was not a bicycle. Do you know the operating procedures for an airplane? I have practiced on a flight simulator. I know how to fly a plane. I could only answer like this. However, this answer could not possibly put the people on the ground at ease. Can you wake the two pilots up? What is their current condition? They have passed out. Do not worry, my wife and kids are still on this plane. I would not fool around with this. As a father and a husband, I will absolutely bring them down to the ground safely. Maijun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I had stated outright that both pilots were completely incapacitated. They did not have any other options either. Left with absolutely no choice, they could only apprehensively accept this reality. All departments, all units, all flight crews, attention. Receiving orders from superiors. All aircraft scheduled to take off from Jiangqing International Airport are grounded. Zhonghong 6 is experiencing a state of emergency. All flight crews, please stand by in your current positions and await further instructions. Once the order was issued, the tourists waiting for their flights at Jiangqing International Airport immediately caused an uproar. What on earth is going on with the flights? Why are they all delayed? What happened? Suddenly, someone in the crowd stared at their phone and shouted, "A plane in the sky is having an emergency. It is preparing for an emergency landing at this airport." As soon as these words came out, the rowdy crowd finally realized what was happening. In the cabin, the chief purser kept comforting Tang Yuxin. "Do not worry, we will definitely be fine." Tang Yuxin held the babies tightly and nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. I was her and the baby's hero. Ever since I appeared in her and the baby's lives, I had provided them with a safe haven to shelter from the storm. Now, once again, I stepped up like a hero. But this time, the burden on my shoulders was no longer just our little family, but also the over 100 passengers on board. "You can do it, hubby." Tang Yuxin trusted me with all her heart. She prayed silently in her heart. On the ground, a state of emergency was already in effect. Security, fire, and medical departments were all on standby. Just in case the Zhonghong 6 I was piloting had an accident, they could provide rescue immediately. In the sky, I was flying toward Jiangqing Airport, but I glanced at the fuel gauge and shook my head. The fuel originally intended for the flight to Sichuan had not even been half consumed. Landing in this condition would undoubtedly be an overweight landing, which would pose a massive safety risk to the plane. After checking, I discovered a headache-inducing problem. This plane did not have a fuel jettison system. Because of this, I only had one other option. Since there was not an absurd amount of fuel left, I just needed to circle in the air for a while and burn off the excess fuel. Suddenly, on the radar, I noticed two aircraft approaching. Then, a message came through. Zhonghong 6, Zhonghong 6, this is the Central Theater Command Air Force. We are under orders to escort you. Hearing this, I finally understood. Given the technology of Air Force fighter jets, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to appear on a civilian airliner's radar. To show up so openly, it could only mean they had voluntarily turned off their stealth systems. Sure enough, in my line of sight, on the left and right sides of the plane, appeared two of Yanxia's most advanced fighter jets. With my eyesight, I could even see the pilots inside the fighter jets' cockpits, giving me a thumbs-up gesture. At this time, the two Air Force pilots flying close escort also finally got a clear look at the situation inside the cockpit. They could not help but gasp in shock. With a shattered windshield, high altitude, low temperature, low pressure, and low oxygen, I was actually able to control the plane steadily. And looking at me, it seemed my body had not suffered any issues yet. This guy was a total badass. Even highly trained Air Force pilots like themselves might not necessarily be able to pull this off. Furthermore, this bro actually had the leisure to gesture something to them. One of the pilots suddenly noticed that what I was gesturing was actually standard international pilot communication hand signals. He wants to circle to burn off fuel. The pilot relayed his observations to the ground. Ground control, this is Winged Bird. We have approached Zhonghong 6 and are escorting. The co-pilot's windshield is shattered. Both pilots inside are incapacitated. The pilot is preparing to circle to burn fuel and avoid an overweight landing. Over. Upon learning that I was preparing to circle to avoid an overweight landing, Ma Tiejuan's heart leaped into his throat again. Landing a plane is extremely dangerous. Could an amateur without any formal training, who had only flown on a civilian flight simulator, actually pull it off? Gradually, I finally flew over Jiangqing. As I circled, the plane's fuel gradually decreased. Finally, it dropped to a safe range for landing. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, around the perimeter of Jiangqing Airport, a massive crowd of aviation enthusiasts had already gathered. Reporters from major media outlets were ready and waiting. Security, firefighters, and doctors were on high alert, watching intently. The aviation enthusiasts on the perimeter, upon seeing the shattered windshield through their binoculars, instantly turned deadly pale. Oh my God, in this condition, how did this absolute legend manage to fly the plane back? After the 3 warning sirens sounded, the chief purser immediately gave a hand signal to a flight attendant at the jump seat. The latter immediately took down the intercom from the wall and shouted to the passengers in the cabin. Attention all passengers. The plane is about to make an emergency landing. Please brace for impact. I began to decelerate the plane. I quickly deployed the speed brakes on the wings and carefully reduced the plane's speed bit by bit. Under my control, the speeding aircraft finally showed signs of slowing down. Everyone's eyes were glued tightly to the plane taxiing on the runway. It was nearing the end of the runway. If it reached the end without successfully decelerating, the plane would overrun the runway. Stop please. Many people were praying for Zhonghong 6 in their hearts. Finally, just as the plane was about to hit the end of the runway, it stopped. After a brief silence, deafening cheers erupted across the entire airport. Ambulances rushed to the side of the plane. The doors swung open, and countless medics carrying stretchers and first aid kits jumped out of the vehicles. The reporters doing live broadcasts had already started their coverage. Viewers, Zhonghong 6, which has drawn the attention of the entire society, has now successfully made an emergency landing at Jiangqing International Airport. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Tang Yuxin could not care less about anything else. The moment the plane completely came to a halt, she gently placed the babies in her arms onto the seats, then unbuckled her seatbelt, got up, and stumbled toward the cockpit. She even bumped her forehead because she was in such a hurry. Tang Yuxin frantically banged on the cockpit door. "Hubby, are you okay?" Inside the cockpit, I stared blankly at the stationary plane. The sirens of the fire trucks and ambulances quickly drew near in my ears. I felt a bit dazed and in a trance. Even though the system had given me driving mastery, I never imagined that, facing a plane with a shattered windshield, I would actually succeed in landing it safely from 10,000 meters in the air. Hubby, open the door." Tang Yuxin's voice snapped me back to reality. My wife was still outside. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt, stood up, walked over to the cockpit door and opened it. The next moment, an incredibly familiar figure threw herself into my arms. Hubby, are you hurt? You are so cold. Are you injured?" Tang Yuxin hugged me tightly, but quickly let go and looked at me with panic. My body was freezing cold. I exhaled and rubbed my hands together, flashing a bright white smile. "I just got chilled by the wind, that is all. Let me hug you and I will warm right up." I had thought Tang Yuxin would be shy, but she did not hesitate to hug me tightly once again. Her grip was so strong it felt like she wanted to crush me into her embrace. After a while, feeling a bit of dampness on my chest, I gently held the weeping Tang Yuxin. "Alright, let us go check on the babies. The babies are still crying." "The babies?" "Right, the babies." Reminded by me, Tang Yuxin finally remembered. Tang Yuxin and I held hands and walked over to the 3 babies. I opened my arms and scooped up 2 of them at once. "First treasure, second treasure. Daddy's back. Daddy successfully brought you back to the ground." And third treasure was picked up by Tang Yuxin. "Third treasure, is not Daddy amazing?" He saved an entire plane full of people. And of course, our whole family. Watching the scene before her, the chief purser was filled with emotion. She rubbed her leg, which had been injured from the impact earlier, and walked up to me. Sir, thank you for saving all of us. Thank you, handsome. At this time, the passengers in first class who had not gotten off yet gathered around. Everyone came forward own by own to hug me. Even a few young girls did the same. This time, Tang Yuxin was not dissatisfied or jealous at all. She was only filled with pride. Watching me hug everyone own by own, Tang Yuxin wiped away a teardrop from the corner of her eye. My husband, the baby's daddy, is truly a great hero. He can not only give the babies and me a warm home, but is also an indestructible fortress. Finally, after everyone had left, Tang Yuxin hugged me from behind once more. Thank you, hubby. And those passengers who had disembarked from first class heard a piece of news from the reporters that they found hard to believe. Both pilots on the plane had passed out the moment the accident happened, and this entire flight from start to finish was piloted by a single passenger who had flown solo and successfully brought them to an emergency landing. Meanwhile, inside the plane, a man in a uniform appeared beside Tang Yuxin and me. The man reached out his hand to me. Xing Mingjie from the Management Bureau. I smiled and shook hands with Xing Mingjie. I know you. You are famous nationwide now, a popular content creator on Bilibili. Xing Mingjie smiled, withdrew his hand, and walked into the cockpit. Looking at the disastrous scene before him, Xing Mingjie and the several bureau staff behind him were all stunned. Shattered windshield, 2 unconscious pilots in the cockpit. Xing Mingjie hurriedly let the medical staff inside, then looked around the cockpit once more. When he walked out of the cockpit, he looked at me with deep amazement in his eyes. Air Force background, smiled. Like I said, just a civilian. I have only played flight simulators. Never actually practiced in a real plane. Incredible talent. Truly incredible talent. Xing Mingjie patted my shoulder. Do you want to fly planes for a living? I figure with this experience, even if you were not a pilot before, you would not even need an exam. I gently wrapped my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist. I want to save more time to spend with my wife and kids. Xing Mingjie nodded. Alright then, let us go. Let us head out together. Everyone outside wants to see you, our great hero. From the moment I appeared, all the cameras were pointed at me. Camera flashes went off non-stop. A massive swarm of reporters also rushed forward, shoving microphones in my face, wanting an interview. At the same time, back home in Sichuan, Chongqing, my mom and dad, who were watching the live broadcast, saw me appear on the TV. Old Xiao, it is our son, it is our son. It really is him. Also in Sichuan, Chongqing, Tang's father and mother held hands, constantly wiping away tears. Both kids are perfectly fine. It is so wonderful that the whole family is safe. Inside the airport, Ma Taijun walked over at this time. Sir, thank you so much. If it were not for you, with these over 100 lives, we at Zhonghong would have become the greatest sinners. I was just protecting my wife and kids. It was nothing more than saving ourselves. Tang Yuxin looked at me from the side, her eyes sparkling with stars. Her husband was truly amazing. With him by her side, she and the babies felt incredibly safe. I pushed the stroller and led Tang Yuxin out of the Sichuan Chongqing airport. Soon I heard a shout. Xiao Fei Yuxin. I looked up and found my parents and Tang Yuxin's parents, all 4 elders, actually waiting outside the airport to pick us up. Tang Yuxin and I linked arms, each pushing a stroller, and walked up to the 4 elders. My mom and my mother-in-law immediately surrounded Tang Yuxin, looking her over with concern and greeting her repeatedly. Are you okay? I saw it on the news. Your plane encountered a disaster. You're not hurt, are you? Are the babies alright? Feeling the care of the 2 elders, Tang Yuxin gave a sweet smile. With the fear in her heart now completely gone, she no longer had the panic from when the plane was in danger. I'm fine, do not worry. On the other side, with our family's appearance, my dad and father-in-law patted my shoulders. They did not say much, but the concern in their eyes was self-evident. My father-in-law's satisfaction with me, his son-in-law, had simply reached an indescribable level. My father-in-law sighed. As the old saying goes, surviving a great disaster means good fortune is to come. What are you talking about? Disaster, this and unlucky, that. As soon as the words left his mouth, my mother-in-law slapped my father-in-law's arm hard. My father-in-law glared at my mother-in-law, but did not continue on that topic. Instead, he changed the subject. But we came here to pick you up. Let us go, let us head home. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance. After experiencing the incident on the plane, We both felt the preciousness of family even more. Being alive to see our loved ones was more important than anything else. My dad was the one driving today. He had a commercial van, which was just enough to seat everyone. On the way, my dad still could not help but ask, "When did you learn how to fly a plane, kiddo?" Was not it just from playing around with that flight simulator when I had nothing to do? When I was a kid, I even thought about becoming a pilot. Dad, did you forget? You can reach this level just by playing a simulator. For a moment, my dad did not know what to say. These airplanes, they are called the safest mode of transportation. But once something goes wrong, it is a huge disaster. My father-in-law, sitting in the passenger seat, wanted to take out a cigarette but thought of the 3 babies. He could only pat the pocket holding his cigarettes and smack his lips a couple of times. My father-in-law thought for a moment and said, "How about this? On New Year's Eve this year, we go to Buer Temple to burn incense, to wash away the bad luck and pray for blessings." Tang Yuxin looked at her father in slight surprise. In the past, he completely did not believe in these things. She did not expect that because of this incident, he would actually bring it up himself this year. That sounds great. Sitting next to Tang Yuxin, I immediately smiled. How about we all spend New Year's Eve together? Then we can go burn incense together. This was the first New Year Tang Yuxin and I would spend together after getting married. If the elders of both families could also spend it together, it would definitely be much more meaningful. Furthermore, my father-in-law and mother-in-law only had one child. If Tang Yuxin spent New Year's at the Shao family's house this year, the 2 elders would be all alone at home. Hearing my proposal, my dad, who was driving, immediately agreed. Great idea. In-laws, let us spend this year together. No, from now on, let us spend every year together. This year it will be at our house. Since we all live in the same city anyway, what do you think, in-laws? My father-in-law pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and said, "All right, let us spend it together. Then it is settled." Both he and my mother-in-law felt deeply protective of their daughter after this incident. Being able to spend the new year with their daughter, son-in-law, and the in-laws would also make the 2 elders feel less lonely. Before long, my dad drove us back to the city area of Sichuan Chongqing. It was exactly dinner time. In-laws, let us eat out together tonight. Consider it a welcome home dinner for the 2 kids. No one objected to my dad's proposal. So, he turned the steering wheel and drove to a restaurant. This was a place my dad frequented. The owner knew him well. Seeing my dad walk in with a large group of people, the owner immediately greeted them warmly. "Oh, Director Shao, please come in, come in. How many in your party?" My dad smiled. 6 adults plus 3 babies. Right away, the owner said as he led everyone toward a private room. Laughing, "Shao Fei, it has been a while since I have seen you. And you are already married. Really now, how could you get married and not even send an invitation to your Uncle Wang? Tell you what, tonight's meal is on the house. Besides, you are a big shot who has been on the news now." Clearly, he had also watched the news. Not everyone who watched the news could immediately recognize me if they bumped into me in real life. But Uncle Wang already knew my dad and me. He even frequently invited my dad out to play cards. That was why he could instantly deduce that I was the guy on the news. During dinner, Uncle Wang came in again to toast everyone individually. I knew my dad and the others liked to drink, so I spoke up, "Dad, you go ahead and drink. Can drive when we head back." With those words, my dad finally started a round of toasts with my father-in-law and Uncle Wang, the owner. That night, my dad and mom left the master bedroom to me. So, naturally, Tang Yuxin and I slept in the master bedroom. Upon returning here, the 3 babies were settled in the crib next to the bed. At this moment, Tang Yuxin was lying in bed, leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. The internet was flooded with news about today. Even foreign media had reported on it. Meanwhile, inside the master bedroom's en-suite bathroom, the sound of splashing water echoed. It was me taking a shower. Tang Yuxin's gaze landed on the bathroom. A moment later, a mischievous smile crept up the corners of her lips. Barefoot and on her tiptoes, she quietly sneaked over to the bathroom door. Once everything was ready, Tang Yuxin narrowed her eyes. Operation Target Hubby commence. An hour later, Tang Yuxin, wearing her pajamas, was humming a song in a great mood, while blow-drying her hair, because she was worried the hairdryer's noise would wake the sleeping babies. She specifically came out to the living room to dry it, and I had been dragged out by her. While drying her hair, Tang Yuxin kept glancing at me on the sofa out of the corner of her eye, giggling to herself from time to time. She looked exactly like a sly little fox. I watched her, highly amused. To think this girl would actually do something like ambush me. Right when I came out of the shower, after drying her hair, Tang Yuxin scooted over to me and snuggled right into my arms. Smelling the fresh scent on me, she wriggled her body to find a comfortable position. Every time she lay in my arms, Tang Yuxin felt as if her entire body was wrapped in warmth. What is wrong? Why are you suddenly so clingy? Even the cute little cat back home is not as clingy as you. Seeing Tang Yuxin like this, I could not help but tease her. Who am I bothering by being clingy with my own husband? I just like being clingy with my hubby. If husbands are not for clinging to, what are they for? Your breath smells pretty strong though. W, so gross. Seeing this girl, I just could not resist the urge to tease her. Does my breath smell? Does it? Tang Yuxin tried her best to widen her eyes. She put her pretty face right in front of mine, and then started blowing air at me. Smell it? It obviously does not smell at all, and it is even fragrant. Come on, smell it. Fine then, hubby, you are disgusted by me. Have you had a change of heart? Keep your voice down. Mom and dad are asleep, and the babies are asleep too. Do not wake them up. How could I have a change of heart? I could not find a wife as good as you even with a lantern. Only an idiot would change his heart. Oh, Tang Yuxin replied softly. Then an idea suddenly popped into her head. Hubby, do you think we should buy a house here in our hometown too? Why do you suddenly say that? Do you not want to live with mom and dad? Is not it nice and lively with more people around? I pinched Tang Yuxin's nose. No. Afraid I would misunderstand, Tang Yuxin hurriedly waved her hands. It is just. Her face grew redder and redder, and finally her voice dropped to a whisper. It is a bit inconvenient, is not it? This girl actually even winked at me. I immediately burst out laughing. But what Tang Yuxin said did make a certain amount of sense. After all, we were adults and married. Although we did not spend a lot of time back in our hometown, we could not just not have a place of our own. Living with parents did indeed bring a lot of inconveniences. Moreover, it was obvious Tang Yuxin preferred to enjoy some private time with just the two of us. I looked down at Tang Yuxin. After the plane disaster, she had become much clingier. It was probably some sort of stress response. For a period of time, she would become particularly sensitive to everything. I wrapped my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist, letting her lean against my shoulder, while simultaneously pondering her proposal. We were not lacking money at all right now. Buying a house here in our hometown would be very easy. When we came back, the two of us could live alone, which would be nice. If we missed mom and dad, we could see them anytime anyway. There would not be any issues. As for my parents' side of things, there was no need to worry about them misunderstanding. My dad was a very open-minded person to begin with. As for my mom, she just went along with whatever. Seeing me deep in thought, Tang Yuxin started acting like a love-struck fangirl again. Hubby, how can you be so handsome and so attractive? Hubby smells so good, so good. Honey, what nonsense are you sniffing? This girl had really changed a lot after this incident. Tang Yuxin's face turned red, but she simply refused to leave my side. So she rolled her eyes, suddenly stretched out her arms, and said, Hubby, I am so tired. Let us go to sleep together. Early the next morning, Tang Yuxin had already made breakfast. Hubby, breakfast is ready. Mom is not up yet. No, she is already up. My mom gets up very early every day. She should be almost back from the wet market by now. Tang Yuxin looked as if she had suffered a massive blow. How could this be? I thought I could wake up before mom and show off what a good daughter-in-law I am. Just then, the sound of the door unlocking came from the living room. My mom walked in carrying a bag of groceries. Yuxin, why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? No, Mom, I have already made breakfast. Hurry up and eat. Tang Yuxin was already fully prepared to receive praise. Breakfast? Is that the thing you eat before lunch? The legendary breakfast. It has been so long since I have had breakfast. At home, Xiao Fei's dad cooks better than me. I usually just whip up whatever for myself. And then gradually, since I do not know when, 3 meals a day somehow inexplicably became 2 meals a day. Tang Yuxin was shocked hearing this. Mom, why do not you make breakfast for yourself? My mom chuckled. Because I am lazy. Tang Yuxin made a decision right then and there. In the future, the 3 babies could absolutely not be raised by her mother-in-law. After breakfast, Tang Yuxin pulled me into the bedroom with a serious face. Hubby, what is going on with our mom? So you figured it out? My mom. She has just been protected too well by my dad, because regulations were not strict back in those days. My mom married my dad when she was 18. Before that, she was protected by her parents. And after marriage, she was protected by my dad, so she never had to work, and never had to worry about any trivial matters in life. So even now, my mom is still like a little girl. That really is quite Pure. Tang Yuxin thought for a long time before using the word pure. But soon, she revealed an envious expression again. Our dad must super love her. I grabbed Tang Yuxin's waist and chuckled. You will be just like that in the future. Tang Yuxin pouted. She felt that way herself too, putting aside how she was outside. As long as she was at home and facing me, she would feel like she was still a baby. I suddenly received a phone call. Lu Yang, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Hey Xiaofei, Happy New Year. Since I came back home for the new year, I figured I would hit you up to hang out. I will get a few other guys from our high school class too. Hearing this, I subconsciously glanced at Tang Yuxin. More than a year ago, it was exactly at a high school classmate's birthday party that I got drunk, and ended up having that encounter with Tang Yuxin. Now, hearing about a similar event, I could not help but recall all the little moments I had shared with Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin, who was teasing the babies, noticed my gaze. She turned her head, and upon realizing I was looking at her, immediately flashed a huge smile. I smiled back. Sure, sounds great. You pick a time. We will get the guys together and hang out. How about tomorrow night? I have already contacted a few people. Once I find a place, I will send you the address. Just come straight there when the time comes. After I put down my phone, Tang Yuxin asked softly, Hubby, who is calling so late? A high school classmate. I guess you could say he was my best friend in high school. He also came back for the new year. He said we should all get together tomorrow night. Tang Yuxin nodded. Then, hubby, what time will we be coming back? She did not even bother to ask if I would bring her along. Subconsciously, Tang Yuxin already believed that, no matter where I went, I would be with her. This was a manifestation of absolute trust, and I had never even considered the possibility of going alone. Hearing her, I smiled and said, it won't be too late. After all, we still have to come back and take care of the babies. Staying out too late won't do. The next day, upon learning that I was taking Tang Yuxin to meet my classmates that evening, my mom and dad did not object. Instead, they volunteered to help look after the babies, so we could go out and have a good time. Before dinner, Tang Yuxin and I took a taxi to the entrance of a buffet hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was called Mountain City Tripe King, let alone during the New Year period. Even on regular days, it was practically packed every day. Tang Yuxin and I held hands. As I arrived at the door of the private room we had been informed of beforehand, I gently pushed the door open. The group of people, who had been chatting enthusiastically, all simultaneously looked over. Silence. The private room suddenly plunged into an eerie quiet. All eyes were fixed on the two of us. What is wrong? Do not recognize me. I led Tang Yuxin inside, smiling as I looked at these faces I had not seen in a long time. Lu Yang was the first to react. He let out a weird yelp. Xiaofei, you son of a gun. You have changed way too much, have not you? Is this your girlfriend? I raised the hand that was holding Tang Yuxin's, and gave a slight smile. This is my wife. Xiaofei got married. When did that happen? A chubby guy looked full of envy. He stared at Tang Yuxin, but then quickly forced himself to look away. Tang Yuxin was simply too beautiful. So beautiful that she made this chubby fellow feel a massive wave of pressure. We got married not too long ago, but we have only registered for the certificate. We have not held the wedding ceremony yet. When we do have the wedding, we will invite you all. Oh, by the way, my wife's name is Tang Yuxin. Hello, everyone. Tang Yuxin responded with natural poise and elegance. It was just that because she was used to dealing with strangers, and habitually did not speak much. She only offered a brief greeting and nothing more. I noticed there were also a few unfamiliar faces at the dining table, both men and women. Needless to say, I knew they must be the boyfriends or girlfriends of some of the people there. The rest of us originally thought that showing up with a boyfriend or girlfriend already made us winners in life. And here you are, actually married. Good grief, I can't even. Even if you jumped the gun, you did not have to sprint to the finish line, did you? A guy wearing glasses pushed up his gold-rimmed spectacles, unable to help but shake his head. Wait, Xiaofei, I remember last year, when I had my birthday, I invited you as a single guy, right? And within a year, you went and got married. I chuckled happily and said, speaking of which, I really have you to thank. It was entirely because of your birthday party, Gao Wenxuan, that I was able to meet Yuxin. The whole group was instantly intrigued. They all leaned in to listen, eager for the juicy gossip. But I did not say anything more. This kind of thing was a sweet little secret between my wife and me. I definitely was not going to blab about it in public. Seeing that I was not going to spill, everyone immediately started booing in dissatisfaction. And own by own, they began proposing toasts. All right, you sly dog, since you won't talk, we will just have to drink you under the table. No, Yusin and I do not drink. We have to go back and take care of the babies tonight. It would not be good to go back reeking of alcohol. You even have kids already. Lu Yang looked incredibly envious. I am still flying solo here, and you have already leveled up to being a dad. You have not even graduated from college yet, right? Do you have any pictures? Can I see them? A girl sitting right next to Tang Yuxin leaned over toward her, wanting to see pictures of the babies. Tang Yuxin simply opened up Bilibili, pulled up the videos and showed them to everyone. Everyone eagerly passed the phone around to watch. But as they watched, the atmosphere started to change. Xiao Fei, that guy being hailed as the hero captain a few days ago. Is that you? Oh my god, I thought it was just someone with the same name. During dinner, there were not any cliché, dramatic incidents. No one intentionally showed off only to get a slap in the face. And no one made passive-aggressive remarks only to be mocked in return. Everyone was classmates, so their relationships were pretty good to begin with. And it had not been many years since they graduated from high school. Most of them had not even graduated from college yet, so there was absolutely no need for any scheming or backstabbing. However, even so, Tang Yuxin and I were undoubtedly the center of attention. First, because of our outstanding looks, and second, because through Tang Yuxin's videos earlier, they discovered that I seemed to be exceptionally wealthy now. It was just that because I had stated beforehand that I would not drink due to needing to look after the babies. No one actually tried to force Tang Yuxin or me to drink. Xiao Fei, can I be the baby's godfather? During dinner, Lu Yang, who I was closest to, suddenly spoke up, because this guy had been working out long-term, and was tall and strongly built. He looked somewhat intimidating, but in reality he had a very good personality. I am afraid you would scare the babies. Let us just forget about that. I teased Lu Yang playfully. Do not even mention it. Lu Yang suddenly looked as if he had suffered a massive blow. Just because of how I look. All the girls in college keep their distance from me, even though I am a super gentle guy. As he spoke, Lu Yang suddenly set his sights on Tang Yuxin. I am a bit older than Xiao Fei, so is it okay if I call you sister-in-law? Tang Yuxin smiled and nodded. Being called sister-in-law actually sounded pretty good. It also made her feel younger. Alright then, sister-in-law. Lu Yang rubbed his hands together slyly. Do you have any available friends you could introduce me to? The girls you hang out with must definitely be beautiful too. As the saying goes, those near beauty become beautiful. Do not even think about it. I directly refused on Tang Yuxin's behalf. This guy definitely thought Tang Yuxin and I were college classmates. Why not? Can I just ask sister-in-law to introduce me to some of her female classmates? You managed to get a girl and become a dad. And now you do not even care about your brother's love life. Lu Yang looked full of dissatisfaction. I snorted. Female classmates. Yuxin is not a student. She is a professor at Jiaodong University. She only has female professors, no female classmates. Could you handle that? Everyone's focus immediately shifted to Tang Yuxin. Oh my god. Professor. A girl who looked like a typical straight-A student opened her mouth wide, staring at me with extreme shock. Xiao Fei, we all went through the same 9-year compulsory education. Why do I feel like you took secret tutoring? You are not just one step ahead of the rest of us. I literally can't even. Lu Yang then sighed. But it is probably for the best that there is no own. I will be leaving soon anyway. The military is recruiting college students, and I am planning to enlist. As soon as Lu Yang said this, everyone understood. If he was enlisting in the military, dating really would be very inconvenient. That is a very good career path. It is really hard for college students to find jobs right now. I raised my glass of juice. Lu Yang, I wish you all the best. Thanks. Lu Yang downed the beer in his glass in one gulp, and then let out another sorrowful sigh. When I think about how I basically won't see a single girl for the next few years, I feel so incredibly conflicted. Who joins the military for the girls? Your ideological awareness is seriously lacking. The chubby guy shook his head. Then a look of envy appeared on his face. I want to enlist too, but I would not pass the physical. I really did try to lose weight, but the fat on my body just rebels against me. I can't lose it no matter what. Heaven is truly jealous of my genius. After the chubby guy finished speaking, he put his hands together and started praying again. Great marks. I am willing to trade all this fat on my body in exchange for the realization of a great and beautiful dream. The entire room burst into another roar of laughter. The chubby guy was just too hilarious. You really had to suspect he was the designated hype man sent by a monkey. Tang Yuxin was in a very good mood. She had been a bit worried when she first came with me, but now it seemed these people were all very easy to get along with. Gradually, Tang Yuxin also started chatting with the girl next to her. She was the straight A student named Tong Wan. She was petite and skinny, wearing round glasses that were clearly a size too big for her. But this actually gave her a kind of adorable charm, because Tang Yuxin was a university professor. Tong Wan, being a student, inherently felt a bit intimidated facing her. Plus, because Tang Yuxin was so beautiful, Tong Wan got so nervous several times that she stuttered. Professor Tang, did you study abroad in Munich too? Hearing Tang Yuxin mention this, Tong Wan let out a small gasp. I also have plans to go to Munich to continue my studies after I graduate. If I go there, are there any things I need to watch out for? Oh, there are lots of things you need to watch out for. Tang Yuxin slowly passed on her experiences to Tong Wan, looking exactly like a teacher giving a lesson to a student. As the latter listened, she somehow pulled out a pen and paper from who knows where, and just like a good student taking notes, earnestly jotted all these things down. As they were talking, Tang Yuxin turned her head, ready to eat something, and happened to see me picking up several freshly cooked slices of tripe, and placing them into her bowl. Do not just talk, eat something too. Thank you. Tang Yuxin gave me a sweet smile. That smile was so beautiful it was almost otherworldly. If they had not known Tang Yuxin was my wife, those guys definitely would not have been able to resist taking a few extra glances. Before they could even sigh in admiration, they saw Tang Yuxin pick up a piece of tripe, and place it back into my bowl. Hubby, you eat some too, do not give it all to me. The interaction between the two of us, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, left Tong Wan watching with starry eyes. She really wanted to have a sweet romance like that too. Do you two really have to do this? Here we go, it is starting. True military enthusiasts do not need love. The chubby guy started hollering loudly. Waiter, I need some lemon water. Everyone else also started complaining. This PDA was being dished out way too aggressively. They were getting too stuffed to even eat the hot pot. Lu Yang raised his glass, looking as if he had lost the will to live, and exchanged a glance with the other single guys. I feel the deep, deep malice of this world, and it is hitting me like a tidal wave. After dinner, I declined Lu Yang's invitation to go to a KTV for the after party. Tang Yuxin and I walked home together. To celebrate the new year, neon light strips were hung on the trees lining both sides of the street. I am so stuffed, hubby. Tang Yuxin suddenly clutched her stomach. With her head lowered, she slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. Even though she had eaten a lot, her tummy did not look bulging at all. But that bloated feeling was making her a bit uncomfortable. It was all her husband's fault for constantly putting food in her bowl, making her subconsciously eat bite after bite. By the time she realized it, she was almost bursting. Suddenly hearing Tang Yuxin's voice, I looked over in confusion. My gaze first landed on Tang Yuxin's eyes, and then uncontrollably shifted to her puffed-out cheeks. She looked a bit like a pufferfish that had rapidly inflated after being startled, just without the spikes. I reached out a finger and poked her, having her puffed-up pink cheeks popped by me. Tang Yuxin was instantly stunned. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, curling her fingers into little claws, she threw herself right into my arms. What are you doing? I carefully caught the girl in my arms. Resting my chin on top of her head, I gently rubbed it. Burying her face in my chest, Tang Yuxin's muffled voice came through. It is all your fault, hubby, making me eat so much. I am going to turn into a little piggy. It is fine, we will just exercise a bit when we get back. Are you worried you won't be able to digest it? Tang Yuxin abruptly lifted her head. You can drive on this broken road too. Hubby, you are really... Noticing that my expression went from confused to gradually turning teasing, Tang Yuxin realized she had misunderstood, but she absolutely refused to admit that her mind had been in the gutter just now. Honey, what were you thinking about just now? Why can't I understand? We are clearly walking on a normal road. How is it a broken road? No, I was not thinking about anything weird. You must have misheard, hubby. You definitely misheard. I was not thinking about anything weird at all. I did not say you were thinking about anything weird. Honey, are you confessing without being pressed? I never expected my wife to be this kind of person. But your husband likes it. Tang Yuxin charged at me directly, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. In the end, she took the initiative to hold my hand again, gently swaying her body as we walked. I could even hear her faintly humming a song. You are in a great mood, honey. Did you think of something happy? Tell me so your husband can be happy too. Tang Yuxin gave a beaming smile and hopped lightly. Because I am with you, hubby. A completely unprovoked direct hit to the heart. This girl always launched surprise attacks without any warning. Young people these days really have no martial ethics. I stroked Tang Yuxin's head, watching Tang Yuxin looking as if she was thoroughly enjoying having her head patted by me. A playful urge suddenly rose within me. I gently patted her, and then put on an expression of careful appraisal. Tang Yuxin bit her lip. She knew I was teasing her again. Darn it, she did not want to always be so passive. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yuxin suddenly narrowed her eyes, raised her hands to her ears, and made a cat paw gesture. Tilting her head, she tried her best to widen her eyes, and then let out a meow. Seeing me standing frozen in place, Tang Yuxin could not hold it in any longer. She clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Our interaction drew sideways glances from passers-by. I sighed helplessly. If your students and colleagues saw you like this, who knows what would happen? The ice goddess Professor Tang. Tang Yuxin let out a cute humph, and lifted her swan-like white neck quite haughtily. I would not let them see it. Only you get to see it, hubby. I felt like I had been hit by another direct shot to the heart. This precious wife of mine. Was she doing this intentionally or unintentionally? If it was intentional, it was too terrifying. But if it was unintentional, was not that even more terrifying? Tang Yuxin, who had her head raised high, suddenly had a gust of cold wind blow down her neck. She instantly shrank her neck and slipped right into my arms with a whoosh, after I covered her neck and warmed her up for a while. This girl became energetic again. At this moment, Tang Yuxin did not have the slightest demeanor of a professor. She was completely like a child. Suddenly, a few young girls walking by, wearing sparkling, cat ear-shaped pebbles, caught Tang Yuxin's attention. Seeing my wife standing still, her eyes adorably following the young girls as they passed, I asked with a smile, "Do you want on?" "And no, I do not." Tang Yuxin's eyes darted away. So, a few minutes later, an identical cat ear headband appeared on her head, just like the ones we had seen earlier. This kind of hair accessory was extremely cheap. It could not even compare to the clothes worth thousands or tens of thousands, or the jewelry worth hundreds of thousands that I bought her. But Tang Yuxin was just incredibly happy. She even deliberately stood in front of me, shaking her head, intentionally showing off the pair of cat ears right before my eyes. If you wear this home, it will absolutely steal all the baby's attention. They might even come over and try to snatch these cat ears from you. Tang Yuxin laughed sillily, and we continued walking toward home. Before long, we passed by a snack street. The aroma of food wafting from the roadside stalls made Tang Yuxin stop in her tracks. "Hubby, I want to eat that. Were not you just complaining about being too full? How is my wife's digestion so powerful? Are you hungry again after seeing good food? Snacks, main courses, and desserts are stored in 3 separate stomachs." Tang Yuxin was spouting complete nonsense with a straight face. Her serious expression almost made it seem like it was actually true. "If you eat too much and get an upset stomach tonight, I won't feel sorry for you. Just do not come looking for your husband in the middle of the night. I will probably be fast asleep by then." "Oh, really?" Tang Yuxin narrowed her eyes. "But hubby, why were your eyes darting around when you said that? Can you look me in the eyes and say it again? If you get an upset stomach, I won't feel sorry." Halfway through my sentence, I sighed. "All right, I can't win against you. Who would truly not care about their own wife? I was just worried her stomach would hurt and did not want her to eat it, that was all. So hubby will feel sorry for me. Being at tsundere is a no-no. Hubby can be at tsundere too, you know. You are the tsundere, your whole family are tsunderes. If you get an upset stomach, I am not the one who'll be suffering. Have you thought it through? My family is you, hubby. So hubby, you just admitted yourself that you are at tsundere. I do not care. If I feel uncomfortable later, I will just look for hubby. Whenever I have a problem I can't solve, looking for hubby is always the right answer." Sigh, you have completely talked me into a corner again. Shaking my head, I walked up to a snack stall. A short while later, I was holding a bunch of skewers. Tang Yuxin followed beside me, holding a skewer and eating as she walked. After finishing with a greasy little mouth, she immediately turned to me, shooting me a look full of expectation to be fed. However, a few hours later, inside the bedroom at home, Tang Yuxin clutched her stomach. "Hubby, my tummy hurts." "See, I told you so. I will rub it for you." He who does not listen to his husband's advice suffers the consequences right before his eyes. "I'm talking about you, madam wife. Oh, hubby is the best. I know I was wrong. Who told her to be so greedy? Now she was the own suffering, was not she?" Early own morning, I felt a bit suffocated, waking up abruptly from my sleep. After calming down, I realized that Tang Yuxin's arms were tightly wrapped around my neck. Her forehead was pressed against the back of my neck. I could clearly feel Tang Yuxin's every breath. To avoid being put in a chokehold again, I slowly turned around without waking her, and gently moved her arms off my neck. However, the moment my hand touched her arm, she suddenly tightened her grip forcefully. "Hubby, do not leave me." Fortunately, my reflexes were quick enough. I immediately dodged my head away, barely avoiding being choked. Good grief, she was trying to murder her own husband. "It is okay, I am right here." After a while, the strength in Tang Yuxin's arms lessened, probably because she felt uncomfortable. She eventually pulled her hands back. A contented smile appeared on her face. I looked at the light outside the window. It was already dawn. Today happened to be the Lantern Festival. The New Year holiday was already more than half over. A few days after the Lantern Festival, everyone would have to start going back to work. Although Tang Yuxin was a university professor and I was still a student, meaning as long as it was winter break, we could stay in our hometown the entire time. Those who had regular jobs would be heading back after the Lantern Festival. I got up, went to the bathroom, finished washing up, and changed my clothes. Then I walked over to the crib to check on the 3 still sleeping babies. Second treasure, the most fussy kid, was actually drooling in his sleep. I wiped it off with a handkerchief. When I looked up, I found that Tang Yuxin had already woken up and was sitting at the head of the bed looking at me. "Why not sleep a little longer?" Tang Yuxin shook her head. Then she opened her arms. "Come, throw yourself into Big Sister's embrace." Big Sister? Although Tang Yuxin was indeed a few years older than me, calling herself Big Sister was not really an issue. Sensing something was slightly off, I still walked over to the edge of the bed and hugged Tang Yuxin. Then, Tang Yuxin unexpectedly took the opportunity to lie down directly in my arms. Her face beamed with a happy smile. I pinched her ear and looked down. "What do you want to eat for breakfast?" "As long as my wife speaks the word. Whatever you want to eat, your husband will get it for you. Anything is fine, I like whatever hubby makes. As long as hubby makes it." After finishing breakfast, I started feeding the 3 babies their formula. However, First Treasure, who was usually very well behaved, suddenly acted strange while I was feeding him. The little guy kept squirming around, seemingly very uncomfortable. I even noticed he kept sticking his tongue out and pushing against his little mouth. What was going on? At this time, my mom, who had finished her breakfast, walked over. "What happened?" "Mom, First Treasure seems a bit uncomfortable. He has always been very cooperative with drinking his formula before, but this time he just won't do it no matter what." Hearing me say this, Tang Yuxin, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, quickly ran over too. "What is wrong with First Treasure?" My mom bent down and carefully examined First Treasure. She teased him a bit, then gently pried open his mouth and took a look. Then she started laughing. "The little guy is growing teeth." Growing teeth? Tang Yuxin and I were startled. As first-time parents, we had thought there was something physically wrong with First Treasure. It turned out to be a false alarm. Watching the scene before me, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. This feeling of witnessing an important moment in the baby's growth with my own eyes suddenly made me realize, so this is what it feels like to be a father. At this moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the witnessing the baby's first tooth mission. Reward obtained, 12% shares of bid group, and a complete set of new energy battery technology." Was the system just giving away things unreasonably now? To think it could even reward shares of bid. This was way too generous. Besides the equity, the system actually threw in a technological blueprint directly. I discovered that my 12% equity was exactly enough to make me the 2nd largest shareholder of bid. I would find some time in the future to hand over this new energy battery technology in exchange for even more equity. Having made up my mind, I gently picked up First Treasure. First Treasure is flying high. You really are Daddy's lucky star. After the Lantern Festival, Mom, Dad, we're leaving now. You can just drop us off here. Tang Yuxin and I linked arms, each of us pushing a stroller. Xiaofei, you have grown up. I feel at ease with the way you handle things. But after all, you are now a husband. No matter what happens out there, you must always put your family first. Do not worry, Dad, I know. Do you really not trust your own son? All of your excellent qualities have been passed down to me. Daughter, you should not always push everything onto Xiaofei either. Mom knows it is hard work teaching your students, but when it comes to household chores, you should share the burden with Xiaofei as much as you can. I don't know. You do not need to worry about that. Your daughter is not the lazy type who only knows how to eat and not work. The parents from both sides gave their respective instructions to their children, their reluctance to part visible to the naked eye. My mom looked at Tang Yuxin, then at the babies with teary eyes. I'm going to miss you all so much. Does not Yusin's school still have a few days left of winter break? Can't you guys stay for just a few more days? Stop talking nonsense. Before Tang Yuxin and I could answer, my dad let out an exasperated snort. My mom pouted and angrily slapped my dad's arm. She truly could not bear to part with Tang Yuxin. She liked this daughter-in-law of hers way too much. Not to mention she was beautiful. Her personality was also incredibly good. Plus, the two of them really hit it off when talking. Whenever they went out together, people always mistook them for sisters. We have to go through security now. You should head back early. Call Yusin or me if anything comes up, and you can come visit us anytime you miss us. Oh, by the way, if you plan to come to Shanghai, make sure to tell us in advance. You won't need to buy plane tickets anymore. I suddenly added, acting all mysterious. Although the four elders did not quite understand, they nodded in agreement anyway. Then, they reluctantly and slowly left the airport. Tang Yuxin clung to my arm, watching the retreating figures of our parents longingly, her eyes turning a bit red. After a pause, she looked up at me and smiled gently. Although she was leaving her parents, her beloved husband was always right by her side. And her 3 babies were here too. She had her own family now. Let us go in. Later, in front of the security personnel, under Tang Yuxin's bewildered gaze, I pulled out an ID card. Seeing this ID, the security officer's eyes narrowed in focus, and his attitude instantly became respectful. He spoke a few words into his walkie-talkie. A moment later, a beautiful flight attendant in high heels came clicking over to me. Then she bowed and said, Mr. Xiao, the plane is ready. Hubby, what are you guys talking about? Tang Yuxin asked curiously. Hearing this, the flight attendant standing nearby felt a little strange. Did Mr. Zhao's wife really not know that their family had bought a private jet? The flight attendant cast a barely noticeable glance at Tang Yuxin. Her eyes filled with deep envy. It was own thing to be unfairly beautiful, but to have such a handsome husband, and a family rich enough to own a private jet. Meanwhile, although she considered her own looks to be quite good, and at the level of a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, at best she was still just an accompanying flight attendant for someone else's private jet. Of course, those who could work as flight attendants on private jets were far superior to ordinary flight attendants in terms of both salary and ability. Do you remember when we were just getting ready to come back? I told you I had a gift for you. You will be able to see it very soon. Tang Yuxin thought for a long time, before she finally recalled that there was indeed such a thing. I totally forgot about it. Hubby, what kind of gift is it? You will find out in a second. I led Tang Yuxin, following the flight attendant in front of us. Our family went through a dedicated private channel, and quickly entered the boarding gate. After passing through the cabin door and entering the plane, several flight attendants immediately stood in a row before us. Then they bowed to me in unison. Hello, Mr. Xiao. We are from the private jet management group, under Gulfstream Aerospace, assigned as dedicated flight attendants for you and your family. We are very happy to serve you and your family. It was not until they finished their introductions that Tang Yuxin finally stuttered to me. Hubby, why? Is this airplane? Do you like it, this private jet? This is the gift I got for you. Are you satisfied? What is wrong? Cat got your tongue. After taking a few deep breaths, Tang Yuxin finally managed to say, when did you buy this? And getting such a massive gift. I tapped her nose. I promised to give you a surprise before we came back. You might not know this, but this plane is registered under your name. Come on, let me take you on a tour. Truth be told, I have not really seen the layout inside here either. Tang Yuxin, who was still in a state of excitement and thrill, naturally would not refuse my proposal. It was not that Tang Yuxin had never heard of private jets, but hearing about them was own thing. Seeing own with her own eyes was another, let alone an airplane registered under her own name. This private jet given to me by the system had its interior decoration completely tailored to Tang Yuxin's and my aesthetic tastes, and it fully took into account the presence of our 3 babies. Aside from a massive lounge and rest area, there were actually several bedrooms on the plane. Even the master bedroom prepared specifically for Tang Yuxin and me actually featured a panoramic skylight. Hubby, you are way too amazing. How did you know I liked this kind of layout? This is so awesome. I love you, hubby. 2 hours later, 2 flight attendants walked in front, pushing the strollers with the 3 babies in them. Another flight attendant helped carry Tang Yuxin's and my luggage. Before heading back to Sichuan province, I had driven my car straight here, so that Land Rover Defender had been left parked right here. Driving the car, I quickly returned to Jinyu Huafu. The university semester was about to start. And the 3 babies were almost 6 months old. From the time First Treasure grew his first tiny tooth until now, all 3 children had sprouted tiny little teeth. I consulted a doctor and was told not to be in too much of a rush to introduce solid foods. It would be best to carefully observe the babies while the adults were eating, to see if they showed any interest in what the adults were eating. If for a consecutive period of time, the babies showed signs of wanting food during mealtimes, then we could gradually introduce small amounts of solid foods. The most interesting part was that the babies, when supported by a backrest, could now sit up leaning against the backrest for a while, even though they could not sit for more than a few minutes, before going splat and falling forward. The more I looked at them, the cuter I found the babies. I wished I did not have to let the babies leave my sight for a full 24 hours a day. Tang Yuxin felt the exact same way. The day for the new semester to begin finally arrived. Honey, you need to get up. The new semester is starting, you have to go teach. Tang Yuxin, still groggy with sleep, let out a whine. I do not want the semester to start. I do not want to go to class. No school. Tang Yuxin fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. She looked at me groggily and then revealed a beautiful smile. Morning, hubby. Morning, my foot. Look at what time it is. School has started, you need to go teach. Wake up, you are a professor. If you do not get up now, you are going to be late. Tang Yuxin rubbed her eyes. Oh right, I am a professor. Despite saying that, she still did not make a move. I have been sealed, I need a hug from hubby to get up. I was truly helpless against this coquettish wife of mine. I had no choice but to stand up and pick Tang Yuxin up in my arms. Your Highness the Princess, time to get up. Then, worried that Tang Yuxin would be late, I went to the bathroom to squeeze out her toothpaste for her. Honey, if you do not hurry up, you are really going to be late. You would not want to be late on your very first day back at school, would you? Ah, right, I need to maintain my flawless image. Can't be late. Hubby, I am coming. So, I saw Tang Yuxin storm in like a whirlwind, grabbing her toothbrush and frantically scrubbing away. 10 minutes later, standing in front of our front door, Tang Yuxin had tears in her eyes. She hugged me tightly. Hubby, I can't bear to leave the babies. I can't bear to leave you. Hubby, when I'm not around, you absolutely have to miss me. I rubbed my forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You're just going to teach a class. It is not like you are going abroad. You are acting like this is a life or death parting. Since when did the Ice Queen become like this? Tang Yuxin immediately pouted. That is exactly why I am asking. Why do I, as a professor, have to go to school, while you get to stay at home and not go to class? Finally, Tang Yuxin put on her high heels, opened the door, stepped out, and then turned around to wave at me. My husband, your wife departs now. Though mountains be high and rivers long, we as husband and wife. Before Tang Yuxin could finish her dramatic monologue, she was left with her cute little mouth slightly agape, staring at the closed front door. Open the door, hubby, open the door. Do not think that just because you are staying quiet, I do not know you are in there. You have the nerve to abandon your wife and kids. Having closed the door, I leaned against it with a smile on my lips, listening to all the smacks against the door from my wife outside. This girl was becoming more and more of a drama queen lately. Shaking my head, I turned around and opened the door. Tang Yuxin, who was just about to slap the door again, did not notice, and her slap landed straight on my chest. I took the opportunity to pull Tang Yuxin into an embrace. Keep acting. Come on, keep acting. I am watching. Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes and immediately smiled like a blooming flower. She deliberately curled her tongue and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Hubby, give me a farewell hug before I leave, won't you? I hugged Tang Yuxin for quite a while. Only then did the girl happily walk into the elevator. She made her way to the parking garage and got into the car I bought for her. Then, driving that long unseen BMW. It did not take long for Tang Yuxin to enter the university campus. After parking the car in the parking lot, Tang Yuxin took out her compact mirror again to look at herself. Then she put the mirror away and patted her cheeks. Very good. The Ice Queen, Professor Tang, has returned. The cute smile on her face gradually faded away. Finally, Tang Yuxin, her aura completely transformed, opened the car door and stepped out. As Tang Yuxin walked proudly in her high heels, walking with a commanding presence, clicking her way past them, the people around immediately started discussing. I feel like after just own winter break, Professor Tang has become so much prettier, and her aura is getting stronger and stronger. I was almost too scared to say hello just now. She is practically the perfect, aloof goddess. Little did anyone know, the Tang Yuxin who seemed like a queen in their eyes was actually thinking in her heart. I wonder what hubby made for me for lunch today. I really want to open it and look right now. Darn it, I have to go out to work, while hubby gets to stay at home and play with the babies. It is so unfair. I really want to eat spare ribs for lunch. I hope hubby made some. Professor Tang. Tang Yuxin was so immersed in her own world that Jiang Yu called out to her several times with no response. After a good while, Tang Yuxin was suddenly startled, only just realizing that Jiang Yu had appeared beside her at some point. Oh, it is you, Miss Jiang. You scared me to death. Professor Tang, you seem to have gotten so much prettier. Cosmetics these days are really getting more and more amazing. As she spoke, Jiang Yu could not help but reach out to poke Tang Yuxin's face. But the moment her fingertips touched it, Jiang Yu's eyes widened sharply. You are not wearing makeup. I thought you were using some super high-end cosmetics. Your skin is way too perfect, is not it? Tang Yuxin's cheeks flushed slightly red. My husband is the best cosmetic. While I was at home taking care of the babies, I suddenly received a phone call. Excuse me, is this Mr. Xiao? I am Wang Chuanfu, the CEO of BID. I was startled, and only then did I remember that I seemed to have received shares of BID a while ago. Later, I looked into it and found out that I had become BID's second largest shareholder, right behind the founder, Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, may I ask what this is about? Mr. Xiao, it is like this. A plenary session of the new BID board of directors is about to be held. I was hoping that before the meeting, I could meet with you, Mr. Xiao, and have a chat. I immediately understood what Wang Chuanfu was thinking. The BID shares the system had given me were acquired from several minor shareholders and pooled together. Before I took ownership of them, not a single person held more than 10% of the equity. Now, out of nowhere, pops up a guy like me, a second largest shareholder holding 12% of the equity. Wang Chuanfu was feeling a bit uneasy. Thinking of this, I chuckled. It just so happens that I also have some things I would like to hand over to you, Mr. Wang. May I ask what it is you want to hand over to me, Mr. Xiao? Hearing this, Wang Chuanfu looked full of confusion. What could this new second largest shareholder possibly give the company? For example, a battery technology that is a bit more advanced than the most advanced technology currently on the market. This technology can drastically increase the charging efficiency and battery capacity of new energy vehicle batteries. After I finished speaking, Wang Chuanfu's breathing on the other end of the line noticeably quickened. What was the biggest bottleneck restricting new energy vehicles? Undoubtedly, it was battery technology. I wonder if you could elaborate, Mr. Xiao. Wang Chuanfu could not help but feel a surge of anticipation in his heart. This could very well be a leapfrog breakthrough. When paired with a dedicated charging pile, a 10-minute charge provides a 500-kilometer range. Such technology would not be too far beyond current battery science, even if I did not bring it out. In about 5 or 6 years, given the research and development effort BID poured into batteries, they would barely be able to achieve it anyway. However, the BID could obtain this technology 5 or 6 years in advance. Then it would instantly leave all other automakers eating their dust by a massive margin. Wang Chuanfu could almost already foresee a future where BID swept aside all other car manufacturers. Mr. Xiao, may I ask where you are right now? I will personally come to you for a detailed discussion. I am at Jinyu Huafu in Shanghai. I will be waiting for you at home. Understood, Mr. Xiao. I will arrive tomorrow. Wang Chuanfu simply could not suppress his excited voice. This problem that had been plaguing their company was very likely about to be solved. After saying that, I hung up the phone. I believed that with this technology, I could definitely exchange it for even more equity from Wang Chuanfu. All I needed were the dividends. I would just throw all the management responsibilities to Wang Chuanfu. That evening, Tang Yuxin returned home happily after finishing her classes. Hubby, tomorrow is Saturday. Should we take the babies out to play? I shook my head. Tomorrow won't work. We are having a guest over tomorrow. A very important, distinguished guest. A guest, who is it? Tang Yuxin looked at me with a face full of curiosity. We rarely had guests over at home. Who could it be? You have probably heard of him. The CEO of BID, Wang Chuanfu. Tang Yuxin opened her cute little mouth wide. Why would he come looking for you, hubby? Did I not mention it? I smiled and placed a piece of her favorite beef into Tang Yuxin's bowl. I am the second largest shareholder of BID. You definitely did not mention it. Tang Yuxin puffed her cheeks and glared at me. Then, her gaze suddenly turned peculiar. Hubby, do you have any other hidden identities? A few others. But they are nothing worth mentioning, nothing worth mentioning. What are they? Tang Yuxin's eyes sparkled. Are you an immortal cultivator hiding in the modern city? Or a 1,000-year-old demon who crawled out of an ancient tomb? Are our babies half human, half Superman hybrids? When they turn 18, are they suddenly going to let out a yell, fly into the sky, and turn into light? I looked at Tang Yuxin spouting complete nonsense, my forehead covered in imaginary black lines. This girl's imagination was way too wild. That night, the three little angels were fast asleep in their crib, but Tang Yuxin kept her beautiful big eyes wide open, staring right at me. I looked exasperated. You have been staring at me for almost 10 minutes. Honey, what are you thinking about? Being asked like this, Tang Yuxin blinked and then said, hubby, when are you going to transform? Tang Yuxin was deeply convinced that I was Superman. Before she could finish her sentence, I gave Tang Yuxin a light tap on the head. Is your mouth missing a steering wheel? Or is your brain missing brakes? Where did you learn to spout such nonsense? I was born with it. Tang Yuxin hummed proudly. Of course, I might have also caught it from our mom. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Speaking of which, my dear mother, Wang Fong, really did have an 8th grader syndrome Chunibu phase. It was just that because she was getting older, her Chunibu traits were hidden very well. Around 10 of the clock the next morning, I suddenly received a call from Wang Chuanfu. Not only had the other party already arrived in Shanghai, but his car was even parked right in front of the main gate of Jinyu Huafu. I turned my head to look at Tang Yuxin, who was wearing her loungewear pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the bed, completely disregarding her image as she cracked melon seeds and binge-watched a TV show. I am going downstairs to pick up the guest. Go on, hubby, go on. Tang Yuxin's eyes remained glued to the TV, only waving her hand as she heard me. I left the house and soon arrived at the front gate of the residential complex. Wang Chuanfu was around 50 years old, but he looked younger than his actual age. He showed no signs of gaining weight. Upon seeing me, Wang Chuanfu, who had memorized my face from photos beforehand, immediately revealed a bright smile on his face. He took a few quick steps forward and shook my hand. Hello, Mr. Xiao, hello. Seeing is believing. You have much more presence in person, Mr. Xiao, than in photos and on the news. Praise from a businessman should not be fully trusted. Hearing this, I only gave a slight smile, gently shook Wang Chuanfu's hand, and then let go. Mr. Wang, because I was personally looking after the babies at home, I was not able to come out further to welcome you after your long journey. Please forgive me. Not at all, not at all. Mr. Xiao, this is my assistant. This is the director of the group's legal department. And this is an expert in the field of battery research and development. Mr. Xiao, where shall we have our discussion? Let us go to my house to talk in detail. I brought the 4 of them back to my home. As soon as I opened the door, hubby, you are back. This must be Mr. Wang, the CEO of BID. Hello, I am Xiao Fei's wife. My name is Tang Yuxin. The Tang Yuxin standing before them had completely shed the messy appearance from when I left earlier. She had clearly dressed up and done her makeup, having changed into a highly appropriate, form-fitting outfit. Although she had a smile on her face, her aura was aloof and elegant. It made people clearly sense that her smile was purely out of basic politeness. Wang Chuanfu was okay. He recovered after a brief moment of distraction, but the people behind him, even the female assistant, were completely dumbfounded. On by own, they stared blankly at Tang Yuxin. First, they were shocked by her heavenly beauty. Then, because of the aloof aura and powerful presence emanating from Tang Yuxin, they felt their breathing quicken. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin shot a secret glance at me. She thought to herself, hubby, did I just win you a ton of face? Even without verbal communication, I distinctly understood this layer of meaning from the look in her eyes. Pardon our lack of manners. This is my wife. Mr. Xiao, you are truly blessed to actually have such a beautiful wife. It is truly enviable. Wang Chuanfu followed me inside after I walked through the door. Entering the living room, Wang Chuanfu looked at the 3 babies in the play area with a shocked expression. These are triplets. Twins are not uncommon, but triplets are a rarity. Mr. Xiao, you truly make people envious to no end. You flatter me, Mr. Wang. Let us talk in detail in the study. Led by me, the group entered the study. Tang Yuxin quickly walked in carrying a tray. On the tray were several cups of tea. After serving a cup to everyone, Tang Yuxin said softly, hubby, you and Mr. Wang have your discussion. I will go check on the babies. Once she walked out of the study and closed the door, the aloof aura on Tang Yuxin's face instantly vanished without a trace. She ran click-clack over to the 3 babies, humming a tune with a huge grin on her face. Babies, did you see that? Mommy was super awesome just now. Daddy must have been totally shocked too, Meanwhile, I opened the safe in the study and took out a thick stack of files from inside. Mr. Wang, this is what I mentioned yesterday. The brand new battery technology. Seeing this, Wang Chuanfu and his team immediately sat up straight, instantly energized. Wang Chuanfu gave me a deep look. After taking the file from my hand, he opened it. He did not read the specific technical details in the earlier sections. Instead, he skipped straight to the concluding summary at the end. Then Wang Chuanfu handed the document to the battery expert next to him. Wang Chuanfu stared at the expert's face, observing his expression. Upon noticing his expression becoming increasingly excited, he made his decision. Since things were like this, he might as well get straight to the point. Mr. Xiao, what are your brilliant thoughts regarding BID's future? As soon as these words were spoken, a glint of astonishment flashed in the female assistant's eyes. Asking another person for their views on BID's future like this. They had followed Wang Chuanfu for so long and had never seen him do this. As the founder and CEO of BID, Wang Chuanfu seemed amiable, but when it came to matters concerning BID, he had always been absolutely uncompromising and dictatorial. I would not dare claim to have any brilliant thoughts. I shook my head. My biggest hobby is staying at home and spending time with my wife and kids. With 3 such adorable babies, and a wife this beautiful, what more could I possibly ask for? I have no interest in the management rights of BID, nor will I pose a threat to you. This was the signal I was sending. Things did not need to be spelled out too clearly. Wang Chuanfu understood immediately upon hearing it. So, he turned his head and nodded at the lawyer. Before coming, they had prepared several contracts. These contracts differed slightly in their details. After a while longer, the expert finally finished reading all the technical documents. He looked up and said with immense excitement, Mr. Wang, this data is viable. Not only does it include the principles of the new battery, it even has complete, specific design plans and production processes. It even includes the technology for the matching new charging piles. The corner of Wang Chuanfu's mouth twitched up, forcefully suppressing the joy in his heart. The new charging piles. Can they be retrofitted based on the older models? Absolutely. The modification difficulty is not high. We do not need to waste effort building completely new charging piles from scratch. Hearing this, Wang Chuanfu finally let out a hearty laugh. Mr. Xiao, what do you wish to exchange this technology for? I chuckled softly. 10% of the equity. Of course, I only want the dividend rights. Nothing else. Wang Chuanfu pondered for a moment. After quickly making a decision in his heart, Wang Chuanfu said, feeling a slight sting of giving up something valuable regarding the distribution of share rights. It needs to be written into the contract. Naturally, including the management rights for the shares I originally held. You can explicitly state in the new contract that I relinquish them. Thinking about adding another source of income, my mood was excellent. Tang Yuxin, who was enjoying the loving lunch I made for her in her office, was currently stressing over my birthday.
What are you thinking about?
Jiang Yu, who walked in after finishing her lunch, happened to see Tang Yuxin lost in thought.
Yuan Tong,
Following behind Zheng Yu, also looked over curiously, wearing an expression eager for some juicy gossip. Tang Yuxin thought about it for a moment.
Was not really anything that needed to be kept secret anyway. So she waved Zhang Yu and Yuan Tong over.
Xiao Fei's birthday is coming up soon.
I do not know what I should get him. Hearing this, Yuan Tong let out a sigh.
I really envy the relationship you two have.
At least you still think about getting each other birthday gifts. That man at my house only made special preparations during the first few years of our marriage. Later on, just turned into inviting people over for a meal and calling it a day.
I can't even.
The sourness is killing me. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes.
Why does a single girl like me
Have to be force-fed your PDA every single day. It does not even require both of you to be here. Just one of you alone can stuff me full of PDA. This is way too much. Dog lives matter too. You know.
So?
What exactly should I get Xiao Fei? Tang Yuxin put on a look of desperately seeking help. She truly could not think of anything to give him. Yuan Tong thought seriously for a moment and asked, Student Xiao.
Ugh.
Calling him that feels so weird now.
Whatever. Let us just stick with it.
You must know what your husband likes.
Right.
What did I like? Of course she knew. It was just that Tang Yuxin found it a bit hard to say out loud. Tang Yuxin's gaze suddenly became evasive, and her cheeks grew slightly hot. Yuan Tong and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance. Something's fishy. Yuan Tong was, after all, in her 30s or 40s, but Zhang Yu was around the same age as Tang Yuxin, still a young girl without as many reservations.
Seeing this,
She immediately prepared to tickle Tang Yuxin. Your expression is very interesting right now.
Spit it out.
What does your husband like?
Tang Yuxin immediately raised both hands in surrender.
Well,
Xiao Fei likes watching all kinds of anime. Yuan Tong did not process it immediately, but Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes. Seemingly realizing something, she suddenly exclaimed, "No way! He already has a beautiful wife like you, and he still likes 2 days waifus." "What 2 days waifus?" Yuan Tong was completely lost. Yuan Tong did not watch anime, so she did not quite understand the slang of the younger generation. Is it some kind of card game? Jiang Yu quickly educated Yuan Tong on youth slang. After hearing the explanation, Yuan Tong's expression became subtle, but this actually makes things easier.
Why do not you just dress up as a 2 days character?
It is a simple fix.
No.
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 Tang Yuxin hurriedly shook her head. That kind of thing. While she could not say she frequently cosplayed at home, she did do it from time to time. It lacked novelty. Jiang Yu, however, did not know this. She tilted her head in confusion.
this Ms.
Jiang usually seemed scatterbrained and careless, but she was always unusually sharp at critical moments. She felt as if she had discovered something incredible.
Say.
Professor Tang, do not tell me you usually do that at home too? A blushing Tang Yuxin hurriedly reached out and covered Jiang Yu's mouth. It was lucky that there were only the 3 of them in the office right now. Otherwise, if outsiders saw Tang Yuxin like this, it would be another massive piece of news. Although Jiang Yu was stopped by Tang Yuxin, judging from her expression, she had clearly hit the nail on the head just now. She opened her mouth and finally sighed. You guys really know how to play.
So, I need a different idea.
That one does not have any novelty left. Tang Yuxin waved her hands. Hurry up and help me think of something. This is a headache. Jiang Yu gently scratched her head.
Finally.
Sounding a bit like she was giving up, she said, if all else fails,
Why do not you just wrap yourself?
in ribbons,
A bow.
and say to your husband,
The gift is me.
would not that work? Tell me you are not serious. Tang Yuxin kept a straight face and stared at Jiang Yu seriously. Being stared at by Tang Yuxin,
Jiang Yu subconsciously shrank her neck.
looking as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Yuan Tong suddenly burst out laughing. You could do this.
Like this.
And like that.
Tang Yuxin's eyes gradually began to sparkle. After listening to Yuan Tong's suggestion, Tang Yuxin was in a great mood. Over the next few days, she began to prepare secretly. Preparing a surprise behind her husband's back like this made Tang Yuxin feel incredibly thrilled. But no matter how excited she was on the inside, Tang Yuxin hardly showed it on the outside. Her drama queen attributes seemed to be getting stronger and stronger.
Finally.
Amidst Tang Yuxin's immense anticipation, the time came to the scheduled Friday night.
Hubby.
I am home. Soon as she entered the house, Tang Yuxin quickly changed into her slippers, went click-clack running into the room, and threw herself right into my arms. I expertly caught Tang Yuxin, and naturally spun her around a few times in my arms. This made Tang Yuxin let out peals of silvery laughter.
Why are you so happy today?
Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes. Her brows curved in a smile. She reached out and gently pinched my cheek. Because tomorrow is the weekend.
Happy resting time again. That all?
I felt like something was not quite right. No matter how well Tang Yuxin hid it, still picked up on some anomalies from certain subtle clues. But I did not overthink it. Tang Yuxin stood on her tiptoes and gently planted a kiss on my cheek. Then, she said with a grin, Hubby, how about we go out and play tomorrow?
Looking at you. It seems you have already picked a place.
All right.
Wherever my madam wife wants to go?
Us, your husband.
We'll definitely accompany you. Tang Yuxin nodded her little head and then pulled out a promotional flyer from who knows where. Qingqi Forest, Hot Spring Resort. You have to soak in hot springs during spring. I was a bit surprised.
Do not you know?
Tang Yuxin started counting on her fingers. There are so many benefits to soaking in hot springs in spring. It can nourish the body,
Cure insomnia.
and calm the mind and soothe the nerves. Seeing my wife looking forward to it so much, I could not help but look forward to it as well. I looked at the 3 babies.
6-month-old babies.
Were obviously not suited for soaking in hot springs. A 4-hour drive was not considered long, but it was not short either. Driving the Land Rover Defender would be a bit inconvenient since we were bringing the kids. After all, so I decided to drive the RV, which had not been used in a while.
So you agreed?
Tang Yuxin was overjoyed. All of this was within her expectations. She knew I definitely would not refuse. So, she had everything prepared early on.
I agree.
I pinched Tang Yuxin's nose
And smiled.
We'll go book a room right now.
No need.
No need. I already booked it in advance. Tang Yuxin looked at me with a hint of surprise. That little expression seemed to say, if you had refused, I would have immediately started throwing a tantrum. I felt like I was getting more and more helpless against my own wife. But a wife of my own is meant to be spoiled. As long as it was not an unreasonable request, I generally would not refuse.
I knew my darling hubby
Would absolutely never refuse his wife's proposal. A kiss as a reward for you. After saying that, Tang Yuxin immediately hugged me and gave me a loud smooch. The next day, the couple enjoyed a delicious lunch at home and fed the 3 babies a meal of solid foods. Only then did we prepare to set off with the little angels. Entering the underground garage, just as I sat down in the driver's seat of the RV, I suddenly heard a text message notification from my phone. I took out my phone to check and found that it was actually sent by my dear mother.
Wang Fang.
Happy birthday.
Son.
Wishing you a beautiful life and a happy family. Followed by a long string of blessings. I was momentarily stunned reading it. Today was my birthday. Suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Ever since I graduated from high school and came to Shanghai for college, I had spent my birthday out of town every year. Mom and Dad could only send their blessings via messages or phone calls, and I myself, actually, could not even remember which exact day my birthday fell on. I do not know since when, but I had completely lost interest in things like celebrating birthdays. I quickly replied to my mom with a thank you and told her and Dad to take good care of their health. Then I opened the navigation app on my phone, started the RV, and drove out of the underground garage, following the navigation. Approaching 6 of the clock in the afternoon, I finally drove the car to the Qingqi Forest Hot Spring Park. It was called an estate, but it was actually a resort hotel built in the style of ancient architecture. Was surrounded by lush,
Verdant forests.
Us. Soon as I stepped out of the car.
I could not help but take a deep breath. The air here was indeed fresh, being far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. It consequently improved Owen's mood quite a bit.
Hello.
Sir.
Welcome to Qingqi Forest Hot Spring Park.
I got out of the car. A bellhop.
Who had already spotted the vehicle and hurried over, immediately bowed in greeting. I nodded and casually tossed him the car keys, then returned to the vehicle, and, together with Tang Yuxin, unloaded the stroller. After placing the babies inside, I pushed the stroller into the estate's main gate. Only after our couple, bringing the kids, handed our small luggage to another bellhop did we follow this bellhop through the estate's main gate.
Hello.
Madam,
You have booked our estate's top-tier suite. Welcome to our estate.
you and your family.
We wish you a pleasant weekend here.
Standing next to Tang Yuxin, I let out a soft chuckle. This girl actually booked the best own. But then again, I truly was not someone lacking money right now. Staying comfortably was the most important thing. Standing in the room, Tang Yuxin gazed out at the sea of trees swaying in the spring breeze down the mountain, and let out a cheer. I think the environment here is truly quite wonderful. Tang Yuxin took a stroll around the room. Suddenly, I heard Tang Yuxin's voice from a distance. Hubby, there is even a kitchen here, and the fridge is fully stocked with all sorts of ingredients. I walked over to Tang Yuxin, crossing my arms, with a faint smile on my face.
All right.
What do you want to eat tonight? He. Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes playfully. It is a rare occasion for us to come out and play. How could I make you cook? Hubby, the hotel has professional chefs.
We can just have On come over.
It was called a hot spring hotel, but from the moment I entered until now, I had not seen a hot spring. So I asked Tang Yuxin, by the way, where are the hot springs here? We have a private hot spring right here in our courtyard. I do not want to go soak in those public hot springs. Tang Yuxin pouted. Having finally managed to come out with me, she naturally wanted to soak in the hot spring together with me. If we went to a public hot spring, there would inevitably be other people around. She only wanted to enjoy some private time with just the two of us, and absolutely did not want to be disturbed by others. Let me take you to see the hot spring here. Tang Yuxin took my hand and led me across the living room. Then, I was stunned because the scene before my eyes was simply too beautiful. In a garden without walls, beautiful flowers were in full bloom everywhere. I did not expect the actual sight to be this amazing.
You have good taste.
Of course. Do not you feel that having a wife like me is absolutely amazing? Being praised by me like this. Tang Yuxin immediately put her hands on her hips triumphantly and proudly lifted her head after checking out the hot spring. Tang Yuxin and I returned to the room. A chef wearing a tall hat was busy behind the stove. The couple sat facing each other, immersed in the evening glow, chatting idly while eating dinner. Occasionally, when our eyes met, Tang Yuxin would immediately offer a flower-like smile. Suddenly, Tang Yuxin's phone vibrated briefly. She sneaked a peek and found it was a message from the hotel.
Tang.
All of your arrangements have been finalized.
He.
Tang Yuxin began to snicker secretly. Tonight.
She was going to give her husband a
Huge surprise. After finishing dinner, because it was not advisable to soak in the hot spring immediately, Tang Yuxin and I were in no rush, pushing the stroller and bringing the 3 babies along. The 2 of us strolled leisurely along the path. At this time, a man and a woman suddenly appeared from the other side of the mountain path, walking affectionately arm in arm.
Us. The distance closed.
The woman suddenly froze. Tang Yuxin heard someone call her name. She turned her head to look, and then the look in her eyes slightly changed. Meng Shueki.
It really is you.
The woman called Meng Shueki smiled. She had ear-length short hair and exquisite makeup on her face. Upon seeing Tang Yuxin, Meng Shueki's smile seemed a bit strange. As if it was forced. I did not expect to run into you here. It has been a few years.
Is this your boyfriend?
My fiancé. Meng Shueki said with a smile.
Hello.
Me name is Wei Hui. The man named Wei Hui was dressed in the standard attire of a successful professional. He wore a finely tailored suit and a luxury watch that clearly cost a fortune on his wrist. He stared intently at Tang Yuxin. The woman before him was far more beautiful than his own fiancée, but very quickly, he sensed a gaze that made his skin prickle with pain. Wei Hui shifted his gaze to me, feeling a bit intimidated.
Right now.
Whether in terms of height,
Physique.
or looks, he was completely crushed by this man in every aspect. He just hoped this guy was not wealthier than him.
Hello to you both.
Me name is Xiao Fei.
Yuxin's husband.
Introduced myself. Meng Shueki's eyes were practically glued to me. This man fulfilled every beautiful fantasy she had in her heart about an ideal Prince Charming. Unfortunately, from start to finish, I merely let my gaze linger on Wei Hui for a few extra seconds at most.
While for her. Meng Shueki.
It was nothing more than a fleeting glance.
You are married.
Tang Yuxin actually has 3 kids already too. She never expected that Tang Yuxin, whom she used to look down upon, had actually found such an amazing husband. The conversation between Tang Yuxin and Meng Shueki was incredibly awkward, was completely different from her interaction with Su Qingyan earlier. It was obvious that their relationship was not very good. I looked down at Tang Yuxin and said, "Honey,
Let us go."
even wrapped my arm around Tang Yuxin's waist and planted a kiss on her forehead right in front of the 2 of them. The corners of Meng Shueki's and Wei Hui's mouths twitched violently. Good grief. These 2 were showing off their affection right in their faces. Tang Yuxin gave a beautiful smile,
Nodded in response.
waved at Meng Shueki again, and then left with me and the babies. On the way, I looked at Tang Yuxin with a puzzled expression. Wife? You 2 do not get along. She is the one who took the initiative to not get along with me. Tang Yuxin let out a cute humph and slowly explained. After graduating from high school, before I went to study abroad in Munich, I attended a university domestically for a year. Duplicate line removed during translation formatting. She was my roommate back then. She had the best family background in the dorm and was incredibly arrogant. She was also very dramatic. I do not know what got into her, but she was always making passive-aggressive remarks toward me, probably because you are prettier than her. Honey. So she was jealous. My wife's excellence is far beyond what an ordinary woman can compare to.
He.
Hubby. Are you praising me? But I like how sweet-talking you are. Hubby, quick.
Say some more.
I love hearing it. I'm just telling the truth. I hold nothing back when praising my own wife. If I do not praise my own wife, am I supposed to praise other women? What a smooth talker. A kiss as a reward. With that, she planted a loud smooch on my cheek. But you are quite amazing.
Are not you?
Normally, people are 30 by the time they get their PH. Not only do you have a PH, you also studied domestically for a year before going abroad. And you are still only 26 right now. Now you know I am a genius.
Right.
Ha ha ha.
Tang Yuxin became even more triumphant. She smiled, looked up at me, and said,
Hubby.
I completely crush you in terms of academic qualifications. That is how it is right now. I raised an eyebrow and added a follow-up, but that might not necessarily be the case in the future. Tang Yuxin was instantly surprised. Hubby, are you going to pursue further studies? If I were to pursue further studies, Tang Yuxin had no doubt that her seemingly omnipotent husband would absolutely attain a higher academic degree. Take last semester for example, practically stayed at home the entire time, never going to campus. Yet I scored full marks in all subjects on the final exams. This caused quite a stir among the faculty and staff.
Once I really got a PH.
Would not the only thing she was better at than her husband be gone? However, Tang Yuxin naturally would not stop me from becoming more excellent, and I was indeed very seriously considering the issue of further studies. Although for most ordinary people, working hard to get a high academic degree was to earn more money in their future jobs. If viewed from that perspective, I did not lack money at all right now. But a person must always have spiritual pursuits. Improving oneself and becoming a more excellent person was inherently a good thing. The sky was getting dark.
Hubby.
Let us go back and soak in the hot spring. Tang Yuxin suddenly spoke up at this moment. I rubbed her head.
All right.
The environment at Qingqi Forest Hot Spring Park was excellent. Besides the fresh air, because there was no light pollution, you could see the stars at night. In my memory, other than when I was a kid in the Sichuan Chongqing countryside, where I could see quite a few stars at my grandmother's house at night. Ever since I started middle school, I had never seen so many stars again. Originally, I planned to go with Tang Yuxin, but Tang Yuxin acted all mysterious and told me to go first, while she ran into the room, tinkering with who knows what.
I stepped into the hot spring.
Few.
I exhaled a breath of stale air, leaning my back against the cobblestone edge. I looked up at the dazzling starry sky. After a while, the sound of *click-clack footsteps could be heard. Turned my head toward the direction of the sound, and then I was absolutely stunned by her beauty. At this moment, Tang Yuxin had her long hair pinned up. She was holding a tray in her hands. On the tray sat a bottle of red wine, 2 wine glasses, and some small pastries. Hubby, look at me. Tang Yuxin smiled like a blooming flower, gently lifting her right leg. She carefully tested the water temperature with her toes. Then, Tang Yuxin slowly stepped into the spring water, took a few steps to reach my side, and sat down next to me. Tang Yuxin placed the tray on the surface of the water, letting it float freely. It is best not to drink alcohol while soaking in a hot spring. Did not you know that?
If your body is healthy,
It is not a big problem. I specifically looked it up. Turned my head to look at Tang Yuxin. Her hair was wet, and quite a few water droplets were sliding down her elegantly curved neck onto her shoulders.
what is wrong? How are you mesmerized?
Tang Yuxin giggled and gave me a kiss on the cheek. She poured a glass of red wine for herself and Owen for me. Come on.
Hubby. Let us drink a cross-cupped toast.
I played along with Tang Yuxin and drank a cross-cupped toast with her. Who drinks a cross-cupped toast with red wine?
We do?
Do not we? Tang Yuxin put down her wine glass, picked up a piece of flour cake with her fingers, and brought it to my lips.
Here. Hubby.
Have a bite of pastry.
A ate the flour cake?
And kissed Tang Yuxin's fingers. Could this be the legendary life of the immortals? Tang Yuxin let out a burst of laughter, and then rested her head on my shoulder. The two of us cuddled closely together. Although it was quiet, it did not feel the least bit awkward. Some people say the most intimate friends are those who, when together, do not feel awkward even if they do not say a single word. This situation applies equally well to husband and wife. Tang Yuxin really enjoyed this feeling of resting against me. There was no need to deliberately look for topics to talk about, and no need to stress over thinking about anything. All she needed was to simply enjoy this tranquility. Suddenly, Tang Yuxin pointed at the night sky and said, "So many stars. Hubby."
Yeah.
That own is Venus.
As I was explaining things to Tang Yuxin,
Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the night sky.
Wow.
A shooting star. It is a shooting star.
Hubby.
Quick. Make a wish. Tang Yuxin suddenly pulled on me excitedly. Then, she hurriedly put her hands together and closed her eyes. After making her wish,
She opened her eyes again.
Hubby, what did you wish for?
did not you say that if you say a wish out loud, it won't come true? Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Otherwise, this wish will be for nothing.
Aw.
But I want to know. Tell me secretly. The heavens won't find out. Tang Yuxin made a secret gesture, looking absolutely adorable. I smiled as I looked at Tang Yuxin. I wished for the babies to be safe and healthy all their lives.
Oh.
So it is about the babies. Does it not include me? Tang Yuxin's eyes widened, and she said, sounding a bit dissatisfied. Only when she clearly saw the teasing smile in my eyes did Tang Yuxin lightly bump her head against my chest.
Hemph.
Hubby is teasing me again. She sank lower into the water, submerging her cute little mouth into the hot spring, and started blowing bubbles. Bloop bloop bloop. She looked exactly like an adorable little girl.
Suddenly,
A sharp whistling sound shattered the tranquility. I looked up and saw a streak of fire rapidly ascending into the sky, then exploding beneath the starry night. Immediately after, more and more fireworks bloomed. I was suddenly taken aback. Another massive barrage of fireworks blossomed, but this time, the blooming fireworks formed 2 lines of text. Happy birthday to my darling hubby. Xiao and Tang must be together forever. This was prepared by Tang Yuxin almost instantly. I connected this with all of Tang Yuxin's unusual behavior over the past few days. Had she been preparing this since a week or two ago? My heart was deeply touched. Hubby. Tang Yuxin's voice suddenly rang in my ear. I turned my head and saw Tang Yuxin. Her face brimming with happiness. Happy birthday. And also, I love you so.
So
much.
you really?
Oh. Hubby. Do not cry. Do not cry. Do not cry.
Hee hee.
Your wife will comfort you.
I am not crying.
It is just windy here. And I got sand in my eyes. Sand in your eyes.
Real men do not cry.
But deep inside,
I was truly
genuinely moved. Tang Yuxin kept smiling. But as she smiled, the corners of her own eyes grew moist as well. Gently wiping away the tear at the corner of my eye, Tang Yuxin said softly,
hubby.
Thank you for appearing in my life.
I love you.
Thank you.
I held Tang Yuxin close and kissed her forehead. I also thank you for appearing in my life. After our emotions gradually calmed down, suddenly asked, this probably was not your idea.
Was it?
As if I do not know you. Tell me, whose idea was it?
He.
I got caught. Tang Yuxin reverted back to the silly, adorable demeanor she usually had in front of me.
Was...
Yuan Tong.
Tang Yuxin recounted the time in the office when she had asked Zhang Yu and Yuan Tong what she should get me for a birthday present, so it was Ms.
Yuan.
I did not expect her to be so romantic. Actually, some of the credit goes to me too. Tang Yuxin mumbled a bit and started explaining
Yuan only suggested
that since your birthday happened to fall on a Saturday, we might as well have a romantic date-like trip. I came up with all the rest myself. You put a lot of heart into this. I pinched Tang Yuxin's nose.
this silly girl.
Made me love her a bit more every single day.
I really love it.
I am very touched.
Hee.
I can tell. After all,
Hubby.
you were so touched you cried? If I had known, I would have recorded it with my phone. Then I would watch it every single day from now on. You dare bully me. Watch how I teach you a lesson. And with that, I picked Tang Yuxin up and carried her back to the room. Early the next morning, the day after we returned home, Tang Yuxin woke up, muttering something under her breath. Please, dear heavens, with such a perfect husband, please bless us to be together for a lifetime. Please. Please. What are you pleasing about? The sudden voice made Tang Yuxin open her eyes. Then, she saw me staring at her with a smile. Hubby.
It is so weird.
Why is it that every time I wake up,
You wake up right after.
Tang Yuxin did not notice it the first one or two times, but over time, she realized something was not quite right. Every time she woke up, either I was already awake, or I would wake up completely in sync with her. It was as if I was timing it, just waiting for her. My sleep quality is very good. Just 1 or 2 hours of deep sleep is enough to store energy for most of the day. With a little adjustment, I can guarantee I wake up at the exact same time as you.
That's so...
That is amazing.
Tang Yuxin snuggled into my arms and acted affectionately for a few minutes. Then, fighting her reluctance, she crawled out from under the covers.
Was another Monday.
She, the Ice Queen Professor Tang Yuxin, had to go back to the university to teach those students again. The 3 little angels were still sound asleep. Little kids always sleep for longer periods, but it was not far from the time they would wake up. After dressing up a little, Tang Yuxin looked at her peerless, elegant reflection in the mirror and revealed a satisfied smile. We enjoyed a delicious breakfast together,
As usual.
before heading to work. Tang Yuxin put on a whole dramatic act for me. She effortlessly threw out lines used by male and female leads when parting ways in various movies and TV shows. Only after she had her fill of acting did she hum a song and drive to the university. As for me,
I stayed home.
reading a book while taking care of the babies. For a very long time after that, life continued in this completely normal way. Nothing strange happened at all. From time to time,
I would film some
adorable videos of the babies and upload them to Bilibili. Before I knew it, the number of fans for the 3 little angels had already surpassed 100,000, and my own account was also approaching 500,000 followers. Right when the babies surpassed 100,000 followers, the system finally dropped another reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the babies reach 100,000 followers achievement. Reward obtained.
A luxury villa in Xingyue Bay.
Fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. who had just finished uploading a video, suddenly paused my hand. The system just straight up gave me a villa. Although this so-called Xingyue Bay was not located on the Bund, it was still situated in the most prosperous area of Shanghai, finding tranquility amidst the bustling city. The entire Xingyue Bay was built to be as beautiful as a forest park.
Without a doubt.
This was the wealthiest affluent neighborhood in Shanghai. Those who could afford to live there were all among the richest people in Shanghai. And even the whole country. My current liquid assets were already enough to buy a villa there. However, I had not really had any thoughts in that direction. Tang Yuxin and I were both very satisfied living in the Jinyu Huafu apartment. But since the system gifted it to me, I might as well go take a look. If it was really nice, moving there would be a wonderful thing too. That evening,
Hubby, I am home.
as soon as she walked through the door, Tang Yuxin, who was changing her shoes in the entryway, immediately called out, "You are back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. After dinner, let us go check out our new home," I said with a smile as I brought the last dish to the table.
Tang Yuxin.
Who was walking over.
Froze.
New home.
Hubby.
Did you buy a new house again?
Mm-hmm.
I bought a villa in Xingyue Bay, but I have not really gone to see it myself yet. After dinner,
Let us take the babies and go take a look.
if you like it, we will move there. Tang Yuxin did not act overly surprised or thrilled. She was no longer the poor teacher who was so strapped for cash she could only cram herself and 3 babies into a 30 square meter rented apartment. I had directly gotten a supplementary card for my black card and given it to Tang Yuxin. On top of that, Tang Yuxin's own bank card had also been stuffed with tens of millions by me. She was completely a wealthy little lady now. Hubby, why did you suddenly think of buying a house? Is it because you have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Villas come with their own gardens. You know, I said with a smile. As the babies gradually grow older, if we have our own garden at home or something, won't they have a lot more fun playing in the future? Well-reasoned and highly convincing. Tang Yuxin deliberately kept a straight face and said with a serious expression, after dinner, I drove the car, taking my wife and kids, and after navigating a bit, we arrived at Xingyue Bay. After presenting my ID at the main gate, the security office quickly verified that I was indeed a resident here. They immediately issued me an access card for entry and exit, and registered my vehicle information. Hubby, these security guards look a bit different. Tang Yuxin looked at these security guards with their distinct auras, her face full of confusion. They should all be military veterans, I said. I had been rewarded with the martial arts master skill by the system, but even so, when facing these security guards, I could more or less sense a trace of threat. Against ordinary people, I could easily take on a dozen at once, but against these security guards, I estimated that if 2 or 3 of them rushed me, I would be at a disadvantage. From this alone, you could tell this villa complex was extraordinary. Wow. The environment here is so beautiful. In the car, Tang Yuxin kept looking left and right, observing the environment within the estate. As expected of the most top-tier affluent neighborhood, the entire estate did not just look like a forest park anymore. It was essentially a residential area built right inside a forest park. To be able to develop such a residential area in a bustling district of Shanghai, the investors behind this clearly had extraordinary capabilities. I brought Tang Yuxin out of the car and then opened the trunk. The security guard who had guided them over attentively stepped forward and offered to take down and unfold the strollers for the couple. After the 3 babies were also carried out, the security guard presented a stack of documents. With a face full of respect, he said, Mr. Xiao, undisturbed serenities. Tang, these are the relevant documents for our Xingyue Bay. Tang Yuxin and I casually flipped through the documents. We were surprised to find that the property management services here were practically on par with the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Take dining. For example, residents could order food through the property management at any time, whether it was the 8 major domestic cuisines or various foreign cuisines. They had absolutely everything. You could even directly have a chef come to your house to cook for you personally.
No problem.
If you wanted to have a butler at home, or maids, that could also be arranged through the property management. The minimum educational requirement for the butlers and maids they provided actually started at a master's degree from a top-tier university. Besides taking care of daily life, they could also provide a lot of assistance with work. I could not help but raise an eyebrow. These educational qualifications were higher than my own. However, neither Tang Yuxin nor I had any intention of asking the property management to arrange butlers or maids. Mr. Xiao, do you have any other instructions? Or is there anything else you would like to know?
No. No.
Thank you.
I nodded politely. You are too kind. Mr. Xiao, I wish your family a happy life here. The security guard immediately took a few respectful steps back, then turned and left. This is practically living like an emperor.
Hubby.
Tang Yuxin flipped to the section about maids in the documents, pointing at the photos of youthful and beautiful women on it. She looked at me with a half smile. I do not need any maids. I am not tempted at all. Are you really not tempted? Tang Yuxin deliberately drew out her words. Then she let out a sigh. And here I was thinking about transforming into Sakuya Yuxin today. Looks like there is no need for that. Please. I beg you. Keep that Owen plan at all costs. He instantly threw my dignity out the window, turned to Tang Yuxin. Put my hands together.
And bowed.
Tang Yuxin burst into laughter at her husband's antics. This kind of playful banter was the best way to strengthen a relationship. After playing around, Tang Yuxin linked her arm with mine. Hubby, let us go take a look inside.
Wait a sec.
Let me go park the car first.
I drove the car into the underground garage.
Once inside,
I finally realized that this underground garage was massive enough to hold a full 8 parking spots. There was also an elevator in the garage that went straight up into the house. I did not take the elevator. Instead,
Returned to ground level.
and walked into our new home with Tang Yuxin and the babies. The first floor was a luxurious and massive living room. It was so large that it could easily accommodate dozens of people for a party. Aside from the living room, there was also a dining room as magnificent as a royal palace, as well as a home theater, a gym,
a storage room,
and so on. Going further up was an incredibly spacious bedroom. This was clearly prepared for Tang Yuxin and me.
Wow. Hubby,
This bathtub is so big, it feels more like a swimming pool.
What is with you?
Every time we go to a new home, you always focus on the bathtub. I did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was the same last time when we went to Jinyu Huafu. This girl pointed at the bathtub with a face full of excitement. Could it be that you do not like it?
Hubby,
I absolutely love it.
Hubby,
Let us move here tomorrow.
sure. You go to work normally tomorrow, and I will hire a moving company to help out. After work, you can just drive straight back here.
The next day,
After finishing lunch at home, I contacted a moving company to come to the house and transport our things. Actually, there were not really any large items to bring. The villa over there had everything we needed. The only things that truly needed to be brought over were the various clothes belonging to Tang Yuxin, the babies, and me. Meanwhile, at the university, Jiang Yu looked at Tang Yuxin's back in confusion. Although on the surface, she looked no different from usual.
as a good friend,
Jiang Yu keenly sensed that something seemed off about Tang Yuxin. She quietly walked up behind Tang Yuxin. Listening closely, she vaguely heard a faint humming sound. Tang Yuxin was actually humming a song at an extremely low volume. Jiang Yu's eyes widened slightly. Professor Tang, you are in a really good mood today. The voice suddenly sounding from behind made Tang Yuxin turn her head. She smiled at Jiang Yu and said, "It is pretty good." I moved. As soon as Tang Yuxin said this, many teachers in the office looked over. Yuan Tong said in even greater surprise, "Professor Tang,
You moved.
I remember you live in Jinyu Huafu."
right?
Why did you suddenly move?
it is Xiao Fei.
He bought a house in Xingyu Bay. He said we are moving there today. Gulp. Jiang Yu swallowed hard. Professor Tang,
Are you sure it is Xingyu Bay?
there was not a single person in Shanghai who did not know about Xingyu Bay. So today is your first day, moving into Xingyu Bay. Professor Tang.
Yeah.
What is wrong?
Tang Yuxin looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of curiosity. Treat us. Jiang Yu slightly raised her voice.
Are not you supposed to treat people to a meal for a housewarming?
She said that.
But whatever scheme Jiang Yu was really plotting, Tang Yuxin figured it out with just a little thought.
On the other side,
Yuan Tong also chimed in. That is right, Professor Tang. Housewarming is a huge deal. You absolutely have to treat us. Tang Yuxin thought about it for a moment and decided that treating them to a meal would not be a problem. She immediately called me right then and there and quickly explained what had just happened. Immediately laughed and said,
No problem.
"Invite everyone over to hang out.
but we do not need to eat out.
We will just have it at home." Tang Yuxin nodded and happily hung up the phone. Then, she announced to the teachers in the office, my wife, Tang Yuxin, was bringing her colleagues to visit our new home. I made a phone call to the property management of Xingyu Bay, asking them to arrange for a few excellent chefs to come over. With so many people, I could not be bothered to act as the chef myself. Time quickly flew by until after school in the afternoon. The teachers in the office who owned cars drove their vehicles, and they all arrived at Xingyu Bay together. With Tang Yuxin there, The security guards let them straight in. After entering Xingyue Bay, looking at the forest-like environment inside, the teachers clicked their tongues in continuous amazement. The environment here is absolutely amazing. There are even free-roaming small animals. I can't believe at all that this is actually in the bustling downtown area of Shanghai.
Oh my god!
This underground parking garage is huge. Professor Tang. These 8 parking spots in this garage all belong to your family. Upon receiving Tang Yuxin's affirmative reply, many people were incredibly envious, in a place where land was as expensive as gold.
Like Shanghai.
Just a single parking spot would cost many people a massive sum of money. Yet Tang Yuxin's family owned 8 parking spots, and when they took the elevator and entered the living room of the villa, they were completely stunned. It is so beautiful in here. Just this own living room is more than twice the size of my entire house. Oh my god. There is even a swimming pool outside. How big is this entire building? The teachers, Owen by Owen, were like Grandma Liu visiting the Grandview Garden, finding everything they saw to be a novelty. Tang Yuxin looked left and right, and realized she did not see me anywhere. She started calling out, "Hubby, hubby,
Where are you?
Up here?
my voice came from upstairs.
Honey.
I am up here?
Tang Yuxin went click-clack running up to the second floor, and eventually found me in the baby's playroom, standing at the doorway and seeing me. Tang Yuxin immediately smiled.
Hubby.
So you are in here.
Everyone's arrived.
I smiled.
All right.
I will head down right now.
Wait a minute.
Seeing me suddenly about to walk outside, Tang Yuxin hurriedly stopped me.
What is wrong?
What is up with my wife today?
Are you trying to hide me away?
Why are you looking at me with that strange expression?
Because I was at home. I was dressed very casually, and because I had been playing with the babies, the clothes I was wearing were all wrinkled.
Just come with me.
Right then, Tang Yuxin pulled me back into the master bedroom, watching my wife rummaging through boxes and cabinets, starting to look for clothes for me. I just let her play around. Few minutes later, she scrutinized the newly dressed up me standing before her. Tang Yuxin nodded in satisfaction. Hubby, you look absolutely drop-dead handsome. Not long after, Tang Yuxin and I, holding the 3 babies,
Walked down the stairs.
seeing our entire family, we immediately attracted everyone's gaze. Looking at me standing next to Tang Yuxin, even the teachers who had seen me quite a few times before, both male and female, all revealed looks of sheer amazement. Whether it was Tang Yuxin or me, both of our auras and looks were far superior to ordinary people, even without makeup or styling.
No Oane could compare.
Good evening, teachers. I smiled and greeted everyone. My eyes were clear and profound. Although I looked young, the aura I exuded calm, collected, and unaffected by external things or personal feelings greatly surprised the teachers.
Student Xiao.
Why do I feel like every time I see you?
You are a little bit more handsome than the last time.
Jiang Yu asked playfully.
Tang Yuxin and I walked into the living room together and placed the 3 babies into the play area. Only then did I stand up and say, I spend all day at home taking care of the kids. How could I have changed? With that, I clapped my hands. Teachers, please make yourselves at home.
Feel free to use the gym.
Home theater, or anything else. For the swimming pool outside, if any teacher wants to give it a try. That is fine too. The water temperature is adjustable. If you did not bring swimsuits, I can have the property management bring new ones over right away. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Touring the inside of the house was more than enough. Going to someone else's house as a guest for the first time, and then running off to splash around in their pool, was clearly a bit inappropriate. Besides, they were all university professors, although Tang Yuxin and I were husband and wife. The fact that I was a student was also true. As teachers, they could not afford to lose face by fooling around too much. Before long, the chefs arranged by the property management arrived at the door. This is arranged by the property management. Watching those 3 chefs in the kitchen, bustling about to prepare dinner, the group of teachers gasped in admiration. As expected of a top-tier residential area, their property management is completely different from ours. I heard the property management here is on standby 24 hours a day to provide service. This is too enviable. This is practically living like royalty. Tang Yuxin quietly asked me,
Hubby, why did you call for chefs arranged by the property management?
with so many people. I gestured toward the situation in the living room. Do you want your husband to die of exhaustion? Of course I could not bear that. Tang Yuxin playfully winked at me, and then returned to the living room. At this time,
Jiang Yu.
Yuan Tong and several other female teachers were playing with the babies. First treasure and third treasure were not really shy around strangers to begin with, but second treasure was different. Seeing so many strangers surrounding him, second treasure showed a bit of timidity, but mostly, He was just shy.
What a cute kitty.
Owen teacher reached out to pet Vanilla, but Vanilla immediately let out a low growl of warning.
Huh.
Everyone was confused. Did not they say ragdolls are the most docile cats? Why does this on seem different? Vanilla is protecting the babies. Tang Yuxin walked over and said with a smile, she treasures the 3 little ones very much, other than Xiaofei.
May.
And our parents? If any other stranger tries to get close to the babies, Vanilla will bristle up. This cat is amazing. Jiang Yu,
Not believing it.
tried to go and hug First Treasure.
Sure enough.
As soon as she reached out her hand, Vanilla started growling lowly again. I spoke up from the side. Vanilla. No, need to be tense. They are guests. They won't hurt the babies. Miraculous thing happened. As soon as those words left my mouth, Vanilla instantly dropped her guard. She lazily lay down next to the 3 babies, swishing her tail casually.
Whoa.
Yuan Tong was completely stunned. Has this cat gained sentience? Professor Tang. Even the cat in your house is different from everyone else's. How much did this cat cost? I should go buy Owen myself someday. Hearing someone ask this, Tang Yuxin immediately turned her head to look at me. She actually did not know how much Vanilla cost. She only knew that this was the cat I bought after we moved into our first new home. Around 100,000 or so.
I think.
I can't quite remember. Consequently, the teacher who was just thinking about buying a cat, similar to Vanilla, fell silent. 100,000 or so was enough for them to buy a new car. The gazes of a few male teachers looking at me grew somewhat serious. To be able to buy such a luxury mansion and spend over 100,000 just to buy a cat. A person like this definitely had a family background wealthy beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even though they were teachers at a top-tier university, they were still just teachers.
Not full professors yet.
However, no Owen was tactless enough to pry further. Before long, the 3 chefs had dinner ready. With my prior instructions, the chefs had fully catered to everyone's tastes. A massive table of food. Like a royal banquet. Salty. Fragrant. Numbing.
Spicy.
Sour. Sweet.
Fresh. Crispy. There was every flavor imaginable. And during the meal, the property management even sent over a few young girls, dressed in maid outfits, to act as temporary servers. This is way too lavish. It is so much better than the food at restaurants outside. Not bad. Professor Tang, the life of a wealthy wife is truly comfortable. I invited everyone to take their seats. Us Tang Yuxin, and I picked up our chopsticks. The group of guests, whose stomachs had been rumbling for a while, immediately started eating. The 3 chefs stood continuously to the side, their expressions solemn. Only after I took a bite and gave a slight nod did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. If I was not satisfied with this meal, the 3 of them would not have to bother being affiliated with Xingyue Bay's property management anymore. Although losing this job meant they could still find well-paying positions anywhere else. Where else could be as comfortable as being affiliated with Xingyue Bay's property management? Come on. Come on, let us all substitute tea for wine and propose a toast to Professor Tang and Student Xiao. Congratulations on moving into your new home. At Yuan Tong's proposal, the guests all raised their glasses. After a satisfying dinner, the well-fed and well-hydrated guests rested for another 10 minutes or so before taking their leave. Once all the guests had left, the aloof expression on Tang Yuxin's face rapidly faded away.
Wahoo.
Turning around, this girl let out a cheer and jumped right onto me, catching her smoothly. I asked with a smile.
What are you doing?
Ha ha ha.
They finally left. I can hug hubby again.
Ha ha ha.
I was holding back so hard. Tang Yuxin pouted in my arms, having to maintain an image in front of my colleagues. And not being able to kiss and hug my hubby is super agonizing. This girl's attachment to me was getting stronger and stronger. Few days after moving in, the time came to late April. The May Day mini vacation was just around the corner. On the last day of April, I was taking care of the babies as usual. Suddenly, my eyes widened sharply. Did Third Treasure? Just say a word. I did not care about encouraging the other 2 kids to learn how to crawl anymore. I hurried over to Second Treasure and Third Treasure, and gently picked up Third Treasure. Third Treasure.
Third treasure.
Say daddy. Third Treasure stared at me with wide eyes, and then,
Da. Da.
although the pronunciation was very inaccurate, although it might just have been subconscious imitation, and although Third Treasure definitely did not know what daddy meant yet, I was certain, just now,
Third Treasure was absolutely
subconsciously trying to mimic saying daddy. My breathing grew rapid. I was called daddy by my child.
Third treasure.
Say it on more time.
Please. For a very long time after that, no matter how hard I tried.
Third treasure only made gooya sounds.
And did not make the da-da sound again. I looked a bit disappointed. When Tang Yuxin returned home that evening and heard about this, she could not help but clutch her stomach and laugh.
Hubby.
How old are the babies? They are barely 6 months. Not even 7 months old yet. How could they possibly talk? But I called the doctor this afternoon to ask. They said that for 6 or 7-month-old babies, if they develop quickly, some do subconsciously mimic adults talking.
Is that so?
I heard from my mom that I was almost a year old before I could talk. I chuckled playfully. That is just because you were slow.
Silly.
Hubby. You actually called me slow. Tang Yuxin was instantly displeased, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She was about to pounce on me. Anyway, I really did hear third treasure call for daddy this afternoon. I do not believe you. Tang Yuxin let out a cute humph, but then said with a bit of anticipation. Unless you prove it to me.
Right then.
The couple went over to the babies. We pinched first treasure's cheeks and kissed second treasure. Then, Tang Yuxin picked up third treasure, being held by her mom. Third treasure was very happy.
Third treasure.
Quick. Say mommy. Third treasure opened her little mouth. Third treasure then tilted her head, as if a string of question marks had popped up over her head. Not ya. It is mommy.
Say mommy.
Z.
Hubby.
Third treasure does not know how to talk. Tree again. I feel like that ya just now was actually her trying to mimic you. I added. Tang Yuxin shook her head helplessly, and started coaxing the baby again. Come on. Say mommy. Third treasure, watching Tang Yuxin's movements. Third treasure opened her little mouth.
Ma?
Tang Yuxin froze. We stared blankly at third treasure. Quick.
Honey.
Kiss third treasure and praise her. The doctor said that once a child mimics talking, they need to be praised and encouraged immediately. Quick.
Oh.
Okay. Tang Yuxin hurriedly kissed third treasure. Her face full of smiles. After confirming that third treasure was indeed learning to speak, we tried the same method with first treasure and second treasure. It turned out they were all learning to speak too. The two of us, husband and wife, were like completely destitute people who had suddenly won 5 million. The joy in our hearts erupted like a volcano. Hubby! The May Day mini vacation is coming up soon. How do you plan to spend this holiday? Tang Yuxin suddenly asked, replied while playing with the babies. How about we invite my parents and your parents? And the whole big family goes on a trip together. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin immediately perked up. She happily leaned in and gave me a kiss. Sounds great. Where to? How about the seaside?
Sunshine.
The ocean. The beach.
Must be beautiful.
Right, it is very beautiful. Tang Yuxin suddenly narrowed her eyes, and those beauties on the beach are also very beautiful.
Are not they?
My movements paused, then. My face was covered in the light of righteousness. Am I the kind of person who goes there for those vulgar women?
I smiled.
Stood up.
And pulled Tang Yuxin into my arms. All right. Since you do not like the seaside, you pick a place.
We will just go to the seaside.
Although Tang Yuxin was acting a bit jealous verbally, in reality, she did not believe for a second that I would shift my gaze away from her and the babies. The current Tang Yuxin was super confident. What woman could possibly defeat her in terms of looks and figure? Her behavior just now was nothing more than routine coquettishness. Then it is settled. Let us call mom and dad right now. The couple each called their own parents. The parents from both sides were very interested in this. Plus, had been quite a long time, and whether it was for their children or the 3 babies,
The 4 elders missed them dearly.
Oh, right.
Mom.
Dad, you do not need to book plane tickets. We'll arrange a plane to go pick you up. I suddenly added. My dad on the other end of the phone did not quite catch that for a moment. Arrange a plane.
Yeah.
I bought a private jet. You do not need to take a commercial flight anymore.
Hearing me say this,
My dad almost dropped the phone. He knew his son was not lacking money right now, but not lacking money was on thing. Being able to afford a private jet was a whole other level. After my dad and I ended our call, I had Tang Yuxin explain the situation to her parents as well. Naturally, my father-in-law and mother-in-law were left feeling dizzy from their son-in-law's capabilities. After getting everything arranged, Tang Yuxin enthusiastically started picking a destination again. Hubby, where do you think we should go? I thought about it. How about Yalong Bay in Sanya? It is known as the most beautiful beach in the country. Tang Yuxin agreed and started searching for local hotels. When traveling, the place you stay is incredibly important. Seeing this, suddenly remembered that the system had rewarded me with 27% equity in the Wansheng Catering Group. I did a quick search as well, and sure enough, Locally in Sanya, I found a top-tier hotel owned by the Wansheng Group. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I said to Tang Yuxin, "Honey, no need to pick a hotel. Your husband here owns a hotel under his name locally." Following my arrangements, as soon as she boarded the plane, my mother-in-law rushed over in just a few steps.
She kissed first treasure,
Then second treasure, and pinched third treasure's cheeks. Her kind face was full of doting love. Second treasure has gotten prettier. Third treasure too. They will definitely be little beauties when they grow up. First treasure is still acting so mature, looking just like a little old man. Having not seen their grandmother for a few months, the little kids had somewhat forgotten her face, especially second treasure, who was already a bit shy around strangers. Seeing her grandmother, she shyly buried her face in Tang Yuxin's chest. Later, my mother-in-law carefully tried to reach out and hold second treasure. The little girl was not scared this time, but as she was being held, she kept staring at Tang Yuxin. My mom was also beside them, playing with the babies. I walked to the back of the plane and saw my dad and father-in-law playing chess. My dad looked around and finally looked at me. "You have made big money, kiddo. Even bought a private jet."
Yesterday I told my friends
that my son-in-law bought a private jet and is taking us out to play, and they did not even believe it. My father-in-law laughed heartily next to him. As a teacher, although he never worried about food or clothing, living such a luxurious life was clearly impossible for him normally. Now, he was 10,000% satisfied with me. My mom and mother-in-law, who were playing with the babies, suddenly heard third treasure call out "Mama." After Tang Yuxin walked over, the two women exclaimed in pleasant surprise,
Third treasure knows how to talk.
Tang Yuxin nodded. But right now, only third treasure is making the fastest progress. First treasure and second treasure have not yet. First treasure and second treasure still mumble unclearly right now. My mom roughly calculated the three babies' age. They should be almost 7 months old. Since they were triplets and third treasure was already talking, first treasure and second treasure should be able to soon as well. After getting off the plane, the Wansheng Hotel, having received prior notice, directly arranged an extended Rolls-Royce to rush to the airport to pick us up. When the car arrived at the hotel's main entrance, I got out of the car and immediately saw that both sides of the hotel's main entrance were lined with people. The middle-aged man in a suit leading them, upon seeing me, straightened his clothes and led his people forward to welcome us with a face full of smiles.
Chairman Xiao, welcome to Sanya Wansheng International Hotel for your inspection.
I am the manager here.
Jia Bin.
I am just here to play this time.
I waved my hand and interrupted him. We will talk about work matters later.
My dad.
Standing nearby, looked over.
Son.
This hotel is yours.
Yeah, yes.
So, Mom?
Dad.
Just relax and have fun. If you need anything, just tell the staff. The four elders were already feeling a bit numb to it all. Ever since they found out I owned a private jet, they felt that from now on, no matter what else I pulled out, they would not be surprised anymore. Pulled personally by Jia Bin, the group was brought to the hotel's most top-tier villa area. Each villa here cost over 100,000 a day. They came equipped with a 24-hour private butler and a private beach, perfectly avoiding the noisy environment of the public beaches. However, since we were going to the beach to play, whether it was my dad,
Mime.
or my father-in-law and mother-in-law, they all still preferred a lively atmosphere. I let the elders choose as they pleased. The environment inside the villa, although not comparable to Tang Yuxin's and my current home, was still exceptionally luxurious. My mom was still playful at heart, so she was fine. But my dad, father-in-law, and mother-in-law felt a bit constrained. They were deeply afraid of breaking or dirtying something.
Seeing this?
I said, "Mom, Dad, just relax and stay here. If you like this house,
I will just tell them to keep it reserved for you indefinitely.
from now on,
only you guys will be allowed to stay here.
there is no need for that." My mother-in-law quickly waved her hand. Keeping such a nice house exclusively for us is too much of a waste. Your money did not just blow in with the wind. Silently thought to myself. Well, it kind of did. But with my words, the several elders finally relaxed. Right then, everyone began to pick their own rooms. However, by unspoken agreement, they all left the master bedroom for Tang Yuxin and me. The master bedroom had massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Through these windows, you could directly see the ocean outside. Standing in front of the window, Tang Yuxin stretched her arms and let out a sigh of satisfaction. I first glanced at the 3 babies on the bed, with the little cat Vanilla watching over them. I felt at ease. Then I walked over to Tang Yuxin and hugged her. Do you like it here? I love it. Just looking at the ocean makes me feel incredibly refreshed. Tang Yuxin turned her head and gave me a happy kiss. Then, she suddenly let out a yawn. Tired? Then let us rest for a bit.
I will go tell Mom.
Dad. And the others. Tang Yuxin nodded. Although the environment on the private jet was excellent, they had, after all, been flying in the sky for a day. Everyone was feeling a bit exhausted. Therefore, they did not rush to go out and play that day, but instead took a good rest in the villa first. After taking a nap, the next day, the family went to play on the sandy beach by the sea. Although the hotel villa came with its own private beach, and the environment was very nice, it was just a bit too quiet. The older generation of parents all preferred a lively environment. Upon arriving at the public beach, the bustling crowd and noisy atmosphere here immediately infected everyone. My mom and mother-in-law pushed a specially made beach stroller. The 3 babies were lying inside. It was the little guy's first time seeing the ocean. With their big, watery eyes wide open, they looked left and right in curiosity. Tang Yuxin smiled from the side. The sun is so nice today.
Mom.
Dad. Hubby. Let us go change our clothes. Since we were at the beach, we naturally had to change into swimsuits. There were shops by the sea specifically selling swimwear. Upon arriving at the shop, the men naturally were not particular about choosing swimwear. A pair of boxer trunks would solve the problem. My mother-in-law did not have any special preferences either, and casually picked a dark-colored one-piece swimsuit. On the other hand, Tang Yuxin and my mom were enthusiastically picking and choosing from start to finish. They kept holding them up against their bodies to see how they looked. Every time Tang Yuxin picked on, she would even ask me if it looked good. After several times, Tang Yuxin suddenly blinked her eyes, recalling the clothes she had just picked out. She then gave a sweet smile. She leaned in close to me, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in my ear, "Hubby, what are you thinking about? Even if I pick those clothes, I will only wear them for you to see. I definitely do not want other men seeing me in them." I chuckled playfully. Then let us buy them all. Tang Yuxin looked shocked. In the end, Tang Yuxin chose a beautiful 2-piece swimsuit. But even so, when Tang Yuxin changed into the swimsuit and walked out of the fitting room, almost everyone in the entire shop cast their gazes over. They gasped in admiration. Tang Yuxin walked up to me with a hint of shyness. "Hubby, does it look good?" I chuckled playfully. "As long as it is worn by my wife, anything looks great." Amidst the crazy jealousy of the surrounding men, Tang Yuxin planted a loud kiss on my cheek, and when I also went into the fitting room, changed, and came out, this time, it was the women's turn to be jealous of Tang Yuxin. My physique could make any man feel ashamed of himself upon seeing it. Tang Yuxin's gaze swept over the surrounding women, who were staring at her husband with looks that practically wanted to eat him alive. "Hubby, let us go." My mother-in-law had a tranquil personality, even at the beach. She did not like running around crazily. Therefore, she volunteered to stay by the beach chairs and take care of the 3 babies. The 2 men, my dad and my father-in-law, had already entered the ocean and started swimming. To my surprise, both of them were actually quite good swimmers.
My mime.
On the other hand, was the textbook definition of someone who was bad at something but loved doing it anyway. She clearly did not know how to swim, yet she was crazy about wanting to play in the water. In the end, she had to get a swimming ring, and with a splash, she dove into the sea. Tang Yuxin and I walked arm in arm on the beach, stepping barefooted on the fine,
Soft sand
brought a sensation that was incredibly comfortable. "Hubby, let us go swimming."
You go ahead.
I will pass. I do not know how to swim. As if discovering a new continent, Tang Yuxin suddenly widened her eyes. "Hubby,
What did you say?
there is actually something you do not know how to do." "Hubby, I finally found on thing that my hubby can't do. When I was a kid, I fell into a river and almost drowned. Since then, probably because it left a psychological shadow. No matter how hard I tried, I just could not learn how to swim."
I see.
"That is such a pity. I wanted to go play in the ocean with you. Looks like I can only go by myself now." Tang Yuxin and I were playing at the beach, but unexpectedly, we both became targets for people trying to hit on us. Just a moment ago, I was standing on the sand with my arms crossed, watching my wife having a blast in the ocean with a smile on my face. My handsome features, along with a transcendent aura radiating from the inside out, drew the gazes of most people around me. Quite a few youthful and beautiful girls were even looking at me with their hearts pounding wildly.
Finally,
2 women mustered up the courage and walked over.
Hey, handsome.
How are you hanging out alone? My gaze swept over the 2 of them. In the eyes of ordinary people, they could both be considered beauties. They also had waterproof makeup on their faces, treating my words like gold. I flatly said, own word.
No.
The male god is so aloof. The 2 women exchanged a glance and continued their offensive. Handsome. Could you take a picture for us? When handing the phone over, Oan even deliberately brushed my hand. Right at that moment, Tang Yuxin suddenly walked over, carrying a dominant, overpowering aura. Tang Yuxin walked up beside me. She swept a cold glare over the 2 streetwalkers before us,
linked my arm,
and said,
hubby,
Let us go.
Me previously expressionless face instantly melted like an iceberg thawing when I looked at Tang Yuxin. I walked away arm in arm with her, leaving the 2 dumbfounded women standing rooted to the spot. With her back to the 2 of them, Tang Yuxin let out a triumphant himph.
What kind of small fry dares to try and snatch my man?
Hubby, I have realized I can't leave you alone to go play, especially in a place like the beach. You attract way too many bees and butterflies.
You.
who?
I reached out and tapped the tip of Tang Yuxin's nose.
Are not you the same?
Who knows how many men were staring at you just now? Tang Yuxin gave a playful giggle.
Hehe.
Hubby is jealous. Tang Yuxin felt even more secretly delighted in her heart.
Then.
She planted a loud smooch on my cheek, returning to our sun umbrella, seeing my mother-in-law constantly taking care of the babies. Tang Yuxin and I hurriedly said,
Mom.
You should go play too.
We can watch the babies.
No.
No.
You young people go play. My mother-in-law repeatedly waved her hands, but Tang Yuxin and I kept urging her, so my mother-in-law could only nod with a smile, hand the 3 babies over to us, and then walk toward where my mom,
Dad,
and father-in-law were, lying on the beach lounge chair. Tang Yuxin suddenly turned her head to look at me. Who was teasing the babies? Who? BB. She drew out her words, her tone twisting and turning, sounding so sweet it could make someone's bones melt.
What is it?
So, you want me to help you apply sunscreen? Did not you already put some on before we came out? A massive question mark popped up over Tang Yuxin's head.
What was wrong with this man?
At a time like this,
should not he
eagerly lean in and say he would be happy to serve? Tang Yuxin sulked for a moment.
Then she added,
Then hubby, how about your wife applies it for you?
He.
Handsome.
Just let me do it.
I raised an eyebrow. I felt something was wrong.
extremely.
Utterly wrong. Your husband here does not need to apply that kind of stuff. The 3 babies in the stroller,
Watching their fussy mother?
also started babbling along. Third treasure even occasionally mixed in a few mom mass and dadas. Amidst her incomprehensible baby babble, Tang Yuxin stood up with puffed out cheeks. I am going over there to buy some beach barbecue.
Hubby.
What do you want to eat? I will have the same as you.
Bring some back for mom.
Dad.
And the others too. Got it. Tang Yuxin waved her hand, turned around, and walked toward the beach barbecue stand. Quite a few customers were gathered in front of the barbecue stand. Tang Yuxin did not want to squeeze in with those people at all, so she simply stood on the outside and waited patiently. With her appearance, the people around, both men and women, all cast their gazes over. A man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck walked up.
Hey, beauty.
Hanging out alone, Tang Yuxin did not even spare him a glance, her gaze remaining fixed on the barbecue grill.
She was someone who already had a hubby.
She was not going to pay attention to a man like this. Hey, beauty! We are out here to have fun. Do not be so cold. We are having a party over there later.
Wanna come join us?
This guy is so annoying. Tang Yuxin frowned almost imperceptibly. If she had known, she would have waited until her parents were done playing and came back to watch the kids. So she could have come over here with her husband. Seeing Tang Yuxin, still ignoring him, the man felt his ego take a hit and awkwardly backed away. Just when Tang Yuxin thought this guy would take the hint and back off, he actually went and cut straight to the front of the line. Hey! What is wrong with you? Do you have any manners? Do not cut in line. The man turned back and glared at these people. He was tall and burly, and coupled with his imposing demeanor, he really did manage to intimidate the others. Tang Yuxin swept a cold glare over him but did not say anything. When it was finally her turn, Tang Yuxin bought her beach barbecue. She had not walked far back when that man appeared again, bringing a few other guys with him. Beauty, could you take a picture for us? Get out of my way.
This time,
Tang Yuxin finally spoke. These guys could not even find a better excuse to hit on someone. Those women from earlier used this exact same trick on her husband. No originality at all.
So annoying.
Speaking of which, she was just complaining about her husband attracting bees and butterflies earlier, and now it was her turn. It really was taking turns for the couple. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Tang Yuxin felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Beauty. Everyone's just out to have fun. Do not be so. Before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped from behind. Immediately after, his body began stumbling backward uncontrollably. With a thud, the man bumped into a solid chest. He looked back and was instantly stunned. Without him knowing when, several burly men in suits had suddenly appeared around his group. Owen Man walked up to Tang Yuxin.
Madam.
Were you frightened?
No.
Tang Yuxin said flatly. Tang Yuxin really despised these kinds of people. The group of men were so scared their legs were trembling. Just who had they provoked? Looking at this scene, this woman's background was clearly anything but ordinary. At this moment, I appeared.
As soon as she saw me,
Tang Yuxin immediately dove into my arms. Hubby,
You are here.
I nodded. Then, I turned to look at the guy who had first hit on Tang Yuxin. You said do not be so what just now. Although I was merely looking over calmly, the man and his companions felt as if they were being stared down by some ferocious beast. He clearly realized he had hit a steel plate. The man could only smile awkwardly and submit.
Bro, I was wrong. I was wrong.
I was blind as a bat and bothered my sister-in-law. Please, bro, let me off the hook. Only then did I signal for him to be released.
Then,
I pinched Tang Yuxin's nose. I could not see any signs of this girl being scared at all, even though those guys looked very tough to mess with.
Hubby.
Is everything okay?
hubby,
You were so handsome just now. I turned my head and cast a warning glance at the group opposite me, being glared at by me. The group hurriedly left, stumbling away while cursing under their breath. Turned back to look at Tang Yuxin. I am fine. Were you really not scared? Because I knew hubby would definitely show up. Here.
Have some barbecue.
Saying that, she brought a skewer right up to my lips. Tang Yuxin looked at me expectantly.
Is it good?
It is good. Of course it is good. Barbecue hand-fed by my wife is definitely going to be delicious. Tang Yuxin took a bite directly from the spot I had just eaten from, and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction.
Suddenly,
Hubby.
If you came over here, what about the babies?
Do not worry.
Mom and Dad are watching them. Would not just leave the babies there by themselves. Tang Yuxin looked toward the direction of the babies. Sure enough, she saw the two grown men, my dad and my father-in-law, tirelessly teasing the kids. Out in the ocean was my mom, who had completely let loose and was having a blast, along with my mother-in-law, who had been helplessly dragged along by her. Seeing her own mother's expression, Tang Yuxin could not help but burst out laughing.
Haha.
The butler standing nearby had his mind shaken by this smile, and hurriedly lowered his head. Chairman Xiao's wife was someone whose beauty could outshine the moon and shame the flowers even in ancient times. No wonder she had attracted those blind fools just now.
The next morning,
I was woken up by a feeling of suffocation. When I opened my eyes, I saw a baby hanging onto me.
Second treasure.
This little rascal was actually sleeping face down right on my face. I picked up the still soundly sleeping second treasure and gently placed her on the bed. I took a look and could not help but chuckle. Although first treasure and third treasure's sleeping postures were slightly better than second treasure's, they were not much better because there was not a crib in the hotel. The three little ones had to sleep in the same bed with Tang Yuxin and me yesterday. Hubby. Due to my movements, Tang Yuxin woke up groggily, opening a pair of hazy, sleepy eyes. Tang Yuxin stretched out her arms toward me.
hug.
You should sleep a little longer. Tang Yuxin and I hugged, and I kissed her forehead.
Satisfied.
Tang Yuxin groggily fell back asleep. I got up and finished washing my face and brushing my teeth. When I came out, I saw that the three little ones had already woken up. Although it did not happen every single time,
Most of the time.
the three little angels would wake up simultaneously. It was as if there was some telepathic connection between the triplets. Nowadays, for the babies' solid food, besides baby rice cereal, I had gradually added some mashed potatoes and mashed pumpkin. By the time I had the babies' breakfast prepared, my mom and mother-in-law both walked out of their respective bedrooms at the same time.
morning.
In-law.
Morning to you too.
Hearing the noise outside, I called out, "Mom, come, help me out a bit." The two women hurriedly came to the kitchen. I pointed at the baby's breakfast. "Mom, this is for the babies." My mom, my mother-in-law, and I returned to the bedroom together. Seeing Tang Yuxin still fast asleep in bed, my mother-in-law walked up and woke her up with a smack. Still sleeping? Xiao Fei is already up taking care of the babies. And you are still sleeping? How lazy can you get? Only Xiao Fei would spoil you like this. Tang Yuxin pouted, subconsciously wanting to whine.
Mom Tilda.
But upon seeing that my mom was also in the room, she instantly jolted awake, just as she was about to scramble up.
My mom sec, my mom sec, my soft glow, what? Reflect.
All right. In law, if the child wants to sleep, let her sleep. Wei and Xiao Fei can take care of the babies just fine. You guys really? My mother-in-law shook her head helplessly.
Spoiling this girl so much?
She will become completely unmanageable sooner or later.
No, I won't.
Tang Yuxin lay in bed, snickering, secretly. However, she still got out of bed anyway. In the dining room, the three women were each feeding on of the three babies. Meanwhile, was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Do you have any plans for today? I asked after finishing breakfast and bringing it to the dining table. My mother-in-law thought for a moment and said, Yuxin's dad and his in-law will probably sleep until noon, at least. Old Xiao definitely will. Since that is the case, we will just stay home and watch the babies this morning.
You two young folks go out and have fun.
Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance. Although Tang Yuxin lacked nothing and did not need those cosmetics, she could still buy things like lipstick. Besides, the enjoyment of shopping lies in the process itself. In that case, I will have the hotel arrange a yacht for the afternoon, and we can go out to sea to play. How about that?
Yuxin and I will go shopping this morning.
Going out to sea on a yacht. Just imagining the scene.
The three women
Nodded repeatedly, full of anticipation.
right then and there.
I called Jia Bin, the hotel manager, upon receiving my instructions.
Jia Bin
Immediately stated that he would absolutely arrange the best yacht, along with the most professional service staff to accompany us. After eating breakfast, Tang Yuxin grabbed her purse and linked her arm with mine.
hubby.
Let us go check out that place. Tang Yuxin dragged me into a Louis Vuitton store. After entering the store, I discovered that there was actually a facility similar to a boyfriend daycare. Quite a few men were sitting there. Most of them were playing on their phones by themselves, while some were gathered in twos and threes,
Chatting idly.
What? Do you want to go over there too?
Tang Yuxin looked at me out of the corner of her eye.
What?
Are you not allowing it? All right. You accompanied me just now, so I definitely have to accompany you.
Let us go.
As soon as these words were spoken, among the surrounding women who were shopping alone, quite a few looked at Tang Yuxin with envy. Their boyfriends or husbands had run off to sit on the side the moment they walked in. Not at all like the guy right in front of her. Satisfied, Tang Yuxin linked her arm through mine. She did not ask the sales associates to introduce anything either, and simply browsed on her own. Hubby, what do you think of this piece of clothing? You have fair skin to begin with, and this piece perfectly highlights that advantage. Do you want to try it on? So, Tang Yuxin took the piece of clothing and went into the fitting room. The reality was exactly as I had said. This white piece of clothing suited Tang Yuxin perfectly.
This is the own.
Just keep it on.
We will check out together later.
I signaled the sales associate to help Tang Yuxin cut off the tags.
Hubby,
What about this on?
This bag is so pretty. I feel like this silk scarf would suit mom perfectly. From time to time, Tang Yuxin would take a liking to something, and no matter what she took a liking to, I would signal the sales associate to wrap it up. Throughout the entire process, I did not ask about the price at all. When we finally checked out, we had actually spent nearly 200,000 in total. I left the hotel address for them to deliver the items to our door. Only then did Tang Yuxin and I amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, walk out of the boutique. The weather in Sanya is always quite hot, so there were many cold drink shops along the street. Tang Yuxin enthusiastically went and bought 2 ice cream cones. She kept one for herself and handed the other to me. I do not really like these things.
You know that.
Just eat it.
Eat it. This one is seriously super delicious. Tang Yuxin looked at me expectantly. The moment I took a bite, she immediately asked,
Not it really good?
Yes.
but it tastes even better when fed by my wife. I looked at Tang Yuxin and gave a playful smile. Tang Yuxin suddenly giggled, took a bite of her own ice cream cone, and then deliberately brought the spot she had just eaten from up to my lips. Here, hubby. I shot Tang Yuxin an exasperated look, but still took a bite of the ice cream cone my precious wife offered. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the one in Tang Yuxin's hand really did taste a bit sweeter. Tang Yuxin. At that moment, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Tang Yuxin abruptly turned her head. After a brief moment of stunned surprise, the expression on her face instantly turned into deep delight. Lulu?
Xiantian.
It is you guys?
Standing before us were 2 girls around Tang Yuxin's age. The 3 of them quickly huddled together, jumping up and down.
Why are you guys here?
Yuxin. I told you before, I am a tour guide now. Yantian's family lives in Sanya anyway. Just so happens that the tour group I am leading arrived here.
I had the afternoon off.
So I came to hang out with Tiantian. A tour guide? That is so nice. You get to travel everywhere.
Oh man.
I am jealous of you.
Your job is basically playing around?
What do you mean travel everywhere? You have no idea how annoying it is dealing with those people. The 3 girls chattered away like little birds for quite a while. I stood to the side the whole time, waiting patiently. After a while, Tang Yuxin finally walked over to me, linked her arm through mine, and said with a hint of pride, "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Xiao Fei."
Whoa! What a handsome guy.
Tang Yuxin.
You are dating someone.
Hearing this, the corners of Tang Yuxin's mouth curled up. Not a boyfriend.
My husband, the father of my children?
Does that make it clear enough? At this, the 2 girls were stunned. Then, their faces filled with excitement. You are married and have kids. It has only been a few years since we last saw each other.
Yuxin.
And you even have kids already? I am so jealous of you. I just broke up with my boyfriend.
As they chatted?
The 2 girls occasionally stole glances at me, although I indeed made their hearts flutter immensely. After all, their good friend's husband. The 2 girls also knew their boundaries, and simply gave a polite greeting. Owen was named Wang Lu. The other Zhang Tiantian.
Hubby.
They were all
My roommates when I attended university domestically. Hearing Tang Yuxin say this, suddenly thought of someone else, and that girl we bumped into that day.
What was her name again?
Oh, right.
just like Ming Xueqi.
They were your roommates.
Wang Lu suddenly interjected.
Yuxin.
You ran into that Meng Xueqi. I ran into her back in Shanghai. Tang Yuxin carried a hint of mockery on her face. Still the same as always. Let us not talk about her. Just ruins the mood. Zhang Tiantian waved her hand and continued.
Yuxin.
Are you and your husband here on a trip? Our parents are here too, and our babies came along as well. But the babies are being watched by my mom and the others right now. My husband and I came out alone. You are so happy. Zhang Tiantian sighed. It is a rare occasion to run into each other. Let me treat you guys to lunch today. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance. We were just about to discuss how to settle lunch anyway. So, the group of 4 walked toward a Korean BBQ restaurant. On the way, it was rare for her to run into her former roommates, so Tang Yuxin stuck closely to the 2 of them. The 3 women laughed and chatted all the way. I did not mind at all and just followed behind them. The 3 women were talking so much that I could not get a word in edgewise. I could only watch silently.
Yuxin.
Where did you find such a handsome husband? Which direction do I need to pray to every day to find own like him?
Wang Lu leaned close to Tang Yuxin's ear and whispered.
Zhang Tiantian next to them also pricked up her ears. Tang Yuxin slowly recounted the story of how we met. Her happy little mouth was harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. After listening, the 2 girls looked at each other in dismay. They felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. Even TV dramas would not dare script something like this.
Sure enough.
Movies and TV shows need to follow common sense, while reality does not follow any logic at all. Zhang Tiantian looked back at me. My aura reminded Zhang Tiantian of her own father. That kind of pressure brought about by someone in a high position made Zhang Tiantian start feeling curious about my identity. Her family background was quite good. She frequently accompanied her father to various so-called high society gatherings, and knew quite a few wealthy second-generation heirs. But not a single one of those heirs was like me. Compared to a second-generation heir, I seemed more like a true first-generation entrepreneur, just like Zhang Tiantian's father. But I also had an additional vibe, a feeling that Zhang Tiantian could not quite put into words. First-generation entrepreneurs like her father were either sharply ambitious and overbearing,
or aggressively enterprising,
or possessed the predatory gaze of an eagle or a wolf. Even if some could hide their emotions perfectly, the feeling I gave off was completely different. I exuded an aura of calm detachment and air of not letting anything in the world weigh heavily on my mind.
Suddenly,
A flash of inspiration hit Zhang Tiantian. Could this Xiao Fei actually be a descendant of a prominent,
A light family.
Yuxin.
Confess right now.
this husband of yours, does he have a very deep family background?
Zhang Tiantian pointed upward.
A string of question marks popped up over Tang Yuxin's head. What are you talking about? Your husband just does not look like an ordinary person. Of course he does not. Tang Yuxin proudly lifted her head. My husband is the absolute best. Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian suddenly felt that the post-marriage Tang Yuxin, compared to when she was still a college student, seemed to have regressed in EQ. Before long, the four of them arrived at a Korean BBQ restaurant. While waiting for the food to be served, Wang Lu suddenly asked me, "Handsome, what do you do for a living? Watch how you talk." Tang Yuxin let out a slightly dissatisfied himph. That expression looked like she was guarding against a thief. Wang Lu rolled her eyes at Tang Yuxin.
Oh, please.
Considering how close we are, no matter how close we are,
I can't let you have my husband.
am I that kind of person? Wang Lu shook her head back and forth and gave a coquettish humph.
Honestly.
I must have been blind to cover for you back in college. Cover for you. I suddenly narrowed my eyes and looked at Tang Yuxin with a face full of curiosity. Tang Yuxin's expression immediately became a bit panicked. Seeing this,
Wang Lu
suddenly said mischievously, "Handsome.
Ahem.
Mr. Xiao, do you know what kind of bizarre things your precious wife did back in college?" What did I say? You are not allowed to say it. Shut up. Tang Yuxin instantly drooped and lowered her head. This scene left Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian dumbfounded. But very quickly,
Wang Lu continued.
back in college, although Yuxin was not as beautiful as she is now, she was still incredibly popular. There were quite a lot of guys pursuing her at the time. It made this girl so annoyed and flustered. In the end, she just straight up dragged me in to cover for her, telling everyone that she and I were That finally scared off a lot of the guys. My eyebrow twitched wildly. I stared at Tang Yuxin with a hint of suspicion in my eyes.
Hubby.
Do not tell me you doubt me. Do not you know perfectly well whether I am or not. Tang Yuxin was greatly flustered. Disregarding Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian, she directly gave me a light headbutt.
All right.
All right.
I believe you, but I can't believe you actually pulled that off, using that kind of thing as a cover. What if you had actually met someone you liked at school later on?
I would not have.
Tang Yuxin humphed. I only like you. Hubby. Zhang Tiantian could not help but tap her teacup on the table. Please. I just broke up. Could you two not rub it in? Handsome Xiao. You still have not said what you do for a living. Wang Lu steered the topic back. She was genuinely very curious about my identity. I smiled faintly. I am still a student. We already know that. Yuxin already told us your story, but you are definitely not just a student. Right? Your aura is not something a mere student could possess. I just smiled and did not say anything. Seeing this, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian did not press the matter further. Asking any further would be tactless. Before long, the waiter brought the barbecue meat over and started grilling it for the four of us. When the savory aroma of the barbecue drifted over, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian immediately started digging in heartily. But was just that very quickly. They noticed that Tang Yuxin and I were eating incredibly delicately, especially Tang Yuxin.
Yuxin.
You have changed your tune. Back when we used to get skewers together, you were always the most uninhibited on. Okay? I was not. Tang Yuxin felt that if they kept chatting, all her embarrassing past deeds would be exposed to her husband. I just prefer eating the food my husband makes. Handsome Xiao even knows how to cook. Men who can cook are rare these days, and a man with an unusual status like him cooking is even rarer. He is the only who cooks at home normally. Tang Yuxin's eyes were filled with happiness, as if saying, "Quick! Praise me for finding such a good husband." Zhang Tiantian and Wang Lu started feeling sour again. This PDA was enough to stuff them full. I should not have treated you to lunch. Zhang Tiantian mumbled indistinctly. Tang Yuxin hurriedly smiled apologetically. All right. All right. As compensation, we are taking a yacht out to sea to play this afternoon. You guys come along? After saying that, Tang Yuxin turned to look at me. I nodded. If Tang Yuxin wanted to bring her two friends along, I naturally would not have any objections. Yacht. I have not been on OWN before. Wang Lu's excitement instantly surged.
Zhang Tiantian.
On the other hand, was relatively calm. Her family was quite wealthy, and she also went out on yachts from time to time. Hearing this, she was not overly thrilled. After finishing lunch, directly made a call to that driver. I sat in the passenger seat, while the three women sat in the back. Zhang Tiantian looked at my silhouette in the passenger seat. With a gaze that carried a hint of deep meaning, she could tell from the uniform the driver was wearing that the other party was a staff member of the Wansheng Hotel, someone who could have Wansheng arrange a dedicated driver to drive a Bentley and be on standby at all times could not possibly be an ordinary person. An ordinary person would not be able to afford it either. This made Zhang Tiantian even more convinced that my background was extraordinary. When Tang Yuxin and I arrived at the villa with the two of them, as soon as we entered the door, I heard a burst of crying. Did second treasure cry? Just from the sound of the crying alone, I could determine that the on making a fuss was definitely second treasure. I quickly walked inside and took second treasure from my mom's arms.
Oh.
You are finally back. Second treasure was being held by your dad just now, and that old geezer straight up used his beard to prick second treasure's face. How could a little baby handle that?
So she cried.
My dad sat awkwardly on the sofa, constantly looking at second treasure. After all, he was the own who made the baby cry, so he felt a bit guilty.
It is fine.
Dad was just trying to play with the baby. I held second treasure and gently coaxed her. It did not take long for second treasure to gradually stop crying. Mom. Dad. These two are my classmates, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian. They are going out to sea to play with us this afternoon.
Hello.
Uncle.
Hello.
Auntie?
The two of them politely greeted the four elders in the house. Tang Yuxin introduced them to Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian owned by ON. These two are my mom and dad, and these two are my father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law.
Looking at my mom's face, which looked like a woman in her 30s, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian were dying of envy. How was this a mother-in-law? If someone said she was an older sister, people would believe it.
All right.
Mom.
Dad. Let us all get ready. Let us head out to sea. Vanilla. I called out again.
The little cat.
Vanilla.
Squeezed out from who knows where, circled around my feet once, and rubbed her head against my pant leg.
What a cute kitty.
Zhang Tiantian was a crazy cat lover.
Soon as she saw Vanilla,
She immediately crouched down wanting to play with her, but with a whoosh, Vanilla darted over to Tang Yuxin's side, putting on a stranger's keep-away demeanor.
Yuxin.
Quick. Let me hug this kitty. I love her so much. This cat seems a bit shy around strangers. Tang Yuxin crouched down and stroked Vanilla's back. Vanilla. These are my friends.
Let them hug you.
Okay. Vanilla was a bit hesitant. After a while, she still obediently walked over to Zhang Tiantian and let out a soft meow. Zhang Tiantian's heart melted instantly. She scooped Vanilla up into her arms, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. Not long after, a series of knocks sounded at the main door of the villa. After Tang Yuxin walked over and opened the door, Jia Bin, who was standing at the door, saw it was Tang Yuxin and immediately bowed in greeting.
Hello.
Mrs.
Xiao.
Has your vacation these past 2 days been pleasant?
thank you.
I have had a wonderful time. Tang Yuxin gave a polite smile and stepped aside to let him pass. Only then did Jia Bin walk in. Uncle Jia. Upon seeing Jia Bin, Zhang Tiantian immediately called out. Hearing Zhang Tiantian call him,
Jia Bin
turned his head to look, finding that it was Zhang Tiantian. He was somewhat surprised.
Tianqian.
Why are you here?
Just hanging out.
Uncle Jia. Yuxin and I are classmates. Jia Bin's expression changed slightly.
Zhang Tiantian was actually classmates with Mrs.
Xiao.
It seemed that from now on, business dealings with the Zhang family would require a bit more careful attention. Having quickly made a decision in his heart, Jia Bin walked briskly up to me. Mr. Xiao, the yacht has been prepared for you. We can depart whenever you are ready.
Very good.
Who was holding second treasure, nodded slightly.
Mom.
Dad.
Let us go. Let us go.
Let us go.
I have been ready for ages.
I am going to enjoy this time too. My dad and father-in-law were full of interest regarding the upcoming yacht trip. Hearing this, they immediately got ready to head out. Jia Bin specifically arranged for 2 cars to handle the transportation. The 4 adults took own car, while our group of young people took the other. The 3 babies were held by my mom and the others, while Vanilla rested comfortably in Tang Yuxin's arms, sitting in the back seat and looking at Jia Bin, who was actually acting as my personal driver. Zhang Tiantian became even more curious about my identity. The general manager of the Wansheng Group's largest hotel in Sanya in the southern region. Jia Bin possessed considerable prestige among the local upper-class circles. Even her own father had to greet Jia Bin politely when they met. She never expected that Jia Bin would now be directly acting as my driver. Did not that mean her father? In front of Xiaofei was also nothing more than the level of a dedicated driver. She cast a secret glance at Tang Yuxin. This former good friend of hers had truly soared to the highest heights. Although she thought this in her heart, Zhang Tiantian's face showed no change in expression. Back when Tang Yuxin was still just an ordinary person, she,
Zhang Tiantian,
was able to become her best friend. She also believed that after Tang Yuxin married into a wealthy family, Tang Yuxin would treat her with the same sincerity she had shown her back then. Before long, the group arrived at the pier, looking at the massive yacht docked by the pier. Even Zhang Tiantian was somewhat surprised. It was not that she had not been out to sea on a yacht before, but she had truly rarely been on a yacht over 50 meters long. Mr. Xiao, considering that the number of people in your party is not large, only prepared a yacht of this size.
It is just the right fit.
Any larger, and the yacht would feel too empty.
Very good.
I nodded in satisfaction. The yacht before our eyes was over 50 meters long. The structure on the deck alone had 3 levels, not to mention how much space there was below deck. In reality, for just the few of us, this yacht was already a bit too big, but if it were any smaller, Jia Bin would have considered it highly inappropriate. Even with this current 50-plus meter long yacht, Jia Bin still felt a bit apprehensive. It was not until he saw me nod with a smile on my face that Jia Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
We are getting on the boat.
We are getting on the boat. First treasure. We are getting on the boat.
My mom.
Holding first treasure.
Was the first to run up. My dad followed behind her,
Scolding.
Slow down.
careful not to drop the baby. As soon as they got on the boat, Tang Yuxin and Wang Lu started exploring everywhere. Even Zhang Tiantian followed them around enthusiastically. The entire yacht was fully equipped with a kitchen,
Dining room.
bedrooms, and more. At the stern, there was a platform for deep-sea fishing. There was even a swimming pool on the top deck. The yacht was also equipped with jet skis. I took second treasure from my mother-in-law's arms.
Second treasure.
Daddy is taking you out to sea.
Are you happy?
Guya. Second treasure nestled in my arms. Waving her little hands, I walked over to the edge of the deck. Second treasure carefully peeked at the ocean. And then, feeling scared, buried her head into my chest. Second treasure is too timid. My mom watched from the side, highly amused.
Look at first treasure.
He is not scared at all. Saying that, my mom actually held first treasure and extended him out over the railing. First treasure did not react at all. However, was given a fright. My mom always did some shocking things from time to time. My dad, who happened to be walking over, gasped sharply. He rushed over to my mom in 3 quick steps, snatched first treasure away, and held him tight. What are you doing? You are fooling around and dragging the baby into it too.
What if you dropped him?
I hold babies much steadier than you do, my mom muttered,
Unconvinced.
but she also knew her actions just now were somewhat inappropriate.
All right.
Dad.
Mom did not do it on purpose. I'm taking the babies back inside the cabin.
Once we are out at sea,
The wind and waves will be strong. The babies might not be able to handle it.
Yuxin.
You are really living the dream now. Wang Lu looked at Tang Yuxin with a face full of envy.
my good sister.
You can't forget about me now that you have struck it rich.
You silly.
I won't forget.
Tang Yuxin said with a smile, letting Wang Lu cling to her arm, who happened to walk in at that moment.
Saw this scene.
And my eyebrow could not help but twitch again. My wife, usually, very rarely got this close to anyone else. I could not help but think back to what I heard during lunch. Back in college, Tang Yuxin dragged Wang Lu in, using the excuse that the two of them were together, to reject her suitors. Hubby.
You are here.
Seeing me walk in, Tang Yuxin gave me a sweet smile. The wind is strong out at sea, so I brought the babies inside. I placed second treasure on the sofa. Then, from my mother-in-law and father-in-law who had followed me in, I took first treasure and third treasure, and placed them side by side on either side of second treasure. The 3 little ones lay in a row, each of them with their big, round eyes wide open, looking at their daddy, who was right in front of them. Da, 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 da.
Third treasure kept babbling.
Yuxin.
Your babies are so cute. Zhang Tiantian also leaned over to tease the babies, a look of envy on her face. Tang Yuxin saw how much she liked them. You like them. Go find someone and have own yourself. Get out of here. Zhang Tianqian playfully scolded her. Then, she asked with intense curiosity, Yuxin, what does giving birth actually feel like? Does it hurt super badly? Tang Yuxin recalled the situation when she gave birth and let out a faint sigh. Back then, she was all alone in the maternity and child health hospital. Neither I, nor her parents, nor any relatives were by her side. Fortunately, those difficult days were finally over. Tang Yuxin walked up to me and smiled at Zhang Tiantian. When you are giving birth to the child of the person you love, you won't feel the pain. I do not believe you for a second. Zhang Tiantian immediately bared her teeth and made a funny face. Yuxin, if you keep showing off your PDA like this,
Our friendship is over.
Seeing this, Wang Lu quickly changed the subject. I saw jet skis just now. Can we ride them?
Are you sure?
Zhang Tiantian.
As a rich girl who frequently went out to sea, immediately looked over with a skeptical eye. Driving a jet ski requires professional training. Do you know how? I do not know how. Wang Lu smiled embarrassedly. A classic case of being bad at something but loving to play anyway.
I said.
The crew members assigned to the boat should know how.
I will go ask them.
After finding a crew member, I explained the situation to her. The crew member smiled and said, I am very sorry.
If you are not professionals.
For your safety.
We do not recommend that you drive them yourselves, but we can drive them and you can ride along.
Hubby, I want to go too.
When Tang Yuxin saw the jet skis, her eyes were sparkling. She had been itching to try for a while now. All right. But pay attention to safety. Be careful. Okay. Tang Yuxin planted a loud smooch on my cheek.
Zhang Tiantian.
Standing to the side,
Stretched her arms.
I will go too.
but I do not need a driver. I know how to drive on myself. Sitting in the passenger seat and tightly gripping the handles. Tang Yuxin was nervous at first and kept her eyes shut tight, but after getting used to it, she grew bolder and bolder, gripping the handle with own hand. Tang Yuxin turned to look at me on the deck, waving her arm.
Hubby.
This is so fun. Come join us. I smiled and walked toward the stern of the boat. I really could not say no to this wife of mine. Mr. Xiao, do you need me to drive for you? A beautiful female crew member following beside me asked expectantly. No need. I know how. Are you kidding me? The system rewarded me with omni-vehicle driving mastery. I was confident I could even fly a space shuttle. How could a tiny little jet ski stump me? Before long, I, having changed into my swim trunks, appeared on the ocean, driving a jet ski solo, carving a massive arc. The jet ski, churning up waves, appeared right beside Tang Yuxin.
Hubby.
You actually know how to drive this. Tang Yuxin's eyes were full of little stars. Her husband was truly too amazing. He knew how to do everything. If I said I was Superman right now, Tang Yuxin would probably believe it.
Hubby.
I want to ride on your jet ski.
I want you to give me a ride.
All right. I had Tang Yuxin get onto my jet ski. Unlike sitting behind the female crew member, this time Tang Yuxin pressed tightly against my back, hugging my waist tightly. Hubby. Go. 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 Tiantian has already driven way up ahead. Hurry up and catch her. Hold on tight. Feeling playful, I throttled the jet ski, letting out a roar, and sped rapidly forward.
Wah ha ha ha.
So fast. So fast. Hubby is so awesome.
Charge.
Charge. Cyclone charge. On the deck, my dad, watching the young people having fun, also got an itch to try. However, as soon as he brought it up, my mom immediately started twisting his ear. What do you think you're doing? Do not tell me you also want some young girl to take you flying across the ocean. And do not even try telling me you know how to drive that thing.
Ow.
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 It hurts, wife. I won't go.
All right.
My dad begged for mercy repeatedly. Next to them, my father-in-law and mother-in-law burst out laughing. Tang Yuxin, worried I would think she was a brother-supporting demon, resolutely refused her aunt's request. Just now, having returned to the yacht, I was holding First Treasure and sitting with my mother-in-law, chatting with her to keep her company.
We were chatting.
My mother-in-law's phone suddenly rang.
She took it out to look.
And her brows slightly furrowed.
What is wrong? Mom.
I asked with a puzzled look. Rarely saw my mother-in-law wear this expression. Most likely, something had happened. It is nothing. My mother-in-law directly hung up the phone, but a moment later, the phone rang again. Left with no choice, My mum, my mum, 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 my mum, my mum, my 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 lick mo Coincidentally,
Right at this moment,
Tang Yuxin walked in. I waved Tang Yuxin over.
What is up?
Hubby. Tang Yuxin circled around to my side and planted a loud smooch right on my cheek. Then she asked with a smile.
Is something the matter?
hubby.
Or mom seems to have something on her mind. I gestured toward the direction my mother-in-law had left. Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes and then said,
I will go check.
Stepping out of the cabin, Tang Yuxin spotted from afar her mother standing on the deck, talking on the phone. After approaching a few steps, Tang Yuxin heard her mother saying,
Sis.
It is not that
Your older sister?
do not want to help you. It is just that this kind of thing is really hard to handle. While later, her mother hung up the phone. Tang Yuxin walked up beside her and asked softly, Mom.
What is wrong?
Her mother sighed. Do you still remember your aunt? About you and Xiaofei being together? I have already informed the relatives on my side of the family. After all, when you two officially hold the wedding banquet, they will have to come too. Therefore, Tang Yuxin vaguely guessed something and was now just waiting for her own mother to confirm it. Her mother's brows furrowed. Your aunt found out that you are living very well now and that Xiaofei is a capable man. So, she hopes you two can arrange a job for her son, your cousin, in Shanghai. But do not worry, I have already rejected this request. Her mother hurriedly added, deeply afraid of causing a misunderstanding with her daughter.
Hearing this,
Tang Yuxin also felt a bit distressed. Her aunt's son was indeed a close relative.
true,
But she absolutely did not want to bother me with this kind of thing. Her mother felt the same way. She only wanted her daughter and son-in-law to live their days in peace and harmony. She was not willing to use matters from her side of the family to trouble her daughter and Xiaofei. When I saw Tang Yuxin walk back in, immediately asked,
What is wrong?
Nothing.
Tang Yuxin stammered. She clearly had something on her mind, but she did not want to trouble me. I raised an eyebrow.
Do not you know?
When you lie, your eyes dart around, and the tip of your left foot subconsciously draws circles on the ground. Tang Yuxin froze, then looked down at her own toes.
Sure enough.
She was drawing circles back and forth.
Hubby.
You are so observant. Enough with the flattery. What difficulties did our mom run into? Tell me, with our relationship, is there anything we can't talk about? Seeing that she could not hide it, Tang Yuxin had no choice but to sit down beside me.
She first asked.
Hubby, if I tell you, please do not take it to heart.
Okay.
We are husband and wife. And besides,
That is our mom.
if there is an issue, We solve it together. Do not tell me you do not believe in your husband's capabilities. I pinched Tang Yuxin's nose. Only then did Tang Yuxin sigh faintly and say, my aunt's son hopes we can arrange a job for him in Shanghai, but I did not want to trouble you. So I had it rejected. I thought it was something major. That is it. Immediately started laughing. Whether it is when a man attains the Tao, even his poultry and dogs ascend to heaven, or taking care of family members after striking it rich, as long as the other party is not insatiably greedy. It is just human nature. At this point, I happened to see my mother-in-law walking in as well.
Mom, Yuxin told me everything.
With this kind of thing, could not you have just told me directly? How could I trouble you with this?
Xiao Fei.
You are still in school, and Yuxin has not been working for long.
This kind of thing?
I patiently listened to my mother-in-law finish speaking, and then asked with a smile, could you tell me a bit about the specific situation of Yuxin's cousin? I am not entirely sure either. My mother-in-law recalled what her younger sister had told her. I only heard Yuxin's aunt say that the boy stayed in Shanghai after graduating from college. He originally wanted to start his own business, but it seems he got scammed. Now he is working odd jobs everywhere to pay off debts. That kid is stubborn too. He kept it a secret from the family for a long time without saying a word.
Later,
when he really could not hide it anymore, he finally told the family about it.
I see.
I nodded. If all these things were true, then Tang Yuxin's cousin was someone with backbone. Otherwise, he would not have shouldered all of this by himself. Suddenly felt a bit of interest in him. Would not hurt to meet him. If he was a decent guy, helping him out would not be an issue. According to my mother-in-law, Tang Yuxin's cousin right now seemed to be working at a courier company in Shanghai, while simultaneously delivering takeout. He was working over 10 hours a day. Hearing this introduction, my impression of this cousin was not bad. I could determine that, at the very least, he was not a lazy bum who only knew how to eat, and he had a sufficient sense of responsibility. How about this? Mom, contact them over there and tell them that after we return to Shanghai,
I will meet with him.
we will see how things are before deciding the next steps.
Won't this be too much trouble for you?
My mother-in-law still looked at me with a bit of worry. She was afraid that if this was not handled well, it would affect the relationship between Yuxin and me. It is no trouble. Mom, we are all family.
If I can help?
I will do my best to help. We will see how the situation is when the time comes.
hearing this,
My mother-in-law nodded with a smile and walked out of the cabin again to call her younger sister. After my mother-in-law left, I lightly tapped Tang Yuxin on the head. From now on,
You are not allowed to keep this kind of thing from me.
understand. Understood. Tang Yuxin curled her tongue and replied in a sickeningly sweet voice. Hubby, how can you be so good to me?
Sigh.
I am really scared of you being snatched away by someone else. Hubby, what was this girl letting her imagination run wild about? Was I someone who could be casually snatched away? Not to mention my feelings for Tang Yuxin were true and sincere. Furthermore,
Why was the father of 3 babies?
I definitely had a strong sense of responsibility. After dinner, before the sun completely disappeared, the yacht returned to the pier. Yuxin, handsome Xiao, and uncle and auntie, thank you so much for your hospitality today. Before parting, Zhang Tiantian and Wang Lu politely bid farewell to everyone. Wang Lu let out a sigh. After today's free time ends, I have to take the tour group and fly back tomorrow. I do not know when I will be able to see you guys next. You can come to Shanghai to visit me, Tang Yuxin said to Wang Lu with a beaming smile. Wang Lu just shook her head. It is really hard. The tour groups I lead usually go to various scenic spots. Very few tour groups go to a metropolis like Shanghai, but you must have days off.
Right.
Tang Yuxin pouted, having finally reunited with Wang Lu, only to part again. She was quite reluctant. Wang Lu thought about it and agreed. All right. When I have some time off, I will come to Shanghai to visit you. By the way, if you have any outstanding cute guys around you, I do not ask for them to be just like your husband. Even own 10th as good would do. If you have that kind of resource,
remember to save on for me.
All right. I will keep an eye out for you.
Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes at Wang Lu in exasperation. But when it came to her best friend's lifelong happiness, she would definitely take it to heart. That night, when Zhang Tiantian returned home, soon as she walked through the door,
She saw her father
triumphantly waving an invitation card. What are you doing?
Dad, why so happy?
Zhang Tiantian looked deeply puzzled. She rarely saw her dad this happy on a normal day.
Ha ha ha. Tiantian.
You are back. Father Zhang happily slapped the table.
Stiantian.
Today, I received an invitation from manager Jai of the Wansheng Hotel to attend a gala being held there in 3 days. Zhang Tiantian was somewhat surprised. With her father's status, although he could attend Wansheng Hotel's business banquets, he definitely was not at the level where Jia Bin would personally deliver the invitation. For this kind of business cocktail party, receiving an invitation was own thing. Not needing an invitation, but being qualified to go directly was another. Thinking of this, Zhang Tiantian suddenly said, "Dad, there is something today that I think I need to tell you."
Right then.
Zhang Tiantian recounted the events of the day to her father in full detail. After hearing it, Father Zhang finally saw the light. No wonder. I was wondering why manager Jia suddenly personally brought the invitation to me. I was even feeling overwhelmed by the favor for a while. Looking at the invitation on the table, Father Zhang kept shaking his head. Turns out,
Your dad.
am riding on your coattails. My daughter.
Oh, right?
Tian.
Your classmate. Could you invite her to our house as a guest tomorrow?
What are you thinking?
Dad.
Zhang Tiantian glared at her father rather unceremoniously. Yuxin and I are true, genuine friends. I absolutely do not want our relationship to be mixed with any messy,
Ulterior motives.
Being reprimanded by Zhang Tiantian like this.
Father Zhang smiled awkwardly.
All right. All right. All right.
Genuine friends.
Genuine friends.
Seeing her father drop the idea, Zhang Tiantian gave a cute humph,
Stood up.
and returned to the second floor of the villa, retreating into her own room. At this time, Mother Zhang finally walked over and sat down beside her husband. You really need to stop letting those business world habits spill over everywhere. For young people making friends, it is much better without all those messy ulterior motives.
My me mistake.
Father Zhang leaned back on the sofa and sighed faintly.
Sigh.
When a person stays in the business world for too long, it is inevitable to view all relationships through the lens of profit.
Why do you work so tirelessly anyway?
Our family is not lacking money now. Would not it be nice to spend the rest of our lives peacefully and quietly? Upon seeing the white hairs on Father Zhang's head,
Mother Zhang
felt a pang of heartache. Some things can't be stopped just because you want to. Father Zhang shook his head helplessly. Having reached this point, there are hundreds of mouths below me, waiting for me to issue their paychecks so they can eat. I could just wash my hands of it and quit. But those employees can't do that. You are just destined for a life of toil. Mother Zhang humphed, and then began to massage his back tenderly.
Zhang Tiantian,
Who had walked out of her bedroom heading to the kitchen for a snack, saw this sweet scene between her parents in the living room, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Being force-fed Tang Yuxin and my PDA during the day was not enough. Now that she was home, she actually had to eat her parents' PDA too. Zhang Tiantian felt she had suffered massive emotional damage. She thought to herself, should I find a boyfriend too? But the moment this thought arose, Zhang Tiantian ran through all the men her age that she knew, in her head. Then, she despondently realized that after meeting me, these men, who she used to find somewhat passable, were now completely unappealing to her. Right then, Zhang Tiantian directly took out her phone and sent a message to Tang Yuxin. Yuxin, you have to take responsibility for my future. On the other side,
Tang Yuxin,
who was watching a mini-drama, looked at the message on her phone, and a string of question marks popped up over her head. With 2 days left in the May Day long holiday, Tang Yuxin and I returned to Shanghai.
Oh, right?
Hubby, I was thinking, if there is nothing else going on, we should invite my cousin over tomorrow. It would be good to get this matter settled before you have to go back to work, school. The next day, when I met Tang Yuxin's cousin, something totally unexpected happened to me. Hubby, my cousin is here.
Oh.
I put down the book in my hand and smiled.
all right. You go let him in.
I will take the babies back inside. By the time I had carried the 3 babies back to the play area in the living room and instructed Vanilla to keep a close eye on them, Tang Yuxin had returned with her cousin.
Hello, sis.
Hello.
Brother-in-law, the tall boy walking in behind Tang Yuxin, appeared very nervous. Seeing this older cousin of his once again, the boy simply could not believe his eyes. Although his cousin was beautiful in his memory, she was never like this, looking like a fairy descended from heaven. And after entering the villa, looking at the luxurious palace-like decorations inside, he appeared even more constrained and awkward, deeply afraid of breaking something. Do not be nervous.
Have a seat.
I gestured for him to sit down next to me.
What is your name?
Sitting beside me?
The boy lowered his head and said, brother-in-law.
My name is Guo Yong.
I am Xiao Fei.
Even though you are calling me brother-in-law, in reality, I am probably a few years younger than you.
Guo Yong had,
after all, already graduated from college and been an entrepreneur for a year.
I.
On the other hand, was still just a junior in college.
I know.
Looking at me?
Guoyong could not help but sigh inwardly. This brother-in-law, who was slightly younger than him, did not look like an ordinary person no matter how you looked at it.
At this time,
Tang Yuxin served tea for both Guoyong and me. Just treat this place like your own home. No need to be nervous.
Thank you, sis.
Guoyong was still a bit tense. Tell me about your specific situation. I heard your business failed after graduation, and that you were scammed.
Yes.
Guoyong sighed. I majored in software engineering in college. I made some things myself and sold them. So, by the time I graduated, I had nearly 400,000 in savings. Hearing this, I slightly raised an eyebrow. It seemed this Guoyong was actually a talented individual. After graduating, I took that money and started a company with a classmate because we were classmates. When drawing up the contract, I did not pay close attention.
As a result,
it was only after he absconded with the funds that I discovered there were severe loopholes in the contract. The company went bankrupt, and I was left with nearly $1 million in debt. After briefly explaining the situation, Guoyong began to explain in detail. Perhaps worried that Tang Yuxin and I would think he was lying, he pulled out a lot of evidence, including the contract. I took a general look and made a decision in my heart. I also sized Guoyong up, working odd jobs to pay off debts. Guoyong clearly had not been resting well lately. He had thick, dark circles under his eyes, and he looked extremely haggard.
What are your plans for the future?
I did not rush to say I would help, but instead asked for his thoughts. Guoyong nodded.
I have a plan.
Brother-in-law, I actually have a half-developed project on hand. It is just that, after the company collapsed, development was halted. My current plan is to work and earn money and rely on myself to perfect this software bit by bit. Then I will find a buyer and sell it for a good price.
as long as I can sell it.
We will be able to pay off my debts.
And then I can start from scratch again. What about the guy who absconded with the funds? Have not you thought about recovering the money? Tang Yuxin asked. It is no use. Guoyong shook his head helplessly. I did not notice the loopholes in the contract myself in the beginning. You can't win a lawsuit over this kind of thing. Several lawyers told me I just have to accept my bad luck. I nodded. Could you tell me about that software of yours?
Hearing me bring this up,
Guoyong instantly perked up. Clearly, when someone mentioned his area of expertise, he was the kind of person who would immediately become highly energized. This showed that Guoyong was full of confidence when it came to his professional skills. Regarding this, if you are interested, brother-in-law, I can tell you about it in detail. First, picking up the teacup from the coffee table, he took a sip of clear tea to moisten his throat. Only then did Guoyong speak slowly. What I have been developing is actually a browser that can be used on both PC and mobile. Brother-in-law, do not think a browser is simple. In fact, this is a browser that integrates a search engine I developed myself. You developed a search engine yourself. Now I was genuinely interested.
A search engine
was not something just anyone could throw together casually. It required a highly complex and sophisticated set of algorithms. Otherwise, a shoddily made search engine would only give users an incredibly frustrating experience. Currently, the search engines on the market, leaving aside the foreign ones, domestically, Qiandu already held a monopoly. Although there were other search engines, they clearly could not compete with Qiandu. Since you put it that way, does this search engine of yours have any special features? Otherwise, you would not be so confident about it.
Right.
Of course. Guoyong proudly raised his chin. My search engine. In terms of search algorithms, I am confident it is absolutely no worse than Qiandu. Most importantly, it completely eliminates ads, and it does not do things like paid search rankings. If that is the case, it really does have the potential to compete with Qiandu, but without paid rankings.
How do you plan to monetize it?
Guoyong embarrassedly scratched the back of his head. Brother-in-law, please do not laugh at me when I say this. Actually, I was very ambitious in the beginning. I planned to use this browser, which integrates a search engine offering a better search experience than Qiandu, and has zero ads, as a core platform to step-by-step expand into a complete ecological chain. I was amused by Guoyong.
You do not lack ambition.
I finally understood. Guoyong creating this search engine was just an entry point to expand his own product ecosystem. Tang Yuxin beside me, although not a professional in this field, was, after all, a talented returnee who had studied abroad in Munich. She could more or less understand the gist of it. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin covered her mouth and chuckled. You have not even learned how to walk yet, and you are already thinking about running a marathon. Looking at the gracefully smiling,
charming Tang Yuxin,
Guoyong was momentarily dazed, but he quickly recovered and continued. I also know I am aiming a bit too high right now, but this is truly what I am aiming for deep down.
Oh, right?
Brother-in-law, Although this browser is still a half-finished product, some features are barely usable. Do? You want to give it a try?
Let me see.
I was instantly intrigued.
Wife.
This cousin of yours is very likely a true talent. Guo Yong took out his phone. Then, he suddenly looked embarrassed.
His phone
Was actually an old-fashioned model that practically only the elderly would use. Not a smartphone at all. My old phone. I sold it second-hand after that bastard ran off with the money. After all, I am really short on cash right now. But brother-in-law, do you have a computer here? I backed up the software to my email. I can use an emulator on the computer to simulate the mobile experience.
For the PC version.
I have not developed it yet.
I do.
I quickly brought out my own laptop and handed it to Guo Yong. Guo Yong immediately logged into his email, downloaded the backed up software, installed an emulator on the computer, and began demonstrating it to me. I personally tried it out as well, and found that the user experience was genuinely quite good. It was just that sometimes, the search results would still deviate somewhat from what I wanted. The algorithm still needs refinement, mainly because I simply have not had much free time lately. I smiled, sat back down beside Tang Yuxin, thought for a moment, and said, "Exactly how much debt are you in right now?" "Over 1.4 million,
Guo Yong said,
looking a bit embarrassed.
All right then.
"I can give you 5 million directly." Guo Yong's eyes widened sharply, staring at me in disbelief. "Do not get happy just yet.
You take this 5 million.
Pay off your debts, and use the remaining money to establish a new company.
As the investor?
I will take a 70% stake, and the remaining 30% goes to you. I won't interfere with anything after that. You focus on using your skills to perfect this product.
Or hire people.
Whatever works.
If you run out of money, I can continue adding investment, but there is a prerequisite. This product of yours, I need to see actual results. A search engine definitely could not be developed with just 5 million, at least currently, under normal circumstances. It was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, Hyundu would not be investing so much money every year to continue refining its own search engine algorithms. However, it had to be said, Guo Yong was truly a rare talent. To think he alone could take this search engine integrated browser and refine it to the point of being barely usable. This made me look at him in a new light. In my opinion, even without me, Guo Yong would definitely have his day of success in the future.
For company management?
Given your current situation, we will directly arrange for people to handle the daily operations. In other words, you only need to be responsible for the technical side. After I finished speaking, Guo Yong finally stuttered and asked, "Brother-in-law, is this real?"
"R.A.? Not you afraid I am scamming you?"
Even now, he was still in disbelief.
"Would you?"
I stared at Guo Yong.
"It is real.
What is your bank card number?
I can transfer the money to you right now." Guo Yong looked straight into my eyes. After a long while, he shook his head firmly. "Brother-in-law, thank you for your help. I definitely won't let you and sis down." After saying this, Guo Yong gave a relieved smile.
"Actually,
Letting me focus on technology is for the best. I was never good at scheming against people in business management anyway. Otherwise, I would not have been scammed.
that is good then."
I clapped my hands. "Stay for dinner today. We will discuss the details further. I will have someone prepare the contract in the meantime. After dinner tonight.
You look over the contract.
And if there are no problems,
We will sign.
Once signed,
the money will be in your account tomorrow." Sitting beside me,
Guo Yong.
at this moment, was practically glowing, filled with fighting spirit. "Please believe in me, brother-in-law. In the future,
On this internet?
we will definitely carve out our own territory. When mountains and rivers seem to end, bringing doubt of a way forward. Shadowy willows and bright flowers reveal another village. Guo Yong could never have imagined that simply by coming to see his older cousin once, not only would the over-own million in debt he carried be completely resolved, but his future entrepreneurial plans would also be secured.
That night,
Guo Yong had dinner at Tang Yuxin's and my house. Afterward, he signed the contract with me.
The next day,
After the 5 million I promised arrived in his account, Guo Yong immediately contacted his creditors, cleared all his debts, and then non-stop began the work of establishing the new company. And on my end, just as I had said, would arrange for professional operations and management talent to help him.
As a shareholder of JPMorgan Chase,
Especially the largest shareholder of JPMorgan Chase in the Yangtze region, me influence in the capital market was far greater than many people imagined. With practically just on phone call, it was not long before several professionals connected with Guo Yong. I did not involve myself in the matters after that. I resumed my daily routine of focusing on taking care of the babies at home. It had been a while since I last received a call from a classmate, class rep.
What made you think of calling me all of a sudden?
The hearty laughter of our class representative
You.
came through the phone.
Well,
Is not the summer sports meet about to start?
What?
Do not tell me you want to drag me into signing up. You do not want to.
Honestly? Xiao Fei.
We are juniors now. This semester is ending soon. And come September,
we will be seniors.
some will be interning. Some will be working. The time our class can gather together will be even less. Be then. It will probably only be when we take our graduation photos that everyone will be present. I thought about it. And it was true. What Liu Yu said did make quite a bit of sense. In the blink of an eye, I was about to become a senior too.
Once I graduated from college,
It would also be time to hold a wedding with Tang Yuxin, signing up for the sports meet. I am not really interested in that.
I figured.
Hardly anyone in our class signed up. Yu complained over the phone. Fortunately, this kind of thing was not mandatory, unless truly very few people in the entire school participated. They would not assign quotas to each class. When is the get-together? I am actually quite interested in attending a get-together and seeing our classmates. The sports meet starts in 3 days.
If you are interested then?
You can come back to campus and take a look. Our class is having a dinner together that evening.
All right.
I have noted the time. I then hung up the phone. When Tang Yuxin returned home that evening, I told her about this. Tang Yuxin looked a bit disappointed. What a pity. I was thinking that during the sports meet, I might even get to see my hubby's heroic figure on the field. But Tang Yuxin was just saying that casually. I had to stay at home to take care of the 3 babies. I simply did not have much time to participate in any so-called sports meet. Since that is the case, we'll come back early on the day of the sports meet to watch the babies for you. You go attend the get-together.
Hubby.
The day of the get-together arrived quickly. Tang Yuxin came back early in the afternoon, and I got ready to head out. After parking the car in the parking lot, I strolled leisurely back to my dorm room.
My sons.
Your emperor has returned. Soon as I walked into the dorm, I announced loudly. However, there were only 2 people in the room. Zhang Bo and Wu Zitao were there, but Liu Chao was nowhere to be seen.
Where's old Liu?
Is not he preparing for the grad school entrance exam? He has been going to the library every single day for a long time now. There is still a long time until the exam. That guy is pushing himself way too hard, Zhang Bo said while playing Naraka.
Blade point.
During the final exams last semester, when I returned to campus, chatted with my 3 roommates for a while. At the time, Liu Chao mentioned he was thinking about taking the grad school entrance exam. I did not expect him to actually put it into action. Then looked at Wu Zitao. Taozi, are you still playing games all day every day?
Zhang Bo's family owned a business.
He planned to go back and inherit the family business after graduation. But Wu Zitao was different. He came from an ordinary family, yet it seemed he was still just muddling his way through life. Who says I am playing games all day? Wu Zitao let out a soft humph and pointed at his computer screen. This is an indie game I am making myself.
I am going to be a game producer.
Not bad. Your own indie game.
Immediately became interested and sat down in front of Wu Zitao's computer.
How do you play?
Wu Zitao immediately began to explain it to me. It is a business simulation game. I playtested it for a while and found that although the game was still a half-finished product, based on its current state, its playability was quite high, as expected of a hardcore gamer otaku. Wu Zitao had taken the experience he had accumulated over so many years, from playing countless types of games, and applied most of it to this small indie game. It is a pity I do not have money to hire an artist, and I do not have any artistic talent myself. I can only use some public domain art assets. Otherwise, this game would be even better. Wu Zitao said with a hint of regret. Are you planning to take this seriously? I looked at him with keen interest. Wu Zitao nodded. I plan to seriously make a complete indie game. If the revenue is good, I will keep going down this path. If the revenue is just average, I plan to use this project to apply for jobs at major studios. You have no idea. At this point, Zhang Bo leaned over and patted my shoulder. This guy has poured practically all his heart and soul into this thing this semester. He stays up late every single day. I looked at Wu Zitao and indeed noticed that he looked much more haggard. It seemed this guy was serious. I took another look at the half-finished game on the computer. Ooh. We'll invest in you. You can use the money to hire helpers to develop it together.
Of course.
I will take a cut of the final revenue. Consider it supporting a friend.
No.
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 Wu Zitao.
However,
Rejected my proposal.
Brother Xiao,
I know you want to help me.
and I know you do not lack money, but honestly, I have absolutely no confidence in whether this thing will get good market feedback in the end. If your investment goes down the drain, I won't have the face to see you. Investment always comes with risks. If you feel bad about it, how about I just take 60% of the final sales revenue? It is just a small game. It won't cost much money at all. Wu Zitao hesitated again and finally gritted his teeth and said, all right, calculated it once before. Hiring an artist and outsourcing the parts I am not good at would probably cost around 100,000. I smiled. I will invest 300,000. Find a better outsourcing team.
That is too much.
Wu Zitao refused without even thinking. Brother Xiao, I would be completely taking advantage of you. I won't do something like that.
This.
Wu Zitao furrowed his brows. He really did not have much confidence in this small indie game of his. He had not even really thought about how much money it could make in the end.
Then I will take 70%.
That should take some of the pressure off you.
Right.
Just do your best.
I believe in you.
Bro.
Looking at me.
Wu Zitao finally nodded.
All right. You take 70%.
Oh, right? If your investment goes down the drain, I will do my best to pay you back at least a part of it. I was instantly amused by Wu Zitao. Who does business like that? If you act like this when you enter society, I guarantee you will be eaten alive. Wu Zitao smiled good-naturedly and scratched the back of his head. Others are others.
But you are you.
Brother Xiao? We are dorm brothers. I could never take advantage of you. Since you put it that way, I can't take advantage of you either. Let us stick to a 60% cut. Forget about 70%. I looked around and noticed that Liu Chao had left his computer in the dorm. Immediately called Liu Chao, asking if I could use his computer for a bit. Liu Chao was very happy to hear I was back and straightforwardly told me to use it as I pleased. After hanging up, I raised an eyebrow. It is rare for me to come back. Let us team up for a round of Naraka.
Let us go.
Has your skill gotten rusty? Brother Xiao, Zhang Bo and Wu Zitao immediately sprang into action. I also opened the game using Liu Chao's computer. Soon after, shouts and weird yells of excitement echoed through the dorm, finally securing the chosen own victory. I closed the game. Satisfied, checked the time. It was just about time for the class get-together. The three of us left the dorm and walked toward the hot pot restaurant the class rep had announced in the class group chat. The tables Liu Yu had booked were in the main hall of the hot pot restaurant. After all, a class of 30 to 40 people could not possibly fit into a single private room. After Zhang Bo,
Wu Zitao,
and I entered the main hall, immediately heard Liu Yue's voice. Handsome Xiao. Over here. Over here. You always had an enthusiastic smile on her face. Following Liu Yu's voice, many classmates looked over. Upon spotting me, they all started jeering playfully. The winner in life of our class is finally here. Long time no see. Brother Xiao.
Why did not you invite Professor Tang along?
I walked over to an empty seat and sat down, then replied. She has to watch the babies at home. Usually take care of them, but if we both came, who would look after the babies? Yu was immediately curious. Did not you guys hire a maternity matron? You do not look like someone lacking money. Is not hiring a maternity matron a piece of cake for you? I smiled. I feel more at ease taking care of my own babies personally. Everyone nodded in understanding, but did not feel too strongly about it. After all, they were all still students. At this moment, suddenly noticed something strange. This guy?
Zhang Bo
kept stealing glances at Liu Yu. Taozi. What is going on with Zhang Bo? Does not he have a girlfriend? Hai had heard Liu Chao and Wu Zitao mention before that Zhang Bo had gotten a girlfriend. Hai had always wanted to find a time for everyone to get together, but there was never really a good opportunity. Wu Zitao chuckled. You have no idea. It has been a real roller coaster. With Wu Zitao's explanation, I finally understood what had happened. It turned out there was an issue with the girlfriend Zhang Bo was previously dating. She ran off with someone else. Later, it was actually Liu Yue who discovered this.
As the class rep?
Out of a sense of responsibility for all her classmates. Although Liu Yu was angry, she did not lose her head. She did not go directly to Zhang Bo to tell him about it.
That could easily offend people.
Instead, she dropped subtle hints, guiding Zhang Bo to discover the issues with his girlfriend step by step. In the end, Zhang Bo broke up with his girlfriend and was depressed for a few days. During those few days, Yu was the ON keeping him company. But who would have thought that after stepping out of his previous relationship,
Zhang Bo
would actually develop feelings for Liu Yue? I was dumbfounded listening to this. To think something like this happened, even mini-dramas would not dare script this. Bozi is still agonizing over it. He wants to confess but does not dare, afraid of being rejected by our class rep.
So lately,
he can only find random excuses to go help the class rep handle various tasks. The class rep still thinks Bozi's awareness has suddenly leveled up and that he is getting ready to serve his classmates.
Haha.
Wu Zitao laughed helplessly. Liu Yu's looks were not particularly outstanding, but her personality was truly excellent, whether as a friend or a girlfriend. She was a very good choice. This is up to Bozy himself. It is not our place to interfere. I shook my head, but Bozy's family is quite wealthy.
Right?
What was that girlfriend of his thinking? Running off with someone else.
Who knows?
Anyway, after seeing all this messy stuff, I have zero desire to date anymore. It is too scary. Wu Zitao lowered his head and took a sip of his drink. At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded behind me. Student Xiao. I turned my head and was surprised to find it was Jiang Xiaolei, the girl who received the donations last time. What is up?
Student Xiao. Thank you for your help before.
My grandmother asked me to give this to you. She very shyly handed me a bag. I thought about it for a second. Zhang Xiaolei was a very stubborn person. If I did not accept it, it might lead to some uncontrollable situation. So I smiled and accepted the gift. Opening it, I found some homemade dried fruits from the countryside. Zhang Xiaolei had prepared these a long time ago, but because I had not returned to campus, and Zhang Xiaolei felt it would not be appropriate to make me take a special trip just to deliver these things, she had waited until today. It is not anything fancy.
Student Xiao.
Please do not mind. I am already working hard at my part-time job. Later on.
I will.
Did not I tell you before? Interrupted Zhang Xiaolei. There is no rush to pay back the money. Wait until you graduate and have a stable job with an income before talking about this.
Is your dad okay now?
My dad is doing very well now. He can work again. Mentioning this, Zhang Xiaolei also smiled. Hai headed out to attend the class get-together. After seeing me out the door, Tang Yuxin returned to the living room. Looking at the three little angels happily playing by themselves in the play area, Tang Yuxin was filled with motivation. Although it was usually me taking care of the three babies all by myself, Tang Yuxin, could totally do it too. Sitting on the plush carpet, Second Treasure looked up at her strange mother. Tilting her head, she babbled,
Ma.
Ow. Second Treasure is such a good girl. Tang Yuxin quickly ran over, hugged Second Treasure, and planted a kiss on her. Second Treasure was very happy. So, a little hand smacked right onto Tang Yuxin's face. First Treasure and Third Treasure were also very well behaved. Not crying or making a fuss. They were holding their toys on the side, playing intently. The scene could be considered quite harmonious. However, after playing for a while, Tang Yuxin gently put Second Treasure down. She blinked her eyes and fell silent.
Oh, right?
If hubby is not home,
I have to take care of dinner myself.
It was not until her stomach growled grumble, grumble, grumble from hunger that Tang Yuxin belatedly realized this. She had already grown accustomed to a life of just eating, drinking, playing with the babies, being pampered by her husband, and not having to worry about a single thing at home every day. With me suddenly not at home, Tang Yuxin could not adapt for a moment. She walked into the kitchen. Apron. Where is the apron? Found it. Finding the apron and putting it on, Tang Yuxin opened the refrigerator. Looking inside, she found that it was fully stocked with all sorts of ingredients. 1 second, she was thinking about cooking a meal, but a moment later, Tang Yuxin sighed. I just can't muster up the motivation to cook. I will just make a simple bowl of noodles to solve this. But noodles? Where are the noodles? Closing the refrigerator door, Tang Yuxin walked back into the kitchen and was subsequently dumbfounded. Not only the noodles, but even the firewood, rice,
oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar,
and other basic supplies. She had absolutely no idea where any of them were kept. After searching for a long time and finally gathering all the various seasonings and ingredients, just as Tang Yuxin was about to turn on the stove and boil water, Second Treasure's crying suddenly echoed from the living room. So, she had to go click-clack running back, pick Second Treasure up, and check her diaper. It was dry. So,
she must be hungry.
Make formula.
Make formula.
Tang Yuxin hurriedly went to prepare formula for Second Treasure. Only after the formula was ready did she come back, hold Second Treasure, and start feeding her. After finishing feeding Second Treasure, Tang Yuxin suddenly lost all desire to eat dinner herself. Her stomach seemed to have passed the point of intense hunger, and she actually could not feel the hunger anymore. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and opened her chat interface with me. I feel so bored. Checking the time, it had only been about an hour since I left the house. How could I possibly feel bored after such a short separation? Tang Yuxin vigorously shook her head, but her fingers uncontrollably typed out, I am so bored I could die. However, just before subconsciously hitting send, Tang Yuxin snapped out of it. Blushing, she hurriedly deleted the message.
No.
No.
Hubby stays at home taking care of the kids every single day. It is rare for him to go out and hang out with his classmates.
I can't disturb him.
As a wife, at a time like this, I need to let my husband have fun outside without worrying. Tang Yuxin took a deep breath, picked up third treasure, and curled up on the sofa, seemingly sensing her mother's low spirits. Third treasure tried using her little hand to gently pat Tang Yuxin's delicate cheek, receiving comfort from her baby. Tang Yuxin's mood improved slightly. Come to think of it, it feels like it has been ages. Hubby should be coming back soon, right? Tang Yuxin checked the time again. Only 10 minutes had passed since she finished feeding second treasure.
Oh my god.
Why is time passing so slowly?
Suddenly,
A ding sounded from WeChat. Almost instantly, Tang Yuxin picked up her phone to look.
How are you eating properly at home?
Sorry, I left in such a hurry.
I did not prepare dinner for you. In an instant, it seemed all her dissatisfaction and loneliness completely vanished. Curled up on the sofa, Tang Yuxin uncontrollably let out a silly giggle. Tang Yuxin quickly replied to me, Do not worry and just have fun. I am totally fine taking care of the babies. Very quickly, another reply came from my end.
Thanks for your hard work.
Honey, I will be back soon.
Love you.
love you too.
Hubby. After ending the conversation, Tang Yuxin did not put her phone down. Instead, she stared blankly at our chat history. Not far away, Vanilla lay on top of the cat tree,
Watching Tang Yuxin,
who looked as if her intelligence had drastically regressed, and helplessly rolled her eyes. The female owner looked simply utterly foolish.
As expected.
For this family to continue functioning normally, they still had to rely on her, Vanilla, and the male owner. Life is hard.
Kitty sighs.
Vanilla, who had sacrificed so much for this family, swished her tail, jumped down from the cat tree, and walked over to the side. The set time arrived. Clatter, clatter. Cat food poured out from the automatic feeder. Next to me, Zhang Bo looked at me with a face full of curiosity. What are you doing? Hearing Zhang Bo's inquiry, I quickly turned off my phone screen, smiled, and said,
Nothing.
Him. He is probably exchanging love letters with our Professor Tang, a guy jokingly teased. And the whole group erupted in laughter. I did not deny it. I even raised my glass with a hint of pride.
Because I had to drive.
My glass only held juice.
What can I say?
People who have a family are basically all like this. You single dogs would not understand. I shrugged, explaining nonchalantly, I am feeling the sourness of jealousy. Eat hot pot. Eat hot pot.
I refuse to eat this PDA.
It was easy to tell that everyone was expressing great disdain verbally, but deep down, they were incredibly envious. I turned my phone back on and took a look at the photo of Tang Yuxin set as my wallpaper. My wife really is beautiful. At this time, Class Rep Liu suddenly asked me, how exactly did you manage to woo the most famous Professor Tang in our school? Soon as this question was asked, many people looked over, putting on expressions eager for some juicy gossip. My gaze swept over everyone present, and I said with a light humph,
Class rep.
Look at my face, and ask your question again? Do not you feel like something's wrong with it? You stared blankly for a long time.
Then,
she suddenly realized, good grief.
Are you trying to say you are so handsome?
That Professor Tang was the one who pursued you.
No.
I raised my index finger and wagged it gently. This is called a mutual telepathic connection. The group burst into laughter again. Good grief. He is still the same old Xiao Fei.
I thought since you got rich,
you would talk less. Amidst the joyful atmosphere. In a daze, I also felt as if I had once again reverted back to being that simple college student, rather than a husband and a father. Soon, the dinner ended. Although I wanted to go home, most of my classmates were enthusiastically inviting everyone to continue the party.
You had even already booked
a private room nearby for karaoke. Checked the time. It was already around 9 of the clock. The time spent on this dinner was unusually long. Hurriedly said,
I can't.
It is getting late.
I have to head back.
Wu Zitao chimed in from the side. Brother Xiao is married. After all, it is not appropriate for him to stay out too late playing with us. So getting married too early is indeed an extremely massive mistake. Liu Chao pushed up the glasses on his nose. After deciding to take the grad school entrance exam, this guy seemed to be evolving in some weird direction. Yu wanted to pat my shoulder, but because she was not tall enough, she could only pat my arm and smack her lips. Marriage is the graveyard of love. That saying does not seem to apply to you.
Then?
Marriage is the graveyard of freedom. Saying it like that should not be a problem.
Right,
but I think having someone at home, having someone to care about,
That's a very
Very happy thing, Zhang Xiaolei stammered, trying to speak up for me. But she was naturally quite timid. After mustering the courage to say that own sentence, she blushed and fell silent. I smiled and waved my hand.
Let us just leave it at that.
I am heading back first. Seeing my insistence, everyone did not try to make me stay any longer. Returning to the campus parking lot, I drove my car and headed toward home. Upon returning home, I found the living room light on, but only Vanilla was there, lying on the cat tree. Seeing me return, she lifted her little paw and let out a meow. I walked to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open. In the bedroom, inside the crib, the 3 little babies were fast asleep. Tang Yuxin was curled up at the head of the bed,
holding a remote control in her hand,
her head bobbing up and down. Oh, and look. And you could tell she was dozing off. I smiled, walked up softly, took the remote control from Tang Yuxin's hand, and turned off the TV. Then, I picked Tang Yuxin up, intending to lay her down flat on the bed. With this movement, Tang Yuxin immediately woke up. Opening her eyes and seeing me, Tang Yuxin's face lit up with pleasant surprise.
Hubby, you are back.
She directly reached out her arms and wrapped them around my neck, but quickly wrinkled her cute nose.
Ugh.
You smell like hot pot all over. Quick, go take a shower.
I let go of Tang Yuxin
and asked, you were falling asleep.
Why did not you just go to sleep first?
I wanted to wait for hubby to come back. Tang Yuxin said with a charmingly naive tone. If hubby came home and there was no one to welcome him, would not that be so pitiful? Just as she finished speaking, Tang Yuxin's stomach suddenly growled.
I frowned.
It is so late. Did you not eat dinner?
I ate.
Then,
seeing me staring at her fixedly, she changed her tune. I did not eat. Tang Yuxin felt a bit guilty.
I sighed.
My fault.
I should have prepared dinner for you before I left.
I sat on the edge of the bed and gently rubbed Tang Yuxin's head. It has nothing to do with you.
Hubby.
It was me who did not want to eat. It is not hubby's fault at all. I looked curious.
Why did not you want to eat?
Because hubby was not here. Eating alone feels so boring.
Like having hubby by my side.
with hubby here.
I can scarf down 3 bowls of rice without even needing side dishes.
Well,
I am not here every day at noon either.
so, how come you can still eat with such a good appetite then?
If on day I am no longer around, would not you be unable to survive alone? But you are the own who prepares the lunches.
Hubby,
when I eat them, I feel like you are right by my side. This direct hit struck right at my heart. I felt like I could love this girl beside me to death. That is right. Tang Yuxin nodded her head very seriously. Then she gently hugged me. If on day hubby is no longer around, I definitely would not be able to survive alone. After saying that, she looked straight into my eyes again and said softly,
So,
hubby,
you absolutely have to stay with me forever.
Okay, if you are not here, I really won't be able to live. Remained silent for a long moment, then hugged Tang Yuxin and kissed her forehead. All right. I will always be by your side. You rest first? I will go make you something to eat. Tang Yuxin sat at the head of the bed, revealing a slight smile. The home was still the same home. But just because I was back, Tang Yuxin felt as if even the temperature had grown warmer. And along with it, Tang Yuxin's mood began to soar. Early the next morning, I told Tang Yuxin I wanted to go to an anime convention. I want to go to the anime convention to look at the 18-year-old cosplayer girls. Just a moment ago.
Honey.
I remember in a couple of days, there seems to be an anime convention here in Shanghai.
Right.
Be the end of my sentence.
My tone lacked a bit of confidence.
An anime convention?
I really wanted to go, but it was not going to be easy to explain to Tang Yuxin.
Sure enough.
Upon hearing me say this, Tang Yuxin immediately narrowed her eyes.
An anime convention?
Hubby, do not tell me you want to go there to look at the pretty girls.
No.
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 I am not going there to look at those women.
I raised an eyebrow. I am truly not going for those cosplayer girls. After all, my wife at home is countless times more beautiful than them. But as a fan of otaku culture, how can I not go when my own city is hosting an anime convention?
Suddenly,
a flash of inspiration hit me.
Honey.
How about on the day of the convention?
We go play together.
Huh?
Go together.
No.
You go ahead. If we both go, who is going to watch the babies? Tang Yuxin shook her head and refused.
Hubby.
You still prefer those 2 days waifus more. Saying this, Tang Yuxin rolled her eyes at me in exasperation. Seeing my awkward expression, Tang Yuxin felt even more triumphant.
Looking purely at his outward appearance,
Owen would never associate her husband with having the heart of an otaku.
But as my wife,
Tang Yuxin knew this all too well. She even had quite a few beautiful anime-style outfits in her own wardrobe. And those outfits were not all bought by Tang Yuxin herself. Although Tang Yuxin was also very interested in going out to play with me, considering the babies,
she still chose to stay behind.
I thought about it and agreed. Before the babies could take care of themselves,
as parents,
we truly could not afford to be idle. I pondered for a moment and sighed.
Forget it.
I won't go either.
The babies are the most important. Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes and looked at me. She could tell I was genuinely very interested in the anime convention. But for the sake of the babies, I had already given up too much. Tang Yuxin suddenly felt a pang of heartache for me. Hubby,
why do not you go?
I can watch the babies by myself.
No.
Compared to those hobbies, you and the babies are the most important. After starting a family, especially after having kids, a man is destined to give up many things. Among them are many of his own hobbies. Tang Yuxin hugged my arm a bit tighter and silently made a decision in her heart. The next day, Tang Yuxin went out early. Her explanation to me was that she was going shopping with Zhang Yu. I did not pay it much mind. In the afternoon, Tang Yuxin returned home carrying bags big and small. Hubby, come with me. After saying that, Tang Yuxin pulled me into the bedroom. Ta-da. Looking at all the various anime-related gear Tang Yuxin pulled out, I was stunned. Good grief. I can't even.
Hee.
Hubby. Even if we can't go to the anime convention, we can still play around at home by ourselves.
Hubby,
Wait for me for just a tiny bit.
I will be right back.
5 minutes later, Tang Yuxin came out dressed in a Hu Tao cosplay outfit. Ta-da. Hubby.
Is this the Hu Tao you have been dreaming about?
Did I cosplay her well? Standing in the room, I was utterly mesmerized. She was too beautiful. This Tang Yuxin version of Hu Tao was just too incredibly accurate.
Wife,
You are seriously way too amazing.
As long as you like it.
Hubby, I can cosplay often from now on.
hubby,
You have given up so much for me and the babies.
I need to be more considerate of you too.
Honey,
And outfit, this cute. You absolutely cannot wear it for anyone else to see.
I will get jealous.
You know.
Wife?
You are the perfect Hu Tao in my eyes.
wait,
No Tang Yu Tao. Tang Yuxin giggled happily. Do not worry.
hubby,
Such a cute Tang Yu Tao will forever belong only to you.
hubby,
Right before bed that night, I suddenly received a call from Guo Yong, brother-in-law.
sorry.
I hope I am not disturbing you. Guo Yong's attitude on the phone was extremely respectful.
no.
Your sister and I are just watching TV.
What is up?
Guo Yong directly stated his purpose for calling. It is like this. Brother-in-law. With your help, the development of my browser and its built-in search engine,
Us already complete.
we are preparing to launch it onto the market.
Is that so?
Are you short on funds for promotion? I asked casually.
No.
Not at all.
Brother-in-law, you have invested nearly tens of millions so far. It is just that I felt this was a major milestone. So, I needed to notify you.
Brother-in-law.
Are not you going to come visit the company? My absolute trust in Guo Yong left him not knowing what to say. Having invested so much money from start to finish, I had completely tossed the company to him and washed my hands of it. Was I truly not afraid he would abscond with the funds again? What is there to see?
All right.
I will find some time to drop by, but I really do not have time to manage the company. You know, I have to take care of the babies.
Understood.
Brother-in-law. After Guo Yong happily hung up the phone, I recounted Guo Yong's recent situation to Tang Yuxin. That kid. I heard he is working his life away right now. Tang Yuxin thought of the times she chatted with her mother on the phone, and the updates on Guo Yong she heard from her. He eats and sleeps at the company. He is the only one in the whole company working crazy overtime. He is practically working himself to the bone. My aunt is both happy and heartbroken for him.
As we talked.
Tang Yuxin suddenly remembered something.
Oh, right?
Hubby, my aunt and uncle also said they are coming to Shanghai in a while. To properly thank you. There is nothing to thank me for. I waved my hand.
Guo Yong is a talent himself.
And he is willing to endure hardship. Even without me. He would have pulled himself out of that mess sooner or later. Let us not talk about that. It is rare to have a summer vacation. And almost 10 days have already passed. Are we just going to stay in Shanghai? Did you want to take me somewhere to play? Tang Yuxin hugged me with a smile, tilting her head as she asked. Let me think. How about we take the babies along and go camping in the mountains? Hearing this proposal, Tang Yuxin's eyes lit up.
Sounds great.
It is a joyful decision then.
So,
Tang Yuxin went on an online shopping spree for camping gear. The next day, I drove to the center of Shanghai. Guoyong's and my company was located in an office building here. Since Guoyong had already brought it up, I felt it was necessary to come and take a look. I stepped out of the elevator and arrived at the front desk. Feiyu Network Technology Co. Limited. This was the name of the company. The receptionist, seeing me step out of the elevator, had her eyes light up. What a handsome guy. He looked even better than those celebrities she fawned over on TV. The receptionist tried her best to show a perfect smile and asked, "Hello, handsome sir. May I ask how I can help you? I am looking for Guo Yong." I stated my purpose. "Mr. Guo." The receptionist was momentarily stunned, then subconsciously said, "Certainly. Mr. Guo is in his office. I will take you there." After saying this, the receptionist snapped back to reality. She stood there blushing. She had been so dazzled by the handsome guy in front of her that she actually forgot to ask if he had an appointment and just wanted to take him directly to Mr. Guo. She was doomed. Right at that moment, Guo Yong walked over and saw me. "Broth boss." I cast a satisfied glance at Guo Yong. Inside the company, it was better not to be calling out brother-in-law left and right. I nodded, glanced at the surprised receptionist, and followed Guo Yong into the company. After I left, the receptionist finally let out a low gasp. That knee-weakeningly handsome guy is actually the boss of our company. I followed Guo Yong into the office area. Guo Yong clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Everyone, please put your work on hold for a moment. Let me introduce someone. This is the true boss of our company. Boss, Xiao Fei." The mysterious boss is finally here. The employees of the company looked at me curiously own by own. Then, the young women were all inexplicably excited. Working under a boss this handsome, their motivation was literally doubled. "Okay." I smiled and greeted everyone, then went into the office with Guoyong. "You need to get some proper rest."
Sitting on the sofa,
I looked at the thick dark circles on Guoyong's face opposite me.
"If you keep this up,
your body won't be able to handle it."
I am fine.
Guoyong shook his head. "I am young. It is the right time to push hard." I laughed and scolded. "I am younger than you.
All right, just listen to me.
You can't go wrong." Brother-in-law,
it is different for you.
Since there were no outsiders around, Guo Yong went back to calling me brother-in-law. "All right." I waved my hand. "Your sister told me all about your situation. Youth is capital, but it is not meant to be abused like this."
I said you need rest.
"I understand." Guo Yong lowered his head. Even though I was a few years younger than him, standing in front of me, Guo Yong felt like a little kid, being reprimanded, not daring to argue back at all. Deep down, he had an immense amount of respect and admiration for me. At first, it was just respect. After all, I had helped him overcome a major crisis. But after the people I arranged came to help, Guo Yong gradually realized something was different. Those people's work capabilities were simply too outstanding. Helping him in the shortest amount of time, they got the company on the right track. People like them, placed in any company, would have boundless futures. Yet they came directly to this tiny startup, solely because of me, his brother-in-law, starting to struggle from zero. What did this prove? Guo Yong was not stupid. A little thought was all it took to understand. This was definitely because his brother-in-law possessed immense power, allowing him to make these people willingly do this. Because of this, beyond respect, Guo Yong began to idolize me more and more. The more outstanding the people who came to help him were, the more Guo Yong admired me. How about this? In a couple of days, your sister and I are planning to go camping in the mountains. You are coming with us. Your absence won't cause any problems.
Not you in charge of the tech.
Now that the product development is finished,
You,
the tech guy, should have some free time.
Right.
But there is various post-launch maintenance, data monitoring, and
Guo Yong, wanted to say more.
But seeing my gaze, he sheepishly fell silent. "I understand. Brother-in-law, that is more like it. If work is truly too busy, take these 2 days to make arrangements, and squeeze out own day to go relax. Do not make me and your sister worry about you."
"Okay." Guo Yong looked at me,
deeply moved. This brother-in-law not only helped him pay off his debts, but also cared about him in his daily life. "Oh, right?" Suddenly changed the subject. "If there is a girl you like, take this opportunity to bring her along. Your sister and I can help cover for you." "No? There is not anyone." Guo Yong hurriedly waved his hands. "Right now, my career is my priority. Dating is inappropriate. Truly inappropriate." It seemed he was genuinely single-mindedly pouring all his energy into his work. I did not press the matter, gave him a few more words of advice, took a look at the specific operations of the company, and then returned home. At this time, Tang Yuxin at home suddenly received a phone call. It was from her best friend,
Su Qingyan.
"What? You guys are going camping. Count me in. We thought it would just be an ordinary camping trip, but something totally unexpected happened. Camping is only fun with more people. Otherwise, it will just be the two of you. It will be boring. How could that be? Tang Yuxin exclaimed dismissively. I am happier than anyone could know when I am with my husband. Plus,
we have the babies?
I surrender to you.
I really do?
But Yuxin, do you really have the heart to leave me all alone? Over the phone, Su Qingyan continuously voiced her complaints. However, listening to her voice, Tang Yuxin, curled up on the sofa, was covering her mouth and giggling nonstop. Who was nearby inspecting the various tents and camping gear Tang Yuxin had bought online, looked over with a smile. The more people, the merrier. I invited Guo Yong this time anyway. Tang Yuxin nodded. Only then did she speak into the phone.
All right.
All right.
Stop being mad. My husband said that since you have pleaded with such sincerity, we'll mercifully allow you to join our trip.
Hemph?
What kind of attitude is that?
I am not going anymore. That is what she said. But when the day of departure arrived, did not you say you were not going? Tang Yuxin put her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. That expression of yours looks exactly like your husband's. Su Qingyan threw her luggage onto the floor and then started looking around the villa. It is truly enviable.
Yuxin.
You have really become a wealthy socialite wife now.
What wealthy socialite wife?
Stop spouting nonsense.
Ball-eyed by Tang Yuxin, Su Qingyan took a tour of the entire villa. The more she toured, the heavier the envy on her face became, but she was also genuinely happy that her best friend could live such a good life. In the end, Su Qingyan said to me very seriously,
I am telling you?
Yuxin is a very simple and stubborn person. You have already spoiled her to the heavens now. If one day you suddenly decide you do not want her anymore, she won't be able to survive alone. If I ever find out you are not treating Yuxin well, I won't let you off the hook. You do not need to tell me that.
Right in front of Su Qingyan?
Directly pulled Tang Yuxin into a hug. Yuxin and I will be together forever. The corner of Su Qingyan's eye twitched violently.
Good grief.
Here she was, looking all worried about her best friend, and now they were just force-feeding her PDA live on the spot. Oh right. How's your job situation going? Back then, Su Qingyan had said she wanted to relax properly for a while first. It had been quite a long time since then, but looking at her, it seemed she still had not started working. Sure enough, hearing my question, Su Qingyan immediately sighed. Jobs are not that easy to find. There are plenty of opportunities domestically. Sure, but my family back home keeps saying, I need to settle my personal matters first before going to work. After all,
you are getting older.
Tang Yuxin unceremoniously backstabbed Su Qingyan with that remark. Hearing this, the latter was instantly enraged. Wow, Yuxin. And to think I just offended your husband, for your sake. It is true what they say. Bros before? Wait? Hoes before bros. Wait? You get a husband and forget your bestie. While later, I put all 3 babies into the car and then drove to the company to pick up Guo Yong. After he got in the car, Tang Yuxin looked at Guo Yong, who had exhaustion written on his face, but whose eyes were exceptionally bright. She huffed in exasperation. Did not your brother-in-law talk to you? Why are you still staying up late?
Sis.
There are truly a lot of things to do at work. Guo Yong let out a bitter smile. This guy had practically slept at the company again yesterday. Then, he saw Su Qingyan and stared blankly for a moment. The valiant and heroic-looking Su Qingyan, although not comparable to Tang Yuxin, was still a rare beauty. Guo Yong took an look and nodded at Su Qingyan in greeting. Hello. Hello. Yuxin. Is this your younger brother, cousin? Tang Yuxin introduced him. His name is Guo Yong. Guo Yong.
This is my best friend,
Su Qingyan,
my classmate from Munich. Guo Yong felt a bit constrained and finally just ducked into the front of the car, sitting directly in the passenger seat.
Why did you come over here?
I asked while driving. Brother-in-law? It was too awkward in the back. Guo Yong blushed a little, sitting with 2 beautiful girls. He could not even speak properly. I let out a soft chuckle, glanced at Guo Yong, and then thought of something. What? Did you take a liking to Yuxin's classmate? No.
No.
No. Absolutely not. It is just that I have hardly ever been alone with girls. I have absolutely no idea what to talk to them about.
On is your sister.
And the other is your sister's classmate.
What are you nervous about?
Guo Yong smiled sheepishly and did not speak. Brother-in-law.
Your own looks are top tier.
And you are with my sister every day.
So you are used to it.
But when other people are around my sister, the pressure is super intense. You know? Guo Yong took a deep breath to calm himself down, with a face full of emotion. Guo Yong said, Brother-in-law, I am truly super envious of you. I looked puzzled. Envious of what? Envious that I have money.
No.
No. No. Not that. I am envious of your life. You do not have to work your life away. You can spend all day with your family. You have my sister and 3 kids. This kind of life is practically like a dream, but everyone has their own destiny. I believe that as long as I work hard for a few years, I will be able to live this kind of life too. That might not necessarily be true. I thought to myself, among those who start businesses, many initially hold the mindset of working themselves to the bone for a few years, and then retiring early to enjoy life after achieving financial freedom. But how many actually manage to do that? Once many people step onto this path, they simply can't stop. This was also why I did not manage any companies myself. What I wanted was to enjoy life, to accompany my wife and kids, not to spend all day in the business world scheming against people, chasing after petty gains. The car drove all the way out of the downtown Shanghai area and into the suburbs. Gradually, rolling hills appeared in the surroundings. When the car arrived at the foot of the mountain, I brought the car to a halt. What is wrong? Brother-in-law, in the passenger seat. Guo Yong turned his head and asked, "Let us go discuss something." I led Guo Yong to the back of the car. As soon as we walked over, we saw the 2 women tirelessly teasing the babies.
First treasure.
Say, Mommy. Su Qingyan was teasing First Treasure. First Treasure glanced at Su Qingyan and completely ignored her.
You are not my mama.
Ha ha ha. Silly woman, trying to trick my baby.
You are dreaming.
My babies are all very smart. Tang Yuxin proudly lifted her head upon seeing Guo Yong and me walking over. She immediately greeted us. Hubby.
What is up?
Let me ask you guys something. We have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Now, we have 2 choices. Owen is to drive straight up the mountain. 2 is to park the car at the bottom and hike up. Which Owen do you choose? Su Qingyan did not even think about it.
Drive.
Drive. Tang Yuxin chuckled playfully.
Hike.
I clapped my hands.
All right.
Since everyone agrees, let us hike.
What the heck?
Su Qingyan glared at me.
No way.
Xiao Fei.
Being biased towards your wife is own thing. But this is too much bias.
It's not it.
Carrying all these bags, big and small, to hike up a mountain, and with 3 babies, wake up. Do not let your wife charm you into losing your IQ. Tang Yuxin immediately knitted her brows.
Yanyan.
What are you saying?
What do you mean losing your IQ? Are you insulting me in a roundabout way? Finally, she let out a cute humph. I won't say I am forcing you. Let us put it to a vote. My husband will definitely agree with me.
So he does not need to vote.
Right now, I choose to hike. You want to drive?
Guo Yong. What do you choose?
So, Guo Yong was simultaneously stared down by 2 incredibly beautiful women. Guo Yong felt the pressure of a mountain bearing down on him. A fine layer of cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. I choose to go back and write code.
That? Okay.
The 2 women spoke in unison.
No way.
Absolutely not. That expression seemed to say, if you do not take a stand, do not even think about leaving today. Brother-in-law.
Save me.
Guo Yong looked at me again. I spread my hands, indicating I could not help him. Su Qingyan looked at Guo Yong, rolled her eyes playfully, and walked over to him with a model strut.
Handsome.
Do not you feel sorry for me? Hiking up a mountain and all that is too tiring. Would not it be better if we drove? Tang Yuxin pouted.
Guo Yong.
If you dare agree,
I will have your brother-in-law beat you up.
Yuxin.
You are playing dirty.
How could you do this? You have changed. You have changed.
You are not the Yuxin I used to know.
Guo Yong stood rooted to the spot, thought about it seriously, and finally said, Can I choose to drive? Guo Yong. Do not tell me you have been charmed by her. That expression seemed to say, I never thought you were this kind of person.
No.
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 Being questioned by his cousin like this, Guo Yong hurriedly shook his head.
Sis.
You know I spend all day in the office. My physical stamina is already terrible. Hiking up a mountain while carrying luggage would kill me. Besides, you guys have the babies with you too. It really would be inconvenient not to drive.
Mentioning the babies,
Tang Yuxin was finally persuaded.
She pouted.
All right. Driving it is.
All right then.
I will go drive.
Return to the driver's seat.
Guo Yong hurriedly followed.
Duplicate line removed during translation formatting. However, the moment he turned around, Su Qingyan actually blew him a flying kiss.
Thanks.
Handsome. Guo Yong tripped and almost fell flat on his face. He thought to himself, beautiful women are so terrifying. Can I please just go back and write code? After Guo Yong left, Tang Yuxin finally narrowed her eyes and stared at Su Qingyan. Something's not right with you.
What?
What is not right? Su Qingyan replied nonchalantly. Tang Yuxin sneered. If I do not know you, even though you can be very open when chatting, that is only with people you are familiar with. This is your first time meeting my cousin.
Right.
Sk. Caught your eye. Did he? Su Qingyan's eyes widened. How is that possible? Stop spouting nonsense. There is no such thing.
Then, why are you staring at the sky?
Say it while looking at me if you dare.
Are you feeling guilty?
Are you feeling guilty?
Why would not I dare?
The two women engaged in an intense staring contest. While later, my eyes are so sore. Before long, I parked the car halfway up the mountain.
All right.
Even though we drove up the mountain, we obviously can't drive straight to the campsite. After all, there is basically no road ahead.
So, we can only hike.
Fortunately.
It is not far now. It will take 20 minutes at most. For mountain climbing, 20-minute journey was indeed quite short. I hoisted Tang Yuxin's and my luggage onto my back. Guoyong carried his own. Su Qingyan looked at the suitcase in her hand, then looked at the empty-handed Tang Yuxin, and her gaze became subtle. It must be so nice having someone to help carry the luggage. I still have to carry the babies. Tang Yuxin let out a cute humph. That so? Su Qingyan pointed at me standing nearby.
Look at what that is.
Tang Yuxin turned her head to look and was stunned. Hubby.
Not you tired?
It turned out I had actually strapped 3 baby carriers to my front and secured all 3 little angels safely inside them.
Not tired at all.
Even if I threw you over my shoulder, would not be a problem. My physical constitution is terrifyingly good. This little bit of weight is nothing to me. Su Qingyan kept smacking her lips. With a physique this amazing, Yuxin must be very happy.
Right.
I'm going to rip your mouth off. With a weird yelp, Tang Yuxin lunged at Su Qingyan. The two women playfully scuffled and laughed along the mountain path. Not long after, we finally arrived at the campsite. Su Qingyan threw her backpack onto the ground. Without caring whether it was clean or not, she simply found a rock and sat down on it.
Phew.
I am exhausted.
In the same state as her was Guoyong. Although he was a man, during his student days, Guoyong had focused entirely on studying, and he had not exercised at all since graduating. His physical stamina was truly lacking. Tang Yuxin, on the other hand, had been carried by me for a large portion of the way, and had not carried any luggage at all. She had been incredibly relaxed from start to finish. Looking at Tang Yuxin, who still had the leisure and energy to hum a song and wander around, Su Qingyan's face was full of resentment. That is enough. You are doing this on purpose to provoke me.
Are not you? Ha.
Who told you not to find a boyfriend? Su Qingyan instantly felt a deep pang of heartache.
Woman, you have changed.
You are no longer the Yuxin who relied on herself for everything. Where did that strong, independent Yuxin go? I set down the luggage nearby, and then spread a ground cloth on the earth. Next, I placed the 3 little babies onto it. Only after finishing all this, did I look up toward Tang Yuxin and smile. Yuxin is very strong.
Love you.
Hubby. Tang Yuxin beamed with joy and blew a flying kiss my way. Su Qingyan instantly felt incredibly stifled in her heart.
Guoyong,
standing nearby, watched with a face full of envy. He also wished to have this kind of love, but very quickly, Guoyong slapped his own cheeks hard.
Wake up. Guoyong.
The most important thing for you right now is to hustle. Work hard and strive for a brilliant future. After resting for a while, Guoyong saw me setting up the barbecue grill over there, and immediately walked over and said, "Brother-in-law,
let me do it.
You go take a walk around with sis."
All right.
I did not decline, and handed the task of setting up the grill to Guoyong. The 3 little angels were curiously searching for the direction of the birdsong, babbling, yee-yee-ya-ya. Seeing me walk over, they each offered a smiling face, continuously calling out,
Ba.
Speaking of which, what exactly does getting married feel like? Su Qingyan asked.
Why do you ask?
Tang Yuxin countered with a question. Do not you think it is incredibly miraculous? Su Qingyan gestured with her fingers. 2 people who originally had absolutely no connection with each other end up spending the rest of their lives together. Just thinking about it feels so unbelievable. Hearing this, I smiled, because the relationship between husband and wife is special. Tang Yuxin looked at me with a tender gaze.
Hubby.
Am I special to you?
You are.
I nodded. Only you are special. That is why I would only ever marry you.
Watching Tang Yuxin and me
being all lovey-dovey and whispering sweet nothings to each other.
Su Qingyan had a breakdown.
She grabbed her hair and shouted loudly, "Help!
I can't take this anymore.
I feel like I do not even need to eat lunch. I am already stuffed full of your PDA. Hey! The guy with glasses over there. I am coming to help you. Watching Su Qingyan stomping angrily toward Guo Yong, I blinked playfully and smugly. Do you think there is any chance for them? Hard to say. Tang Yuxin furrowed her brows. A Yanyan is the kind of person who is very tomboyish, while Guo Yong is very wooden, and it seems he has absolutely no thoughts about dating right now either. Anyway, it is up to them. At this moment, First Treasure seemed to lose interest in searching for the bird song. Instead, he started staring at the babbling stream nearby, calling out, "Ba, ba, ba ba." Seeing the little guy looking as if he wanted to go to the river, I picked him up and kissed his cheek.
First Treasure.
It is very dangerous by the river. Little babies can't go there.
Baba.
First Treasure did not care.
Wanting to go to the river.
He kept calling out continuously, helpless. I could only carry First Treasure to the riverbank and sit down, letting him look at the clear stream from up close. At this moment, a fish swam past our eyes. First Treasure instantly became excited. Ba, ba. Good thing we brought the strollers. At this time, Tang Yuxin took out the stroller and unfolded it. Then she came to my side, took First Treasure, and placed him inside. After repeating this, all three babies were sitting in their strollers. Tang Yuxin dipped her little feet into the river. So cold.
Hubby,
you should try it too. It is so refreshing. Of course the river water in the mountains is very cold. Wait a sec. What? Went to search through the luggage bags. Then I brought over a clean towel.
Use this to dry your feet later.
Otherwise your shoes and socks will get wet. Hubby, you are so thoughtful.
Why did not I think of that?
It is so good to have you.
hubby.
I smiled. It is because you completely do not use your brain. Because you are right by my side.
Hubby.
So, I just do not want to use my brain anymore. Tang Yuxin turned her head to look at me, her eyes curving into crescent moons. This sudden direct hit made me laugh involuntarily. I also dipped my legs into the river. The icy cold river water submerged my feet. The coolness it brought made On feel incredibly refreshed in the scorching summer heat. There are fish.
Hubby.
Tang Yuxin exclaimed in pleasant surprise.
Watch me?
I smiled, found a pebble nearby, and then narrowed my eyes, staring at the river water.
Suddenly,
I flicked my finger violently. The small pebble tore through the air and directly struck a fish in the river. The river fish, which had been swimming happily just a second ago, instantly floated up belly first.
So amazing.
At this moment,
Guo Yong,
who had walked over, looked at me as if looking at a deity. The admiration in his heart grew even stronger, flicking pebbles like a martial arts master. Brother-in-law,
I smiled.
stood up, and waded toward the center of the river. This river was very shallow. Even in the middle of the river, the water barely reached my knees. Picking up the stunned fish and tossing it onto the bank, I found a few more small pebbles and repeated the process. Before long, there were 5 or 6 more small fish on the bank. Looking at those small fish that had been knocked out, Guo Yong touched his own forehead and then shivered. Brother-in-law is too terrifying. If he were to flick a pebble at his head like that, he would probably have his head cracked open and be sent straight to the hospital. Thinking of this, Guo Yong could not help but look at me. For some unknown reason, I always gave people a feeling of being like a towering mountain. It was as if I simply did not belong to this world, and could only be gazed at and looked up to from afar. I stood in front of the grill, my head lowered, focused entirely on preparing lunch for everyone. Sizzle. 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 The ingredients cooked on the grill. An appetizing aroma permeated the air. Tang Yuxin, sitting on a rock nearby, rested her chin on her hands. No matter how many times she watched, she always felt that her husband looked incredibly handsome when cooking. Su Qingyan took a large gulp of soda, her gaze fixed intently on the food on the grill. She could not even be bothered to roast Tang Yuxin anymore, because the aroma of the barbecue drifting over on the wind was simply too fragrant. Just a moment ago, Su Qingyan, because of a single roasting remark, had provoked Tang Yuxin to directly blurt out, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let my husband barbecue for you." This successfully sank the Su Qingyan. After sitting in the strollers for a while,
the 3 little ones
grew a bit impatient. Now that they could move around, they did not like being confined to one spot for long periods of time. They were once again placed onto the ground cloth spread over the grass. First treasure sat on the ground cloth, looking up at me continuously, occasionally calling out, "Ba ba." Compared to first treasure, second treasure and third treasure were much more active, but the most active one was definitely second treasure. A butterfly suddenly flew in front of second treasure. Second treasure watched the butterfly fluttering before her, and curiously reached out her little hand, wanting to catch it. Of course, she could not catch it. Su Qingyan's eyes carried a look of longing. They are this cute when they can't even really talk yet. Once they can walk and run in the future, who knows how adorable these 3 little ones will be. If you like them, go have some of your own. Women always reach this point eventually. When you are young, you might feel that being alone is carefree, or that just you and your partner not having kids is fine. But when you get older, you still need a complete family. You speak as if you are so old.
You are younger than me.
Are not you? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at Tang Yuxin in exasperation. At this time, I suddenly asked, did not Guo Yong go to get the seasonings?
Why is not he back yet?
While hiking up the mountain earlier, due to an oversight, we actually forgot to bring the plastic bag containing all the various seasonings. So, I simply tossed the car keys to Guo Yong and had him make a trip. Speak of the devil. Just as the words left my mouth, Guo Yong came running over, panting heavily. Brother-in-law,
I
am back.
Guo Yong ran up to me, handed me the seasonings, and then rested his hands on his knees, gasping for air in large gulps. You really need to exercise your body. How far of a walk was that?
Really?
I cast a glance at Guo Yong and nimbly resumed my work. Before long, I had the barbecue ready, directly handed the first batch to Tang Yuxin. Here, have a taste.
Thank you, hubby.
Tang Yuxin took it with a beaming smile, then pulled out a skewer, brought it to her mouth, and took a bite. It is so delicious. Beside her, Su Qingyan's drool was almost hitting the floor.
Yuxin,
my good Yuxin,
share a little with me too.
Brother-in-law. Guo Yong felt too embarrassed to fight a woman for barbecue, so he could only stare at me pitifully. Wait your turn? I glanced at him. Few minutes later, I gave the second batch to him. Then, I started making millet porridge for the babies. 7 or 8-month-old babies had already been eating solid foods for a while. Just as I was preparing lunch for the kids, Tang Yuxin came running over click-clack and offered a skewer of barbecue right to my lips. Hubby, come have a taste. You have worked hard. Thanks. Honey, barbecue given by my wife is simply the most delicious. Seeing me accept being fed by her, Tang Yuxin's eyes curved into crescent moons.
Hee.
You feed the babies. I will feed you. A family that loves each other, not far away. Su Qingyan watched the couple recklessly throwing PDA around and suddenly felt the barbecue skewer in her mouth was not so tasty anymore. At this time, Guo Yong also felt embarrassed to disturb our family. He took a large handful of skewers and walked over next to Su Qingyan. I can't finish all these. Do you want to help me eat some? Su Qingyan was a foodie to begin with. Hearing about such a good deal as helping to eat unfinished food, she immediately agreed happily.
Right then.
A mouse
Probably smelling the aroma, actually rushed over without fearing people at all. When had Su Qingyan ever seen such a situation? She was instantly so frightened, she screamed. Then, with the speed of lightning and the subtlety of someone stealing a bell with covered ears, she directly threw herself into a flying leap.
Guo Yong.
There is a mouse. Before Guo Yong even had time to react, he found that Su Qingyan was already in his arms. For a moment, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Hearing Su Qingyan scream, he instantly looked over. Then I picked up a small pebble and whoosh, threw it at the mouse. Nearby, Su Qingyan and Guo Yong watched, dumbfounded.
So amazing.
Su Qingyan, who was the first to react, hurriedly pushed Guo Yong away.
I am sorry.
Panicked just now, Guo Yong also rubbed his head in embarrassment. It is fine. A pleasant and slightly eventful day passed by in the blink of an eye. The next day, I drove the car, taking everyone back to the downtown area of Shanghai. Guo Yong went straight back to the company. Su Qingyan also waved goodbye and took her leave. Hubby, what is up? Tang Yuxin walked over curiously. Then she watched as I, like performing a magic trick, pulled a bouquet of flowers out from behind my back. Professor Tang, happy holidays. Tang Yuxin stared blankly for a moment, and then her brain started racing to recall what exact day it was today.
September 10th.
Teacher's Day. She looked at me standing before her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, but she still accepted the bouquet of fresh flowers, bringing them to her nose for a sniff. They smell so good. Hubby, why are you giving me flowers? I raised an eyebrow.
Us, not today, Teacher's Day.
Are you a teacher? Am I a student?
So, what is wrong with me giving you flowers?
Well-reasoned and highly convincing. Tang Yuxin shook her head helplessly and gently placed the flowers on the TV cabinet in the living room. Then she walked up to me and planted a loud kiss on my cheek. Thank you so much. Student Xiao, how do you want me to reward you? Perhaps tutoring until dawn. Tang Yuxin playfully smacked my arm, and with a silvery laugh, she headed upstairs. Watching Tang Yuxin's figure disappear up the stairs, I turned my head and immediately saw that the most fussy second treasure had run up to the TV cabinet. She was trying to pull at the flowers I had just given Tang Yuxin.
Second treasure.
You can't eat that.
If you are hungry.
It will be time to eat very soon.
Okay.
Baba.
Second treasure nodded.
Seemingly understanding yet not, but she still obediently pulled her hands back.
Wow.
My eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. It seemed the babies could now barely understand the meaning of some of the more complex sentences I said.
Thinking of this,
an idea suddenly popped into my head. Should I try taking the babies to attend early childhood education classes? After dinner, I brought this idea up to Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin's eyes lit up. Good idea. I saw that some babies, even at just 7 or 8 months old, already go to early childhood education classes. Our babies are over 10 months old now, so
it should definitely be fine.
In that case, let us go give it a try this weekend. On the weekend, I drove the car, taking Tang Yuxin and the 3 little babies, and arrived at the most famous early childhood education center in Shanghai. After parking the car, the two of us pushed the 2 strollers into the lobby. As soon as we entered, the receptionist girl's eyes practically started glowing. What a beautiful family. The mom and dad's looks are off the charts, and the babies are so cute they could melt anyone's heart.
Sir?
Miss?
May I ask if you...
I made an appointment yesterday for a trial class.
My last name is Xiao.
Right away. The girl quickly checked the records. After confirming it, she immediately said, Mr. Xiao, I will have someone take you upstairs right now. Walking into the classroom, I saw that there were already quite a few people there. They were all parents who brought their children. Almost all of them were women. Dads bringing their kids like me were few and far between. There were also quite a few brought by their grandparents. After all, in a place like Shanghai, for most young couples, both people need to work. Working overtime on weekends is a common occurrence. Taking care of the kids can only be entrusted to the elders.
Unsurprisingly,
the moment our family walked in, we immediately attracted everyone's attention. After finding a quiet corner and sitting down, Tang Yuxin and I observed the other babies in the classroom. After watching for a while, Tang Yuxin leaned close to my ear and whispered, Hubby, our babies are definitely still the cutest. Of course. I was very proud. Tang Yuxin was not just bragging.
It was a fact.
The 3 little ones sat in their strollers, looking at so many people filling the classroom, and so many other babies. They widened their big, dark eyes. First treasure was as zen as ever. Third treasure was looking all around.
Second treasure, however,
was both fussy and timid. Although it feels weird describing my own child like this, many times I felt that second treasure was like a chihuahua, the kind that is super fussy and noisy, but looks like she could not win a fight against anyone. Before long, several teachers walked in. None of them looked very old. Generally, they were around Tang Yuxin's age. Even the oldest On was only in her 30s. Parents.
We are the teachers for today.
As soon as she walked in, the teacher, who looked the oldest,
began her introduction.
The benefits of early education. The significance of early education. She spoke about everything logically and systematically. Turned my head to look at Tang Yuxin. This girl was actually nodding continuously with a very serious expression. It seemed she had been successfully brainwashed again. In summary, early education is extremely useful for a child's intellectual development. We kindly ask all parents to take it seriously.
Now,
let us begin.
Could all parents please pick up their babies and place them sitting in front of you, with Tang Yuxin and me sitting like this, having three little angels lined up in front of us. We were simply too conspicuous. These triplets. That is amazing. Mom and Dad are also very beautiful. Seeing the three little angels, the teacher could not help but gasp in admiration. Once all the children were seated, the teacher held colorful little balls and started playing songs at the front. They were children's songs that sounded incredibly childish to Tang Yuxin and me. In an instant, the attention of all the children was completely captured. Even our three babies stared unblinkingly at the teacher in front of them. More accurately, they were staring at the colorful balls shaking in the teacher's hands. Bright colors are always able to attract a baby's attention. The teachers would occasionally, following the rhythm, shake the colorful balls in front of the babies. At this point, the reactions of the three little ones were different. First treasure just stared. Second treasure shrank back somewhat fearfully. Third treasure, however, wanted to reach out her hands to touch them.
The funny thing was,
whenever the teacher stood up and second treasure saw that big colorful ball moving away from her, she would puff herself up again. A classic case of being timid but loving to play anyway. The babies, who were slightly younger than our three, did not really have any reaction. Some of the older ones, especially those over a year old, were waving their little hands along with the rhythm. When the children's songs finished playing, the teachers began leading the babies in games. All the teachers were extremely patient, guiding each child to rely on their own ability to slowly approach the slide, climb up, and then slide down with a whoosh. I kept observing our own three children. First treasure was very obedient. He adorably climbed up the slide,
slid down,
and crawled along the tunnel, arriving in front of me first. Then he looked back at second treasure and third treasure. Third treasure seemed to be having a bit of trouble. At the top of the slide, she did not quite dare to slide down. In the end, only with the teacher's encouragement did she muster up the courage to slide down. As for second treasure,
well,
she just straight up cried. Tang Yuxin hurriedly went over, hugged second treasure, and started coaxing her. Hubby, do you think when the babies go to kindergarten in the future, they will cry like this? I do not know about the others, but I am certain second treasure will absolutely cry.
How are we going to coax her then?
Just now, crying on the slide, second treasure's face turned completely purple. Just thinking about this gave Tang Yuxin a headache. Second treasure is really, she is just too timid. It is much better than before. If it were the second treasure from before, seeing this many people, I guarantee she would have just wailed out loud. Do you think taking the babies to these early education classes is a good idea?
Hearing my question,
Tang Yuxin thought for a moment and nodded, but very quickly, she started worrying again. Hubby, you already have to take care of the babies. If you also have to be responsible for taking them to early education classes now, won't you be too tired? Why? We'll just hand them over to the teachers. Most of the time, I will just be sitting here watching, I said with a smile. Tang Yuxin gave an "oh." Then, she looked left and right.
As she looked,
Tang Yuxin realized something was wrong.
What the heck?
Why are all the other young moms in the classroom secretly looking at my husband? Even some of the teachers are doing it.
What do you all think you are doing?
Tang Yuxin's brows shot up, and her overpowering, dominant aura instantly erupted. She suddenly realized an extremely serious problem. The vast majority of those who brought kids to early education classes were women. Even though quite a few were elderly grandmothers, there were also many young, beautiful moms. And the teachers here were all very young too.
No.
It is too dangerous for hubby to be here. It was not that Tang Yuxin did not trust me, but Tang Yuxin was a woman herself. She knew all too well her husband's lethal attractiveness to women, especially young women. It was the kind that could instantly pierce through any defensive armor.
What is wrong?
Why did your expression suddenly get so dark? Seeing Tang Yuxin looking unwell, I asked.
Full of confusion.
Hubby, Those people are all secretly looking at you. Tang Yuxin let out a soft humph. I could not help but laugh. So my wife was actually getting jealous. But it made sense. Since almost everyone here was a woman, if that is the case, then we won't bring the babies to early education classes. I will go back and learn it myself.
Once I have learned it,
We will personally teach the babies at home. In my opinion, taking babies to early education classes, aside from the so-called intellectual development, served a much bigger purpose: to cultivate the baby's habit of playing with other kids their age. But our family already had 3 little angels to begin with. They were not only children, the babies were already accustomed to being around others.
Hearing me say this,
Tang Yuxin felt sweet inside, and gently leaned her body against my arm.
He.
Hubby is the best. Then, what is my reward? I could not help but chuckle playfully. Looking up and seeing the hint of a smile on my lips, Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes.
Then?
How about I reward hubby with a Hu Tao Yuxin when we get back? In the end, because of Tang Yuxin's little possessive thoughts, I did not end up bringing the 3 little ones to attend early education classes. We just finished listening to the on-trial class and went home. In the blink of an eye, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The night of reunion. Tang Yuxin and I decided to take the 3 kids and use this holiday to return to our hometown in Sichuan, Chongqing, to spend the festival together with our family. When the 2 of us carried the 3 kids out of the station exit, we immediately spotted my dad and the others who had come to welcome us.
Oh,
Dad,
why are you guys here?
your father-in-law and I had nothing to do.
So we just came over to pick you up.
We are all spending this mid-autumn together.
Yay.
Tang Yuxin cheered happily. In front of her father, Tang Yuxin once again turned into a little girl. I shot her a side glance.
Wife?
cut the act here.
Did First Treasure miss Grandpa?
First Treasure.
Quick. Say, Grandpa. First Treasure tilted his head and blinked at my dad.
Yi?
First Treasure called me Grandpa.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing that First Treasure actually called him right upon meeting, my dad was happier than words could describe. My father-in-law watched from the side. Practically drooling with envy, he stared at Second Treasure in Tang Yuxin's arms.
Second Treasure.
Say, Grandpa Maternal. Second Treasure's head snapped away. She buried her little face in Tang Yuxin's chest and fell silent. My father-in-law felt deeply wounded.
Refusing to give up.
He went to tease First Treasure.
First Treasure.
Say, Grandpa Maternal. First Treasure looked at my father-in-law, thought about it for a second, and then haltingly spoke.
Lao?
Old duck.
Not Lao Ya.
It is Lao Ye. My father-in-law looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears left.
Dad!
Xiao Fei and I do train the 3 kids to speak normally, but right now, they are only fluent in saying daddy and mommy. This, Yi Ye and Lao Ye were just taught to them temporarily on the way here. It is already great that they can mimic it this well. Returning to our hometown, I thought of the plan to buy a villa.
Honey.
Let us go look at houses right now. Let us buy a bigger own.
That way?
When we come back for holidays and festivals, we can bring the parents from both sides over. And when the babies grow up, they will have a place to stay when they return to our hometown. Okay. Sounds great. Hearing my proposal, Tang Yuxin nodded happily. Before long, we arrived in front of a newly developed residential complex. The complex was called Sushi Hanlin. Just hearing the name, you could tell it was developed by a local developer.
As soon as we walked in,
a saleslady walked over with a bright smile on her face. Upon seeing the 2 of us, the saleslady suddenly froze. Brother Xiao.
Hearing someone call my name,
I looked up, and then it dawned on me.
Oh, it is you.
Jiang Yi.
Hello.
The saleswoman looked at me, who looked almost like a celestial being, and then looked at Tang Yuxin beside me and the 3 babies in the strollers. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Hubby. Who is this? Seeing a woman she did not know actually call out her husband's name, alarm bells started ringing wildly in Tang Yuxin's head. I smiled, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "This is the daughter of one of my dad's colleagues. You could say she is a friend I have known since childhood." Growing up in the same compound, Tang Yuxin nodded expressionlessly, her imposing aura beginning to radiate.
Jane Yi looked at me,
finding it hard to connect this perfect man standing before her with the boy next door from her memory. Although the me in her memory was also good-looking, it was not to the extent of what was before her now, where own glance was enough to make it impossible to look away. Brother Xiao.
You are married.
Mm-hmm.
I am married. I showed the ring on my hand. Jiang Yi tried her best to make her smile look a bit more natural.
Why did not you let me know?
We have not held the wedding banquet yet.
When we do,
we will definitely send an invitation to Uncle Zhang.
I see.
Jiang Yi nodded.
Feeling a sense of loss in her heart, her childhood boy next door have not seen him for a while. Not only had he become even more outstanding, he even had a wife and kids now. Although Jiang Yi had not harbored any special feelings for me from the beginning, this sudden change of events still made her feel a bit unaccustomed.
Brother Xiao. And
big sister. Are you guys looking for a marital home? Not a marital home. We just want to buy another property here in our hometown. That is all. Another property.
Jiang Yi sharply caught the key point.
It seemed Brother Xiao not only got married and had kids, but had also become incredibly wealthy. Jiang Yi took a glance at my clothing and accessories and had a good idea. I understand. May I ask what requirements you and big sister have? Show us the villas, since we have decided to buy a bigger place. It should be a house where we can bring the parents from both sides to live together when we come back.
Hearing me say this,
naturally, we had to start choosing from the villas. Jiang Yi then led us to the architectural model of the villa area. From start to finish, Tang Yuxin clung to my arm without saying a word. Only when our eyes met from time to time did she convey a deep, lingering affection that even outsiders could clearly sense. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yi felt even more bitter in her heart. She suddenly felt like she had failed somewhat. If she had known Brother Xiao would become this outstanding, she should have acted faster back then. Brother Xiao, the houses here are the best villas in our Sushi Hanlin complex, especially this on. It has 3 floors above ground and own and basement level. After entering work mode,
Jiang Yi
quickly gathered up the complicated emotions in her heart. She began a continuous, eloquent flow of words, introducing the advantages of the house to Tang Yuxin and me. When she finished speaking, turned my head to look at Tang Yuxin.
What do you think?
It is pretty good.
Whether it is the size or the environment,
or anything else,
it is very nice. Even the house itself is already fully furnished. We can move straight in without any issues. Let us go with this own. Hearing the two of them decide to buy a villa so simply, Jiang Yi was still a bit dazed. Brother Xiao, you are buying it.
Yes.
What is wrong? Commission is knocking on your door, and you do not want it.
I smiled.
No.
No. No.
That is not it. I mean, we will immediately go and fight for the maximum discount for you. Seeing Jiang Yi about to go find the manager here, I added another sentence.
Oh. Right?
We will be paying in full. Understood.
Jiang Yi nodded.
Paying in full for a house. Generally speaking, developers and salespeople do not really like it because they make quite a bit less money that way. Before long, hearing that a customer had appeared who wanted to pay in full upfront for the best villa in their complex, the supervisor in the sales hall practically ran over, taking 2 steps at a time. After several rounds of negotiation, plus Jiang Yi helping out from the side, they really did manage to get me quite a few discounts. It allowed me to buy this villa in full, for a price of over 4 million. Over 4 million to buy a large villa in Sichuan, Chongqing. If this were Shanghai, let alone a villa, you would not necessarily even be able to buy an ordinary 100 square meter apartment. The housing prices in the 2 places truly had a massive disparity.
You bought a house?
Returning home and hearing what Tang Yuxin and I said, my dad and mom were full of surprise.
Yeah.
I nodded. A house, even if we buy it and do not live in it, it can serve as a fixed asset. Besides, when the babies grow up, when we come back, we can't all squeeze in here with you mom and dad. Right? Buying a big house means that when we come back for New Year's and holidays in the future,
you mom and dad,
and Yuxin's mom and dad, can all come over and stay together. Our whole big family being lively and bustling together. It's not that great. My explanation made my dad and mom nod repeatedly.
Finally,
my mom said excitedly,
let us go.
Let us go. Let us go. Take a look.
I have never seen a big villa before. I heard you and Yuxin live in a grand mansion in Shanghai, but we have never seen it. No matter what, we have to see the own you bought here this time. It is just a house.
Mom,
if you guys like it, you can just move in. Anyway, Xiao Fei and I will only stay there when we come back.
No. No.
My dad waved his hand,
rejecting Tang Yuxin's proposal.
Your mom and I are used to this place. Our old buddies are all in this compound. Moving there would actually make us feel unaccustomed. However, even so, regarding seeing the new house, the 2 of them were still full of interest, including Tang Yuxin's parents. After hearing about this, they also tagged along. After all, the original intention of buying this house was also for them to stay in it. When they saw the villa Tang Yuxin and I had bought, the 4 elders gasped in continuous admiration, although its luxury could not compare to Tang Yuxin's and my villa in Xingyue Bay, Shanghai. The environment of this villa was extremely secluded and elegant.
Such a big house.
Maintaining it will be so much trouble. My mom started to worry. And you guys won't come back often. Leaving such a nice house empty all the time is such a waste.
So Mom,
Why do not you all just live here? Tang Yuxin said with a smile. However, neither my mom nor my mother-in-law agreed. The reason my father-in-law and mother-in-law refused was exactly the same as my parents. How about this? My mom finally said, when you are planning to come back in the future, just let us know in advance. I will come over and help you clean up and prepare the house.
I will come help too.
My mother-in-law said with a smile, since that is the case, from now on, we will just periodically hire part-time cleaners to come and do the cleaning. That way, it will make it much easier for you moms when you come to tidy up. I finally made the final decision. But tonight, let us all stay here. It is fully equipped with everything anyway. Bedding and all that are already prepared. We can move right in. And we can even have a barbecue in that big yard. Sounds great. My mom clapped her hands, clearly looking forward to it very much. It is the perfect opportunity for everyone to admire the moon and celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival together. That night, the two families were in the courtyard of the villa, chatting happily. I stood in front of the barbecue grill, continuously making barbecue for the four elders and Tang Yuxin. Before long, Second Treasure came running over again.
Baba.
Meat. I gently rubbed Second Treasure's head.
Second Treasure.
You are still too little.
You can't eat meat.
You won't be able to chew it.
Meat.
Second Treasure clearly was not listening. That expression looked like she would burst into loud wails if I disagreed. Now I was in a tough spot. Yesterday's clear broth beef was own thing, but today's was barbecue. How could a little kid eat this? If she ate it, she would definitely get an upset stomach.
Second Treasure.
Be a good girl. We will eat meat when we grow up.
Okay.
Seeing that Second Treasure showed no sign of leaving even after a while, I could only continue coaxing her.
Hee.
Hubby, this is when you should be properly thanking me for my quick wit. Tang Yuxin leaned over, smiling mischievously. Then she pulled out something the size of a fingernail, resembling a soft gummy candy. Specially prepared this. It is meat the babies can eat. It melts in the mouth. Even the little ones can eat it. Tang Yuxin deliberately emphasized the word meat.
Second Treasure,
as well as First Treasure and Third Treasure who had followed, immediately had their eyes light up upon hearing this. Meat. They called out again. Come. First Treasure.
Second Treasure.
Third Treasure. Mommy will give you meat to eat. Daddy won't give you meat. But Mommy will. Daddy is a bad guy.
He.
However, hearing Tang Yuxin say this, the three little ones hesitated.
A long while later,
First Treasure pouted his little mouth.
Baba.
Not a bad guy. These little guys were being way too protective of me. Hearing this, the four adults chatting nearby all showed expressions of amazement. They are only over 10 months old. Right. They are this smart already. Many little kids, even at 10 months, only know how to say mommy and daddy. Our family's three little angels. Not only could they understand the complex sentence Tang Yuxin just said, they could even rebut it. As a teacher, my father-in-law was overjoyed. It seems my three little grandchildren will all be little geniuses in the future. We probably won't even need to worry about their studies. I stared at the three little ones thoughtfully. Could it be that I am going to raise
Three monstrous geniuses.
I shook my head. Tossing these strange thoughts out of my mind, I started laughing. Who cares? The smarter the babies are, the happier
Their dad
will be.
The Mid-Autumn Festival spent by the two families together was warm and joyful. The 3-day Mid-Autumn holiday also came to an end in a flash. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, our family returned to Shanghai. Tang Yuxin resumed going to the university every day to teach her students. Meanwhile, I began self-studying early childhood education courses. Few months later, Tang Yuxin's birthday was coming up very soon, but the matter of what gift to give her had left me stumped for a moment, left with absolutely no other choice. I could only turn to Yuxin's best friend,
Su Qingyan,
for help, but I discovered that I actually did not have her contact information. Little did I expect that simply by using some connections to obtain her contact info, something totally unexpected would happen to me. Mr. Wang, is there something the matter?
At this moment, Su Qingyan,
who was slacking off at work, looked at Mr. Wang with a face full of confusion. Mr. Wang looked at Su Qingyan with a complex gaze. Then he smiled and said, "It is like this. Someone is specifically looking for you." When Su Qingyan followed Mr. Wang all the way to his office, only to see that it was completely empty, her brows unconsciously furrowed. What kind of new pickup tactic is this? After Su Qingyan was called away, the colleagues in the office immediately started whispering and discussing.
Why do you guys think Mr. Wang is looking for Su Qingyan?
Hard to say. I felt like Mr. Wang's attitude towards Su Qingyan just now was a bit different. Could it be?
What are you thinking?
Mr. Wang has a girlfriend. I just feel like Mr. Wang's attitude towards Su Qingyan was almost respectful. Do you guys think Su Qingyan might be some wealthy heiress out here experiencing ordinary life? The discussion in the office, Su Qingyan was completely unaware of. At this moment, she was using a suspicious and somewhat guarded gaze to look at the man called Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's name was Wang Jingpeng, and he was already 40 years old. With his seasoned gaze,
Wang Jingpeng
naturally saw the wariness in Su Qingyan's eyes. He smiled, invited Su Qingyan to sit on the sofa nearby, and then personally brewed a cup of tea for her. This action made Su Qingyan even more guarded. Owen, who is unaccountably solicitous, hiding evil intentions. Mr. Wang, may I ask what this is about?
Wang Jingpeng carefully weighed his words.
Then he cautiously asked,
Su,
do you happen to know Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao, for a moment, Su Qingyan did not process it. Which Mr. Xiao? Mr. Xiao Fei. When mentioning me, a flash of reverence passed through Wang Jingpeng's eyes. The largest shareholder of JP Morgan Chase Asia Pacific. How could Wang Jingpeng not revere such a status? On the other side,
Su Qingyan was stunned.
Xiao Fei, Tang Yuxin's husband. She slapped her forehead.
Oh, you mean him?
I know him.
Wang Jingpeng keenly noticed that Su Qingyan's attitude when mentioning me was incredibly casual. It was as if she were talking about a very ordinary friend. This made Wang Jingpeng even more respectful towards Su Qingyan. So, Su and Mr. Xiao do know each other. At the same time, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Since they knew each other, why did not they even have each other's phone numbers? To the point where I actually had people investigate all the way down the chain just to notify him. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Could it be that Mr. Xiao has taken a liking to this mess?
Su.
But the two of them actually are not very close. While Wang Jingpeng's mind was spinning with all sorts of thoughts, Su Qingyan was also full of questions. What is the deal with Xiao Fei? Looking at Wang Jingpeng's attitude when speaking of him, that guy was seriously powerful. Su Qingyan knew that I was very wealthy, perhaps even wealthy beyond her imagination. But as for what specific identities I held, Su Qingyan had no idea, and she was not interested either. Right at that moment, Su Qingyan's phone rang. Su Qingyan took out her phone to look. It was an unknown number. Su Qingyan answered the call.
Hello, the great beauty Su.
It really was not easy finding you. My voice came through the phone. Su Qingyan was instantly so angry, she laughed.
Xiao Fei.
What is the meaning of this? How did you get my number? I am warning you. If you dare do anything to Yuxin. Hey. What are you thinking?
Listen to me first.
Will you? Immediately interrupted her spellcasting. It is like this. Yuxin's birthday is coming up. I am racking my brain trying to prepare a surprise for her. You know, she basically lacks nothing right now. I have thought till my head hurts, and still do not know what to do.
So, I just wanted to ask you for some suggestions.
For example,
There's something she particularly likes?
but does not have at the moment.
Or something like that.
Only then did Su Qingyan realize what had actually happened, but she still asked,
Hold on.
let us put that aside for a second. How did you find my phone number?
Well,
I had someone look into you.
I am sorry.
As an apology,
I will send you a gift after this is over. You can scold me however you want. Storming into my house and pointing a finger at my nose to curse me out is fine too. After all, I really was in the wrong for doing this. But please, you absolutely must keep this a secret until Yuxin's birthday. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. In her heart, she was both annoyed and amused, but at the same time, she became even more envious of Tang Yuxin. This husband of hers, just to make her happy, had truly racked his brains. He even did not hesitate to offend her for it. No need for a gift.
you have got quite the capabilities.
Have not you? She glanced at Wang Jingpeng beside her. So, that is how it is. This Xiao Fei seems to have a super mysterious identity.
I will have to think about this.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head over the phone. How about this? Add me on WeChat.
It is this number.
We will message you after I get off work.
Deal. Seeing Su Qingyan agree, hung up the phone on the other end. Su Qingyan stared dumbfounded at her phone, which was already emitting a beep 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 dial tone. What kind of logic does this man have? Investigating me out of nowhere and calling me his own thing. After all, it is to celebrate Yuxin's birthday. But hanging up the phone with a click the moment he is done talking, he really just completely disregards anyone who is not his wife. Does not he? Mr. Wang, you were the one who gave Xiao Fei my number, right? Su Qingyan looked at Wang Jingpeng nearby.
Wang Jingpeng nodded.
I am very sorry. Su.
About this matter, forget it.
Forget it?
It is no big deal. He is my best friend's husband. He was trying to figure out what surprise to give his wife for her birthday. He could not think of anything. So he tracked me down. Only then did Wang Jingpeng realize that he seemed to have misunderstood something from the very beginning. However, hearing Su Qingyan say this, that mysterious Mr. Xiao was actually quite a romantic person. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else,
I will go back to work now.
There is nothing else. Nothing else.
Su,
please go ahead with your work. Looking at Wang Jingpeng's respectful demeanor toward her, Su Qingyan narrowed her eyes, clicking her high heels. She walked out of the office. It felt like, after this whole ordeal, it was not entirely without benefits for her either, at the very least. From now on in the company, this Mr. Wang would probably never dare to offend her.
Right.
She never expected that one day she would actually be riding on the coattails of that girl. Yuxin. That evening, Tang Yuxin was curled up in the living room watching TV. At this moment, she was holding a bag of potato chips in her arms, crunching away happily. I was nearby taking care of the 3 babies.
They played.
The attention of the little ones shifted to Tang Yuxin. The babies waddled over to Tang Yuxin's side, resting their little hands on the edge of the sofa. They all looked up at Tang Yuxin, sticking out their little tongues and licking their lips from time to time.
Mama. Second treasure spoke up.
Tang Yuxin looked at the 3 little ones surrounding her, and then looked at the potato chips they were staring at. She quickly and nimbly spread her empty hands. Babies? All gone. The little ones revealed aggrieved expressions. First treasure pouted his little mouth, and said in a milky
baby voice,
Ma.
lying. Tang Yuxin glanced at the very last bit of potato chips left, and hurriedly stuffed them all into her mouth in one go. Then she spread her hands again. There. They are really all gone now. Wah! Second treasure started wailing. Golden teardrops fell from the corners of her eyes owned by An. Amused, I walked over, picked up second treasure, and sat down next to Tang Yuxin, then picked up the other 2 little ones as well, and placed them on the sofa.
Be a good girl. Second treasure.
Do not cry. Little kids can't eat these things. Second treasure did not care about that. Baba is biased.
Likes mama.
Does not like babies. I pinched second treasure's cheek. That is not true. Daddy likes mommy. And I like you 3 too. All 4 of you are daddy's absolute favorites.
Saying this?
I shot an exasperated look at Tang Yuxin.
Look at you. You can't lie to the babies.
Tang Yuxin stuck out her tongue, trying to bluff her way through. She hurriedly pulled out the melt-in-the-mouth baby snacks she had prepared for them. Babies. Mommy was wrong just now. Mommy should not have lied to you. But you really can't eat that. Here. Eat this instead. The little ones just saw their mommy eating snacks, so they wanted to eat something too. That was all. It was not that they genuinely insisted on eating the exact same thing as Tang Yuxin.
Seeing that there was food,
they instantly stopped fussing. At this moment, I suddenly felt my phone vibrate. Taking it out to look, I found it was a message from Su Qingyan. So, I discreetly turned my body slightly, ensuring Tang Yuxin could not see the screen. Only then did I open the message. I found that Su Qingyan had sent a whole bunch of cosmetics. Do you think Yuxin still needs these?
You are right.
Speaking of which, how exactly do you raise your wife? She is too ridiculously beautiful. Since gifting these won't work. Then, next, Su Qingyan began continuously giving me various suggestions. On the other side, Tang Yuxin saw me constantly looking at my phone, blinking her eyes. She became suspicious. What is hubby doing? Looking at him. It seems like he is chatting with someone.
Hubby, what are you doing?
Oh.
Checking stocks. Instantly set Su Qingyan's WeChat to do not disturb so new messages would not pop up notifications. Then I switched out and opened the stock market interface. Tang Yuxin leaned over to take a look and found that it was indeed the case, so she did not overthink it. However, while later, she unintentionally saw my fingers constantly tapping on the screen. That clearly was not looking at stocks. That was typing. In an instant, all sorts of cliché TV drama plots played out in Tang Yuxin's mind. A very ominous feeling washed over her heart. Hubby is chatting with someone behind my back. Does he have someone else outside? Although Tang Yuxin was confident that with her looks, few women could compare to her. What if her husband had gotten bored of looking at her face every day? Thinking about it, Tang Yuxin looked at the 3 babies again.
Woo-woo.
Babies? Mommy feels like she is going to be neglected by daddy. Thinking about it, Tang Yuxin's face began to turn cold. The 8-foot-tall imposing aura, which was originally only directed at outsiders, erupted. I was suddenly startled. I felt like the surrounding temperature seemed to be dropping. Looking up, I noticed my wife's face. Cold as frost.
Wife.
You. Instantly, The frost on Tang Yuxin's face completely melted away. She offered me a smile as beautiful as a blooming flower. An illusion! I felt like my wife was acting weird just now. Seeing me go back to looking at my phone, Tang Yuxin felt her scalp tingle. It is over. It is over. Hubby really does have someone else. But that is not right. Who chats with their mistress without hiding it from their wife, and even sits right next to her while doing it. I need to trust hubby.
Yuxin.
No Anne can be more outstanding than you. It is just that. I still really want to know what hubby is actually doing. Is he really chatting with another woman or not?
I want to ask so badly.
But what if it is a misunderstanding? All sorts of thoughts bombarded Tang Yuxin's mind, leaving her feeling flustered and confused for a moment. Right at that moment, Tang Yuxin suddenly felt herself being pulled into an embrace by me. Turning her head to look, I placed my hand on her forehead.
Are you not feeling well?
The concern in my eyes could not be faked.
Was the same as always.
A gentleness that made Tang Yuxin completely intoxicated, making her dizzy and completely give up thinking. Hubby. Tang Yuxin suddenly felt like crying. She hugged me tightly. Will you ever decide you do not want me anymore? I tapped Tang Yuxin on the head. I finally figured out what the problem was. She was probably suspecting I had someone else outside. Looking at the extremely downcast Tang Yuxin, my heart ached with pangs of pain. I sighed. What am I going to do with you? I was originally trying to keep it a secret to give you a surprise.
You silly girl.
I straightened Tang Yuxin's posture.
Your birthday is coming up. I have been getting a headache trying to prepare a gift for you.
But I could not think of anything. So I had to track her down and secretly found Su Qingyan's contact info to ask her for advice.
As I spoke,
I showed Tang Yuxin my chat log with Su Qingyan. Experiencing such massive emotional ups and downs, Tang Yuxin stared blankly at me. Finally, her face grew redder and redder. She really had misunderstood. Looking at Tang Yuxin, who was holding her face in her hands, with steam seemingly about to rise from her head, I tapped her on the head again. Half the surprise has already been revealed. If I say any more, it will ruin the fun. Tang Yuxin gave an "oh" and leaned in playfully with a giggle. I won't look. I won't look. I will close my eyes. You keep looking. You keep looking. My eyes are already closed. Before long, the day of my wife Tang Yuxin's birthday finally arrived. When the 7-tier cake was delivered, seeing such a massive cake, the babies all widened their eyes. Ba.
What is this?
I smiled.
This is a birthday present for mommy. When the time comes, everyone can eat it together. Eat together. That meant it was edible. The little ones looked at each other, and their gazes toward the cake began to turn peculiar. Seeing them looking eager to make a move, I said with a chuckle, "You can't eat it right now. This cake needs mommy to take the first bite. Understand?" Oh. The 3 babies raised their hands in unison and replied, but they were clearly still craving it. Mr. Xiao, according to your plan, the preliminary setup has been completed. How does this look to you? At this moment, the female supervisor from the property management walked over. The entire villa had been decorated exceptionally magnificently. All sorts of wines, beverages,
and food
had also been fully arranged. But the most eye-catching thing, naturally, was the area in the massive living room leading to the garden. A metal frame had been erected there. The frame was draped with a layer of white cloth, completely concealing the space inside. When the time came, the band Maroon 5 would perform inside, and when the song reached its climax, the white cloth would suddenly be pulled down, giving Yuxin a massive surprise.
Right at this moment?
Me 3 roommates arrived, as soon as they walked into the living room. Zhang Bo and the other 2 gasped repeatedly.
My God.
Brother Xiao, your life is way too luxurious. This is outrageous. Behind our backs, you are living such an incredible life. I am dying of envy. Looking at the magnificent scene before them, even Zhang Bo, who came from a relatively wealthy family and planned to inherit the family business after graduation, was looking at it with jealousy.
I looked at them, puzzled.
You guys did not have classes this afternoon. We are seniors now, and it is the end of the semester. What classes are there to take? It is only because you never come to campus that you do not know. Wu Zitao chuckled mischievously. His gaze landed on the maids coming and going inside the villa, who were responsible for tonight's party. These maids were all arranged by the property management. Each one was youthful and beautiful, wearing iconic black and white maid outfits. The 3 guys' eyes were practically glued to them. Stop staring.
What are you thinking about?
Seeing their unblinking gazes, I could not help but speak up.
I am just looking.
Oh my God.
Brother Xiao.
No.
Dad. Hearing Liu Chao shamelessly call me dad, a string of question marks immediately popped up over the heads of the 3 little ones nearby. Never seen this guy before. He also Baba's baby. Do not spout nonsense. Immediately slapped Liu Chao. Me kids are still here. I would not mind being their older brother. Liu Chao went he. Looking completely unserious, my gaze shifted back and forth between Guoyang and Su Qingyan. My eyes gradually became teasing. Speaking of which, ever since that camping trip, it seemed these two had been secretly flirting behind everyone's backs.
What are you standing there for?
Go inside. Su Qingyan slapped Guo Yong quite unceremoniously, and then strode inside carelessly. Immediately following that, she let out a weird shriek.
You
actually managed to invite Maroon 5. Handsome Xiao.
No. Grandpa Xiao.
Ancestor Xiao. You are way too amazing.
Are not you?
Watching Su Qingyan making a huge fuss.
Hollering at the members of Maroon 5 to get their autographs for her, I turned my head to look at Guo Yong. You are not going to rein her in. The corner of Guo Yong's mouth twitched. I do not dare. Looking at this family dynamic, I could tell at a glance that it was completely incomparable to my own. Finally, evening arrived. The star of the show, Tang Yuxin, finally returned home, immediately arranged for the members of Maroon 5 and the related staff to rest in the room next door for the time being. As her car passed by the garden outside the villa, Tang Yuxin had already seen the newly decorated garden. Filled with anticipation, she parked the car and then led the others into the living room, accompanying the sound of the door opening. Tang Yuxin, standing at the front, suddenly saw a massive amount of confetti spray out from both sides of the door. Happy birthday. Covering her mouth, Tang Yuxin brought Zhang Yu
and Tong,
and several other colleagues into the living room.
Wow.
This is incredible. This is actually a birthday party. Oh my god. This setup is amazing. Truly amazing. Everyone here was a teacher at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Some were even professors, so they were not exactly swearing left and right in shock. But the astonishment on their faces was plain to see. Clearly, their hearts were far from calm, and the gazes they directed at Tang Yuxin were incredibly envious. Hubby, did you prepare all of this? Tang Yuxin walked up to me, her face full of pleasant surprise, and asked. I hugged her and said softly,
that is right.
Also, this is not the real surprise yet. There is something you will love even more coming up later.
Mm-hmm.
Tang Yuxin nodded. I am really looking forward to it.
She gently kissed my cheek.
Drawing a chorus of teasing laughter from everyone, I said in a clear voice,
Welcome,
everyone, to the birthday party of my wife, the mother of my children. Tang Yuxin, all the wines, beverages,
snacks,
and pastries, please feel free to help yourselves.
Hubby,
what is that?
I saw that Tang Yuxin,
as expected,
had taken an interest in the prepared stage covered by the white cloth. She even wanted to slip behind the cloth to investigate. I quickly stopped her. Honey, wait a minute. Inside, here is the biggest surprise for you today. You will only find out later.
Hearing me say this,
even though her heart was itching with curiosity like a cat scratching it, Tang Yuxin held herself back. At this moment, the three little ones waddled over. Baba. Second treasure looked up at me and then pointed at the cake. The little ones had been craving it for a long time.
Now that mommy was back,
could they eat the cake now? We still have to wait a little bit longer. My words made the little ones feel extremely aggrieved. A short while later, the party officially began. The top-tier barbecue chefs arranged by the property management set up their grills in the garden. I walked up to Tang Yuxin and pulled out a small red gift box. Music also began to play inside the villa.
Your birthday present.
Wow.
Everyone immediately looked over. Their eyes were fixed intently on the box. They were also curious about what was inside. Tang Yuxin blinked her eyes. Can I open it now? Hubby. I nodded. It is your birthday present. Of course you can open it. So, Tang Yuxin slowly opened the box. Resting quietly inside was a gemstone necklace. Owen glance was enough to tell that it was incredibly expensive to make. Tang Yuxin did not ask about the price. Even if I gave her a cheap trinket from a street stall, she would still be very happy. Can you put it on for me? Hubby.
All right.
I took the necklace and put it around Tang Yuxin's neck. It is so beautiful. Yuxin, I am dying of jealousy. Su Qingyan leaned over and stared at Tang Yuxin's necklace for a while.
Was not cheap.
Was it?
Did not cost much. No one believed my answer. Here. This is my present. Su Qingyan pulled out a box. Everyone who had prepared a gift came forward to present theirs. Before long, Tang Yuxin was holding a huge pile of small boxes in her arms. There were too many gifts, so Tang Yuxin did not open them on by on. She planned to enjoy the fun of unboxing them after the party was over. Time to cut the cake. At this time, I had the maid slowly roll the cake over. Candles had already been lit on the top tier of the cake. Make a wish. Honey. Tang Yuxin happily faced the cake stand, closed her eyes, and made a wish. Then she opened her eyes and blew out all the candles in own breath. Everyone immediately clapped. Seeing the maids starting to distribute the cake, the little ones were undoubtedly the most anxious. However, they were too young. I took 3 small plates and gave each little one a very small piece of cake, and it was mostly just diced fruit and cream on top. The babies got their cake and happily waddled over to the side,
sat in a row,
and began eating earnestly. It was exactly at this moment that the background music that had been playing finished. A new song started playing. The moment the music started, Tang Yuxin realized what it was.
Wow.
It is actually Sugar. This was a song with a very upbeat rhythm. When the singing began, Tang Yuxin could not help but nod her head lightly to the beat. Jiang Yu said enthusiastically, "Handsome Xiao, what exactly is behind this white cloth? You are being so mysterious about it." I chuckled playfully. "Come here, honey. Come over here." Tang Yuxin walked over to my side.
I had her stand in the front,
facing the white cloth. Everyone knew the mystery was about to be revealed. Even those who had arrived early in the afternoon and already knew about the surprise were also feeling the anticipation building up at this moment. When the song reached its climax, the white cloth crashed down. The lead singer of Maroon 5, holding a microphone, was singing his heart out to the suddenly dumbfounded Tang Yuxin in front of him. This was not just background music playing. This was actually inviting Maroon 5 over for a live performance. Tang Yuxin covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking at Maroon 5, listening to them sing right in front of her. She finally could not maintain her composure and let out a scream of pure pleasant surprise. It is Maroon 5. Among those present, besides Tang Yuxin, there were others who were fans of Maroon 5. At the very least, I heard several people screaming together. Almost everyone pulled out their phones and started frantically taking pictures of the scene before them. Jiang Yu was clearly also a fan of Maroon 5. She hugged Tang Yuxin and shook her vigorously. If the band was not currently performing, she would absolutely not be able to control herself from rushing the stage. Yuan Tong had a smile on her face, shaking her head continuously. Now, this is true extravagance. If a man ever did something like this for me, I could die with no regrets. Tang Yuxin was naturally incredibly excited too. Her whole body was trembling, but Tang Yuxin knew her status. She was married. She was my wife. Even though her formerly favorite band was standing right in front of her, she controlled her emotions very well. Tang Yuxin covered her mouth, tears sparkling in her eyes, as she looked at the band on the stage.
"Hubby. Thank you." I smiled.
"What are you thanking me for?"
This was actually Su Qingyan's suggestion. "Do not say that."
Su Qingyan immediately rebutted.
"I was just joking."
"Okay."
I never thought this guy would actually be able to invite them over for real. My worldview has already been shattered. After finishing the song, Adam Levine snapped his fingers and, using the Chinese he had just learned, said with a heavy accent,
"Happy birthday."
Undisturbs.
_
Ooh.
Tang.
Then, he repeated it in English. Thank you. After replying with a thank you, Tang Yuxin exchanged a few brief words with them, thanking them for bringing the team over to celebrate her birthday.
I smiled.
Babies, today is Mommy's birthday. You babies have not wished Mommy a happy birthday yet. The three little ones blinked their eyes, following what I had secretly taught them. The three little ones said in unison,
Ma.
Happy birthday.
Tang Yuxin was instantly moved to tears.
Thank you.
Hubby. Thank you.
Me three darlings. Few months later, the babies had grown quite a bit again. They could say even more words now. But as the babies slowly grew up, early education became a headache for my wife. Tang Yuxin, I am their mother. After all, as a mother, how can I give up just because taking care of babies is hard?
Hubby,
you managed to get through all this time by yourself.
I can do it too.
Then do your best. I gave Tang Yuxin an encouraging look. Just you wait and see. Tang Yuxin proudly lifted her head, returning to the nursery. Tang Yuxin mustered her courage and sat down amongst the babies. Come here, babies. Mommy will play with you. First Treasure looked up, cast a glance at Tang Yuxin, and then let out a faint sigh. Hey! First Treasure, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on Mommy? First Treasure, why are you sighing? First Treasure pouted his little mouth and used extremely brief yet devastatingly lethal words to answer. Ma is silly. Tang Yuxin was instantly enraged. She was a highly educated talent who had studied abroad and graduated with her Ph. several years early, and now she was actually being called silly by a kid who was just over a year old. Even if this little kid was her own child, that still crossed the line. First Treasure, Mommy is actually very smart.
If you have any questions,
just ask away. First Treasure gave her a faint look and then said, nothing. Asterisk, I feel like I am being completely despised by First Treasure. Asterisk. Tang Yuxin felt a deep sense of defeat. At this moment, Third Treasure waddled over and threw herself into Tang Yuxin's arms. Ma, can play with Ducky with me.
Very good.
Third Treasure is such a good girl. Mommy will play games with you. Tang Yuxin immediately beamed with joy. Even though she was despised by First Treasure, Third Treasure was still very well behaved.
Wanting Mommy to play with her?
Few minutes later.
Ma.
Wrong. Third Treasure looked at Tang Yuxin holding a little duck, compared it with the duck in her own hand, and immediately shook her head. Dis ducky flies. A completely bewildered Tang Yuxin successfully earned a resentful glare from Third Treasure. After hitting a wall with Third Treasure, Tang Yuxin looked towards Second Treasure again. Second Treasure was currently commanding Little Bee over there. Wherever she pointed her finger, Little Bee would flutter over, and then let out a asterisk goo, ya asterisk. Second Treasure was having the time of her life. It seemed she did not need her mother at all. Tang Yuxin looked around and realized she had failed completely once again. After a while longer, the babies suddenly all stopped playing. Pairs of eyes stared straight at Tang Yuxin. First Treasure said Owen phrase. Class time. Tang Yuxin felt a bit creeped out being stared at like that. Class.
What class?
Second Treasure gestured with her hands, trying to explain something. Ba, class every day. Gooya. After a strenuous bout of communication with the babies for quite a while, Tang Yuxin finally understood. Every afternoon, after the babies had played for a bit, would give them their early education lessons. Over all this time, the babies had already formed a habit. That was why they stopped playing just now and asked for class. Tang Yuxin immediately patted her chest and said, today, Mommy will do it. It is just early education. Right? How hard can educating little babies be? Just singing, dancing, and playing games with them will do the trick. So, about 10 minutes later, Tang Yuxin, radiating a terrifyingly low-pressure aura, pushed open the door. Looking completely dead inside, she stumbled out, swaying with every step. I looked at Tang Yuxin, who appeared as if she had own foot in the grave and was nearing her end, and was startled.
What is wrong with you?
Honey!
Tang Yuxin saw me and forced a twitch of her lips. Hubby, I feel like I might not be cut out to be a teacher, as a university professor. She had suffered a severe blow today. I looked confused, but quickly realized. You gave the babies an early education class. Tang Yuxin nodded. And then grief overcame her. I was despised. The babies actually called me childish. I sang nursery rhymes with them and got despised. I looked surprised. Who told you to sing nursery rhymes? Tang Yuxin looked at me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Not that what early education is? I sighed. The three kids have to be taught differently. The things First Treasure is interested in are very strange. He is exceptionally precocious. For him, You need to tell educational stories that a 5 or 6-year-old would understand. First treasure prefers listening to various historical stories. I am even planning that in a little while.
I will start teaching first treasure pinyin.
Tang Yuxin was in disbelief. A baby just over a year old likes that kind of stuff. Can he even understand it? No wonder the babies looked at her with such disdain just now. Third treasure's mind is exceptionally imaginative and unconstrained. She also likes listening to stories, but leans towards fairy tales. Usually weave into the fairy tales some foundational knowledge and various life lessons.
What about second treasure then?
Tang Yuxin felt it was strange. After first treasure, I skipped straight to third treasure.
What about second treasure? Second treasure is a bit more troublesome.
I do not know if it is because she is different from the other two babies, but that child actually likes to draw. You have to look at second treasure's drawings, which look like Picasso. After chugging 10 pounds of erguto liquor in on breath, drew with his feet while blindfolded, and figure out what she is trying to express from those bizarre scribbles.
Then
you give an evaluation and encouragement. If what you say is even slightly different from what second treasure was thinking, that little girl will throw a tantrum. Tang Yuxin swallowed hard. She did not know whether to say the babies were geniuses, or that her husband was a deity. Tang Yuxin personally observed me giving the 3 kids their early education lessons. After watching an entire session, Tang Yuxin suddenly felt a surge of grief and indignation. The babies are geniuses, that is great. Daddy is a deity, that is a source of pride. But only she, their mother, felt like an absolute noob. It seemed her PH was completely useless.
No.
I can't keep sinking like this.
Yuxin.
Tang Yuxin slapped her cheeks hard. She was a very stubborn person. In the past, whenever she encountered difficulties, she never backed down. She made a decision. She was definitely going to become an excellent mother who, just like me, could handle taking care of the 3 babies with ease. Over the next few days, Tang Yuxin worked hard to interact with the kids. From being incredibly difficult at the beginning, it gradually became relatively easier. Few days later, Tang Yuxin was barely able to handle the pestering of the 3 kids simultaneously. And in terms of early education, Tang Yuxin's progress was also tremendous. First treasure and third treasure quickly accepted Tang Yuxin's early education classes, but only second treasure. I really can't understand it.
Hubby,
who can tell me what these crooked squiggles in the sketchbook are? Did not I tell you already? I patted Tang Yuxin, amused. Second treasure's drawings look like Picasso after chugging 10 pounds of erguto, drawing with his feet while blindfolded. Right? I think you might have been wrong. Hubby. Tang Yuxin's tone was exceptionally resentful. That was not drawn by a drunk Picasso with his feet while blindfolded. She literally just splashed ink directly onto the canvas. I chuckled playfully. If second treasure could understand that,
she would cry.
You know, Tang Yuxin was startled and subconsciously turned her head to look at the crib. Seeing that the 3 kids were sleeping peacefully, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hubby.
You scared me?
Tang Yuxin became curious again. Hubby, how exactly do you understand them? Why is it that every time you can perfectly articulate what second treasure is thinking? It is very simple. I snapped my fingers. The babies do not go out much. The world's second treasure comes into contact with is only this big. It is impossible for a person to draw something they have never encountered before. Since second treasure's circle of life is only this big, what she draws most are the various things at home,
as well as us.
Her parents. More accurately, Mommy and Daddy are what she draws most often. Next are the little ones themselves, and finally, the other objects in the house. Following this clue, be making educated guesses. You can basically get it right.
Listening to this?
Tang Yuxin nodded continuously.
Mm-hmm.
That does seem to make a lot of sense.
As expected of my husband.
You are so smart. It is like you are possessed by Detective Conan. Seeing the light return to Tang Yuxin's eyes, I chuckled playfully. Do you feel like you can do it again? Of course I can. Tang Yuxin let out a cute humph. She was not going to admit defeat. Time quickly approached the end of the lunar year again. This time, returning home for the new year was different from the last time when the babies were still exceptionally small.
Last time,
the ones enjoying the new year atmosphere were really just us adults. This time, even the babies could enjoy the fun of the new year together. Before we arrived home, my mom and mother-in-law had already tidied up the villa I bought on Dongpo Island in Sichuan, Chongqing. Soon as our family returned, we could move right in, and the parents from both sides had also been brought over. Originally, the discussion was to alternate visiting each family every new year, so that Tang Yuxin and I,
a married couple,
could reunite and spend New Year's Eve with both sides of the family. But since I had bought a big house in Sichuan Chongqing, rather than running back and forth, it was much more convenient to spend the new year at my place every year, and there was plenty of room for everyone. On New Year's Eve, in the living room, the Spring Festival Gala was playing on the TV. The elders were chatting while snacking on melon seeds. Tang Yuxin sat beside them, keeping them company.
Meanwhile,
I took the kids out into the courtyard. Firecrackers were prohibited in the urban areas, but inside a private villa on Dongpo Island, playing with small firecrackers was perfectly fine. In my opinion, what kind of new year is it without setting off firecrackers? Although I would not go set off those massive fireworks shells. Otherwise, the police would definitely come knocking on my door. Letting the kids play around with firecrackers meant for children was still not an issue, especially those sparklers that did not explode and did not make loud noises, which were just a piece of iron wire coated with special gunpowder and emitted beautiful sparks when lit. Under the night sky, each of the 3 babies held a sparkler in their hand. After I carefully lit them for them, the babies looked in amazement at the blooming sparks in their hands. Babies? Look here, wave your hands like daddy. I lit one for myself as well, and gently waved my arm. The little ones eagerly followed suit. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with childish joy. At this moment, Tang Yuxin walked out and wrapped a scarf around my neck. It is so cold during New Year's, and you are not even keeping warm. I am fine. I naturally pulled Tang Yuxin into a hug. At this time, First Treasure looked up.
Bah.
what is
New Year?
my dad?
Who had just walked out to watch the kids play, heard this, chuckled happily, walked over and crouched down in front of First Treasure.
First Treasure.
The new year is
A day when daddy,
Mama, mommy,
grandpa,
grandma, grandpa maternal,
grandma maternal,
and the babies. When everyone plays together, First Treasure seemed to understand yet not, and looked down again at the sparkler in his hand. After the gunpowder burned out, the sparks extinguished, all gone. I walked over, gave the 3 kids another sparkler each, and helped them light them again. Does First Treasure like the new year? First Treasure nodded very seriously.
Yike.
First Treasure once.
Play with Baba.
Mama,
Ye.
Nai.
Lao Ye.
And Lao.
second treasure.
Second, Treasure 2.
Ba.
Me too? The 3 little ones chimed in unison. Watching this heartwarming scene, Tang Yuxin felt a warm glow in her heart. This must be the joy of having babies. Right after waking up on the first day of the new year, I heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving first time taking babies to play with fireworks.
Reward obtained.
22% equity in SpaceX Group. The system specifically noted, since First Treasure has a dream of flying to space, how could a father who wants to fulfill it for him not have a hand in the world's largest private aerospace group? So, the fact that First Treasure has a dream of flying to space has already been officially confirmed by the system. At this moment,
My phone rang.
I took it out to look and found it was actually an unknown number, and it was from overseas. Hello. Xiao. My best friend, I have received your capital injection. Thank you for the help you have provided to realize my dream of immigrating to Mars. I raised an eyebrow. Immigrating to Mars?
Huh.
It is Musk, immediately said in fluent English. No. Need to thank me. I also got what I wanted.
Haha.
SpaceX will absolutely not disappoint you, my friend. But right now, you are, besides me, the second largest shareholder. I have decided that to celebrate this, we will launch a rocket named after you. Xiao.
What do you think?
Hearing this, was immediately intrigued. That is a good proposal. But as for naming it, how about naming it after my son, your baby?
Xiao.
I recall your baby just turned 1 year old. Right. I have not had the chance to send a gift yet. Since that is the case, how about using the naming rights for this rocket as a gift? Throughout this whole exchange, I had not paid a single cent, but I did not care. Anyway, all these things were provided by the system.
Great idea.
Mr. Musk. Just call me Musk.
Xiao.
We have known each other for years.
Have not we?
You are always so polite.
Xiao.
The rocket is launching in half a month. I hope you can bring your family to the site. What kind of memories did this weird system implant into that guy Musk? How did I end up having known him for years? Of course I will be there. I am very interested in this. Besides, taking Tang Yuxin and the babies abroad for a trip sounds pretty good too. And we can catch a rocket launch while we are at it. My gaze fell on First Treasure in the bedroom.
Little guy,
Your dream of flying to space. Daddy will absolutely help you fulfill it, even though you yourself probably don't not even understand this dream of yours right now. If through telepathy. When I looked over, First Treasure also lifted his head. Baba? The little guy gave me a huge, beaming smile. The first few days of the year were spent visiting various relatives and friends. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, suddenly said at the dinner table, Dad, Mom, let us take a trip to the US in a few days. Everyone who was eating looked over.
Hubby.
Why are we going there out of nowhere? I placed a piece of beef into Tang Yuxin's bowl and said, it is nothing much. It is just that a rocket named after the babies
is going to be launched there.
Let us go watch it. Soon as these words were spoken, an eerie silence fell over the entire dining table. After a long while, my dad finally asked,
Kiddo, are you joking? I am not.
You guys know about Musk's SpaceX? Right. My mom and mother-in-law did not know, but my dad and father-in-law had heard of it. As for Tang Yuxin, she naturally knew. I have roughly a 22% stake in SpaceX. I injected capital a while ago. Now, besides Musk, I am the largest shareholder. It is also because of this reason that this rocket is being named after the babies. Originally, Musk said he would use my name. I thought about it and declined. Tang Yuxin reached out and felt my forehead, looking at me with a face full of worry. Hubby? Are you feeling okay? I do not have a fever. Amusedly swatted Tang Yuxin's hand away. I said, remember Bide? Everyone nodded. The fact that I bought shares in Bide was known by the parents on both sides after Tang Yuxin found out. Back when they learned I was a heavyweight figure at bid, the 4 elders completely refused to believe it at first. Recently, Bide acquired a brand new battery technology. As a result, after the news was announced, Bide's stock surged. Meanwhile, Tesla, which also makes electric cars, saw its stock price plummet heavily. It was precisely because of this that Musk ran into funding problems recently. I also took this opportunity to buy in. Otherwise, would not have been that easy. Among the things mentioned above, apart from my reason for buying shares, everything else was a fact. Even so, Tesla's drop would not affect SpaceX. They say this company is valued at over $40 billion. Hubby, you have 22%. As she calculated, Tang Yuxin's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. I looked at this girl and chuckled playfully. Stop calculating. It is roughly around $8 billion. Clatter. My mother-in-law's chopsticks dropped to the floor. Was her son-in-law really this incredible? She had always known I was amazing, being a shareholder in several very famous large groups. Although I did not have absolute controlling stakes, the shares I held were considered highly influential on their boards of directors. But my mother-in-law never imagined that I would be this wealthy. Her mouth felt dry and her tongue parched. In her impression, my assets would be, at most, few hundred million RMB.
Right.
And now, out pops over $8 billion. I smiled and looked at the family members.
Well, should we all go together?
Everyone looked at each other in dismay.
Finally,
the 4 elders waved their hands. We will pass. We do not understand foreign languages. If we go, we won't be used to the food or the lodging.
You young people go ahead.
Tang Yuxin and I tried to persuade them a bit more, but still did not succeed. So we did not insist. After learning about this, Tang Yuxin had been acting incredibly excited the whole time. Fortunately, Tang Yuxin was not someone who liked to show off, even though she could now buy various luxury goods as casually as buying daily necessities. She rarely made any exorbitant purchases. On that supplementary card I gave her, the total amount spent up to now had not even reached $1 million, and the bulk of that was spent during our last beach trip. When she bought watches for us, Tang Yuxin pinched First Treasure's cheek. First Treasure, Mommy and Daddy are taking you to see a rocket. It's not that great. First Treasure looked a bit confused, but because he often watched documentaries about it, even though he was only just over a year old, he vaguely knew what a rocket was. In First Treasure's mind, it was a kind of thing that could fly really high. The little guy's eyes instantly lit up. After lunch, my dad suddenly asked me, Son, exactly how much money do you have right now? Calculate it for me so I can mentally prepare myself. My dad's words met with the family's unanimous agreement. Evan Tang Yuxin really wanted to know just how wealthy this almost omnipotent husband of hers, of course, except for not knowing how to swim, actually was right now. I do not really know either. How about we calculate it now?
So, I started calculating.
I have 1% of preferred stock in JP Morgan Chase.
That is about $2 billion, which is 13 billion RMB. Hearing this, my dad's breathing instantly stalled. In his heart, he went, Good grief. I have 63% in Shengxi Entertainment. That is roughly 9 billion. I have 12% in Walt Disney. That is around 12 billion. Cough. 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 My father-in-law started coughing violently. I have 22% in bid. That is 140 billion. Then, Wansheng Group is also roughly around 4 billion. Hearing this, my mom's eyebrow twitched wildly.
Is this really my son?
And finally, there is SpaceX. Like I said earlier, it is almost 8 billion US dollars, which is 51.7 billion RMB. Calculating it this way, Tang Yuxin clutched her chest. She felt her heart beating so fast. Just now, as I was listing my assets, Tang Yuxin had taken out her phone and opened the calculator, adding them up, on by on. The total was 229.7 billion. Looking at how calm and collected I was, everyone really wanted to just grab something and smash my smug head in. And this was not even counting the houses, cars, and funds in the bank cards, nor did it include that private jet. Just these alone already amounted to over 35 billion US dollars. My mom's voice trembled. That is so much money.
Son,
are you the richest man in the world now?
How is that possible?
Mom.
I was amused.
I remember last year or the year before.
Jeff Bezos already had over 180 billion US dollars in assets. Where am I compared to that? Let alone the whole world. Even just domestically, those couple of guys surnamed Ma are way richer than me. My father-in-law took a deep breath.
Even so,
it is still terrifying.
Xiao Fei.
How exactly did you make all this money?
various investments.
Just accumulated over time. My eye for investments is quite good. Yuxin should be clear on this point.
Right.
Tang Yuxin nodded her little head repeatedly. The adoring look in her eyes as she gazed at her husband was too much for the several elders to bear. Hubby is indeed super amazing at investing. No one of the stocks he bought have ever dropped, and they have all been skyrocketing.
As we chatted,
Everyone's attention fell back on the three babies.
Huh?
I just realized, Tang Yuxin blurted out of nowhere. These three little ones are the heirs to over 200 billion in assets. Hubby, in the future, will the three babies start a war for succession to fight over the family fortune? I tapped Tang Yuxin on the head. Wife, what nonsense are you thinking about? With this much in assets, even if we split it equally among the babies, they would not be able to spend it all. After learning that I actually possessed over 200 billion in assets, the whole family felt like they were floating when they walked. It was as if they were stepping on soft,
fluffy cotton candy.
That night, I looked at Tang Yuxin, who was still dizzy from it all, and amusingly pinched her cheek.
Wife,
what are you thinking about? Stop messing around. Hubby. Tang Yuxin pouted, sitting on the bed with her back against the headboard. She hugged her little quilt tightly. Hubby. Do you really have that much money? Of course. Do you still not believe your husband? It feels too unreal. Tang Yuxin murmured, her eyes unfocused.
I married a billionaire.
Tang Yuxin suddenly felt a wave of fear. She was nothing more than a university teacher. If she had any halos, would be her high academic qualifications and high attractiveness. But these two things, forget about the whole world. Just in Shanghai alone, you could pick out quite a few women who possessed both of these halos. I naturally saw through her anxiety. Sitting down beside Tang Yuxin, I pulled her tightly into my arms. If you are feeling insecure, how about this?
I will transfer all of this under your name.
No.
No.
No. Absolutely not. Tang Yuxin was startled and hurriedly shook her head frantically. Her long hair whipped smack.
Smack.
Smack against my face. If you do not want the property.
Fiend.
But do not hit me with your hair. Hubby. I did not mean to. Tang Yuxin leaned in to comfort me. Hubby, will you always love me? He instantly laughed. If other women suddenly found out their husband was rich, they would be overjoyed.
Why are you getting scared instead?
Because it is just too much money. Tang Yuxin also felt it was incredible. Then she thought about it. She herself was also a billionaire now. After the new year, school reopened and I returned home.
I had finally reached my final semester as a senior.
Once this semester ends, me university days will be officially over. What was once a peaceful campus suddenly became a whirlwind of excitement, all because of my graduate entrance exam results. While Tang Yuxin was busy grading assignments, Jiang Yu suddenly burst into the office like a gust of wind. Yuxin!
Quick!
Hurry up!
What is wrong?
Tang Yuxin lifted her head, looking at the girl with an amused expression. The graduate exam results are out. I remember your husband took the exam last year. Did not he? Are not you going to check his score? Tang Yuxin froze for a second, then suddenly snapped into action. In a frantic rush, she cleared everything off her desk and immediately powered on her computer. The other teachers in the office quickly gathered around as well. Regarding Tang Yuxin's husband Mi, her colleagues in the office had an incredibly deep impression. Since hearing from Tang Yuxin last year that I was switching majors to apply for the physics department, they had been closely following the situation, partly because I was Yuxin's husband, and partly because my previous grades were outstanding. Even so, they did not have much confidence in me, after all. At most, only had about 2 months of self-study time, with everyone crowding around her. Tang Yuxin opened the results portal. She skillfully entered my admission ticket number. Then, she did not click search immediately. Instead, she turned to glare at the massive crowd behind her.
What are you all doing?
Just curious, Yuxin.
Let us see too?
Yuan Tong said with a cheerful grin. Tang Yuxin felt a wave of anxiety. She naturally had faith in me, but the study time was so short, and it was a different major. Checking the score in front of so many colleagues, if the results were bad, would not it be incredibly embarrassing? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuxin's hand trembled as she moved the mouse and clicked the search button. The screen froze instantly. Obviously, the traffic was heavy with everyone checking at once. After a long wait, the results page finally began to refresh bit by bit. Tang Yuxin suddenly grabbed a notebook to block the screen.
Hey, what are you doing?
Zhang Yu looked at her with a face full of confusion. I am nervous, Tang Yuxin muttered crossly. Then, she slowly slid the notebook down. The name appeared. It was mine. No doubt, all the personal details were correct. Next came the scores. The notebook moved down further. Politics. 97 out of 100.
My God?
97 in politics. A male teacher let out a low gasp. Most applicants score between 60 and 70 in politics. Those hitting the 90s are as rare as phoenix feathers. You could count them on own hand nationwide. Next was English. 100 out of 100, a perfect score. This score was also remarkably high, but it did not shock them quite as much. After all, my English proficiency had been clear to many at Tang Yuxin's birthday party when they heard me conversing with Adam Levine. Still, it was an incredible achievement. Mathematics. 150 out of 150, another perfect score. This has to be fake.
150.
A math teacher in the room slapped his own forehead in disbelief. A perfect score on the graduate math exam. I recall that last year at our university, anything over 80 in math was enough to pass. With this score, the math department will be fighting to recruit him. Wait.
Professor Tang,
Which major did your husband apply for again?
the physics department.
Tang Yuxin's face was flushed with excitement. She moved the notebook down to the professional course. 143. Tang Yuxin could not help but let out a scream. But at this point, No Ann noticed, because nearly every teacher in the office was screaming too.
As university faculty,
They knew exactly what these scores meant.
for physics.
I remember this year, anything over 380 was a guaranteed interview. A male teacher staggered slightly. In all his years of teaching, he had never seen such a terrifying score. Scoring over 400 is considered elite nationwide. A score like this is practically legendary. After only 2 months of self-study, Hai had scored a total of 490 in a different major. Everyone could already predict that the white-haired professors in the physics department were going to go absolutely crazy. Hai had put the exam out of my mind since finishing it last year. In fact, the moment I walked out of the exam hall, I already had a rough estimate of my score. So, I had not been paying much attention to the announcement. During these days, I was at home working hard on my baby education plan. Counting the time, the babies were already over a year and several months old, largely due to the Guardian Angel body wash. Their physical development was ahead of schedule. They looked like 1.5-year-old toddlers, while their intelligence was comparable to 5- or 6-year-olds. The 3 little ones sat side by side on the padded floor. A small low table was placed in front of each of them. On their little tables lay brand new workbooks. I sat in front of them,
Holding a writing tablet?
I wrote down the Chinese pinyin on the board. Come on, babies. Repeat after daddy. The 3 little ones obediently opened their mouths and made the sound perfectly.
Very good. This pinyin is a...
And this is how you write it?
First,
Draw a semicircle. And then do this. I set the writing board aside and carefully observed the children. Second treasure. That is not how you hold a pen. Do it like this. Look at how daddy holds it. Third treasure. Do not grip the pen too hard. First treasure is so amazing. You got it right on the first try. Once I confirmed all 3 had mastered the first character, I continued with the lesson. Shortly after, my phone suddenly rang. I saw it was Tang Yuxin calling. I stepped out and answered.
Hello.
Honey.
Hubby.
Hubby. the exam results are out.
You are so incredible.
Do you have any idea what you scored? The professors in the physics department are all in an uproar. Tang Yuxin's ecstatic voice echoed through the speaker. I had to hold the phone a bit further away from my ear. Then I laughed and said, "Calm down. Honey.
I already know.
It is such a high score.
Hubby.
You are so amazing. How did you even manage to score that high?" Tang Yuxin was clearly too excited to stop. It was understandable. She was a teacher herself. A teacher's excitement when a student achieves such a stunning result.
Us only natural.
But our relationship was far more special.
I was her man.
The father of her children. This filled Tang Yuxin with an uncontrollable sense of pride.
It was even greater than the pride she felt.
Knowing I was worth hundreds of billions. This was the influence of Owen's personal values.
To Tang Yuxin.
Owen's ability and knowledge were far more important than wealth. After a long while, she finally calmed down a bit. "Hubby, what are you doing right now?" I smiled and replied, "Teaching the babies pinyin." "Learning pinyin this early. Are they okay with it?" "You are underestimating our kids. They learn very fast. I estimate they will master pinyin in a few days, and then I can start teaching them simple characters." The babies could only speak for now, but they did not recognize a single written word yet. When I was a child, I was barely a year and a half old when my mother started teaching me pinyin and simple characters at home. We were quite poor back then. Mom only had a primary school education.
What she could teach me was extremely limited.
But she still worked hard to teach me everything she knew. And now, it was my turn to use the same method to teach my own children. The only difference was that our family's conditions and resources were much better. Tang Yuxin listened, her eyes growing soft. She wished she could come home immediately to join me in teaching our children. When I returned from my call, first treasure and third treasure excitedly held up their workbooks.
Baba.
Look. They were showing off the pinyin they had just written. I praised them. Then looked at second treasure and started laughing.
The moment I was away,
this little girl started doodling all over her workbook.
Second treasure.
Did not Daddy get you a special sketchbook for drawing?
You can't scribble in your workbook.
Okay, I frowned and spoke in a gentle, instructive tone, putting on a serious face, just to bluff the little Own, so she would develop good study habits. Second treasure looked a bit shy. She picked up an eraser and tried to rub out her drawings, but she accidentally used too much force and tore the page of her workbook. Second treasure froze, feeling incredibly wronged. Her little mouth pouted, and she looked ready to burst into tears. I quickly comforted her. "It is okay. Second treasure, just remember for next time, do not draw in your workbook anymore."
All right.
I know.
Baba.
Seeing that Daddy was not angry, second treasure finally cheered up again. The scene before me made me feel as if I were seeing myself 20 years ago, in that tiny little room, being taught by my mother. Suddenly, I felt like I could truly understand the pride and joy my mother,
Wang Fang,
felt every time I learned something new back then.
As expected,
my preliminary graduate exam results caused a massive sensation. On the Shanghai Jiao Tong University campus forum, the news that someone at Jiao Tong had achieved an unprecedented score of 490 quickly spread to other universities. Even some media outlets began reporting on it. When Tang Yuxin came home that evening, she fluttered toward me like a butterfly moving through flowers. Hubby, let us go out and eat to celebrate today."
Sure.
Seeing her in such high spirits, I was more than happy to accompany her. But we need to pick a good spot, since we are bringing the babies. In the end, Tang Yuxin picked a very ordinary BBQ restaurant. It was not a high-end venue at all.
She had no interest in places
that required formal attire just to enter. Time soon moved into March, and it was time for the master's degree recruitment interviews. The interview process was effortless for me, and the results were exactly as I anticipated. My interview performance was also quite stunning. From there, it was just a matter of waiting for the background checks and file transfers. Tang Yuxin helped me analyze the choice of a supervisor.
I recommend Professor Lin.
The workload under him is much lighter, and his main focus is astrophysics and aerospace physics. I looked at Tang Yuxin and smiled. Then it is him. Tang Yuxin looked surprised.
Wait. Hubby. Our heir, not you going to think about it.
You have already thought it through for me.
So what is there to consider?
I pulled her into my arms.
I trust you.
Tang Yuxin smiled happily. The feeling of being trusted wholeheartedly by me was simply wonderful.
As university graduation approached,
I had to start considering another extremely important matter. In other words, my wedding with Tang Yuxin had to be put on the immediate agenda. Friends and relatives from both sides definitely needed to be invited. After deciding on these matters, all that remained was the specific flow of the wedding. First, I ruled out the cliché.
Run-of-the-mill.
Western-style weddings that lacked any novelty. With Western-style weddings out, the remaining choice was naturally a Chinese-style own. Since I decided on a Chinese wedding, I simply gritted my teeth and resolved to follow the most traditional path, going through every single ritual, the 3 proposals and 6 rites of the Zhou dynasty. Every step followed in the strictest, most traditional manner, though the costs would be staggering. I did not care. The expense was one thing, but the sheer complexity of the process was another. After looking into the details, realized this was no longer something I could handle alone. I needed a professional team. And no, not the coffin dance kind. So I went straight to a well-known event planning agency. Upon hearing I wanted the traditional Zhou dynasty rites, the planning team was instantly electrified. This was undoubtedly a massive contract. Then I called my family to inform them, learning that I had started wedding preparations. Both my parents and my in-laws were exceptionally delighted. Xiao Fei. About that 3 proposals and 6 rights thing, we do not really understand any of that nowadays. My dad sounded a bit troubled over the phone. It is okay, Dad. I have hired the most professional planning team. You only need to follow their lead when the time comes. They will head to Sichuan Chongqing in a few days to perform the pre-wedding rituals first. The main wedding ceremony will take place here in Shanghai. Just so happens I have 2 properties here. Hearing that I had everything planned out perfectly, the elders on both sides finally felt at ease. Then, keeping it a secret from Tang Yuxin, we began the intense preparations, notifying relatives and friends on both sides, and coordinating with the team sent from Shanghai. The betrothal gifts from the Xiao family, or rather, from me, truly gave my in-laws a massive shock. A luxury mansion in Sichuan Chongqing, 2 commercial shops, a car, and countless pieces of jewelry and fine ornaments. The total value eventually exceeded 30 million yuan. When the final value of the gifts was tallied, my father-in-law and mother-in-law stared at each other in silence. They had originally planned that once I presented the gifts, they would provide a dowry of equal value. Sichuan province views the bride price quite casually. If the groom gives a gift, the bride's side usually provides a dowry, unlike some regions where news of sky-high bride prices without any dowry often breaks out. Sky-high prices are one thing if the groom's family is wealthy. It does not really matter then. But in some areas, these exorbitant prices burden ordinary people, which is hard to fathom. Duplicate line intent removed for flow. Me in-laws originally assumed that I would follow local Sichuan customs, giving a few tens of thousands, which would have been enough. They would have then given an equal or even larger dowry. But now, looking at a 30 million yuan betrothal gift, how could the Tang family possibly match it? Should we
return it?
The mother-in-law asked tentatively. My father-in-law waved his hand. The betrothal gifts have already been presented. How would it look if we returned them now? Let us just proceed with our original plan?
We will do what we can within our means.
Xiao Fei is a good boy. We have seen that over time, he won't look down on Yuxin over something like this, combined with above for smoother SRT pacing. And so, the Nazheng betrothal ritual was completed, marking the end of the pre-wedding rites. At this point, Tang Yuxin was still completely in the dark. She continued going to work happily every day, and returning home with a smile, having seemingly forgotten all about the wedding herself, living her days in peace and joy. On a particular day, she suddenly received a call from Wang Lu.
What?
You have come to Shanghai.
Yup.
Wang Lu's voice sounded full of excitement over the phone. Not just me. Zhang Tiantian is here too.
We came specifically to hang out with you.
As they said this, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian exchanged a glance, both seeing the mischief in each other's eyes. They were not just here to hang out with Tang Yuxin. They were here for the wedding, as I had notified them. But since I wanted to give Tang Yuxin a surprise, the secret had to be kept until the end.
Yuxin, where are you?
Tang Yuxin did not overthink it.
I am still at the university.
I have not finished work yet.
I see.
We will come find you in a bit.
Let us all have dinner together tonight. After hanging up, Tang Yuxin called me to explain the situation. Knowing the truth all along, even knowing what Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian were about to do, I naturally had no reason to say no. I even gave a mysterious smile. Have a great time. After work, Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian indeed showed up at the university to find Tang Yuxin. Yuxin, it has been a while. You have gotten even prettier. The moment they met, Wang Lu gave Tang Yuxin an enthusiastically warm hug. This naturally drew quite a lot of attention from those around them, especially since Tang Yuxin was so famous on campus.
A bit shy,
Tang Yuxin broke free from the hug and said, "All right. Enough with the touching." Zhang Tiantian chimed in teasingly.
Ooh.
Are you?
Only allowing your husband to hug you now.
Of course.
Tang Yuxin lifted her head proudly, like a graceful white swan. Then Zhang Tiantian said,
Yuxin,
Wang Lu and I plan to stay for a few days this time. You are in charge of our food and lodging. No problem. Tang Yuxin patted her chest. Xiao Fei and I have another apartment in Shanghai. You guys can just stay there. There is no need for a hotel. This girl is way too easy to lure in. Zhang Tiantian thought to herself with a secret smile. Zhang Tiantian took the chance. Yuxin, since we are all together, why do not you stay over tonight too? Let us have a girls' slumber party at your other place.
Huh.
Tang Yuxin froze, looking hesitant. After all, her husband and babies were at home.
What is wrong?
Can't you sleep without your husband by your side for even on night? Combined with above for timing. Hearing Wang Lu say that, Tang Yuxin immediately huffed.
Of course I can.
It just shows how great our relationship is. It really is great. Otherwise, your husband would not have worked so hard to have us give you a surprise. Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian exchanged a look. After a long pause, Tang Yuxin finally said hesitantly,
Then?
I need to call my husband.
Fine.
Fine.
Just be quick about it. It is rare for us sisters to be together.
We must celebrate.
Combined with above, over the phone, I deliberately used a reluctant tone, while also telling Tang Yuxin to stay safe, and to call me immediately if anything happened. Having finished the discussion, Tang Yuxin did not suspect a thing. She waved her phone triumphantly.
All right.
Are you two happy now? Since being with Xiao Fei, this is the first time I have stayed out and not gone home.
What do you mean out?
Not that still your home.
Are you silly? Wang Lu gave Tang Yuxin an exasperated look.
Meanwhile,
Friends and family from the Xiao and Tang households had already been flown into Shanghai by me on a private jet. Upon landing, the relatives were all settled into hotels I had arranged, but my parents and close elders went straight to my villa. When they arrived at the destination, the planning team and property staff were working overtime to decorate the entire villa. All sorts of auspicious bright red decorations were being hung high up. Stepping into my home, the Xiao family members visiting for the first time were stunned. Even my mom and dad could not stop marveling. Night fell quickly. In the large flat at Jinyu Huafu, the three girls Tang Yuxin,
Wang Lu,
and Zhang Tiantian were laughing and playing together in a heap. Wang Lu and Zhang Tiantian were intentionally pouring Yuxin drinks. They knew their limits, just hoping she would drink enough to sleep soundly and not be woken up by any noise later. Combined with above for flow, Tang Yuxin did not think twice. She dizzily drank quite a bit. When 11:00 p.m. rolled around, Tang Yuxin could not stay awake and went to the master bedroom. Without me by her side, Tang Yuxin was extremely uncomfortable. Several times she subconsciously reached out to hug me, only to grasp at thin air. Suddenly, Tang Yuxin felt a wave of sadness. Her husband was not there, and the babies were not there either. The bedroom was magnificent, but so quiet that aside from her own breathing, there was not a single sound. Tang Yuxin tossed and turned, found a bolster, and hugged it tight. After a while, she threw the bolster aside again. Compared to hubby, hugging this bolster is not comfortable at all. I should not have agreed to stay with those two girls. I wonder what hubby is doing, or if he is asleep. Tang Yuxin pulled out her phone. After thinking for a long while, she finally sent me a text.
Hubby, are you asleep yet?
Very quickly,
I replied.
Not yet. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin immediately called. The moment my voice came through the line, Tang Yuxin started whined cutely. Hubby, I really want to come back and be with you. What is wrong? Are not you having fun with your friends? Everyone is asleep now. I can't really sleep without you here. Tang Yuxin kept tossing and turning, eventually just wrapping herself in the duvet.
I thought for a bit.
How about I tell you a story? Do you think I am a baby? Telling a story just to go to sleep. Tang Yuxin did not know whether to laugh or cry, but then she giggled while covering her mouth. But you said it, so I want to hear Owen.
All right.
My deep voice began to resonate. They were fairy tales she had heard long ago, but told by me. Tang Yuxin listened with absolute focus. There was not a hint of impatience. She even cooperatively asked all sorts of childish questions. She even started imagining in her mind that I was right there next to her, whispering the fairy tales softly into her ear.
Thinking of my deep,
soulful eyes.
While listening to the sound of my voice, gradually, Tang Yuxin's breathing leveled out. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally fell asleep. Outside the bedroom door, Zhang Tiantian sat on the sofa, looking at Wang Lu with a done-with-life expression. How can this girl be such a handful? Wang Lu shrugged helplessly. How should I know? But the others should be arriving soon.
Right.
They are here. They are here. Zhang Tiantian shook her head and stood up.
Moments later,
She opened the front door, and a large group of people tiptoed inside. Her in-laws were there, along with Su Qingyan. Everyone cautiously introduced themselves to one another, then immediately began the frantic task of decorating. Everything was set for the next day, to give Tang Yuxin an unprecedented surprise. The next day, Tang Yuxin woke up in a daze, and then something totally unexpected happened. Congratulations to the host for planning a secret wedding for his fiancée. Reward. The DeepSeek LM has been integrated into the host's brain. Just now, Tang Yuxin heard a knock on the door just as she woke up. Dazedly, she walked to the door and opened it.
What is wrong with you two?
Knocking so early in the moment the door opened, Tang Yuxin saw her mother-in-law smiling right at her. Mom? Tang Yuxin froze for a moment. I must have opened the door the wrong way, with a asterisk bang asterisk. Tang Yuxin shut the door. The people outside were instantly dumbfounded. Who knew this girl had such an adorable side? A moment later, Tang Yuxin opened the door again. Her mother-in-law immediately stepped forward with a stern face to block the door.
You little brat.
How dare you shut the door on me? What is the meaning of this? Mom? Wait. Tiantian. And Yanyan. And, before her stood a massive crowd of people, aside from her mother-in-law. They were all Tang Yuxin's friends. Enough talk. Everyone, grab her. At Su Qingyan's command, several young girls surged forward with laughter, hoisting Tang Yuxin up and carrying her into the room.
Wait. What are you doing?
What on earth is going on?
Tang Yuxin was completely shocked. Dressing the bride? Of course. Su Qingyan wiggled her fingers like a big bad wolf, and gave a mischievous grin. The bride.
What bride?
Tang Yuxin was utterly bewildered, her brain failing to process the situation.
What do you mean, what bride?
Zhang Tiantian hugged Tang Yuxin from behind. The bride for your darling handsome Xiao. Obviously, Lulu and I did not travel all this way for nothing. Only then did Tang Yuxin realize exactly what was happening. So, this was all her husband's idea, and he did not even give her a heads up. You really are a lucky own. Enough to make every woman jealous. Wang Lu teased. Handsome Xiao kept the wedding a secret while preparing everything. Now that everything is ready, he is just waiting for us to deliver you to him. A wedding gown had already been laid out on the bed, and intricate. Traditional gown, completely impossible to put on for someone who had never seen own before. Fortunately, the wedding planning company had already sent specialized female assistants, who began methodically helping Tang Yuxin into the elaborate attire. Tisk, tisk.
This outfit.
I suspect tonight your husband will either need a pair of scissors, or just use brute force to get this off you. Taking this off normally seems practically impossible. The moment Su Qingyan finished speaking, Tang Yuxin, who was letting them dress her, blushed furiously. It is quite all right. The girl helping Tang Yuxin dress smiled with pursed lips, her eyes full of envy as she looked at Yuxin. Mr. Xiao has already purchased this gown outright. You can handle it however you wish. While Tang Yuxin was being prepared, over at my villa, a large crowd stood at the entrance. Yu Gaoshan announced loudly. Prepare for the bridal procession. Commence the jiazi rite. My father raised his wine cup, looking at me with a proud smile. I took a step forward, bowed 3 times. And accepted the wine bestowed by my father. After draining the cup in on go, I bowed to my father 3 more times.
Only then
did Yu Gaoshan shout, "Go forth to fetch the bride." The grand bridal procession set off, and Rolls-Royces led the way, followed by a fleet of luxury cars. As this massive convoy appeared on the streets, it instantly captured the gaze of every passerby. Many people pulled out their phones immediately and began taking photos frantically. So many luxury cars. Heavens! This bride is so lucky. Rich people are not stupid. The bride must be incredibly beautiful. Just wait and see for yourselves in a bit. Before long, news started popping up online. Top-tier bridal convoy spotted in Shanghai. Which lucky lady is marrying into such wealth? Inside the master bedroom at Jinyu Hafu. Phew. Finally finished. Tossing aside the last eyebrow pencil, the makeup artist let out a sigh of relief. She had never done such a difficult makeup job in her life. It was not that Tang Yuxin was hard to work with. On the contrary, Tang Yuxin was *2 beautiful. Before today, the makeup artist never believed that a woman could be so naturally stunning in the world. She literally did not know where to start, but the ritual required her to apply makeup regardless. At this point, makeup was not about making Tang Yuxin look better, but about the sanctity of the ceremony. Miss Tang, I have never been this conflicted. Usually, I try to make clients look better, but with you, I had to rack my brain just to make sure I did not accidentally make you look worse. When she first saw Tang Yuxin, she actually thought she was looking at someone who had spent a fortune on the world's top plastic surgeons. How else could a woman look this perfect? But once she actually started applying the products, her years of experience told her, with just a single touch, that Yuxin had never had any work done. The mother-in-law looked at her perfectly dressed daughter, her eyes filled with pride. Her girl was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the world.
All right.
Miss Tang, from now on, you must sit on the bed until the groom arrives to carry you away. Your feet must not touch the floor.
No way. No way.
Yuxin.
You are so gorgeous. It is too easy for Xiao Fei to just marry you like this. Su Qingyan suddenly chimed in. When Xiao Fei arrives, we have to make things difficult for him.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Forget red envelopes.
That is too tacky.
We need to play something more sophisticated. To match the atmosphere of this traditional wedding, that is the spirit. The group of girls immediately started cheering, brainstorming ways to challenge me. Little did they know, Tang Yuxin, sitting on the bed, immediately narrowed her eyes as her dominant aura flared up.
Stop it.
I am warning you. If anyone dares to trouble my husband,
Why?
will be the first one to deal with them. All of you.
Listen up.
When he arrives, let him through immediately. No funny business allowed. Zhang Tiantian arched an eyebrow.
Hemph.
It is not like we won't let him in.
It just should not be this asterisk easy.
We won't be too mean. How about this? Is not handsome Xiao supposed to be brilliantly poetic and a master of musical arts?
We will ask all sorts of questions.
And make him answer without speaking. How about that? Answer without speaking. How? Someone immediately raised the question. Can't he play the zither? He is a master of traditional music that even experts praise. This should be a piece of cake for him. Right. The girls began discussing animatedly and soon reached a consensus. Tang Yuxin could not stop them from her spot on the bed. She could only glare at them crossly. Her mother laughed heartily, sitting by the bed and patting Tang Yuxin's hand. Look at you, acting like you are desperate to marry.
Are you afraid? Xiao Fei will change his mind if we tease him?
Mom, it is not that. Tang Yuxin protested immediately.
I just do not want Xiao Fei to be put on the spot.
While the ladies were all inside, Tang Yuxin's male relatives and friends were already waiting at the entrance of Jinyuhafu. Before long, the grand convoy appeared. Seeing the 10 Rolls-Royces leading the pack from a distance, even the relatives who had flown in on my private jet, knowing I was wealthy, were still stunned by the sight, combined with above for flow. Besides the convoy itself, many curious onlookers followed along, filming the entire way with their phones. They all wanted to see what kind of person was fetching a bride with such a luxurious fleet. Even some streamers who happened upon the scene simply started live streaming the event outdoors. The stream instantly attracted a massive audience. Finally, the convoy arrived at Jinyuhuafu, and I stepped out, dressed in full traditional regalia. My appearance caused everyone who saw me to gasp in admiration. Like a noble young lord, stepping straight out of a traditional inkwash painting, with my sharp features and bright eyes, he instantly made the surrounding girls scream with excitement, carrying a wild goose prepared by the planning company. I handed it to my father-in-law and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, please accept your son-in-law's bow."
Rise?
Rise. Please. Get up. My father-in-law was grinning from ear to ear, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He helped me up. Let us head inside. Yuxin should be ready.
Let us go.
Let us go.
Beaming with joy,
I followed my father-in-law
and led the procession into the house. Before entering the door,
I suddenly stopped.
brothers, the rest is up to you. My best men Zhang Bo,
Wu Zitao,
and Lu Chao immediately stepped up. Zhang Bo even rolled up his sleeves. Do not worry, Brother Xiao, it is just the Xiaowei Sticks challenge. Right. The door opened, and the 3 best men marched in resolutely.
If heading to a battlefield.
Immediately, the girls waiting inside, each holding a Xiaowei stick wrapped in red ribbons, tapped the 3 best men lightly. The best men, who thought they were in for a beating, sighed in relief when they realized the girls were being very gentle with their strikes.
Ooh.
Look who is here.
or groom.
Su Qingyan, who had established herself as the leader among the girls, waved her hand, combined with above. The moment she made the gesture, the girls stopped immediately. Su Qingyan looked at me with a smile, a flash of amazement in her eyes. Today, Xiao Fei was truly eye-catching.
Tisk, tisk. Look at you all dressed up.
You must have attracted quite a few girls on the way here.
Have not you?
I raised an eyebrow.
Let them look.
I am not interested.
Where's Yuxin?
Hand her over. It is not that easy. Su Qingyan intentionally circled around. If you want the bride to come out, you will need to recite a bridal makeup poem first. But let us set the rules. You can't just use a poem written by the ancients. You have to compose it yourself.
Huh.
I was stunned. I had thought of every possible way they might challenge me, but I never expected this own. Do not, us. Zhang Tiantian said coquettishly. Who told you to choose such a traditional wedding? Since you wanted it authentic, you have to go all the way.
Recite a poem.
Hearing the demand for a poem,
Three roommates
who were hired to take the Xiaowei hits, immediately shot me a helpless look. Brother Xiao, we can't help you with this own.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I do not know anything about poetry.
I only know how to say damn. The three guys laughingly cleared the path, leaving me standing at the front. Everyone in the house was staring at me. Even the bride's relatives who were meeting me for the first time were looking on in admiration. Handsome Xiao. Great talent, Xiao. Do not tell me you are stuck, Zhang Tiantian said with a giggle. She was only taking advantage of this special day to joke around with me like this. Usually limited by my status, while she would not try to kiss up to me, she would never be this bold. I was not annoyed. It was just a bridal makeup poem, and I could not use a classic own. I had to compose it on the spot.
Right?
But Su Qingyan would never guess that while I was planning Tang Yuxin's wedding, the system had rewarded me with the DeepSeek LMM. Right now, I was a walking DeepSeek. Writing a poem was child's play for me.
Is that so?
Su Qingyan looked at my calm demeanor, a flash of doubt crossing her eyes. Could he really compose a poem on the spot? To her surprise, I suddenly snapped my fingers. Today is the most auspicious day of my wedding. Tang Yuxin's close friends, in order to make it a challenge for me to win her hand, demanded that I compose a bridal makeup poem on the spot. I took a pen and began writing swiftly on the paper. Su Qingyan opened her mouth to speak, but finally sighed in defeat.
I am officially impressed.
Master Xiao, you even know how to compose poetry on the fly. Nearby, Wang Lu pulled out her phone to search for the poem online immediately. She really could not find a single match. It seemed it truly was an original composition. Su Qingyan took the poem, moving with light, graceful steps, and fluttered into the master bedroom. Sitting on the bed, Yuxin's eyes lit up when the door opened, but seeing it was Su Qingyan, she immediately puffed out her cheeks.
Why is it just you?
Of course it is me. How are you that impatient? Come. Let me show you something good. The poem your handsome Xiao wrote to see your makeup. Tang Yuxin took the poem and scanned it. As a teacher at Jiaotong University, even though she was not from the Chinese department, she understood its meaning after reading it twice. A faint blush swept across Tang Yuxin's face. Where is my husband? Su Qingyan chuckled mischievously. Still blocked outside.
Yuxin.
You are just too beautiful. It is a pity to let him take you away so easily. Stop blocking him. Let him in quickly.
Ugh.
I do not care anymore. Tang Yuxin waited and waited, but I was still nowhere to be seen. She could not take it any longer. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, she stood up and threw open the door, running out with a asterisk click clack asterisk of her heels. She cried, "Hubby!" Everyone was dumbfounded.
What is going on?
Why did the bride just charge out herself? I was also completely amused by Tang Yuxin. I caught her in my arms and whispered,
"Why did not you wait a little longer?"
I was just about to pass the challenge and come in. I just did not want to wait anymore. After charging out, Tang Yuxin felt shy under the collective gaze of all the relatives. She wondered if they thought she was too desperate to marry. At the same time, I lifted Tang Yuxin's face.
Looking at her makeup today, my breath hitched.
She was stunning. Even the legendary beauties of old could not compare. You silly girl. We would not have actually kept him out. Su was planning to have him play the zither at your door, so we could all enjoy a private concert. The mother-in-law scolded her playfully from the side. At that moment, my father-in-law laughed out loud.
All right.
Since the bride is already out, let us invite her to the wedding car. Turned around immediately and lifted Tang Yuxin onto my back. Tang Yuxin naturally wrapped her arms around my neck. Sensing the familiar scent of my breath, she wore a radiant, happy smile. At this moment, Tang Yuxin felt incredibly secure and blessed. She was about to become my wife in every sense of the word. Her future would only get happier from here. Feeling the bashfulness of the girl on my back, a gentle smile curled onto my lips.
Wife. Here we go.
The grand convoy, after garnering the awe and attention of everyone on the road, finally returned to Xingyue Bay. As the fleet came to a halt in front of my villa, I was the first to step out. When Tang Yuxin stepped down, everyone who saw her widened their eyes in pure amazement.
My God. Sis is too beautiful today.
I can't even feel jealous anymore. Jiang Yu sighed dejectedly. With Professor Tang looking like this, how are the rest of us women supposed to live? Yuan Tong laughingly slapped her on the arm. She had been married for years and had a loving husband. But seeing this, she could not help but be envious. The moment Tang Yuxin got out of the car,
The three babies,
who had not seen their mom all night, could no longer contain themselves. They waddled over,
shouting,
Mama.
Mama.
First treasure. Second treasure. Third treasure. Did you miss mommy? Seeing the three babies, Tang Yuxin's smile grew even wider. Yes. The little ones chimed in unison. First treasure even asked,
Mama?
Where did you go yesterday? Did you not want us anymore? How could I? Tang Yuxin kissed first treasure, leaving a lipstick mark on the little guy's cheek. It's not mommy back now.
I laughed from the side.
all right.
Let us head inside. Do not keep everyone waiting. Almost everyone present was seeing a pure Zhou dynasty wedding for the first time. They were all struck by the profound historical heritage it displayed. After the incense blending ceremony, Yuxin and I, presided over by Yu Gaoshan, stood to bow 8 times to heaven and earth. Then, we bowed once to each other. Yu Gaoshan then announced loudly with a grin, "The rite is complete.
Let the feast begin."
Finally, the wedding banquet started. Only then did people relax, taking their seats to eat,
Drink.
and discuss everything they had just witnessed.
Finally,
Yuxin and I finished toasting every single table. Even though I had been helping her drink throughout the night, Tang Yuxin was already quite tipsy, walking with a slight sway. In ancient weddings, after the bows to heaven and earth, the bride would be sent to the chamber, unable to eat or drink, just sitting there quietly, waiting for the groom to return completely drunk. That is a complete myth. In a traditional Han-style Zhou wedding, the couple toasts the guests together after the ceremony. They also join the banquet together. Only when the feast ends do the newlyweds enter the bridal chamber. During the meal, the babies waddled around Tang Yuxin. They did not understand what had just happened. They only knew there were many people in the house, and that mommy had not been home for a whole night, having never been away from her for so long. Since they were born, the babies showed an extraordinary dependence on Yuxin. Even I could not coax the 3 little ones away.
finally,
The banquet came to an end. The guests had already been settled into hotels I arranged, with all expenses prepaid for a full 7 days. That night, after finally coaxing the little ones to sleep, quietly pushed the crib, bit by bit, out of the master bedroom, was extremely careful throughout the process, terrified of waking the babies. Tang Yuxin, sitting at the head of the bed,
watched me walk back in.
and could not help but burst into a giggle.
Hubby,
You looked so funny just now.
I rolled my eyes.
On a wedding night, there are not many grooms who have to put the kids to sleep and sneak them out first. The bedroom had been newly decorated, duplicate line removed for timing. The sheets and quilts were all brand new, all in a festive, auspicious bright red. A red candle burned on the side table, beside some snacks and a flask of wine. Under the soft light, Tang Yuxin looked at me by her side. Her eyelashes were very long, neat, upturned, and curved like crescent moons.
I chuckled.
Wife.
You are so beautiful today.
hemph.
When am I not beautiful? Tang Yuxin tilted her head proudly, the golden hairpins swaying gently. By the way,
Hubby,
there are still more rituals.
right?
Then, Tang Yuxin used scissors to snip a lock of her long hair, and then snipped a lock of mine. We intertwined the hair and placed it into a silk sachet. Now,
We are truly tied hair husband and wife.
Tang Yuxin carefully tucked the sachet away as a treasure. She dove into my arms.
Hubby,
Thank you.
For what? Did not I say? I would give you an unforgettable wedding after graduation. But you have not technically graduated yet. Tang Yuxin suddenly looked up, staring at me with a playful smile.
Not that right?
Student Xiao? Only a few days left. Graduation photos are in 2 days.
I am definitely bringing you and the babies along.
Just like those seniors, who take their graduation photos with their wife and kids.
Haha.
Hearing this, Tang Yuxin blushed but did not refuse.
hubby,
Tonight is our wedding night.
Wife.
Let us get some rest early. We still have to wake up and care for the babies tomorrow morning. Oh, only remember the candles were exceptionally beautiful that night, much like Tang Yuxin's red lips warming my heart. The next day, as expected, many social media platforms carried reports about our wedding yesterday. For a time, Tang Yuxin became the object of every girl's envy. Some even swore in their hearts to find a man who loves his wife as much as I do. On the first day of her marriage, Tang Yuxin did not take any leave. She went to the university as usual. Soon as she walked into the office, the colleagues who attended the wedding were all visibly shocked to see her, combined with below Professor Tang,
Why are you at work?
Am I not allowed to come to work? Tang Yuxin shot Zhang Yu a playful look. Jiang Yu smacked her lips.
I thought you would take leave for a honeymoon.
After all, with a husband as capable as yours, it is not like you ever need to work again. That is different. Tang Yuxin sat down at her desk.
Xiao Fei supports me being out here.
I also feel it is better to have a career. Besides, I want to become a full professor as soon as possible. After chatting for a bit, it was time for class. The moment Tang Yuxin pushed open the classroom door, she was suddenly startled. Every student in the classroom shouted in unison, "Happy wedding, Professor Tang." Tang Yuxin froze for a second, then walked to the lectern. She gave a brilliant smile. "Thank you all for the wishes. How did you all find out?" "The substitute teacher told us yesterday. She said you took leave to go home and get married. We did not think you would actually show up today either."
I see.
All right.
Let us begin the lesson. Hearing that, the students all took out their textbooks. Few more days passed like this, and I finally reached my own moment of graduation. It was time to go to the university for graduation photos.
That day,
I drove the three babies to the Shanghai Jiaotong University campus.
Hello!
Honey.
Where are you?
Hubby. You are here.
I am coming right now.
Before long, I saw Tang Yuxin in her high heels, walking briskly toward the parking lot. I do not know if a complete wedding ceremony really has such a massive impact on a woman, but formal marriage seemed to have changed Yuxin slightly. Combined with below, every gesture and smile of hers seemed more radiant and captivating than ever before. Tang Yuxin naturally took my arm.
Let us go.
Hubby. Professor Tang actually came. It has been a while since we saw the three babies.
Xiao Fei.
You are too much, showing off your family, even at graduation photos. At that moment,
Zhang Bo walked up
and handed me a graduation gown. Brought it for you. Put it on. Ba.
What is this?
First Treasure looked at me, dressed exactly like his classmates, and could not help but ask. I smiled gently. This is called a bachelor's gown. It is something you only get to wear after you graduate from school. Tang Yuxin smiled and held the kids as she stood aside. This was a group photo with my classmates. She and the babies did not need to be in it. After the class group photo was finished, I finally gathered with Tang Yuxin and the three babies. With a click, this moment of our family of five was frozen forever. Me 2-year-old baby already learned how to steal a cabbage, which left me utterly shocked.
The babies grew older.
I consciously increased the number of times I took them out. It is not good to keep children cooped up at home all the time. Fortunately, there was a people's park near Xingyue Bay. There were always plenty of parents there, taking their little ones out to play. Right before heading out,
Baba.
"Can we bring Vanilla and Little Bi with us?" the babies asked. I considered it for a moment and nodded.
With me there,
Nothing would go wrong with Vanilla and Little B. Seeing their father agree, the babies cheered in joy. Vanilla darted over with a whoosh, and Little Bay fluttered down to land on Second Treasure's head.
Oh, an adult.
3 toddlers.
Plus a cat and a parrot. This magical combination was extremely eye-catching on the street, especially with my peerless looks, and the babies being as cute as angels. When we arrived at the park plaza,
I found a bench,
sat down, and said, "You can only play nearby. Do not run off too far."
Okay.
We know.
The little ones raised their hands and answered in unison. Ahead of us was a sandpit about the size of a basketball court, filled with fine yellow sand. There were also props like little shovels and buckets. The babies had been eyeing it for a long time. Now that I had given them the green light, they immediately charged toward the sandpit. Vanilla jumped into the pit after them. Only Little Bay kept circling in the sky, waiting until Second Treasure entered the sand, before landing back on her head. The triplet angels, joined by a cat and a parrot, instantly became the center of attention in the sandpit. Many children around them looked over, watching with envy as the babies played with their cat and parrot. "Mommy, look. A kitty?" A little girl with pigtails pulled on her mother, pointing at the babies.
Yes.
"It is a kitty. Does Xiao Yu want to go play with the kitty?" The young mother smiled at her daughter.
The little girl called Xiao Yu nodded.
"Xiao wants to play with them and pet the kitty too." Her mother smiled gently and whispered, "Then Xiao Yu has to go say hello herself." Oh. Xiao was a bit shy, but she mustered her courage and stepped forward to where the babies were. "Hi, everyone. My name is Bai Nian Yu. Can I play with you?" The three little ones replied immediately.
Sure.
Children always have a common language. In no time, they had exchanged names. First Treasure even introduced Vanilla and Little Bei to the little girl. Bai Nian Yu. "Can I hold the kitty?" Nian Yu's excitement was written all over her little face. "Okay." First Treasure generously picked up Vanilla and handed her to Nian Yu. "Here. Hold her carefully. Vanilla is very well behaved." Nian Yu carefully took Vanilla into her arms. Her mother, nearby, was a bit nervous, but she sighed in relief when she saw how docile Vanilla was, letting Nianyu hold her without a fuss. Let us play together. The little ones crouched in the sandpit, playing in various ways. They were playing games that seemed incredibly childish to adults, but the children were having the time of their lives.
At that moment,
Nenyu's mother walked up. Hi babies.
I am Bai Nianyu's mommy.
The three babies said in unison.
Hello, Auntie.
Their coordinated response melted her heart.
Hello.
Little ones. Mother Bai looked at the triplets, her eyes full of affection.
Are you here with your mommy?
It is Baba. Second treasure pointed in my direction and shouted Baba. I looked up from where I was sitting and glanced over with curiosity, seeing second treasure calling me happily. I returned a smile. Mother Bai looked at me and lightly covered her mouth.
What a handsome father.
In this plaza, where it was mostly mothers or grandparents bringing their children to play, a father like me was simply too conspicuous. Not only was I young, but I was also incredibly handsome. Taking care of 3 kids and 2 pets alone, and still having so much energy was impressive. While the children played in the sand, Mother Bai's gaze kept lingering on me.
I noticed her looking,
but I only gave a polite nod in response without saying anything. After a while, I stood up and walked to the edge of the sandpit.
As I approached,
Mother Bai's heart began to race. She quickly lowered her head and took a deep breath. She was a married woman. After all, a wife and a mother. With a child this old already, she could not be having any strange thoughts. Besides, her marriage was quite happy, even though her husband did not have much time for her. Whenever he was free, he would always make it up to her and their daughter. Thinking of the sweet memories her husband gave her, Mother Bai could not help but smile when she looked up at me again, while she still felt a sense of appreciation, which was only human nature. When seeing something beautiful, those fleeting romantic thoughts had vanished. I approached and introduced myself naturally.
Hello.
I am the father of these 3 little ones.
My name is Xiaofei.
Hello.
Mr. Xiao.
I am Nianyu's mother.
He Tong. After the introductions, He Tong looked at the triplets and marveled.
Mr. Xiao,
your babies are so adorable. Thank you. Little Nianyu is very cute too. I knelt down as I spoke, looking at Nianyu with a smile. How old are you? Little Own. 2.5. Nianyu proudly announced her age. The little girl looked rosy and precious, with glowing cheeks and very neat pigtails. However, because she had been playing in the sand for a while, she was now covered in fine dust from head to toe. I gently wiped the sand off Nianyu's face.
Uncle.
You are so good looking.
Nanyu was just a child. She said exactly what was on her mind. Soon as she said it, He Tong could not help but giggle behind her hand. The 2 adults chatted about children by the pit, while the 4 little ones played together in a heap. Vanilla was being tumbled around by the babies until she was covered in sand. Since she was a rag doll with very thick fur, it did not take long for her to get completely messy. Cats are very clean animals. Once, she felt the sand on her coat. Vanilla could not stand it anymore. She ran to the edge of the pit,
stood by my feet,
and shook herself vigorously. Vanilla, come back. Third treasure waved at Vanilla from the sand. However, Vanilla remained unmoved. Daddy.
Why won't Vanilla come back?
Because Vanilla is dirty now, I said with a smile. Kitties love being clean. And look at you little ones. You are all covered in sand too. You are going to need a big bath when we get home. The babies looked down at their clothes, realizing they were indeed full of sand. Then they looked at each other, seeing everyone's messy little faces. Before we knew it, the sun began to set. My phone suddenly rang. Hubby. Where are you? The moment I answered, I heard Tang Yuxin's sweet voice. I am at the nearby plaza playing with the babies.
We will be back soon.
No need.
I will come to you.
Tang Yuxin hung up quickly. While later, a graceful figure appeared at the plaza, moving with the breeze. She captured the attention of everyone around her. From a distance, Yuxin saw me and the triplets. But why is there another woman next to my husband? Tang Yuxin raised an eyebrow and walked over. Unconsciously, the gentle smile on her face began to fade. Hubby. Walking up to my side, Tang Yuxin called out softly, "You are here." I smiled and put an arm around her waist, calling out to the 3 little ones in the sandpit. Babies, look who is here. The little ones looked up, and seeing it was Tang Yuxin, they immediately came running.
Mama.
Mama is here. Even though the kids were covered in sand, Tang Yuxin did not mind at all. She knelt down and pulled them into a hug. How did you get so dirty? The kids laughed sheepishly, but they quickly remembered Bai Nianyu. Turning back, they saw Nianyu standing nearby, watching them timidly. "CRU. Come here. This is our mommy." First treasure waved Nianyu over. Nianyu took small steps toward us.
Hello.
Auntie.
Hello.
Tang Yuxin took an instant liking to the little girl.
What is your name?
Little Own.
My name is Bai Nianyu, and I am 2.5. When the little girl spoke, she showed her tiny, developing teeth. On the other side, He-tong looked at Tang Yuxin in awe.
Hello.
I am Nianyu's mother. He-tong, to be honest. She felt like she was falling for Tang Yuxin, contrary to the common belief that women get jealous when they see a more beautiful woman. Sometimes, when they see someone who is stunning beyond a certain threshold, they actually develop a strange sense of admiration. Combined with below was a magnetic attraction between women.
Hello.
Tang Yuxin gave He-tong a friendly smile. She did not have any ulterior thoughts. She trusted my character unconditionally. Her previous reaction was just a subconscious instinct.
Mommy?
Can we invite Xiaoyu to our house to play? At that moment, First Treasure suddenly asked. Yuxin and I were a bit surprised. This was the first time the kids had invited another child over to the house. Come to think of it, after all this time, the babies did not really have any friends their own age. Having met Nianyu today, the babies did not want to part with her at all. Of course, Tang Yuxin naturally would not refuse such a small request. Upon hearing her words, Nianyu also showed a look of anticipation and looked toward her mother. He-tong shook her head and said,
Xiaoyu.
You can't go troubling other people.
Understand. Oh. Nanyu lowered her head in disappointment, her eyes still darting back to the triplets. She was clearly reluctant to leave.
Finally.
He-tong smiled at us and said,
I am sorry.
The child's father is coming home from work soon. So, it is fine. Tang Yuxin said, since she had arrived. I handed the social interaction over to her. It was always easier for women to communicate with each other. There will be other chances. We live nearby. When you are free, you can bring Xiaoyu over to play.
You live nearby too.
What a coincidence.
So do we? He-tong pointed toward a nearby residential area. Over the next few days, I took the babies to the plaza from time to time. Whether by coincidence or not, we kept running into little Nianyu and her mother. We even met He-tong and her husband together, through our chats. I learned that Bai Zheyan was a technical backbone at a network technology company. No wonder he could afford to settle down in this neighborhood. But unlike me, Bai Zheyan could not figure out my background. He could only judge from my clothes and mannerisms that I was definitely not an ordinary person. When it was time to leave, the children on both sides almost cried, especially First Treasure. I do not know what was up with him, but he desperately wanted to keep playing with Nianyu. Yuxin and I felt quite helpless. Could it be that this boy, at only 2 years old, had already learned how to go stealing cabbages from other families?
Pa.
My baby is not a pig trying to eat someone else's garden. Helplessly, I extended an invitation.
Why do not you come over to our place tonight?
The kids really do not want to part ways.
Soon as I said that.
The babies on both sides cheered. Second and Third Treasure even clung to Bai Zheyan and He-tong.
Uncle.
Auntie, come to our house and play. After considering for a moment,
Bai Zheyan agreed.
Brother Xiao,
then we will be intruding.
We thought it was just a simple visit to a neighbor's house. When they followed our family back to Xingyue Bay, Bai Zheyan and He-tong were instantly stunned. They had always thought that, although my family lived nearby, would just be an ordinary commercial housing complex, similar to their own. They never expected it to be Xingyue Bay. Even without living there, the Bai family knew exactly what kind of people resided in Xingyue Bay. He-tong gave Bai Zheyan a subtle, meaningful look. Bai Zheyan kept a calm face,
Whispering to He-tong.
Do not worry. However, the shock in his heart was no less than his wife's. And the moment they stepped into our villa, Bai Zheyan and He-tong finally understood why the houses here were sold at such astronomical prices.
Wow.
Your house is so huge. It is Vanilla and Little B. Soon as she entered the house, Bai Nianyu spotted Vanilla and Little B and immediately let out a cheer. Running toward them, make yourselves at home. Please do not be formal. Tang Yuxin displayed the grace of a hostess, inviting Bai Zheyan and He-tong to sit, then proceeded to brew a cup of tea for them. Xiaoyu. Come see our room. The children did not feel the restraint of adults at all. The three little ones immediately dragged Nianyu toward their own bedroom. I took the opportunity to say,
We will give you a tour of the place.
Sure. I have never toured a luxury mansion before. Bai Zheyan was an open-minded person. After the initial shock, he relaxed. Because of him, He-tong also quickly returned to her usual self. After all, their own family was doing quite well too. Under my guidance, the family toured the villa from top to bottom. This is a gift from Daddy, a reward for us sleeping in our own room. The babies darted into their bedroom and shut the door behind them, finally turning on the starry sky projector.
Wow.
So pretty. It looks so real. Seeing the room instantly transform into a sea of stars, little Nianyu let out another gasp of wonder. However, she did not pester her own father for on. Seeing this, I nodded inwardly. Xiao Yu is indeed a very well-bred child. After leaving the baby's bedroom, I continued leading the family to see the rest of the villa. Finally, Bai Zheyan smacked his lips,
lamenting. As expected.
A house like this is something we can only dream about.
You guys go ahead and play.
I am going to cook. Seeing me actually head toward the kitchen, Tang immediately pulled Tang Yuxin aside and asked, "Does Brother Xiao still do the cooking in your house?"
Yes.
Tang Yuxin pursed her lips and nodded. He is always the own cooking. He is also in charge of taking care of the babies. The Bai couple shared a silent look. Tang then shot Bai Jian a direct glare.
Look at Brother Xiao.
And then there is you. Doing absolutely nothing at home all day.
Well.
Bai Zheyan was left speechless, but he knew his wife was just teasing. Their relationship was actually very strong. A short while later, the aroma wafting from the kitchen made the 3 members of the Bai family salivate. It smells so good.
It looks like there is going to be lots of yummy food tonight.
Nian Yu, being a child, had no reservations, and simply said whatever was on her mind. Hearing someone praise their father, the 3 babies got even more excited. As if showing off a treasure, and dragged Nian Yu toward the kitchen.
You can come in and see.
My daddy looks so cool when he is cooking. It is even more fun than watching cartoons. Second treasure loves watching it. In the baby's own words, daddy is super handsome when he cooks. In the kitchen, I was tied into an apron, busy in front of the stove. 3 little heads peeked through the kitchen door. Nanyu was a bit shy at first, but eventually succumbed to curiosity and poked her head out as well. When she saw the scene, Nanyu's little mouth fell wide open. It was on thing that my culinary skills could crush top chefs, but the sheer spectacle of my cooking, assembling an artistic performance, was another matter entirely. The ingredients seemed as if they had grown legs. After being sliced, they actually flew through the air and into the pot. Daddy. Daddy. Nanyu ran back to her father's side, tugging his hand and crying. Uncle is so amazing. The vegetables can fly. Vegetables can fly. What is this girl talking about? Bai Zheyan and Tang were completely baffled, especially after seeing Tang Yuxin's mysterious smile. They became even more curious. When the couple went to the kitchen door to look, their reaction was no better than their daughter's.
Yuxin.
How did you and Brother Xiao meet? After returning to the living room, Tang suddenly developed an interest in our history. Tang Yuxin felt a bit bashful.
Actually,
the story of how we met is quite magical. The moment Tang Yuxin said that, Bai Zheyan and Tang leaned in to listen intently. The story went like this. Tang Yuxin gave a brief overview of our meeting, though she did not reveal too much. Even so, Bai Zheyan and Tang gasped in continuous amazement. The story of you two could be turned directly into a TV drama. Tang joked with a smile. I used to think things like this only happened on screen. I never thought it would actually happen in reality. Bai Zheyan also chimed in with a laugh. Reality is sometimes more surreal than fiction. Novels and movies at least have to follow logic, but reality often does not care about logic at all. Dinner's ready. At that moment, I walked out carrying the final dish. The babies immediately formed a line, waddling toward the bathroom.
What are they doing?
Xiao Yu looked at the 3 babies her age in confusion.
Washing hands.
Xiao Yu, come quickly, first treasure. Leading the line, waved Xiao Yu over. The little girl immediately waddled after them. After washing their hands, everyone sat down at the dining table. Brother Xiao, your cooking is simply incredible. After taking just one bite, Bai Zheyan was full of praise. Little Xiao Yu was eating so happily she could not even spare time to talk. Hai had specially prepared her meal separately, just like the babies. But even the kids' meals were prepared with artistic flair. Seeing her daughter eating so joyfully, Tang let out a sigh. This girl, she barely eats when I cook at home. Uncle's food is yummy. Nian Yu finally managed to squeeze a sentence in between bites. In that case, how about Xiao Yu comes to Uncle's house to eat every day?
Would you like that?
The moment I said that, the 3 babies looked at Nian Yu. However, the little girl frowned and struggled with the thought for a while, before shaking her head reluctantly.
No.
Uncle, that would trouble you too much.
It is no trouble at all. I continued to tease her. But, Xiao Yu stammered for a long time, finally saying in a soft voice, Mommy and Daddy would be sad.
What a sensible child.
This was the first time Tang Yuxin had seen a child whose maturity could rival her own baby's. Her impression of Xiao Yu improved even further. Hearing her say that warms my heart, Tang looked gratified. It seemed her love for her daughter had not been in vain. I noticed Nian Yu still seemed a bit wistful, so I smiled and said, in that case, later, I will write down the recipes and tips for several of these children's dishes for you.
Really?
Thank you so much. Brother Xiao, though embarrassed, since it would improve their daughter's diet. Bai Zheyan and Tang could only accept the favor with a bit of thick-skinned gratitude, combined with above for flow. After dinner, Bai Jian and He Tong did not overstay. They sat for a short while before taking their daughter home. Before leaving, they invited our family to visit them soon. After Xiao Yu left, I looked at First Treasure, who was still looking at the door longingly.
I narrowed my eyes.
First Treasure, come here.
Huh.
The little guy waddled over to me, then he called out, Baba, do you like Xiao Yu? Do you want to play with Xiao Yu every day? First Treasure nodded without hesitation.
Yes.
Yes.
Baba.
Can Xiao Yu come live at our house too? First Treasure asked, but then quickly shook his head again.
No.
Xiao Yu's mommy and daddy would be sad. Tang Yuxin looked at me, then back at First Treasure, seemingly realizing something.
Baba.
Ba.
I like Xiao Yu too.
Me too.
Two.
Second and Third Treasure chimed in, not wanting to be left out.
All right.
You all like her.
I gave Tang Yuxin a mysterious smile. Baby, do you know, there is a way for you to play with Xiao Yu every day, without making her parents sad. Tang Yuxin suddenly spoke up with a mischievous grin. First Treasure's eyes lit up instantly.
What way?
The way is for you and Xiao Yu to have the same relationship as mommy and daddy. After saying that, Tang Yuxin could not stop laughing. She did not realize that her casual remark had planted a tiny seed in First Treasure's heart. That night, after the children were asleep, Tang Yuxin and I sat in our bedroom.
Hubby.
Do you think First Treasure really? You are overthinking it. I patted her head. How old is he? What could a 2-year-old possibly understand? True. Tang Yuxin did not really think 2-year-old could understand what liking someone meant. But then she thought, if First Treasure and that little Xiao Yu remained this close, maybe something good really could happen in the future.
Thinking of this,
she giggled secretly.
As expected of my son.
Bringing a girl home at such a young age. If Xiao Yu's parents heard you say that,
We would be in trouble.
What?
My son is outstanding.
How are you saying he is not good enough for Xiao Yu?
Of course he is.
more than good enough. I do not think there is a baby in this world more excellent than First Treasure. After having Xiao Yu as a friend, the children clearly preferred going outside more. Previously, they would play at home after our daily baby class, combined with below. But now, the moment I announced class was over, the 3 little ones would look at me expectantly, hoping I would take them to the plaza, so they might run into Xiao Yu. However, obviously could not take them out every single day.
I still needed to spend time on my own self-study.
But I could not bear to see the babies' disappointed faces, so I found another solution. After running into the Bei family at the plaza again, I explained the babies' wishes. Since Xiao Yu also really liked the Xiao triplets, Bai Jian and He Tong agreed to let her come over to my house often. Over time, Bai Jian and He Tong learned another thing, that I was actually still a graduate student, staying home to self-study only because I had to care for the kids. Xiao Yu's visits became more frequent, combined with below. He Tong eventually stopped coming with her every time, just letting the girl come over by herself. After all, she was a married woman, even for the sake of the kids. Visiting another man's house too often was not ideal, combined with below. Anyway, the 2 complexes were practically touching, so she did not even need to cross a road. Eventually, Xiao Yu even joined the baby's early education classes. Few weeks later, Xiao Yu had made such rapid progress that she had already left her peers far behind. Xiao Yu looked up and said to me, Daddy and Mommy said they want to invite Uncle and Auntie and Shenghe,
Shui,
and Qingmeng to our house as guests to thank Uncle for giving me lessons. I smiled and replied,
All right, so
we picked a time over the weekend to visit the Bei family. Upon hearing the knock at the door,
Xiao Yu,
who had been waiting impatiently, jumped off the sofa. She ran toward the door with a click-clack of her feet, standing on her tiptoes. She finally managed to reach the handle. The moment the door opened and she saw our family, Xiao Yu immediately offered a sweet, beaming smile.
Hello, Uncle.
Auntie,
Xinghe, Shui, and Qingmeng.
Hello.
Xiao Yu.
Tang Yuxin and I waved back, then led the babies inside. Xiao Yu's home naturally could not compare to ours. Not to mention our current villa was not even as large as our previous flat. However, being able to buy a 100-square-meter apartment in a district right next to Xingyue Bay in Shanghai showed that Bai Jian's financial standing was actually quite good. Entering the home, the 3 little ones offered sweet smiles, bowing to He Tong and Bai Jian as they came to greet us.
Hello, Uncle and Auntie.
Sorry for the intrusion.
not at all.
Not at all.
You three children are simply so well bred.
Tang was beyond satisfied with the babies, practically looking at them as if they were her own. Who could blame her when the babies were so cute and sensible? Children like this are popular wherever they go, from 9 to 99 years old. There was not anyone who would not like these three babies. Combined with below for flow, Bai Jian saw that I was carrying a gift and immediately feigned displeasure. Brother Xiao. Honestly, we invited you over to thank you.
Why did you bring a gift?
It is only right to bring something. I smiled and handed the gift over. Bai Jian could not refuse and chose to accept it. Thank you. Brother Xiao and sister-in-law, come in. Please. The house is a bit small, so please bear with us. It is not small at all. A home like this is very cozy. When Xiao Fei and I first started out, we were squeezed into a rented room of only 10 square meters.
Is that true?
You are kidding.
Right.
Bai Jian and Tang asked in shock, clearly finding it hard to believe. It is a fact. I added an explanation.
At that time,
the babies were only a month or two old, and we truly did live in a very tiny rented room. Then Brother Xiao's capabilities are truly immense. Bai Jian marveled. The babies were only 2 years old now, yet I had already moved Tang Yuxin and the kids from a 10 square meter room to a grand villa in Xingyue Bay. We sat down in the living room. The adults chatted while Nanyu led the three little ones into her bedroom. It seems every child loves to show off and introduce their bedroom to their little friends, though their home was small. It was decorated very warmly and kept exceptionally clean. It was clear that the hostess put a lot of heart into tidying this home. Make yourselves comfortable.
I am going to start cooking.
But my skills are nothing compared to Brother Xiao's, so please do not be too critical.
Of course not.
Tang Yuxin and I shook our heads quickly. Daddy. Daddy. At that moment, the babies suddenly ran out along with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu just showed me her little red flower. The teacher gave it to her as a reward. First Treasure pouted after finishing his sentence. Daddy. Can we have little red flowers too?
Of course.
I finally realized what was happening. But you need to go to school, behave, well, and be good children. Only then will the teacher give them to you. The little one's cute brows furrowed, looking a bit disappointed. Then Third Treasure suddenly asked, Daddy, why do not we go to school?
Us undisturbed.
Why do not you go ask your mommy?
I glanced at Tang Yuxin with a playful,
knowing smile.
Tang Yuxin immediately turned bashful under my gaze. Why did not the babies go to early education classes? Was not it because I was too handsome? All those young moms kept staring at me, but that was a reason Tang Yuxin would not admit even if it killed her. So,
she had to try another way.
Babies, Daddy can teach you the same things the teachers do. Do you want a teacher to teach you, or do you want Daddy to teach you? Daddy. The babies answered without a second of hesitation.
COU.
Standing nearby. Also added quickly, I like it when Uncle teaches us too. Brother Xiao really is talented at teaching children. Bai Jian followed up. Since Xiao Yu started joining the lessons, her progress has been so great her mother and I can hardly believe it. Despite Tang Yuxin's explanation, the babies still felt a bit of regret about not being able to get little red flowers. Seeing the babies in this state, I looked at Tang Yuxin with a smile.
Honey.
Should we send the babies to early education classes?
Sure.
Tang Yuxin nodded with a smile.
What is going on with my wife?
Why the sudden change of heart? Were not you against it before? Are you serious?
I have come around.
Tang Yuxin laughed with relief.
I still have that much confidence in myself.
Besides, I trust you. Bai Jian listened to the couple speaking in riddles. Though he did not understand the inside story, he did not pry. So, I smiled and said to the children, babies, since you want to go to class, Daddy will take you there, but you have to be on your best behavior. Okay. Hearing that Mommy and Daddy were going to send them to class, the three little ones immediately cheered. Ba and Mama are the best.
I thought about it.
Since we were sending them to school, why not send them to the same own as Xiao Yu?
Would save us the trouble of picking a school.
Brother Bai, where does Xiao Yu go for her classes? It is in Shanghai. Bai Jian named the location of the early education center. Hearing this, I could not help but laugh. Was not that the same place I had taken the kids to see before? That was exactly where. Tang Yuxin noticed all those young moms staring at me and became unhappy about it. Who would have thought that after a full circle, we would end up back there? Before long, lunch was ready. Hitong's skills were indeed not quite on my level, but her home-cooked dishes were still very good. However, Yuxin and the babies were used to my cooking. Suddenly eating food with such a different flavor profile, they lacked a bit of appetite. Even so, both Yuxin and the babies politely finished their meals.
I am so sorry.
Me skills are not up to par. It is definitely not as good as Brother Xiao's.
Not at all.
It was delicious,
I said quickly. The babies were also very supportive. First Treasure said in a milky voice.
Auntie's cooking is yummy.
The baby's praise made Hitong grin from ear to ear. After lunch, Bai Jian suddenly received a call. After hanging up, he said with a wry smile, Brother Xiao?
I am so sorry.
There is an urgent matter at the company, and with that, he headed out. It is fine. Go ahead with your work.
We should be taking our leave soon anyway.
Tang Yuxin and I did not plan on staying much longer either.
Sister,
Why do not we go shopping this afternoon? Tang Yuxin took Hitong's arm and extended an invitation. Hitong hesitated, looking toward Xiao Yu. It is fine. Just let Xiao Fei look after Xiao Yu. Tang Yuxin winked mischievously, but curiously. She was winking at First Treasure. First Treasure had no idea what his mommy meant, but seeing her wink at him, he followed suit and winked back at her. This adorable reaction almost made Tang Yuxin burst out laughing. Hitong considered it for a moment and finally agreed. So, the two women headed out together. At first, Hitong was a bit worried. What if Tang Yuxin went to high-end places that she could not afford? But she soon discovered that Yuxin actually took her to all sorts of budget-friendly shops. This was simply Yuxin's own shopping habit, but Hitong mistakenly thought she was being considerate of her. In an instant, her fondness for Yuxin skyrocketed, and she grew even more fond of the family. Soon, the two women were carrying several bags. Although most were Yuxin's purchases, Hitong had bought quite a bit too. Gradually, Hitong even forgot about Yuxin's wealthy status. While heading to the parking lot, Tang Yuxin suddenly felt someone bump into her. Then she saw a man wearing a baseball cap brush past her. Tang Yuxin could not help muttering,
What the?
Bumping into someone and not even apologizing. Hitong stared at the man's retreating back, when she suddenly noticed a woman walking briskly toward that same man, arriving behind the man in the cap. The woman suddenly grabbed his arm with a swift, clean grappling move. She slammed the man to the ground.
What happened?
Hitong did not react for a second, but Tang Yuxin, upon seeing the woman, stepped forward quickly. Ning Yi.
What is wrong?
Hearing Tang Yuxin call out the name, the following Hitong realized they knew each other. A crowd began to gather around them. The man on the ground was struggling violently, shouting at the top of his lungs.
What are you doing?
Let me go.
I am calling the police.
Calling the police.
Good. Ning Yi sneered. She looked up at Tang Yuxin and said, Madam, this man just stole your wallet. Madam, The way Ningyi addressed Tang Yuxin made a realization dawn on He Tong. Could this be the legendary hidden bodyguard of the rich? The eyes of nearby young girls were glowing.
It was own thing to be so beautiful.
But to have a personal bodyguard protecting her at all times, this was the kind of life they could only dream of.
Let me go.
I did not steal anything. The thief on the ground struggled even harder, but with a slight movement from Ningyi, he immediately started howling in pain.
Enough talk.
Yi said flatly. She reached into the man's pocket and indeed pulled out an exquisite lady's wallet. In truth, Yuxin's wallet did not have much cash, mostly just bank cards, which was common now with the rise of mobile payments. However, being able to get the wallet back still made Tang Yuxin very happy. Staring at the thief on the ground, she thought for a moment and said, "Call the police." Ningyi. This little interlude did not dampen the spirits of Yuxin and He Tong. Instead, it gave them plenty to talk about for the rest of their outing. Evening, the two women returned home. He Tong first went to the Xiao residence to pick up Xiao Yu, then returned to her own house.
Hubby,
I have something to tell you.
Once He Tong had left, Tang Yuxin could not wait to tell me what happened in the afternoon. Hearing that Yuxin had run into a thief, immediately grew tense.
Are you hurt?
Oh.
How could I be? Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Though she thought I was being overly anxious, was precisely this attitude, where I placed extreme importance on even her smallest issues,
that made Tang Yuxin love me to the core.
Tang Yuxin stepped forward and hugged me with a giggle, then stood on her tiptoes to plant a loud kiss on my cheek. In the corner, 3 little heads were peeking around the wall. Daddy and Mommy are kissing again. And they did not kiss the babies. The babies' whispered complaints were heard by Yuxin and me.
What are you 3 little ones whispering about?
Startled, the babies quickly turned around, preparing to flee. However, Tang Yuxin and I were one step ahead and reached out. I scooped up first treasure and second treasure by their collars, while Tang Yuxin caught hold of third treasure, looking up at first and second treasure, who were being held by Papa like little baby chicks.
Third treasure,
standing on the ground, asked worriedly,
"Mama,
you won't lift me up like that too,
will you?"
Tang Yuxin found it quite amusing.
No.
Mama is not strong enough for that.
Third treasure finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Mama is weak. Otherwise I would have been hoisted up too. Although I tried my best to keep a straight face, was eventually defeated by the baby's antics and laughed. Tell me,
what were you all whispering about just now?
Second treasure rolled her eyes.
Just about to speak.
Second treasure.
Papa said no, lying. She immediately covered her little mouth to show she would not make a sound. With such a quirky and clever personality, who would believe this was only a 2-year-old child?
Amused,
I set second treasure back on the ground. The moment the little girl landed, instead of running away, she clung back onto me with a sugary sweet smile, hugging my leg tightly. Ignoring her, I looked at first treasure, who was still in my hand. First treasure looked at me piteously. His little eyes could not have looked more aggrieved. First treasure, out with it.
What were you 3 whispering about just now?
First treasure did not answer directly. Instead, he asked,
"Papa,
can we go somewhere without Mama to talk?"
Oh.
You little rascals, actually trying to keep secrets from me now. Tang Yuxin did not expect first treasure to say such a thing. However, the more the babies did not want her to know, the more she refused to let them have their way.
No way.
You must make it clear. First treasure, if Mama does not find out today,
what you were whispering about,
I won't let you off the hook.
Wah.
Then Mama.
You can't be angry. Okay. First treasure felt a bit uneasy. Tang Yuxin nodded, giving her promise. Don't not worry. Mama won't be angry. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head and muttered in a tiny voice, "Unless I can't help it." The 3 little ones took a step back, creating a bit of distance from Tang Yuxin. Mama gave Papa a loud smooch on the face. The moment the words fell, the 3 of them turned and ran. Tang Yuxin did not chase them. She was completely stunned
by what her 3 children had just said.
After a long silence, hearing my helpless laughter nearby, Tang Yuxin finally snapped out of it.
Honey,
our babies are actually jealous.
What kind of jealousy is this?
Seriously, Tang Yuxin did not know whether to laugh or cry. She never thought the kids would care so much about such things. 2 days later, it was finally time for little Nian Yu to go to her early education class. Having already discussed it, I drove the babies and set off together. Once the babies heard they were going to school, they were beyond excited. It was hard to tell if they were looking forward to the class or to playing with little Bai Nian Yu. The last time I brought them here, they were still quite small. The events from that time were not really remembered by the babies anymore.
Thus,
Everything they saw looked particularly novel.
Soon as my car reached the destination.
The three little ones could not wait to get out. The three babies kept calling Papa in the car.
All right?
All right. Papa will unbuckle you, but no running around. Understand?
We know.
The children answered in unison, acting as if they were desperate to start school immediately. Since I had unbuckled them after giving instructions, despite their frantic excitement, none of them actually ran off alone.
Hello!
Are you, Mr. Xiao?
The father, the reception teacher, stepped forward.
Looking at me?
She was inexplicably surprised. She remembered me. I had been here before. And because I was so handsome, basically all the teachers in the institution had remembered me. Combined with line above, some of the younger female teachers were disappointed for quite a while after hearing I was not coming. They did not expect that I would actually show up after all. There are 2 lessons every day, but the babies are not required to come every day. The reason we only schedule 2 lessons. Because the babies here are still very young, not even old enough for kindergarten. It is hard for them to focus for long periods.
We hope you can understand this.
The female teacher in charge of the intro said with a smile. The gaze she occasionally directed at me carried a hint of deeply hidden anticipation, though she knew the man was already married and was a father of triplets, and she had zero chance herself. Just having such a handsome man appear around her from time to time made her mood much better. Did not it? Just like how men feel pleasant when they see a beautiful woman. We employ the finest chefs here to handle the baby's meals. Everything is specially prepared for this age group. You too can rest completely assured. Soon as the teacher got to this part, the babies by our side immediately became unhappy. Second treasure even grabbed my pant leg and said, Papa,
I do not want to eat the food here.
Papa will cook for you.
Do not worry. Upon hearing me say this, the 3 little ones immediately cheered up. The teacher nearby looked at me in surprise. This family clearly revolved around me during the whole exchange. Tang Yuxin,
The wife?
had not said a single word. She had not expected that in this situation would actually be the man who cooked at home. For a moment, the teacher envied Tang Yuxin even more.
What a great man.
He is so handsome that Owen would not even think to ask anything else of him, and yet he even handles the family meals. Could it be that the wife in this family
is the primary breadwinner?
The female teacher's mind began to wander. She subconsciously glanced at me again.
Honey, what do you think?
Turned my head to look at Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin gave me a smile. You decide?
Hubby. All right.
I looked back at the babies. Do you all like it here?
We like it.
Before I could even finish my question, the children answered impatiently.
Honestly?
They had only just followed me around for a look. They did not even know what the classes were really like yet, and they were already saying they liked it.
I shook my head helplessly.
Let us try on class first and see. Regarding this request, the teacher naturally would not refuse. Then the teacher led the children to a classroom. However, the babies took own look inside and suddenly became unhappy again. Papa.
Not here.
First treasure shook his head.
Xiao Yu is not here.
I see.
Is it because Xiao Yu is not here? I pinched First Treasure's cheek. I stood up and asked the teacher. Excuse me, where is little Bei Nian Yu? Hearing that name, the teacher looked surprised. She is in another class, but the babies in that class have been attending for a while.
Sir.
Your children have only just arrived. I smiled.
Are you worried my babies won't keep up with the progress?
Yes.
The teacher nodded. That class is not just about pure play anymore. We have started some cultural education lessons for them.
No problem.
I laughed confidently. These 3 little ones can definitely keep up. I have been teaching them at home myself. The teacher was a bit skeptical, but she still led the 3 little ones to the other classroom.
Walking in,
the 3 little guys spotted Nian Yu at a single glance. However, at this moment, Nian Yu was looking intently at the teacher on the podium. Sorry to interrupt for a moment. Babies, we have 3 new partners today. Come on, babies. Come up and introduce yourselves. Below. Nya. Niu saw the 3 little ones, and her eyes instantly lit up.
Xinghe.
Shui. Qingming.
Oh.
So you already know each other. The teacher, who was just teaching the kids to count ducks, laughed. That is great. Now you can all play together. The little ones stood at the front. First treasure was not shy at all. Second treasure looked left and right, while third treasure looked a bit bashful.
Hello everyone.
My name is Xiao Xinghe. My name is Xiao Qingming.
You can call me Qingming.
First treasure's introduction was poised and natural. Second treasure was being quirky as usual.
Third treasure was still so shy.
Despite being triplets, their behaviors were now completely different. Suddenly thought to myself, when the children get even older, perhaps the differences will be even greater. I just wonder if at that time, the bond between the 3 will still be as good as it is now. 3 very lovely children.
Are you triplets?
First Treasure blinked his big eyes, melting the teacher's heart instantly. The teacher composed herself and pointed toward the back of the classroom, where 3 empty seats had already been arranged. The children did not make a fuss about sitting with Nianyu, obediently going to their seats. Throughout the entire class, the baby's performance exceeded the teacher's expectations. No matter what kind of question she asked, the 3 children could answer immediately, even regarding some knowledge that children of this age should not know yet. The babies answered with total ease. After class, it was time for the babies' free play. First, second, and third Treasure immediately wanted to find Nianyu, but as soon as they stood up, a large group of children crowded around them. Because the baby's performance was so brilliant, they instantly became the little stars of the class. Although they really wanted to find Nianyu, my long-term education had taught them not to reject the other children coming to say hello. Instead, they patiently responded to each own. They did not leave anyone out. This scene was witnessed by the teachers and other parents. The teachers were fine, but the parents were dying of envy. Sensible, obedient, and cute babies like these. They wanted them too. Mr. Xiao. Miris.
Xiao.
May I ask you a question? The female teacher from the class suddenly walked over to Tang Yuxin and me. Go ahead. Tang Yuxin replied with a smile. The teacher paused, looking at the perfect couple before her. I noticed just now that the babies seem to have learned a lot already. Have they attended other early education classes before?
Actually?
No.
Tang Yuxin shook her head and then glanced at me with pride in her eyes. She said, "It is just that my husband has been personally teaching the children at home." Hearing Tang Yuxin's words, the teacher and the other parents who had crowded around were stunned.
So that is it.
Mr. Xiao, you are amazing. May I ask what the babies have learned so far?
That way,
I can teach them more effectively in the future. It was clear she was a very responsible teacher. Otherwise, she would not have asked such a question. I replied,
As of now?
The babies have mastered all the pinyin, and addition and subtraction within 100 are no problem. Now they were truly shocked. This was something many children who had reached 6 years old and started first grade still could not quite figure out. Some parents even looked at their own babies with an expression of "Why can't you be more like them?" Truly, comparisons are odious.
Xiao.
We are here.
Xinghe.
Shui. Qingming.
You are here.
In little Nianyu's twinkling eyes was a happiness that came straight from the heart. Only then did Nianyu spot Tang Yuxin and me at the back door. She ran up to greet us.
Hello.
Uncle and auntie.
Hello.
Sao you.
Where are your parents? Daddy is at work. And mommy is coming to get me later. Xiao Yu tilted her head as she answered. At this point, the class had already ended. It was time for the babies to head home. However, Nianyu's parents had not arrived yet, which was strange. Tong did not have a job, so logically, she should not have missed the pickup time.
I looked at Nianyu, thought for a moment,
and said, "Teacher,
do you have Xiao Yu's mother's phone number? I know her parents personally.
If we can reach them and her mother agrees, we can help pick Xiao Yu up first." The teacher hesitated for a moment. After all, in principle, the school does not allow anyone other than parents to pick up the babies. But if Xiao Yu's mother agreed, then it would be fine. So, the teacher made the call. But no one answered. The teacher tried calling Tong several more times, but there was still no response.
I frowned.
Something happened, I said. Then asked, "Teacher, do you have Bai Nianyu's father's number?" However, she shook her head. "We only have the mother's contact information on file."
We do not have her father's number.
Seeing the group of adults discussing things concerning her, Nianyu sensibly looked up and said to me,
"Uncle, you guys should go first."
"Do not worry about me. I will just wait for mommy here." Tang Yuxin knelt down in front of Nianyu, stroking her head with a smile.
It is okay.
Uncle and auntie really like Xiao Yu. It is no trouble at all. Right at that moment, the teacher's phone suddenly rang. "Hello.
Is this teacher Yang?"
As soon as the call connected, a frantic male voice came through.
I am Bai Nianyu's father.
Something happened to her mother on the way to get her. She is in the hospital right now. Could I trouble you to watch the child for a moment? Why? We'll be there to pick her up shortly. Standing nearby, I was close enough to vaguely hear Bai Jian's voice. I suddenly spoke up. "Could you give me the phone so I can speak to him?" The teacher was already shaken by the news of Tong's accident. She handed me the phone without a second thought.
"Brother Bai, it is me, Xiao Fei.
We brought our babies here for class today too. Xiao Yu is right here with us."
Brother Xiao, you are there too."
I stepped off to the side, putting some distance between myself, Nianyu, and the triplets. Duplicate line removed for timing. Then I asked in a low voice, What happened to Xiaoyu's mom? Combined for flow. She was hit by a car on her way to pick up the kid. I do not know how serious it is yet. I just got the notification that she has already been rushed to the hospital. I am driving there now. I plan to check her condition first before heading to get Xiaoyu. Bai Zheyan was speaking very fast. Clearly? He was sick with worry.
I see.
How about we take Xiaoyu back with us to look after her for now? By the way, which hospital is she in? People's Hospital. Brother Xiao.
Thank you.
We'll leave Xiaoyu in your care for a while. Do not worry. Just let the teacher know. I walked back and returned the phone to the teacher. After a few more moments, the teacher put down the phone and said to Tang Yuxin and me, since Xiaoyu's father has agreed, we will let you take Xiaoyu with you now. Then, she knelt down in front of Xiaoyu, trying her best not to let any worry show on her face. With a smile, she took Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu.
You were extra amazing today.
Taking Xiaoyu along, I drove toward our home. On the way, Xiaoyu's spirits remained a bit low. The triplets babbled away, trying to comfort her. Only after everyone arrived at my house did Xiaoyu cheer up slightly. With the babies to keep her company, she gradually began to play and relax. But unlike the children's carefree attitude, Yuxin and I were constantly thinking about Xiaoyu's mother. Hubby, do you think we should go visit? Tang Yuxin asked me in the kitchen while I was cooking.
Let us wait and see the situation first.
I did not reach a conclusion yet. Earlier at the center, I had asked the teacher for Bai Zheyan's number and exchanged contact info with him. While later, babies, dinner time.
Okay.
The four little ones scurried out of the room, obediently running to wash their hands before taking their seats at the table. Uncle, Auntie, when are mommy and daddy coming for me? Xiaoyu asked suddenly during dinner. Just a little longer.
Xiaoyu!
Your parents will be back in a bit. Hearing this, Xiaoyu sensibly stopped asking. After dinner, I received an urgent call from Bai Zheyan. Go ahead.
What is wrong?
Brother Xiao.
I might have to trouble you with something. Could you please look after Xiaoyu for the night? Her mother. My heart sank with worry. How is she?
It is serious.
She is in surgery right now. It has not finished yet. I have to stay at the hospital tonight to care for her. I have already taken leave from the company. Her mother. He spoke. The grown man began to sob. Clearly, Tong's injuries were very severe. Do not panic. Xiaoyu's mom will be fine. Do not worry about the child. I will look after her. Few days is no problem at all. My babies really love having her around anyway. By the way, do not tell Xiaoyu about the accident yet. Just say you and her mother had to go out for a few days. The two men chatted for a while longer. Then Bai Zheyan hurriedly hung up. I let out a sigh. Suddenly, I felt someone hug me from behind.
Hubby.
Tang Yuxin pressed her face against my back. How is it? Is Tong not doing well?
I frowned.
According to Zhayan, things are looking pretty grim. Tang Yuxin sighed. Hubby, I suddenly feel how unpredictable life is. You really never know when something might happen. It was an accident. After all, I said, trying to comfort the girl. Do not worry. Xiaoyu's mother will pull through. Tang Yuxin's mood was still heavy. Hubby, do you think one day I might? Her imagination started running wild with fear. I am so afraid of something unexpected happening. Before she could finish, I pulled her into a tight hug. After a moment, I let go and said, nonsense.
We'll protect you with everything I have.
I will never let anything happen to you. At this time, the babies were playing games with Xiaoyu. Seeing me walk in, Xiaoyu was the first to look up. Uncle? Are my mommy and daddy here to pick me up? I offered a gentle smile and said,
Xiaoyu.
Your parents have some urgent business for the next couple of days. They want you to stay and play at Uncle's house for a bit. The little girl was clearly stunned by the news. After a pause, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Do mommy and daddy not want me anymore? As she spoke, the tears began to fall. I quickly went over and picked her up, gently patting her back. I said, of course not. Xiaoyu's parents love you very much. They went to prepare a surprise gift for you. It takes a few days, so they asked you to play at Uncle's house while they finish. Really?
Xiaoyu sobbed.
Listening to me, with my confirmation. The little girl nodded, burying her head in my chest in silence. That night, perhaps because it was her first time with friends her age, so late in the evening, Xiaoyu seemed particularly excited. Now that the babies were getting older, required them to wash their own feet, but since they were still small, personally prepared the warm water for them each time. As I brought out the basin of warm water, the children had already brought over their stools and were sitting ready. When I placed the basin in front of them, the three triplets said in unison, "Thank you, Daddy." Xiaoyu, with a flushed face and eyes curved like crescent moons, said, "Thank you, Uncle."
You are welcome.
The basin was large enough for all 4 of them to put their tiny feet in together. 4 little kids. 8 tiny feet, splashing and bumping into each other in the basin, having the time of their lives. Quite a bit of warm water was splashed out. Tang Yuxin, who had just finished washing her face, saw this and intentionally put on a stern face. Babies?
You have splashed water everywhere.
Once you are done,
you must wipe up the floor yourselves. Okay, we know. First Treasure answered quickly. The other babies followed with a nod. At home, both Yuxin and I pay close attention to small details when educating the children. For example, if they make a mess while playing, or if rice drops on the table during dinner, we require them to clean and tidy up personally. Even though they are small and can't clean it perfectly, we still insist they do it. Some habits are best cultivated from a young age. Once the babies finished, Tang Yuxin brought 3 cloths and handed them over, then took the basin away. The babies immediately knelt down and began to wipe. Seeing this, Xiaoyu looked up at Tang Yuxin and said,
Auntie, I want a cloth too.
Thank you. Auntie?
Tang Yuxin nodded with a smile.
All right.
Auntie will bring you own right now.
Once the children finished wiping, Tang Yuxin checked the floor, found a few wet spots they missed, and quietly finished the job for them. After everyone had washed up, I acted as the locomotive,
leading the way.
The 3 babies formed a line behind me,
and Xiao Yu followed suit. Joining the queue, 5 people waddled into the bedroom. Choo-choo. The little train is pullin' into the station. Because I had placed a small set of steps by the bed, the babies could take off their shoes and climb into bed to sleep on their own. The moment they hit the bed, the 4 kids started jumping around, treating the bed like a trampoline. Peals of childish laughter filled the room. Usually, when they entered the room, the children would obediently lie down, tuck themselves in, and prepare for sleep. But with Xiaoyu here tonight, they were clearly overexcited.
Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu. You sleep in the middle. First Treasure patted the spot next to him. Xiaoyu gave an hummer and crawled over to sit next to him. Second Treasure scrambled to Xiaoyu's other side, leaving Third Treasure to pout. She wanted to be right next to Xiaoyu too.
All right.
No more playing. It is time for sleep. The moment I spoke, the 4 little ones fell silent.
Once I turned off the lights
and shut the door for them. The baby's eyes, previously shut tight,
snapped open.
They waited a little longer, and seeing that Daddy was not coming back in, Second Treasure suddenly started giggling. With her lead, the other 3 began to snicker too.
Suddenly,
the door swung open. I leaned against the frame with my arms crossed, looking at the 4 little ones with a playful smirk. The kids, who were just laughing and playing, instantly acted as if they were playing red light, green light. They lay motionless on the bed, eyes shut tight, pretending to be fast asleep. I let out a soft chuckle, closed the door, and walked out again. The next moment, I let my sharper side show as I went to handle another matter. Tang Yuxin and I had just dropped the kids off at school. Then, we went to the hospital together. Bai Xian had given me his ward number yesterday. Upon arriving at the hospital, I knocked gently on the door. Shortly after, the door was opened from the inside. Bai Xian, who opened it, looked incredibly haggard. His eyes were heavily bloodshot, and his face was filled with deep exhaustion. It was obvious at a glance that he had not slept at all last night. Seeing Tang Yuxin and me, Bai Xian forced a faint smile. Brother Xiao,
you are here.
Did you stay up all night? I asked with genuine concern. Bai Xian nodded and walked back inside without a word, looking incredibly weary. On the hospital bed,
a pale He-Tong
was wearing an oxygen mask. Her eyes were closed, still in a deep coma. Tang Yuxin's heart ached terribly at the sight. How is her condition? Bai Xian sat by the bed and sighed. The surgery was successful, but whether Tong can actually wake up is entirely up to fate. And the doctor said that even if she does wake up, there is a chance she might remain in a vegetative state. As he finished speaking, his eyes grew red. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin frowned deeply. The situation was far more severe than she had imagined. What exactly happened with the accident? At the mention of this, Bai Xian's expression shifted.
It is bad.
The perpetrator's family seems to have a powerful background. They want to settle it with money. At the same time,
they have been pressuring me,
both openly and covertly, hinting that if I do not accept their offer, there will be many unforeseen consequences. Hearing this, Tang Yuxin was instantly enraged. That is too much. Do they really think they can just throw money at people to silence them? With a frosty expression, Tang Yuxin looked at Bai Xian. Brother Bai, what do you want to do? I do not lack money. Bai Xian's voice was hoarse, his eyes gradually turning red. I can fully afford Tong's medical bills. I just want to make that person pay the price. But the opposing side is too powerful.
From the very beginning,
The person negotiating with me was a man who referred to the perpetrator as Miss. That man claimed to be the butler of the Mrs. family. As for the woman who actually hit Ah Tong with her car, she never even showed up. It seems the responsible party has absolutely no sincerity. But I will definitely get justice for Ah Tong. I bet my dignity as her husband on it, leaving everything else aside. For the sake of little Xiao Yuxin and I could never just sit back and do nothing. Besides, I already took action last night. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared outside the door. Beside him was a girl with a deeply reluctant look on her face. Behind them stood an elderly man.
It is you?
Upon seeing the old man at the door,
Bai Jian's
eyes instantly turned red with anger. That old man was the own who had been negotiating with him these past few days. The man who claimed to be the perpetrator's butler. The moment the butler appeared, Bai Jian did not even need to think to guess the identities of the other two. Clenching his fists tightly, Bai Jian stared dead at Zhang Ling, who was standing beside Zhang Zhenghua. They are the ones who hit Ah Tong. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the ward shot hostile glares at the three people in the doorway. Zhang Zhenghua walked in with an apologetic smile. He said, "I am so sorry. Everyone, it was my ignorant daughter who hit someone. We are here today to make amends."
The butler,
following close behind, brought all sorts of expensive gifts into the ward. Zhang Zhenghua glanced back at Zhang Ling standing by the door. "What are you standing there for? Get in here and apologize." Only then did Zhang Ling reluctantly shuffle into the ward. From start to finish, she did not utter a single word. Seeing her stay completely silent, Zhang Zhenghua instantly grew furious.
"Speak."
After being harshly scolded by her father, Zhang Ling opened her mouth and finally said, "I am sorry. I accidentally hit Miss He the other day.
I am willing to cover Miss He is
entire medical and subsequent rehabilitation expenses. Also, whatever demands you have,
I will fulfill them.
Even if you want to beat me or curse at me. It does not matter."
as she spoke.
Zhang Ling's eyes welled up. Tang Yuxin looked confused. According to what Bai Jian had said earlier, was not this Zhang Ling supposed to be arrogant and domineering?
Why did she seem so different now?
And she looked like she was about to cry. Could she actually feel guilty and sad? This was not like what Bai Jian had described at all. However, the truth was, Zhang Ling was not on the verge of tears because of any actual guilt. She was purely feeling wronged and helpless. Last night, Zhang Hua had taught her a harsh lesson. After Zhang Ling finished speaking, Zhang Zhenghua quickly maintained his apologetic smile and continued.
"I am sorry.
I am truly sorry.
My daughter has brought you all so much pain. This is a meager compensation. Please accept it." Saying so,
Zhang Zhenghua handed over
a check made out in Bai Jian's name. Bai Jian took it and glanced at it.
Million.
What is the meaning of this? Zhang Zhenghua hesitated slightly. He looked carefully at Bai Jian and said,
"Mr. Bai,
do you feel it is not enough?
I know that this amount of money?
Nothing compared to what happened to Miss He.
But this is all the cash I can mobilize immediately. If you all feel it is too little, I will scrape together some more for you later. I am not talking about the money." Bai Jian threw the check right back at him. He glared at Zhang Zhenghua. "Sir, when your daughter first hit my wife, the initial attitude during negotiations was nothing like yours now. Such a massive contrast in behavior. What exactly are you plotting?" Zhang gritted his teeth.
Suddenly,
he turned around and slapped Zhang Ling fiercely across the face.
Following that,
Zhang quickly bowed 90 degrees to everyone. "I am truly, incredibly sorry. Before this, it was all my foolish daughter acting on her own. I had no idea about any of those things. I only found out about this incident last night."
So,
you did indeed find out about certain things last night. At this moment, who had been facing away from Zhang Zhenghua, suddenly spoke up. My voice echoing in the ward. My voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Even Zhang Ling, who was holding her slapped cheek, felt her heart start pounding wildly the moment she saw me. "You did not just find out about your daughter's situation last night. You found out last night that if you did not show up here today, your company would be completely ruined." Me gaze swept over Zhang Zhenghua and then landed on Bai Jian.
"Jian!
Do not be fooled by this guy. If I had not looked into it yesterday to see the background of the person who hit Xiao Yu's mom, this guy would not have rushed over here first thing in the morning to apologize. Brother Xiao. Could it be you?" Bai Jian vaguely understood what was going on. He looked at me in sheer disbelief. It seemed my status wielded far more power than he had imagined.
You
You are Mr. Xiao.
Zhang Zhenghua took a step forward and asked cautiously.
From last night until today, he had paid a tremendous price just to uncover my identity, but precisely because he found out who I was. Zhang Zhenghua was utterly terrified. The largest shareholder of JP Morgan Chase Asia Pacific, Owen of the 12 board directors of Walt Disney, the second largest shareholder of SpaceX, and the chairman of Shangxi Entertainment. This string of titles hit Zhang Zhenghua so hard it made him dizzy. He was completely disoriented. Any single own of these titles pulled out on its own was not something his Zhang family could ever contend with. When exactly did such a terrifyingly powerful figure appear in the country? Zhang Zhenghua had no idea. But he knew he was in massive trouble. If he could not smooth this matter over, everything he had fought for until today would vanish into thin air. You actually know who I am. I glanced at Zhang Zhenghua with a hint of surprise, then shook my head.
I suppose it cost you quite a hefty price
to learn of the existence of a true dragon like you.
Mr. Xiao.
Paying any price is my honor. I simply walked past Zhang Zhenghua. You are no longer the chairman of Hongyang Real Estate. The current chairman is my wife. After saying that, I ignored Zhang Zhenghua, walked over to Bai Jian, and patted his shoulder. Do whatever you want to do. Go ahead and get your justice.
I have got your back.
Bai Jian did not say much. He already knew my background was extremely extraordinary. Seeing this scene unfold now, it only took a moment of thought to realize I had definitely intervened, and the reason Zhang Zhenghua had brought his daughter to apologize, lowering his stance so submissively, was undoubtedly because of my involvement. At this thought, Bai Jian bowed deeply to me. Brother Xiao.
Why, we'll never forget your profound kindness.
On the other side, Zhang Zhenghua turned deathly pale. He hurriedly left the ward and made a few phone calls. Afterward, his body suddenly lost all strength, and he collapsed to the floor as if all his bones had been removed. It is all over.
Hongyang Real Estate.
Currently, apart from the shares in his own hands and the retail shares circulating in the market, all the other shares had actually been completely transferred to Tang Yuxin's name. Those guys who used to call him brother all the time had all sold him out. Right at that moment, Zhang Zhenghua's vision went dark.
Looking up,
he realized that several police officers had surrounded him.
Zhang Zhenghua,
former chairman of Hongyang Real Estate.
You do not need to say another word.
We already know about the crimes you have committed. Come with us. Another police officer walked into the ward and repeatedly thanked me. Mr. Xiao, thank you for the clues you provided. They allowed us to catch such a wicked and unscrupulous rich man.
I nodded,
me gaze shifting to the pale-faced Zhengling nearby. There is another own right here.
I know.
The officer nodded and approached Zhang Ling.
Zhang Ling.
You are now a suspect in a drunk driving hit and run. Come with us. Seeing Zhang Ling and the butler also being taken away by the police, then asked,
Is there anything else you want to do?
Brother Xiao, you have already done everything for me.
I have no regrets.
Tears flowed down Bai Jian's face.
As long as Ah Tong can wake up.
I would not care even if I died right now.
Honestly?
Jian, you should go see Xiao Yu. Although the child has seemed happy these past 2 days, I can tell she has been missing you and He Tong very much. Bai Jian closed his eyes in agony. A daughter who was only 2 years old. How could he bear to tell her that her mother might never wake up again? Perhaps the child could not even understand what never waking up again meant. If her mother truly did not wake up, he would live the rest of his life in deep guilt. Bai Jian sighed.
I know.
My dad will come over to see Ah Tong this afternoon.
I will go pick up the kid then.
That afternoon, Tang Yuxin and I took Bai Jian back home with us. In the living room,
the 3 little ones
had pulled up their small stools and were sitting in front of the TV, watching the various documentaries I had specially prepared for them. Seeing us return, the kids immediately dropped what they were doing and swarmed around us excitedly.
Mom, Dad,
you are back.
Xiao Yu,
who was following behind them, also spotted Bai Jian. She immediately burst into tears. Daddy,
Xiao Yu thought you did not want her anymore.
Be a good girl.
Xiao Yu.
How could Daddy not want you?
As he spoke,
Bai Jian himself choked up with emotion. Tang Yuxin could not bear to watch such an emotional scene. She leaned on my shoulder and wept softly. Our 3 kids did not know what had happened. But since everyone was crying, they all started crying along with them. Tang Yuxin squatted down and gently pulled Bao and Sanbao into her arms.
Mommy is not crying.
So you babies should not cry either.
Okay, we won't cry.
Boo-hoo. Despite saying that, the 3 babies still could not stop their tears as quickly as Tang Yuxin did. I scooped Bao up into my arms, then walked over to Bai Jian.
All right.
Wipe your tears. The kids are crying because of you. Bai Jian forced a smile. Brother Xiao,
I have made a fool of myself.
Bao,
whom I was holding, reached out and gently patted. Xiao Yu, who had her head buried in Bai Zheyan's shoulder. Do not cry.
Xiao
Yu stayed silent. Though her tears kept falling, she no longer cried out loud. However, this silent weeping made the three adults' hearts ache even more. This child had suffered too much grief. Bai Zheyan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, wishing he could slap himself hard across the face. What on earth was he thinking, leaving this child at my house, even considering that Xiao Yu was too young, and he did not want her to know about He Tong's accident. Doing so was still taking it too far. Daddy? Xiao Yu finally spoke up at this moment. Where's mommy? The moment this question was asked, Bai Zheyan suddenly did not know how to answer. After a long pause, he said softly,
Mommy is sleeping.
Sleeping. Xiao Yu said pitifully, Daddy. Xiao Yu does not want gifts anymore. Can Xiao Yu go see mommy? Catching the flash of confusion in Bai Zheyan's eyes, I quickly chimed in. Be a good girl. Xiao Yu. The gifts your parents prepared for you these past 2 days are ready. They will be brought over soon. Bai Zheyan suddenly caught on.
Yays.
Daddy and mommy have the gifts ready. Xiao Yu will definitely love them.
I miss mommy.
I want mommy.
The child was only 2 years old. To suddenly be away from her parents for a few days like this, especially under such abrupt and unprepared circumstances. How could a 2-year-old bear such a thing? Bai Zheyan hesitated again and again, but finally decided to let Xiao Yu see He Tong. Daddy will take you to see mommy later.
But mommy is sleeping, so let us make sure we do not wake her up.
Okay.
Okay.
Xiao Yu nodded her head vigorously and said very seriously, Xiao Yu won't wake mommy up. Tang Yuxin could not bear it anymore.
She pressed her lips together,
Trying with all her might not to sob out loud.
So,
With almost no rest at all, soon as Bai Zheyan picked up Xiao Yu at my house, he got ready to take her to the hospital to see He Tong. Tang Yuxin and I exchanged a glance.
honey, are we going to?
Over the past 2 days of spending time together, she had already come to treat Xiao Yu as her own baby. Such a well-behaved, adorable, and sensible little girl had made Tang Yuxin absolutely adore her. And now with something like this happening, Tang Yuxin simply could not stand seeing Xiao Yu suffer any grievances. I did not refuse either. Promptly, the 3 adults got into the car, taking the 4 kids towards the hospital.
On the way,
Xiao Yu barely smiled at all. She just stared longingly out the car's windshield at the wide road. If by just staring like this, her mother would suddenly appear. Upon arriving at the hospital and walking into the ward, Xiao Yu immediately saw her paternal and maternal grandparents there. The little girl greeted them sweetly, but with confusion in her eyes.
Why are Grandpa and Grandma here too?
However, this confusion did not last long. Xiao Yu's full attention was drawn to He Tong on the hospital bed. The child did not understand. She did not know what had happened to her mother. She did not know that He Tong might never wake up again. But even though, believing her father's words, she thought her mother was just sleeping, Xiao Yu still felt instinctively heartbroken. The little girl's tears started falling again.
Mommy.
Her calls were very soft, if truly afraid of waking her sleeping mother.
Xiao Yu missed her mom dearly,
but was afraid of disturbing her rest. In the end, the little girl's eyes were completely red, yet she still did not cry out loud. Seeing his daughter like this, Bai Zheyan hugged her tightly. His heart aching, Dabao wrapped his arms around my neck, turned his head to look at the bed, blinking his eyes, then he turned back to look at me. Daddy. Dabao opened his mouth, but did not say anything else. I looked at my precocious boy, faintly understanding that Dabao knew what the scene before him meant. I took a deep look around the ward, then gave Tang Yuxin a meaningful look. The 2 of us led our 3 children out of the room, leaving the space to Bai Zheyan's family. In the hallway outside the ward, Dabao suddenly asked, Daddy, did the auntie die? I was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, No.
She did not.
Bao picked up the questioning. Daddy, why is not the auntie waking up? It is not even nighttime yet, because the auntie is very tired. This time, it was Tang Yuxin who answered. She kissed Bao's cheek. Being a mom is hard work, and so is being a dad.
The babies pouted.
Sanbao whispered,
I will be very
good from now on.
Mom and Dad.
Please do not sleep during the day.
Okay.
I will be very good too.
Bao and Dabao.
After Sanbao finished, quickly chimed in to express the same. Tang Yuxin and I smiled warmly. These babies truly made us love them and dote on them a little more every day. In the afternoon, it was time again to take the kids to their early education class. Originally, they did not need to go today, it was not great for the kids to stay at the hospital.
Secondly,
when I asked the babies if they wanted to go play with the other children, they all showed a lot of interest. After all, they were kids. and playing with peers held an immense attraction for them. Upon learning that I had decided to take them to class, the babies cheered with excitement. Seeing them like this suddenly felt a little bit choked up. The babies were actually this excited just to go see other people. What is wrong? Honey, you suddenly look a bit upset. Tang Yuxin asked me from the passenger seat on our way home. I paused, then chuckled softly. It is nothing. Just a bit embarrassing to admit. I actually got jealous. At these words, Tang Yuxin immediately perked up. My husband got jealous. She started recalling her behavior over the past while. Nothing seemed unusual.
What on earth was he jealous about?
Daddy?
Daddy? What does eating vinegar being jealous mean?
Is it yummy?
At this moment, Erbao from the back seat chimed in to ask. The children's meals were all specially prepared, so they had not actually tasted vinegar yet. Vinegar is something sour that you can eat, Tang Yuxin explained to the babies with a smile. Turning around, hearing that it was sour, the three little ones immediately lost interest. They still preferred sweet foods.
It was just that I had always been
strictly limiting their sugar intake.
So,
hubby,
why were you jealous?
Not of you. I am jealous of the babies. I took the thoughts that had just crossed my mind and shared them with Tang Yuxin. Halfway through, I could not help but laugh at myself. Ha ha ha. I thought you were so mature.
I never expected you to have a side like this.
Tang Yuxin laughed uproariously. Seeing their mother so happy, the babies stopped their own chatter.
ON by ON.
They poked their heads over to look at us. Sanbao asked directly.
Mommy.
What are you laughing at?
Mommy is laughing at Daddy.
Your daddy?
Actually thought you three little ones did not love him anymore. That you did not want to play with him, and only wanted to play with your teachers and classmates. Hearing this, the babies did not brush it off like Tang Yuxin did. Instead, they looked quite anxious. Daddy?
I love you the most.
If Daddy does not like us going, then we won't go. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin could not resist teasing the babies.
What?
You love Daddy the most. Do not you love Mommy the most? The babies grew even more frantic. No? We love Mommy the most too.
Right.
We love Daddy and Mommy the most.
All right. All right.
I rolled my eyes at Tang Yuxin. You are an adult. Stop teasing the kids. However, I really did not expect that my tiny, joking thoughts would cause such a big reaction from the babies. This gave me a sobering realization. It seems some jokes that adults think are no big deal should not be casually made with kids. In the afternoon, I took the three babies to their early education class. Soon as we entered the classroom, the other children who were playing with each other immediately swarmed over when they saw our three babies come in. Our babies were now the little stars of the class because they were just so cute and super smart, constantly getting praised by the teachers. It invisibly gave the three of them a very high prestige among their peers. When the teacher also arrived in the classroom, the kids were still rowdy.
All right.
Babies,
we are about to start class.
Everyone,
quiet down when the teacher speaks.
You should be quiet.
And prick up your ears to listen carefully.
Right?
Despite saying this, several kids were still making a fuss, even with their parents trying to persuade them nearby.
It was not very effective.
Then, Dabao suddenly spoke up.
Wang Jiayi.
Stop fussing.
Miraculous thing happened.
Little Wang Jiayi,
who had not even listened to her own mother's coaxing just a moment ago, quickly quieted down after Dabao spoke. She even obediently sat down in her seat. Wang Jiayi's mother watched this scene in amazement. She smiled and said to Tang Yuxin and me, "That is incredible. Why does my little girl listen to your baby so well?" Tang Yuxin and I just smiled and did not say anything. Class started, but Xiao Yu still had not arrived. Quite a while passed, and when the class was halfway through, I finally saw Bai Jian show up with Xiao Yu.
Sorry,
teacher. We are late. That is okay. Come on in. The teacher, who was leading the babies in a nursery rhyme, did not say much about it. After all, it was just an early education class. Although she did not know what had happened to Xiao Yu's family, she did know that I had been bringing Xiao Yu for the past 2 days. Xiao Yu looked much happier than before. She was even skipping as she walked. Once the class resumed, Bai Jian and I walked out into the hallway. How is she? Still the same, Bai Jian said in a low voice. The doctors do not know when Ah Tong will be able to wake up. Don't not worry. She will definitely get better. I patted Bai Jian's shoulder. It was the only thing I could say. By the way, I am planning to take the babies out to play this weekend. Since you are busy, why do not you let Xiao Yu come with us? Bai Jian thought about it and agreed. Even though both his and He Tong's parents were there, he still wanted to take care of He Tong himself, so he did not have much time left to look after Xiao Yu. Towards Tang Yuxin and me, Bai Jian felt extremely grateful in his heart and immensely respectful. Entrusting Xiao Yu to us put his mind at ease. Thank you so much.
What are you thanking me for?
Our babies love Xiao Yu so much. Who knows? Maybe in the future,
Your Xiao Yu
will become my Dabao's wife.
Ha ha ha.
If something like that really happens, I would be more than happy to see it. Hearing me say this, Bai Jian managed a rare smile. In all these days, it was the first time I had seen Bai Jian truly smile. Just now. Hubby, did you smell something? Tang Yuxin suddenly leaned in and asked softly. I nodded.
You mean that smell of medicinal herbs?
Yeah.
It actually smells quite nice.
It is really strange. The smell of traditional Chinese medicine. It is not like I do not know what it smells like, but why does the scent here feel so comforting? Just then, an old woman passing by our group smiled and said, Little girl, you would not know. This scent is coming from the town's only clinic. It is the smell of their medicinal herbs.
A clinic.
Granny, is this clinic also a traditional apothecary? You could say that. Because of her old age. The old woman spoke at a very slow pace, and her voice was not very loud either. This clinic used to be a traditional pharmacy, and it has actually been passed down through generations. The resident doctors inside have all been from their family for all these years. This was getting interesting. For a moment, I even had the thought of going to check it out. Since we had nothing else to do, I took my wife and the babies, and after bidding farewell to the old woman, we bypassed the alley ahead, and sure enough, we saw the small clinic. But when she saw that the resident doctor was a young girl who was actually cosplaying as Hu Tao, Tang Yuxin finally could not help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the girl cosplaying Hu Tao was seeing a patient. Although the girl was dressed as Hu Tao, the way she examined patients was not much different from doctors in other small clinics.
Sister Wang.
The baby's condition is very good. However, you probably have not been sleeping well these past couple of days.
Right. We'll prescribe you some more medicine.
After drinking it, you should be able to sleep comfortably.
Thank you.
Little Yan.
The woman called Sister Wang nodded with a smile. Daddy?
Why is that auntie's tummy so big?
Looking at the pregnant woman, Bao could not help but ask. This time, it was not me who answered her. But Xiao Yu? That is because she has a baby in there. A baby? Like how mommy had us?
Yup. Me daddy said.
Babies all come out from their mommy's tummies. Hearing this, the children were instantly amazed. Bao stared at Tang Yuxin with a very peculiar gaze, and suddenly asked,
Mommy,
were you very hungry?
Why would you ask that?
Mommy is not hungry. Tang Yuxin felt panicked being stared at like that. Then why did you eat all of us into your tummy?
Mommy, if you are hungry,
just eat actual food.
Okay.
Please do not eat us. The baby's innocent, filterless words happened to be overheard by the people around them.
The pregnant woman,
who had not left yet, walked over to the babies with her protruding belly. She looked at the babies with awe and envy.
Are these your children?
Are they quadruplets? She asked with a bit of hesitation, because 3 of the babies looked very alike. But Xiao Yu was clearly different from the others. Tang Yuxin took my arm and explained. These 3 are our babies.
Triplets.
And this one is our friend's baby. What adorable babies.
I hope our baby will be as cute as them.
This woman named Sister Wang had eyes full of envy. I am sure they will be, Tang Yuxin said with a smile. Then, she shifted her gaze back to the babies and said softly, Babies. Mommy did not eat the babies into her tummy. Then why, our babies inside tummies? When the children asked this, every single one of them stared curiously at the pregnant woman's belly. It was so magical. There was actually a baby inside.
That is because
after mommy and daddy get together, daddy will plant a tiny little seed inside mommy's tummy. The seed is very, very small at first. Then, it will grow up bit by bit, and finally grow into a baby. Are we treading into R-rated territory here? Tang Yuxin and my expressions were a bit weird, but the babies were listening with great interest. Bao even nodded her head with utmost seriousness. So, that is how babies are made. It is getting late. I should head back. The pregnant woman waved her hand, and then slowly walked away.
Phew.
The Hu Tao dressed girl, stretching at the doorway,
looked at Tang Yuxin.
The babies. And me.
Are you guys here to see the doctor too?
Big sister. You are so pretty. Bao pattered over to the girl, looked up at her, and smiled until her eyes turned into little crescents. Being praised by such a cute little angel like Bao, the girl immediately beamed with joy.
You are very cute too.
Little baby.
Thank you.
Big sister. Bao tilted her head. But I still think my mommy is prettier. The girl's expression instantly froze. Even though I know what you are saying is the truth. But little own, some things are very hurtful to say out loud. You know, I am sorry. Kids have no filter. Please do not mind her. I walked over to Bao, gently tapped the child's head, and then apologized to the girl. No,
No.
She is just a child.
It is fine.
Being apologized to by such a handsome guy, and from such a close distance, the girl felt her breathing quicken.
As I got closer,
A highly pleasant scent wafted into the girl's nose. The girl's face quickly turned red. She took a small step back, steadied her nerves, and asked,
Are you tourists?
Yes.
I nodded because we heard from an old woman that the resident doctors in this clinic have actually been passing down their practice for generations. So we were very interested and came over to take a look.
Hey, if you bring that up,
I am wide awake the moment I mentioned this. The girl immediately looked proud. She raised her eyebrows and quite familiarly ushered everyone inside. Tang Yuxin was originally a bit worried. After all, this was a clinic. The people coming and going were all sick patients, and she was afraid it would not be good for the baby's health. The girl was clearly a perceptive person. With just a sweeping glance, she noticed Tang Yuxin's concern. She immediately said, "Do not worry. I guarantee it is probably even cleaner in here than it is outside." This made Tang Yuxin feel a little embarrassed. The moment we walked into the small clinic, the faint smell we could perceive earlier of highly pleasant medicinal herbs became even stronger. Tang Yuxin chuckled. "Speaking of which, you are dressed up as Hu Tao."
Right.
wow.
"You actually know." The girl's eyes widened, looking like she had found a kindred spirit. She was practically one second away from yelling, "Genshin Impact."
launch.
Wow.
You guys have no idea. Seeing patients here every day is boring me to death. Those tourists just come and go, only taking a cursory glance. I never run into anyone interesting. So, I thought I would dress up a bit flashy, hoping maybe it would attract someone to come chat with me for a bit. Thinking about it now, I was totally right. Once she started talking, the girl opened up like a chatterbox, like popping beans. She rattled off a long string of words. This girl was clearly bored out of her mind. She did not even wait for Tang Yuxin and me to ask more questions before spilling out a whole bunch of things all at once, even bringing up her family's generational history of practicing medicine.
You look so young.
It is quite impressive that you managed to get your medical license at such a young age. As soon as Tang Yuxin finished speaking, the girl's face turned red. Actually, I have not gotten my license yet, but you should not look down on me because of that. The girl quickly began to explain. I grew up watching my grandpa and dad treating patients since I was little. Before I even graduated from elementary school, I had already memorized most of the medicinal herb names. From junior high, started constantly observing my grandpa and dad diagnosing patients. When it comes to medical skills, I am no worse than those experts in big hospitals. If you do not believe me, go ask around town.
Right now.
Unless it is a major, complicated disease, I can treat any other minor illnesses. I can't let this Hu Tao outfit go to waste.
Right. So you are a little genius.
Huh. I smiled faintly. But from what you are implying, your clinic can even treat major, complicated diseases. We can treat them.
Yes.
The girl muttered. It is just that people do not believe us.
What can you do?
No.
It is nothing. Seeming to realize she had let something slip, the girl immediately shook her head and even glanced guiltily toward the inner room. I really do not believe you can treat any complicated diseases here, Tang Yuxin said with a half smile. The girl in front of her was just too interesting, making her want to tease her a bit. A result. The moment those words came out, the girl jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end.
Wow.
It is own thing to doubt it in your heart. But you actually said it out loud? Pretty sister. That is going too far.
No.
No.
No. If I do not prove it to you, our family's reputation will be ruined. How about this?
Stick out your hand.
And let us see what I can tell you about your condition.
All right.
Tang Yuxin's interest was piqued. She actually sat down by the wooden table in front of the girl and gently placed her hand on it. The moment she entered diagnostic mode, the girl's aura instantly changed. Just a second ago, she was all jittery and impulsive, but now she suddenly became completely calm, truly exemplifying the phrase,
Still as a maiden?
as swift as a fleeing hare. However, the girl taking the pulse gradually had her expression contort. In the end, she stared at Tang Yuxin in sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Tang Yuxin looked at her with confusion. Pretty sister. Your body, how is it possible that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it?
What kind of thing is that to say?
Tang Yuxin was so amused by the girl's words that she laughed. Who tells people there is something wrong with their body?
No.
No.
No. You misunderstood. Pretty sister. The girl hurriedly waved her hands. I mean that once people come into this world, eating whole grains and breathing car exhaust, it is impossible not to accumulate some minor ailments in their body, even for those who insist on exercising every day. Those people who look like they are in excellent health, if you do a strict examination, you can definitely find a bunch of harmless minor issues in them.
But sister, you have absolutely nothing.
This is impossible. Have my skills degraded? The girl's brows furrowed tightly. On the other side, suddenly started to look at this girl with newfound respect. What she said was indeed correct. Leaving the past aside, in the environment of modern society, no, Owen's body is truly flawless without any ailments.
All right.
Honey, let me try. I extended my hand to her as well.
The girl huffed.
I definitely made a mistake. Let us do this again. She placed her fingers on my pulse. A little while later, Tang Yuxin and I looked at the girl squatting in the corner, drained of all color, drawing circles on the floor as if her entire worldview had collapsed. For a moment, we did not know what to say. How is this possible? The pretty sister was own thing, but the handsome brother's body is absurdly healthy. This should not be. Even I nourish myself with various remedies all the time, and I can't even reach this level. After muttering to herself for a while, the girl suddenly stood up and stared at Tang Yuxin and me. Handsome brother. Pretty sister, you guys are not aliens. Are you? After this little experiment, I could basically confirm that this girl actually had real skills. Perhaps she could not be called a miracle doctor yet, but she could probably work as a resident expert in a hospital. Thinking of this, I became even more interested in the family of doctors that could raise such a girl. Although I most likely would not need them myself. After all, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill were truly overpowered. Even if I did not need it, my relatives or friends might. Moreover, there happened to be Owen right now. I spoke up with a smile. All right.
All right.
We believe you.
Little girl.
What is that?
You are totally just humoring me.
This girl was truly outspoken and straightforward. Whatever she thought in her heart, she said straight from her mouth. If someone is severely injured and in a coma from a car accident, and even has a high probability of becoming a vegetable, in such a situation, do you have a way to wake them up? Do you take me for an immortal? The young girl, Yang Buhui, rolled her eyes at me, just as I thought. I was expecting too much, Tang Yuxin, and I felt a bit disappointed. However, my grandpa might have a way. Vegetative patients. He has actually woken quite a few of them up. Hearing the Hutao-dressed girl actually say that her grandpa had a way to wake vegetative patients, Tang Yuxin's and my eyes instantly lit up. Miss, does your grandpa really have a way? I have a friend who is in exactly this situation. We'll have to ask him about this. Let me ask him. The issue with vegetative patients is very complex. Yeah, a human's brain might not look much different from a pig's, but in reality, since you can't handle it yourself, how come you are talking about it so logically and clearly? Even though I can't handle it with my hands, it does not stop me from talking the talk. Yang Buhui put her hands on her hips, looking incredibly proud.
I will go ask my grandpa.
After saying that, the girl raised her voice and shouted toward the back. Grandpa, come out and receive the guests. Just then, a small bell came flying out from the back and hit Yang Buhui smack on the head. Ouch! Yang Buhui, having been hit, rubbed her head with own hand and shot out the other like lightning to catch the bell. The movement was so practiced it almost made your heart ache. Big sister, does it hurt? Seeing the bell fly over and hit Yang Buhui on the head, the babies immediately expressed their concern on by Owen. Yang Buhui answered with a grin. It does not hurt. It does not hurt.
I am used to it.
I am used to it.
You wretched girl?
How many times have I told you, if you speak like that again, I will tear your mouth off. A moment later, an old man walked out, cursing and grumbling. How should I put this? Completely different from Tang Yuxin and my conventional understanding of a master with extraordinary skills hiding in the ordinary world. The old man in front of us completely shattered the image in our minds of a secluded, transcendent master. As soon as the old man walked out, his gaze swept over the babies, and then he took a look at Tang Yuxin and me. He let out a light, who is seeing the doctor? To me.
None of you look sick.
Especially you. Young man, you will probably still be alive and kicking at 120. You flatter me. Sir. I quickly stood up. It is like this. I took the question I had just asked Yang Buhui and asked it once again. After listening, the old man let out an "oh." He waved his hand. I can't say anything without seeing the patient. That made sense.
If.
Just based on a few words from me. This old man patted his chest and said there was absolutely no problem. I would have been suspicious instead. This kind of reaction was normal. Then, sir, Could we invite you to come take a look with us? Tang Yuxin extended the invitation. The old man said flatly, I am very expensive. Talk about being blunt. Tang Yuxin's mouth twitched. She knew she should maintain a smile at a time like this, but she really could not help it. This old man was just too interesting, but this was fine too. It was much better than doing nothing at all. This actually made things more interesting. Money is not an issue. Sir, I will have to trouble you to make a trip with me. In the hospital? Bai Zheyan was a bit bewildered.
So, what exactly is going on here?
How did Brother Xiao and the others go for a trip to the ancient town and bring back an old practitioner of Chinese medicine? Looking at the old man currently sitting by the hospital bed, taking his wife's pulse, Bai Zheyan quietly pulled me aside. Brother Xiao, will this really work? I raised an eyebrow.
Let us just give it a try.
It is better than doing absolutely nothing.
Right.
Bai Zheyan pulled a bitter face.
Eri, we sure this is not the beast from the movie Kung Fu?
To be honest, I also kept having this illusion that in the very next second, this old man would suddenly unleash the toad-style technique. Thinking of this, even I could not help but shake my head. However,
while I could still joke and smile about it,
Bai Zheyan truly could not smile at all. He stared at his wife with a face full of tension, and then looked at Yang Yun, who was observing his wife.
As for Tang Yuxin,
considering it was better not to let Xiao Yu know certain things,
I simply had the babies and Xiao Yu
temporarily settled at our house, leaving Tang Yuxin to watch them. After a while, Yang Yun stood up. Everyone in the ward immediately looked at him.
Door. Yang.
How is it? Can my wife be saved?
I can't make any guarantees.
Yang Yun said slowly.
But we can try. The prerequisite is that you must trust me completely. Yang Yun took out the silver needles he carried with him. Looking at those long silver needles, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
Let us give it a try.
Bai Zheyan said. It was not that he trusted Yang Yun, but rather he trusted me. Previously, the doctors had even definitively stated that it was impossible for his wife to wake up anytime soon. Since that was the case, they might as well try. Yang Yun gave a slight nod. In that case,
you can go handle the discharge procedures.
Take her back and I will treat her at home, not in the hospital. Bai Zheyan asked instinctively. Yang Yun glared at him and said with a touch of arrogance,
no matter what.
This is someone else's territory. If I treat someone here and those young nurses see me, would not leave a good impression. Immediately, everyone got busy. My thoughts, however, had already drifted back home. I wondered what my wife was doing right now.
Meanwhile,
at home, Tang Yuxin checked the time. It was already evening. By the time Tang Yuxin and I brought the others back to downtown Shanghai, the round trip had actually delayed us quite a bit, since I had to take them to the hospital. She was left at home to take care of the kids.
Mommy.
Dabao pattered over, his eyes fixed tightly on Tang Yuxin.
Mommy.
My tummy is hungry.
Dabao is hungry.
Who? Bao. Sambao.
Xiao Yu.
Are you guys hungry too? Hungry. The little ones nodded in unison. Very well. The babies are all hungry. Then today marks the long-awaited Yuxin cooking time. Tang Yuxin stood up from the sofa and took a deep breath. Babies, how about eating food cooked by mommy tonight?
Xiao Yu did not have much of a reaction.
But the three babies let out a cheer. Ever since they were old enough to remember, they had never eaten a meal cooked by Tang Yuxin. In the babies' memories, the very concept of mommy's cooking did not even exist. Now, hearing Tang Yuxin say this, the three little ones started running excited circles around the living room. The excited and thrilled look of the little ones made Tang Yuxin look incredibly proud of herself. She could be a great mother too. Cooking for the babies was just basic operations. Walking into the kitchen and carefully tying her apron, Tang Yuxin's gaze swept over the counter. Oil,
salt,
soy sauce,
vinegar,
and various other condiments were neatly categorized. The entire kitchen counter was organized spotlessly clean and tidy. Just as Tang Yuxin was pondering how to cook, the three babies and Xiao Yu were peeking their heads around the kitchen door. They were far too curious about the prospect of mommy cooking. Tang Yuxin glanced back at the children, then turned around to take the ingredients out of the fridge to defrost. And then, she started chopping vegetables. So slow.
Looks like mommy does not know how.
When daddy chops veggies, the veggies all go whoosh and fly up in the air. The three little ones chimed in own by own. Every single word pierced right into Tang Yuxin's heart. You little brats. Mommy's cooking is just a bit slow, but it is still very tasty. Unconvinced, Tang Yuxin turned her head and retorted, It's even yummier than daddy's cooking. This question from Dabao directly left Tang Yuxin not knowing how to answer. Meeting the baby's expectant gazes, Tang Yuxin stiffened her neck. Of course it is yummier than daddy's.
Whoa.
Hearing this, the baby's eyes immediately lit up. Even Xiao Yu, who was already used to my cooking, joined in the cheering. After dealing with the babies, Tang Yuxin turned back around to face the stove in front of her. You can do this. Yuxin, you can't be a useless person who can't do anything, just because your husband is not around. The truth is, many things do not go according to human will, just like how the national football team can never score a goal, just like how the girl you like will never accept your confession, and how the outstanding children are always someone else's. At this moment, I was stuck in traffic on the road, sitting in my seat with own hand resting on the steering wheel. I had been waiting in this exact spot for over half an hour.
It was getting late.
By now, Tang Yuxin and the babies must be getting anxious waiting for me. So, I took out my phone and made a video call. After a short while, the call connected. Tang Yuxin on the screen was currently wearing an apron.
Hubby,
when are you coming back? I smiled faintly.
Honey.
I'm sorry.
I might be home quite late. I pointed my phone camera at the long line of cars outside, then turned the camera back to myself.
Hearing me say this,
Tang Yuxin's expression instantly fell, but very quickly. Tang Yuxin cheered herself up. Poor hubby. But it is okay if you come back late.
Wow.
I will make dinner for the babies first and let them eat. And I will wait for you to come back so we can eat together. I am not just going to leave food for you to eat all by yourself when you get back. This tiny little difference made my heart feel incredibly warm. I replied. However, you do not need to do that. You go ahead and eat first. Do not go hungry, or my heart will ache. Tang Yuxin revealed a silly smile.
No way.
If my hubby goes hungry all alone,
my heart will ache too.
Besides,
I want to eat with you.
All right then. I will try my best to be early. Where are the babies?
Right here.
Tang Yuxin turned the camera around, and the babies instantly appeared. Daddy. Daddy. When are you coming back? Daddy.
My tummy is hungry.
Hurry back, so we can eat together. The children's calls made my heart ache immensely, especially Sanbao, whose eyes were slightly misted with tears. Babies. Daddy is sorry. I am stuck in traffic.
It might be quite a while before I can get home.
If you babies are hungry, eat first. Okay.
You do not need to wait for Daddy.
Then won't Daddy be hungry? Sanbao asked softly. How about we bring some food over to Daddy? Just like how Daddy used to bring food to Mommy. When this little girl was being thoughtful, it truly made you want to hold her preciously in the palm of your hand. Sanbao is so sweet. But Daddy does not need you to bring it over. You guys just eat at home with Mommy. Got it. And go to bed early after you finish. The children listened very intently. We chatted for quite a while longer before I finally hung up the phone. Damn it. How long is this traffic jam going to last? I was so impatient to get back home and enjoy the long-awaited cooking from my wife. So, I made another call to request a designated driver. Dabao pouted, looking a bit aggrieved. Mommy.
I miss Daddy.
Why is not Daddy back yet?
Eating his meal. Dabao looked thoroughly unhappy. Tang Yuxin was stunned for a moment, then finally realized that since the babies were old enough to remember, this was the very first time I was not home at night. Daddy is just stuck in traffic. He will be back in just a little bit. Dabao asked again. Mommy, can we go pick Daddy up?
Otherwise,
Daddy will be lonely all by himself outside. Tang Yuxin let out a sigh in her heart. Hubby, even prepared everything for our romantic candlelight dinner for two.
Hurry up and come back.
Minutes later, the designated driver arrived next to me on an electric scooter. I handed my keys straight to him and told him to drive my car back for me. Meanwhile, I hopped onto his electric scooter and zoomed toward home at top speed. At this moment, I could not wait to see my wife and children, and the moment I opened the door to our home, Tang Yuxin rushed over and gave me a massive hug. The babies nearby, seeing that I was back, all demanded hugs Owen by Owen. At that exact moment, I deeply realized that family is my greatest safe haven. Even though I was incredibly wealthy now, and under the continuous acupuncture treatment of the old Chinese medicine doctor, Yang Yun, Xiao Yu's mother finally woke up as well. I walked into the baby's bedroom and saw Dabao rummaging through his toy box for something.
Dabao? What are you doing?
He waved his little hand and looked up at me. Daddy.
I am looking for a gift to give Xiao Yu.
Let out an O and walked over. What kind of gift is Dabao planning to give Xiao Yu? Dabao furrowed his brows in distress. It seemed the little guy was really struggling.
I do not want to give these.
I was momentarily taken aback.
Why not?
Because Mommy and Daddy gave these to me.
Dabao said hesitantly.
He cherished them very much. So, he was not too willing to give them away, even if it was to Xiao Yu. Upon learning this, I patted Dabao's head. I said, since that is the case, how about Dabao makes a gift with his own hands to give to Xiao Yu? Dabao paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up.
What should I make?
Daddy.
Well,
What does Dabao know how to make? The little guy was immediately dumbfounded. He did not know how to make anything. Dabao racked his brains, trying to think of something he could make. But the more he thought about it, the more discouraged he became. In the end, his eyes actually turned red. Daddy, I do not know how. Dabao lowered his head, feeling extremely aggrieved. Suddenly, he looked up at me. Daddy? Can you teach me how to cook food? I was absolutely stunned by Dabao's wild imagination. This kid was so young, yet he already learned to use good food to win a girl's favor. Ha ha ha. My laughter successfully attracted Tang Yuxin, who was in the living room keeping Erbao and Sanbao company. Seeing me laughing out loud, she asked,
"What are you laughing at?"
"Hubby, do you know what Dabao just asked me?" I said to Tang Yuxin mysteriously. Tang Yuxin looked confused.
What did he say?
This little guy. I pointed at Dabao, shaking my head continuously, actually asked me to teach him how to cook,
so he can make food for Xiaoyu tomorrow.
He decided to use this as his gift to Xiaoyu. A string of question marks instantly popped up above Tang Yuxin's head. A moment later, she gave Dabao a thumbs up. Good job. Dabao, strive to make Xiaoyu a part of our family.
Hey, Mommy.
Why do we want Xiaoyu to become a part of our family?
Because this way, Xiaoyu can stay with you forever. Dabao.
Would not you like that?
I would like that.
Dabao clapped his hands, but a moment later, he shook his head again. But if that happens, Xiaoyu's mommy and daddy will miss her and be sad.
Oh my.
You even know how to be considerate now. Not bad. As expected of my son. The more Tang Yuxin looked at him, the more she liked him. Her face full of pride. Her Dabao was so naturally gifted at such a young age. He was probably going to reach for the stars in the future. However, some ideological work needed to be done in advance, although Tang Yuxin did not think Dabao would necessarily understand.
Listen,
Dabao.
When it comes to girls, there are many things you need to pay attention to. The most important one is, if you decide to treat Xiaoyu very well, you cannot treat other girls very
well anymore.
Okay. Dabao's eyes suddenly widened. A moment later, he actually started crying.
Wow.
Boo-hoo. Mommy, is it really not allowed?
Oh my.
Dabao?
What is wrong?
Why are you crying?
Good heavens. Is he crying because he wants to be a player?
No.
It is not allowed. Dabao cried even more heartbrokenly. I felt like something was not quite right. I took Dabao from Tang Yuxin's arms, and then asked,
Dabao?
Why are you crying?
Besides wanting to treat Xiaoyu very well, my little sisters. Dabao said pitifully. Mommy actually made him choose only Owen's side between Xiaoyu and his sisters. Erbao and Sanbao. Dabao was so sad. Can I please simultaneously treat my little sisters and Xiaoyu very well? With tears in his eyes, Dabao asked hopefully. Tang Yuxin was a bit dumbfounded. So this little guy was thinking about Erbao and Sanbao just now.
Not bad.
Knowing how to care for your sisters makes you a good big brother. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I rolled my eyes at Tang Yuxin.
A lot of times.
The kids can't fully understand the exact meaning of our words. You need to be careful when you speak.
Otherwise,
if you are not paying attention, the babies will interpret it completely differently. How was I supposed to know this little guy was thinking about Erbao and Sanbao? Tang Yuxin muttered.
All right.
Dabao. Erbao and Sanbao are exceptions. But other than Erbao and Sanbao, you can only treat on girl very well. Got it. Dabao nodded hurriedly. If granted a grand pardon. That is great. He did not have to choose between Xiaoyu and his two little sisters anymore. Early the next morning, because the kids were still too small, would help out with things like folding the quilts and making the beds. But during this process, I would also symbolically have the babies lend a hand. Come on.
Let us put on your clothes.
I grabbed their clothes
and started helping the babies put them on. However, today, while getting dressed, Dabao suddenly said, Daddy, can I put on my clothes by myself?
Oh.
Dabao, you want to dress yourself now? The little guy nodded. Daddy and Mommy both put on their clothes by themselves. That is not true. As soon as Dabao finished, Erbao began to object.
I saw it.
Daddy helps Mommy put on her clothes. Mommy does not put them on by herself. Tang Yuxin, who had also just woken up and happened to walk to the door of the baby's room, almost spat out the sip of plain water she was drinking. Cough. 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 What the heck? Turned to look at Tang Yuxin. My precious wife was currently looking completely unkempt. Her long hair was a bit messy, and her face still carried traces of sleepiness. I saw it too. At this moment, Sanbao whispered softly. Mommy lets daddy help her put on her clothes. Tang Yuxin's face turned red at the baby's words. That was her exclusive way of acting spoiled with me. Who would have thought that now these three little rascals would use this against her? Cough. Cough. Cough.
Well,
since that is the case, Mommy will dress herself from now on. And you babies should also slowly learn to put on your own clothes.
Okay.
The three little ones looked at each other and nodded one after another. So, Tang Yuxin decided not to leave, and just walked right in. To join me in teaching the babies how to dress themselves, after eating breakfast. Dabao? Did not you say yesterday you wanted daddy to teach you how to make something yummy? I looked smilingly at Dabao, who was playing with Vanilla. Hearing this,
Dabao,
who was holding Vanilla, quickly let go of the poor cat, scrambled up from the floor, and pattered over to me.
Daddy?
Cook food. Daddy will teach you how to make a little dessert today. How does that sound? On the sofa, Tang Yuxin put down her book.
Wait a minute.
Hubby, you are not serious. You are actually going to teach him. Just watch.
I smiled mysteriously.
When I led Dabao into the kitchen, Tang Yuxin,
Bao,
and Sanbao immediately followed behind sneakily. The two little ones were curious, but Tang Yuxin was purely in disbelief. No matter how smart Dabao was, it was impossible for him to learn how to cook at this age. Right, he could not even lift the pots and pans. However, upon entering the kitchen, Tang Yuxin saw me take out
a fist-sized,
freshly baked mini cake from the oven. Already laid out on the counter was a piping bag ready to frost the mini cake. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin finally understood.
So, I was just going to let Dabao pipe the frosting on the cake.
If it was just this kind of task, the little guy could probably handle it. Come here,
Dabao.
Daddy will teach you how to make a mini cake for Xiao Yu.
Okay.
Okay.
Dabao was overjoyed. Not only could he learn something new, but he could also personally prepare a gift for Xiao Yu. Dabao felt incredibly sweet inside. I squeezed some frosting onto the tip of the piping bag and then handed it into Dabao's hands. Daddy believes Dabao can definitely do a great job. Dabao nodded, then looked at me earnestly, his eyes full of anticipation. On the other side, Bao and Sanbao looked at the fragrant mini cake, and both swallowed their saliva. Bao grabbed Tang Yuxin's hand, looked up and said, Mommy, I want to eat it.
No.
You can't. This Owen is for Xiao Yu. Before Tang Yuxin could answer, Dabao turned his head and said with a serious face, Then, I want to make Owen too. Bao wiggled against Tang Yuxin and started acting spoiled.
Mommy, let us make Owen too.
She suddenly looked at Sanbao.
Let us make two.
Owen for me and Owen for my sister. Please.
Oh boy.
She even knew how to rope in an accomplice. I chuckled and took out 3 more mini cakes. These 3 cakes were all freshly baked and had no frosting on them yet. Here.
Bao.
Sanbao. These are yours. And there is another on for Dabao. Do you guys want to put the frosting on yourselves? Or should Daddy do it for you? Hearing this, the little ones immediately cheered and ran over. Daddy.
I want to do it myself.
Me too.
Obviously.
The babies were treating this as playing a game.
I am digging in.
With a delicate shout, Bao actually took her own face and tried to press it right onto the mini cake. Halfway there, she suddenly found herself suspended in the air. I lifted Bao up like a little chick, leaving her flailing in midair.
Why are you in such a rush?
Little Owen, if you want to eat,
take it to the dining table. After Bao and Sanbao, Tang Yuxin took their mini cakes to the dining room. I looked at Dabao, who stayed behind. Dabao?
Are not you going to eat?
Daddy, can I save it to eat together with Xiao Yu?
I smiled.
As expected of my son.
Of course you can. Then Daddy will help you pack these 2 mini cakes up. Okay, thank you. Daddy. Dabao threw himself at me happily. The thought of eating cake with Xiao Yu made him incredibly happy. In the afternoon, I took Tang Yuxin and the little ones to Bai Jian's house.
Singhe.
Shui. Qingming.
You are here.
The Owen who opened the door was Xiao Yu. Her eyes were sparkling brightly right now.
Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu.
I missed you so much.
Soon as they met, the 4 little ones hugged each other, laughing and playing around. After quite a while,
Xiao Yu,
with slightly flushed cheeks, pattered over to Tang Yuxin and me.
Hello,
Uncle and Auntie. Thank you. The little girl even bowed to me solemnly. Xiao Yu. Why are you thanking Uncle and Auntie? Tang Yuxin absolutely adored this child. She squatted down in front of Xiao Yu and gently pinched her cheeks. Because Daddy and Mommy told me Mommy was sick, and Uncle and Auntie helped cure her. Xiao Yu wants to thank Uncle and Auntie, Bai Jian and He Tong. The married couple looked at me, their eyes full of gratitude. Brother Xiao, I won't say any more words of thanks. Later, I will have a good drink with you.
Sure.
I rarely drink.
But in a situation like this, I won't refuse.
Sister Tang.
Is your health doing well?
There is no major issue anymore. I really can't thank you enough this time. If it were not for you guys, at this point, Tang's eyes grew a bit red. She could not imagine a scenario where she never woke up, and her husband had to raise Xiaoyu all by himself, especially since Xiaoyu was still so young. How could she grow up without a mother?
What is there to thank us for?
I am already preparing to claim little Xiaoyu as my future daughter-in-law, Tang Yuxin said with a playful smile. That sounds wonderful. Tang did not object at all. Instead, she nodded with a smile.
Sangxinghe is a great kid.
We also trust your family's upbringing.
Brother Xiao?
If Xiaoyu likes him in the future, we definitely won't have any objections. Daddy, where is the gift I prepared for Xiaoyu? Brother Xiao, we invited you over to thank you. So why did you bring gifts? Bai Jian quickly shook his head. Do not worry. It is Dabao. He said he has not seen Xiaoyu in a long time, so he wanted to prepare a gift for her for this visit. He even made little cakes at home by himself this morning. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Bai Jian and Tang's gazes toward Dabao instantly became a bit subtle, especially Tang. She was practically looking at him like a future son-in-law. Dabao had no idea what these adults were thinking.
He just held Xiaoyu's hand
And said generously, Dabao made them himself to save them and eat them together with Xiaoyu. Dabao is so amazing. Tang praised from the bottom of her heart. Daddy will go get them for you right now. I smiled and rubbed my son's head as I spoke. After I handed the box to Dabao, he immediately ran back to the coffee table in the living room.
Xiaoyu stood beside him.
This is it? This is it? The two children looked at the two small boxes on the coffee table, and then each opened own. The tiny baked cakes appeared before everyone's eyes. To be honest, they did not look very pretty. Even though Dabao had tried really hard, the little cakes he made still looked quite ugly. On top of the two cakes, piped in crooked frosting, were the names of the two babies. However, neither Xiaoyu nor Bai Jian and Tang mocked or showed any distaste for the cake's ugly appearance. Xiaoyu, in particular, had sparkling eyes. She looked at the little cakes in front of her and let out a gasp of amazement. Wow! It smells so good. Although the cakes looked ugly, the flavor was strictly supervised by me. After all, the moment the boxes were opened, a delicious aroma immediately wafted out.
Xiaoyu,
this is for you. Dabao looked at Xiaoyu with a face full of smiles.
Thank you. Sixing. Hey.
I love it.
Xiaoyu accepted her piece of cake,
her eyes curving into happy crescents, and then she actually did something that completely shocked everyone. This little girl, right in front of everyone, actually planted a kiss on Dabao's cheek. Dabao was instantly stunned. However, this little guy did not blush or act shy at all. Not understanding much about these things yet, he turned and looked at Xiaoyu curiously. Xiaoyu?
Xiaoyu.
Why did you kiss me? Because I like Xinghe.
Xiaoyu tilted her head.
Just like how I like Daddy and Mommy. Daddy and Mommy said you can only do that to people you like. So, I gave Xinghe a kiss too.
Oh.
Dabao nodded.
Then, I want to give a kiss too.
The little guy actually returned the favor, planting a big smack on Xiaoyu's cheek. At this, Erbao and Sanbao nearby instantly protested. Nu too? Nu too. Cra. I like Xiao Yu too. Bao and Sanbao rushed over and pulled Xiao Yu into a group kissing huddle. The adults watched in stunned silence for a moment. He Tong quickly recovered, smiling as she said, "The four kids have such a great bond. It is a pity I do not have this kind of super close friend that I have known since childhood."
What is wrong?
"Though you also want a childhood sweetheart you can kiss." Bai Jian suddenly gave a sideways glance at his wife. He Tong gave his arm a light, exasperated smack. "What are you talking about?"
All right. All right.
"I am going to the kitchen to cook," Bai Jian quickly said. Then he looked at Tang Yuxin and me with a hint of apology. "Sorry, Tong just recovered, so I am doing most of the chores right now, even with cooking. I try to help out as much as I can. So I won't be able to entertain you. Do not mention it." "It is what you should do." Tang Yuxin highly approved of Bai Jian's behavior of doting on his wife.
As a fellow woman,
And own who was spoiled to the heavens by me. Tang Yuxin knew very well how much happiness this kind of thing could bring to He Tong. After the couple, Bai Jian and He Tong went into the kitchen together. Dabao and Xiao Yu stood by the coffee table and started eating their little cakes. By this time, Bao and Sanbao, before coming over, had already eaten their own little cakes. Now they had nothing left and could only watch eagerly. Gulp. Bao swallowed her saliva. Her tiny hands clenched into cute little fists, then relaxed and clenched into little fists again. Although Sanbao did not have such a big reaction, she buried herself in Tang Yuxin's arms, turning her head to stare intently at Dabao and Xiao Yu eating their cakes. Bao.
Sanbao.
"You guys do not have any left. Who told you to finish yours at home?" Dabao saved his all the way until now. "Ah, Daddy." Bao wanted to say more, but after seeing my look, she lowered her head aggrievedly. She also knew she had already eaten hers, ever since they were old enough to remember. No matter what it was concerning the three babies, Tang Yuxin and I always maintained strict fairness, ensuring there was never any difference in how they were treated.
Shui?
Xingmeng. Let us eat together. How could a little angel like Xiao Yu fail to notice this? Although most of her attention was drawn to the baked cake, she still spared some energy to invite Bao and Sanbao to eat together. Dabao also stopped, looked down at his own cake, and then said, "Sisters, you can have mine. Do not eat Xiao Yu's." Bao and Sanbao were immediately tempted. This was a super delicious little cake, made by Daddy, even though the ugly frosting was applied by them. But remembering my previous lessons, Bao and Sanbao ultimately fought back their desires and shook their heads.
No.
"We already ate ours." "If we eat it, you guys won't have enough." In the end, no matter how much Dabao and Xiao Yu offered, the two girls, Bao and Sanbao, actually held back. Seeing this, Tang Yuxin and I clapped softly. I even said, "Bao,
Zumbo,
you guys did a great job today. So Daddy has a reward for you." Upon hearing about a reward, all three children looked over. Even Xiao Yu did the same. I winked at Tang Yuxin, catching on. Tang Yuxin mysteriously took out a small box she had been carrying since we left home and opened it. Inside were actually 4 portions of equally delicious and beautifully shaped pastries.
This was Daddy's test for you.
If Bao and Sanbao had not held back and ate Dabao and Xiao Yu's mini cakes, then these 4 pastries would have been eaten by Mommy, Daddy, and Xiao Yu's Mommy and Daddy. But you guys held back, and Daddy is very happy. So, these 4 pastries belong to you 4 little ones.
Yay.
Bao was thrilled. She cheered and threw herself into my arms. "Thank you, Daddy." Sanbao held her pastry, swaying her little body happily. Dabao and Xiao Yu also received their pastries and quickly said their thanks. Right at that moment, Bai Jian, who was walking out of the kitchen, saw this scene. He sighed in admiration. "Brother Xiao, you really have your own unique and effective way of educating kids."
I smiled.
"How about you let me raise Xiao Yu too?"
"I think I will raise her myself."
Bai Jian laughed it off. Ever since that day we visited Bai Jian's house, the two families started interacting even more frequently. The little girl Xiao Yu ran over to my house every few days. Anyway, the two families lived very close to each other. Going from one house to the other did not even require crossing a street. The surrounding area was an upscale residential neighborhood. So, the security environment was quite reassuring. Bai Jian and He Tong were more than happy to let Xiao Yu run over by herself. In fact,
I had secretly instructed
the 2 female bodyguards originally assigned to Tang Yuxin to keep an eye on the child as well. This way, there was no need to worry about anything happening to Xiao Yu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Was August. The babies were finally going to kindergarten. With my early education and the system's help, the babies grew a bit taller than ordinary 3-year-olds. They also looked a bit older than their actual age.
Similarly,
in terms of cuteness, no other babies their age could compare. Even among ordinary people, the already outstanding little Bai Nianyu could not match them. The reason for sending the babies to kindergarten was mainly because of Bai Nianyu.
Not long ago,
upon hearing that Bai Nianyu had turned 3 and was going to kindergarten, the 3 little ones wanted to go too. If they did not go, once Bai Nianyu went to kindergarten, they would not be able to attend class together.
Actually,
I suspected it would be perfectly fine to send them straight to the first grade of elementary school. At least I did not believe that those children who had not received any early education and went straight into the first grade could master addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within own hundred. That is right. The babies could now accurately calculate addition,
subtraction,
multiplication,
and division within own hundred. This fact completely shattered Tang Yuxin's worldview. The kindergarten the children were going to was very famous in the area. The tuition for own semester was tens of thousands of yuan. I never expected that nowadays. Getting a kid into kindergarten was handled like a corporate job interview. She had inquired about that kindergarten in advance. The number of students admitted each semester was fixed, but the number of parents who wanted to send their babies there was overwhelmingly high.
Yuxin,
what if our little girl Xiao Yu does not get selected?
What should we do?
Hitong looked worried.
Do not worry. Xiao Yu will definitely be fine. Tang Yuxin chuckled and comforted Hitong. At this moment, the two of them were sitting in an outdoor cafe by the street. The two women were youthful and beautiful, especially Tang Yuxin. Sitting there, her every frown and smile, every single movement, exuded infinite charm.
Li,
has not Xiao Yu been doing crash courses with Xiao Fei?
Speaking of this,
Tang Yuxin could not help but laugh. Actually, in her eyes, Xiao Yu was already outstanding enough, surpassing the vast majority of kids her age. But when it comes to education, parents never complain about having too much of it.
That is true.
Hitong nodded and looked at Tang Yuxin. It is so great. Your husband is so good at educating kids. My husband only knows how to make money. Make money. Make money. When you complain, could you at least hide the smile on your face? Ha ha ha. Hitong could not help but be amused by Tang Yuxin. She was indeed just complaining verbally. In reality, Hitong was incredibly satisfied with her husband, Bai Zheyan, especially after learning that during the time she was a vegetative patient, Bai Zheyan had stayed by her side to take care of her without ever leaving. The laughter of the two women attracted the attention of the people around them. A man sitting at the next table, who looked like an elite white-collar worker, instinctively straightened his back and adjusted his glasses. He seemingly stared intently at the laptop on his table. Yuxin. Look at that man. He looks like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Hitong whispered slyly to Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin did not even look over and gave a soft humph. Spreading feathers. Even if he puffed up like a scared cat. It has nothing to do with me. Ha ha ha. Puffing up like a scared cat. Ha ha ha. Yuxin? You are hilarious. Having known her for a longer time now, Hitong was getting to know Tang Yuxin better and better. This seemingly frosty woman actually felt quite silly and endearing once you got familiar with her, and many times, she would pop out with some incredibly funny remarks.
Hello.
Ladies, these are our shop's premium coffees. At this moment, a waiter suddenly walked up and placed 2 exquisite cups of coffee on the table. Tang Yuxin was momentarily stunned.
We did not order these.
Excuse me.
These are compliments of the gentleman at the next table. The waiter stepped aside and gestured toward a certain someone not far away. Tang Yuxin curled her lip. Excuse me. Can you please take these back? Tang Yuxin looked at the waiter. At this exact moment, my voice suddenly rang out.
No need to return them.
Tang Yuxin turned around in pleasant surprise and saw me walking over with our 3 babies.
Walking all the way here.
I drew everyone's eyeballs. The 3 little angels beside me, upon seeing Tang Yuxin,
cheered Mommy
and pattered over to her. These repeated calls of mommy instantly shattered the figurative glasses of the people around. This woman, who looked like a celestial goddess, was already the mother of 3 children.
As for the man wearing glasses from earlier,
he had already slinked away in embarrassment.
Ah. It is Xiao Yu. The babies suddenly caught sight of
Bai Nianyu playing with sand in the sandbox.
Bai Nianyu,
who was saying something to a little boy, heard someone calling her. Looking up and realizing it was Da Bao,
Bao,
and Sanbao, she immediately ditched the little boy and pattered over on her little legs.
Xinghei.
Shui. Qingmeng.
You are here.
Xiao Yu revealed an innocent, happy smile.
Nianyu.
Who are they? At this moment, the little boy who had just been chatting with Bai Nianyu also followed her over. Bai Nianyu pouted and did not answer him. Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu.
Mommy and daddy are over there. Uncle and auntie.
Let us go over there.
Hearing Dabao say this,
Bai Nianyu
immediately grabbed Dabao's hand and pattered off in my direction, leaving behind the little boy with a bitter look on his face. He was so annoying. Halfway there, Bai Nianyu muttered, whispering to the three babies, he is so annoying. He keeps bothering me and wanting to play with me. I do not want to play with him. The little girl was very young, but that did not mean she had no likes or dislikes. Although the clothes that little boy was wearing looked quite nice and were not cheap. After messing around, he had gotten himself completely covered in dirt. Naturally, Bai Nianyu did not like that, especially after comparing him to Dabao. Bai Nianyu disliked him even more. However, the little girl had not realized that she herself had gotten quite dirty from playing too. Then we just won't play with him.
Dabao and Bai Nianyu,
holding hands,
arrived in front of me. At this moment, Bai Nianyu's mother,
He Tong,
was chatting with Tang Yuxin.
Hello,
uncle and auntie. Upon meeting them, Bai Nianyu greeted everyone very politely. Bai Nianyu wriggled her body and said to He Tong, Mommy, I am so glad Xinghe and the others are here. I do not like Wang Dongdong.
Wang Dongdong.
Tang Yuxin looked curiously at He Tong. It is my neighbor's son. He Tong smiled helplessly. That little boy seems to really like our Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu does not seem to like him very much.
As an adult,
it is hard for me to say anything about this kind of thing. I can't exactly be mean to such a young, good kid.
Right?
Speaking of this,
He Tong looked smilingly at Dabao, who was holding hands with Bai Nianyu.
Sure enough.
This child was much more pleasing to the eye and much more likable. As soon as Dabo heard this, he immediately understood the whole situation. He patted his tiny chest, lifted his head slightly, and said, "Do not worry.
I will protect Xiao Yu.
And me too. Too." Erbao and Senbao chimed in. The three children immediately formed a defensive alliance to jointly protect their favorite friend, Xiao Yu. That's so? I dragged out my words, looking at Dabao with great amusement. Dabao, how do you plan to protect Xiao Yu? Dabao immediately scratched his head, furrowing his cute little brows as he started thinking.
suddenly,
Dabao saw Zhou Miao not far away. Daddy, can we ask Auntie Zhou to scare him a little? The Auntie Zhou Dabao mentioned was Tang Yuxin's bodyguard. I was momentarily stunned, and then my expression turned somewhat serious. Tang Yuxin also narrowed her eyes.
Dabao, you want Auntie Zhou to help you bully someone?
Dabao quickly shook his head.
No.
The teacher said bullying people is wrong, but just scaring him a little should be okay.
right?
Just a little bit. Dabao even gestured a little bit with his fingers. Hearing the child say this, the adults finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If this child,
at such a young age, already had the idea of having his family's bodyguards go beat someone up, then I would really have to strictly educate Dabao on what it means to absolutely never throw your weight around to bully others. Otherwise, when this child grows up, what if he develops a lawless, hedonistic personality? Scaring him is not okay either. I shook my head, even though it was not beating someone up, just scaring them. I still intended to nip the problem in the bud. It is not okay. Dabao was a bit disappointed. This matter,
You babies have to handle yourselves.
you cannot ask adults for help. Children's problems should be solved by children themselves. Going to adults for help is useless. Hearing my words, the three babies looked at each other in dismay. Daddy! I understand. Dabao nodded his head. We won't ask mommy and daddy for help. We will solve it ourselves. Erbao, however, looked particularly excited. Was this little girl plotting some mischievous idea?
Sanbao,
on the other hand, looked quiet and gentle. But that look in her eyes, why did it make me feel a bit uneasy? The kids were not really going to do something weird, were they? Having failed to seek help from their parents, the babies pattered off to the side, huddled together, and started whispering and discussing. Looking at the children's amusing figures, He Tong could not help but sigh. It is so nice.
Childhood sweethearts.
Completely innocent. Why did not I have a little childhood sweetheart like that? What do you guys think? The babies will do? Tang Yuxin asked curiously. They are kids. After all, no matter how you look at it, won't be anything too crazy. I shook my head. If these little rascals actually did something that exceeded my expectations, I would actually be a bit happy about it.
Nothing bad will happen.
Right? He Tong was a bit worried. She was afraid the children might do something out of line. It is fine. Even though I did not agree to help them just now, if they really run into any trouble.
as adults,
Could we possibly not have their backs? Hearing my words, Tang finally felt a bit more at ease. On the other side, the baby squatted at the edge of the sandbox, discussing something. Brother.
What should we do?
Bao and Sanbao looked at Dabao simultaneously. Among the three of them, Dabao was undoubtedly the smartest. A lot of times, when the little ones wanted to do something, it was usually Dabao who made the suggestions first. Over time, Bao and Sanbao even habitually grew to rely on Dabao. Little Bai Nianyu also looked over, her round, chestnut-like eyes blinking continuously. Dabao furrowed his cute little brows, turning his head to look at the little boy not far away who kept staring at them. Daddy said we can't bully people, and Auntie Zhou won't help us either. How about we have a competition with him? Dabao said slowly. Let us have a sandcastle building competition with him. Whoever loses is not allowed to play with Xiao Yu anymore. That is a great idea. Great idea. Bao clapped her little hands. When it came to building sandcastles, Bao was an absolute expert. Dabao and Sanbao, with Bao's occasional guidance, were also quite good at it. At least compared to other kids their age, the sandcastles built by the three of them did not look like the work of children at all. Promptly, Dabao stood up and walked over to the little boy.
Hello. My name is Xiao Xinghe.
Even though he did not like this boy pestering Xiao Yu, Dabao still behaved extremely politely. The little boy was a bit intimidated by Dabao. Children always unconsciously mimic their parents in their every word and deed. You might not notice it on an ordinary day, but under my constant subtle influence,
Dabao
and even Bao and Sanbao had a noticeable difference in vibe compared to kids their own age. They were much more mature. So mature that sometimes they did not seem like young children at all. At the same time, deep down, the three little ones, toward other kids, excluding Xiao Yu, faintly carried a kind of superiority complex that even they themselves were not aware of. Most of the time, this superiority complex brought an air of noble reserve that others would not overtly feel. But if you put the three little ones next to other kids their age, a sharp contrast would immediately form. Just like right now, Dabao and that little boy stood face to face. Dabao was poised and confident, with a smile on his face, whereas that little boy, even though he was a bit taller than Dabao, seemed somewhat timid and shrinking. His gaze kept shifting, looking completely lacking in confidence. Was like a prince of noble birth, standing next to a commoner. Hello.
My name is Wang Dong.
Bao and Sanbao also walked over.
Hello.
My name is Xiao Qianshui. Me name is Xiao Qingming. Although sometimes Tang did not really want to admit it. When it came to sheer looks, Bao and Sanbao were a notch above her own daughter. Facing Bao and Sanbao, who were prettier and cuter than Bai Nianyu, and standing so close to them, the incredibly pleasant scent radiating from them made Wang Dongdong even more nervous.
We are Xiao Yu's friends.
The very best kind. Let us play together. Hearing the three babies speak one after another, Wang Dongdong's eyes immediately lit up.
Okay.
Except,
let us have a sandcastle building competition.
Okay. Dabao added another sentence. Whoever loses is not allowed to play with Xiao Yu anymore. Wang Dongdong was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on?
Why?
Sanbao looked at Wang Dongdong with a smile and opened her little mouth. Because Xiao Yu only likes playing with people who are really good at building sandcastles. If you lose, Xiao Yu won't like playing with you anymore. Hearing this, Wang Dongdong immediately became full of motivation. Little kids completely did not overthink things. Right then, the three babies plus Wang Dongdong started messing around in the sandbox. Wang Dongdong built his very seriously. It was just that his speed still could not compare to my three babies. Sanghe, let me help you. Here, I have got this piece ready. This is for you. Watching Xiao Yu constantly helping Dabao beside him, Wang Dongdong felt it was unfair. He felt so wronged. It was just that he was too young, and this sense of grievance left him not knowing what to do. He only felt incredibly sad inside. Before long, the babies had built beautiful little sandcastles. Even though they looked small, structures like walls and windows were all complete, although not as good as exquisite works of art. For little kids, being able to achieve this level was already quite remarkable. All done. Bao, who finished first, clapped her little hands happily, and then looked over at Wang Dongdong.
Wang Dongdong looked at the
messy lump of stuff in front of him, and was about to cry. Dongdong? Dongdong. Where are you? At this moment, Wang Dongdong suddenly heard his mother's voice. Looking up at his mother walking over, Wang Dongdong could no longer hold back the grievance in his heart, and burst out crying with a loud wah. With Wang Dongdong crying like this, the three babies, including Xiao Yu, were instantly dumbfounded. They did not bully anyone.
Why did he start crying?
Wang Dongdong's mother was helpless and had no choice but to take her child and leave first.
Xiao Yu.
Do not be afraid. From now on, whatever happens,
I will protect you.
Dabao looked at Xiao Yu with a serious face. Xiao Yu also stared blankly at Dabao.
Okay.
Then you have to protect me well from now on. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt incredibly happy inside. It was just that even she herself could not explain why clearly. Perhaps it was just the feeling that Dabao treated her well. Even the most beautiful story must come to an end. The end of an old story. Also the beginning of a new own.
Thank you,
my darlings, for accompanying us all the way.